We are live. 2022 NFL free agency coming at you from me, Mitchell Renz, the Chat Sports team, and Tom Downey. We're going to be live here breaking everything down going on around free agency. And if a big-time trade ends up going, we're also going to be covering it. As always at Chat Sports, we're going to be interacting with you all, asking you a whole bunch of questions. And you're actually going to be able to see a really cool little countdown timer, which officially will be the start of NFL free agency. Tom, it's been almost an entire year since you and I have done a show together.
It's been a long time.
Good to see you, man. It's really good to see you.
Buddy.
So for the next 10 minutes or so, we're going to be asking you all little questions. And this is what we like to call the build-up. We're going to get loose. We want you to go down to the comments and let us know, what is your one-word reaction to Tom Brady returning? I don't know about you. I was speechless. That would be my one-word reaction. What about you, Downey?
Annoyed. I just go away. I get it. Brady's the greatest. No one's ever going to be better than him amongst QBs or any NFL player. Just go away. Let somebody else be the guy. I'm
better
annoyed.
with Tom
go away.
Brady. Like,
it's
you really want to watch Blaine Gabbert throw the football?
No,
I know for a
not
fact
what
you
I'm
don't
saying
watch
at
that.
all. The comedy factor is very underrated. There it is. Kyle Trask, good job there.
Kyle Trask
Jack.
stinks.
Yeah, but I'll also throw this in there as I continue to not be that serious to start off today's show.
Yeah.
Tom Brady spent 40 days with his family and was like, I can't do this anymore. I'm out. I can't.
I mean,
40 days, and he's like, F them kids. Tom
I feel
Brady.
bad for the guy that spent $517,000 on his last touchdown. Now, if you're spending that type of money, on a football, I think you're okay to regardless. But let's go ahead, y'all. Let's get some of those one-word reactions in. I'm going to go ahead and give you guys a shout-out. Winter Skull 69 says the press and Rashard Lee was mad. Somebody just dropped the F-bomb, which, hey, you can go ahead and do that.
That was fair.
Angry Gamer mad. We got another F-bomb coming in. Shock from Vincent. Ecstasy from Raleigh Springer, not
fan.
surprising,
Bucs
which is
fan.
2 words. Yeah, I mean, if you're a Buccaneers fan, you got to be absolutely ecstatic. So we are 57 minutes away from NFL free agency getting kicked off, and I want to know from all y'all, to the 177 people that are joined us live right now, who is your favorite team? We always like to have good debates here in Chat Sports because I run a Raiders show, Tom runs a Cowboys show. We got 49ers, Dolphins, all sorts of shows here. And we always like to think that, hey, you know what? Our team reps down in the comments the best. So what I want you to do is go ahead and shout out your favorite team. And if you want us to talk about your favorite team today, we got a different little scenarios in terms of what you can do for us to do that with our Super Chat menu. If you've ever been to a restaurant, we have deals as well. If you want to send in a $5 Super Chat, and when we drink, you guys are going to be drinking with us. I know it's only 10 o'clock in the morning here, Tom, but I'm ready to go. You got a kid now, so I'm sure you're ready to go too. $10 Super Chat. We'll talk about your team and the free agency implications. The roulette wheel is this. It's a whole bunch of different games, drinking stuff. $15, we'll do that. $25, we're going to take some shots. And then we got a boot. It's 3 beers. If we get a $100 Super Chat, we're going to go ahead and chug a boot. So, Tom.
It could be a disaster.
For the Dallas Cowboys, that's your team right there. What's the one thing that you think that they could potentially do in free agency today?
Not spend anything?
Nothing.
They don't do anything. Maybe they bring back I would love to see J-Ron Karras re-sign. I'd be down to see a Randy Gregory, a Malik Hooker, other various players like a Malik Turner. Their philosophy is not to spend in free agency. It's not the route they go because they don't want to pay good players great money as they eventually pay good players great money because they're bad at contract negotiations.
MT's a big Jags fan. I got Dale Dickey, Dolphins, Winter Skull 69.
Did you only
Dolphins
say that because
fan. That's the only reason why I said it. It's because 69 was right above it, which you know way too well.
Or it's 65 likes.
65 likes. If you want to see Tom put a hole through this table, if this thing gets to 69 likes, we're going to absolutely get there. We got Rashard Lee, Cowboys fan.
What
was
the Will Smith superhero movie? Oh, 69. I got the screenshot.
You got it?
What was the Will Smith superhero movie?
Oh, Hancock.
Hancock, the deleted hero.
He blows it right through the
deleted scene.
Nice. All right, we got a Ravens fan from Lawrence Trent. Not ad plays, a big-time Chiefs fan. We got Julian for the Bucs. John Doty's the Bills. Chiefs, Ravens coming in here. A 49ers fan from It's Viral. If it's viral, I think all you got to use is some hydrogen peroxide. Clean yourself a little bit. You should be good. Fraser O'Brien, Vikings. Raiders from Beckham. Another Vikings fan in there. And our first Super Chat of the day. Remember, if you Super Chat, we're going to go ahead and put you on screen. So for today's MVP is Austin Baker, and I'm ready to bake up some beers now.
Should we split the beer cheers or for the first one do it together?
Yeah, we can do it together, Tom.
Cheers,
Anytime you want to do it together, you let me know. Allen Robinson to my Dolphins or Jacksonville or a stunner to Oakland, please. I can guarantee you he's not going to be playing for the Oakland A's. However, the Raiders do make a little bit of sense. What about for the Dolphins or Jacksonville?
The Dolphins intrigue me. I would wonder if
they got money
with Devontae Parker, how that fit would work. But Parker, Robinson on the outside, make Waddle your super slot. That intrigues me. I don't know if A-Rob's going to go back to Jacksonville. That'd be fun.
They'd have to throw him a boatload of money.
I am very curious to see what ends up happening with A-Rob. Of the three you mentioned, I do think Miami makes the most sense. You can tell our little graphics on all of these here. I didn't put receiver as one of their top 5 needs. It was like number 7.
Because offensive line,
but they've got
offensive line.
It was center, offensive guard, tackle, all in the top 5.
Exactly.
So they could have just gone offensive line is like number 1 overall need. But they do need receiver help. So of those 3, Austin, I do like Miami the most as a potential fit.
So obviously we're live here for NFL free agency, and I want you to name a free agent that you want your team to go out and sign. Remember that first question we asked you, who's your favorite team? Now I know who all y'all favorite teams are. And now I want you to name a free agent you want that team to go ahead and sign. I'm a big-time Raider fan. I think of guys like Ted Karras, Kyle Van Noy, DJ Chark. They make some sense for the silver and black. But here's your opportunity to name a free agent that you want your team to go out and sign. We had a few debates here early on in the office, Tom. I'm going to put you on the spot. Who's going to be the first free agent that ends up getting signed today? Give me your predictions. After Tom gives me his, I'm going to head and give some shout-outs here, and then I see another super chat coming in. What do you think?
Yeah, always difficult to actually get it right. I think it was Kevin Zeitler last year.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm going to go with J.C. Jackson to the Chargers to get things started.
Okay.
That's going to be my prediction.
That'd be a shocker.
Maybe. Probably too big of a name, frankly.
A bolt to my heart. I mean, Robert Bruce says J.C. Jackson as well. We got A-Rob to the Raiders from David Gonzalez, Von Miller from Rashard Lee, that's the Honey Badger, excuse me. Cowboys, DJ Chark. The Bucs get the Honey Badger I see down there. Watson, McCaffrey, and more. Yes, sir, from Rennan. We got Austin Corbett from Frazier, Bobby Wagner from The Top Guy. Let's now go to my guy,
Corbett's
Danny Rhymes a little bit. Raiders trade for Devontae Adams. So the latest that came out is Adams doesn't want to play underneath the franchise tag, which really shouldn't surprise anyone. He was throwing out numbers like he wanted $30 million a year. The franchise tag's at $18.5 million. I personally think if the Packers are smart and you just invested $200 million in Aaron Rodgers, Aaron's going to be like, hey, if that guy's not in some Green Bay colors, you might not be able to keep me around either. I believe Green Bay is going to be able to figure it out. That's why they're actually releasing quite a few players today.
Yeah, they've made several moves already. I think in the end they will extend Aaron Rodgers, bring down his cap hit, and then they'll extend Devontae Adams as well because I feel like you don't want to upset your franchise QB after you just agreed to keep him in your organization. So I think Adams sticks around. Reminder, by the way, teams do not have to be salary cap compliant until Wednesday when the new league year begins. So you will see moves made by teams that take them over the cap. It's okay.
Yeah, like perfect example of that is the New Orleans Saints, who have actually been linked to this next guy that we're going to talk about, and it's Deshaun Watson. I know there's been a lot of drama going on around Deshaun, and we're actually going to be breaking down a story, probably coming up here in a few minutes, around Watson, the latest going on around him from Adam Schefter. But who do you think is going to be the team that ends up trading for the Houston Texans quarterback? Tom, you let me know. Guys down in the comments, let me know, and we'll go ahead and give some shout-outs.
The balance they have here is that they're not going to be able to trade him to just the highest bidder because Deshaun has a no-trade clause, part of that kind of crazy contract.
I also think it might be Indy.
Yeah, I mean, like, Indy would be an ideal fit for Deshaun, but there's no way Houston trades him in division.
Well, maybe
so I think it'll be a bit of a collaborative effort there to figure out where he's going to go. I think one of those NFC South teams, Saints or Panthers, end up landing him. Carolina is desperate for a QB. They will give whatever they can because that keeps their head coach employed next year.
All right, we got John Dowdy. He's going to go with the Saints. Evan Henders, Panthers. Top Guy, Eagles. Steelers from Rashard Lee. Watson's going to go to Carolina from Tristan. Saints or Seahawks from Not Aid, please. Panthers from Anthony. Eagles from Vincent. Angry Gamers and Eagles. We got a Steelers from Rashard Lee. Noah Barron's going to go Raiders. Panthers from Anthony. Devin says Panthers with a cowboy emoji. Let us know down in the comment section who will trade for Deshaun Watson. Now, we got 415 people watching us live right now on NFL Daily. My SAT scores were, I'm just going to be honest with y'all, terrible. The fact that I even got into college still blows my mind to this day. But I do know this. 120 likes, only 420 people watching. Something's not adding up there. Jeremy's doing a weird double-handed motion, and that just might be the kind of day that we have going on.
Imagine if I get the 69-like screenshot and the 169-like screenshot.
I'm telling you.
Can you imagine?
Put a hole through the table.
Going to sound like Jack over here.
MK might get pregnant just from you that happening again. If you're
that's
ready
not a concern right now.
for free agency to start, I want you guys to go ahead and smash that like button. We also are going to be doing some different games, different drinking things as well for the different like goals that we have. And I actually think we already crossed one light goal of getting to 100, or there's one at 250.
We'll revisit it in a little bit.
I made a few different ones, but since we did already get to 150 likes, I'll make you all a deal. If we can get to 500 likes, I believe that means Tom and I have to go ahead and take a shot of Fireball. I've taken a few shots of Fireball before 10:30 a.m., and you know what? I'm be more than happy to do it again. All right, let's go to Latoya 67.
Latuya 67.
Latuya, excuse me. Allen Robinson to Vegas. I think Robinson to Vegas does make some sense. However, I know a lot of people want the Raiders to spend big, but they still have a lot of holes to be able to fill. If you can get Robinson for 17, 18, then I would think about it. Let's go to Taz21069. Chat Sports. Put our man Mitch in silver and black. Chat Sports shirt.
No, it's silver and black. All caps means we have to scream it. Jack, you know we do this. Get over it.
I'll say if it's in caps, and I will Ron Burgundy it. However it's on there, that's how I'll go ahead and say it. If the Raiders make any moves, I'll go live on the Raiders Report, just like I'm sure if the Cowboys make any moves, Tom's going to go live on the Cowboys Report. Let's go to Eddie DeJesus. Allen Robinson to the Jets. Now, this one I think could make some
supers already.
See, I think this one could. Oh, he's the top wide receiver out there,
Yeah, that's true.
For fantasy purposes. The Jets like to spend money. They do it every year. They're going to overpay for at least one guy. Though I don't know what it would take to overpay A-Rob. I would say probably 22, 23 million would be overpay for Robinson. But who knows, man? I mean, maybe it just might be the fact that Matt Nagy is a fraud, as one guy once told me. What we're going to be doing now, y'all, is we're going to be breaking down some latest news and rumors going on around Deshaun Watson, and then we'll revisit some Super Chats. We'll go ahead and we'll break down some more free agency stuff, and we'll go ahead and we'll talk. So if you want to get your questions or comments on the show, Super Chat, or you can go ahead and use #NFL. Mitchell Renz, Tom Downey, you're watching NFL Daily by Chat Sports, and we're going to be breaking down the latest going on around Houston Texans quarterback Deshaun Watson. This is what Adam Schefter had to say just a few minutes ago. The Texans quarterback Deshaun Watson is expected to meet in the next 48 hours with the Carolina Panthers and New Orleans Saints, amongst other teams per league sources. Watson wants to meet with them just as they want to meet with him before trade talks ramp up. So, Tom, walk us through the latest going on with Watson, everything that's happened maybe over the last 24 hours, and what we can expect going forward.
So the news on Friday was that the grand jury did not indict Watson on any of the charges. That clears the way for Watson to return to the NFL and then, of course, be traded. So the trade talks are beginning to heat up. I think a trade happens soon. I think that the team acquiring Watson would like to have him by the new league year to make things easier from their salary cap and roster management perspective. The reason why Watson is going to meet with teams and why Houston is okay with this is because of the fact that Watson has a no-trade clause. So there have been whispers that Watson doesn't want to go to Philadelphia, for example. But the Panthers and, of course, the Saints, meanwhile, here, they make sense, I think, for both parties. Deshaun, of course, played at Clemson, and Houston would love to get him out of the AFC because it's not like they want to get rid of him. It's that Deshaun doesn't want to be a member of the organization any longer. The cost, once Watson and Houston agree on the destination, I would assume, Mitch, ends up coming in just as much, if not more, than the Russell Wilson trade cost of what the Denver Broncos gave up to acquire him. Yes, Watson hasn't played football in a year, which I think we should probably do a better job of mentioning more often. That's a long time not really play any football. And, you know, when he was at camp, he was the scout team safety, as weird as that sounds. So there is going to be a lot of interest in Deshaun Watson. But his no-trade clause, I think, does eliminate some of the contenders, such as maybe Philadelphia and maybe Indy, if that report is correct about, you know, Watson not wanting to play with the Eagles.
I mean, when I think about Deshaun Watson, you know, there's going to be a lot of teams interested in him, and I've heard multiple people say, well, he hasn't played in a long time. And I get the fact that there was one time where Watson, you know, tore his ACL. He didn't play for a stretch. It wasn't as long as a year, but he came right back, and it was almost like riding the bike. He just lit the world back on fire. When you talk about a player who led the NFL in passing yards, and with over 4,800 the year before that, 33 touchdowns, 7 interceptions, had over 429 rushing yards, was able to pick up 30 first downs with his legs. I mean, there's a few list of quarterbacks under the age of 26. Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Deshaun Watson. We saw that Mahomes and we saw that Josh Allen playoff game. If you can get a quarterback like Deshaun, you should absolutely go ahead and do it. At least that's what I personally believe. So here's your opportunity, y'all, to go down in the comment section right now, and I want you to look into your crystal balls and let me know who will trade for Deshaun Watson. Sorry, Tom, it's going to be that type of day. Who's going to end up making the deal? Could it be somebody like New Orleans? Is it going to be a team like the Carolina Panthers? Could it be another team that was not mentioned in that tweet by Adam Schefter? I'm putting you on the spot. The team that I believe goes ahead and makes the move is the Carolina Panthers, and that's actually the team that I said last year. Are you going to go with me on Carolina, or are you going to go with a different route?
I'm going to go a different route there,
You're going to go a different route? Mm-hmm. Okay. Who's going to end up trading for Deshaun Watson? Could it be this team that we're about to be breaking down right here, the New Orleans Saints? And I actually talked about this a little bit yesterday because a lot of people are like, oh, the Saints, they can't make that move because of the salary cap implications of minus $6.37 million. However, literally, Ian Rappaport responded with that tweet and said, New Orleans can make it happen. I always find it every single year kind of makes me giggle a little bit when you talk about free agency. You talk about some of these big-time players, and New Orleans has always been the team where, all right, they're in salary cap hell in February. They make a few adjustments, and then they're able to go ahead and make some moves happen. If the Saints, if any NFL team wants to go out and sign a player, or if they want to go out and make a trade, you can move money around. And this team right now, their biggest need is quarterback. We saw Ian Book. That's the only book that I promise you I never want to read again. Guaranteed. The quarterback situation was a disgrace. This team was 5-2 with Jameis Winston. You're telling me right now they couldn't be an NFL Super Bowl caliber team with Deshaun Watson in that defense? I believe so, and for that reason, if you have a chance, New Orleans, you got to do it.
Yeah, I think the move you always make is if you don't have a QB, you do everything in your power to find that next QB.
But we have Taysom Hill.
Yeah, Taysom Hill's not a quarterback. He's an athlete there. You see the Saints are $6 million over the salary cap. You could trade for Deshaun Watson, even though he's got a $35 million cap hit right now.
Yep.
You can restructure that deal the second you trade for him. He can count under 10 on his cap this upcoming year. So the money's not really that big of a problem. It's, can the Saints put together a package that intrigues the Houston Texans enough in the event Deshaun says, hey, I'll take one of these three teams, I'll be happy there, or two teams, whatever. Can they outbid Carolina, who has no second-round pick but has a higher first-round pick? So that's the back and forth the Saints got to figure out. But if you can get Deshaun Watson, you figure out the rest of the roster later.
Well, if the Saints go ahead and make a move, and if there's any Saints fans watching right now, major shout-out to y'all. I know you like to get down. Help our Saints channel go ahead and grow. Let's get to 5,000 subs. We just crossed 4,000. You can go ahead and subscribe to our Saints-only channel, youtube.com/Saints Today, whether it's news, rumors, fun segments like free agency targets, trade targets. Who knows? Maybe we'll even throw out something like the top blockbuster deals that New Orleans can go ahead and do to go out and get Deshaun Watson. If you're a part of that Who Dat Nation, go ahead and subscribe to the link that you see below. So as it stands right now, you got some Saints off-season plans, Tom. Do you believe that it starts at quarterback and then they go from there?
Yeah, that's their number one need. So I think from that perspective, you're certainly looking for a way to find that impact guy and take care of that position long term. It's, Jameis was a free agent after all. Can't forget that
Probably
either.
Top quarterback free agent.
Beyond QB, which of course is number one, and I will make note that the Texans still want at least 3 first-round picks plus other stuff, which, hey, you trade 17 and other firsts next year that'll probably be in the 20s in the end. You got to figure out the offensive tackle spot situation. Is Teron Armstead's a free agent? I don't think he's back.
I don't think so.
Injuries are also a big red flag for him in terms of free agency. That leaves James Hurst, Landon Young. Like it's survivable, but it's not ideal
Probably
necessarily.
Also a lot better than what Watson's been dealing with.
Maybe you want another wide receiver. Maybe you bring back Kenny Stills. You're not in with Deshaun Watson. Just a thought there. And safety also a big area. But the Saints, in terms of acquiring Watson, the main focus there, Mitch, the team that most heavily linked, of course, is Carolina.
And that's the other thing. You got two teams in the same division, and now the fact that Tom Brady just came out of retirement, that obviously makes the Tampa Bay Buccaneers a lot more competitive. And if you're Carolina and it's a race between New Orleans and the Panthers, I feel like both of these teams might be a little bit more willing to give up a little bit extra because they might feel like, well, crap, if we don't get him, he's going to end up going to a division rival. We got to play him 2 times a year. And I think that would be the last thing that a team like Carolina would want with him going to New Orleans. Now, obviously, they do have a little bit more money in salary cap space. whatever team decides to bring on Watson, technically his contract as it stands right now is 4 years, $136 million, and I believe the breakdown's 32, 37, 35, 35, average of $34 million per year. But like Tom mentioned, you can go ahead and you can move some of that money around a little bit. So let's play a little game here, right? You want to play a game? Deshaun Watson is a top blank NFL quarterback. Is he a top 3? Is he a top 4, 5, 10, 20? Go ahead, let me know Deshaun Watson is a top blank NFL quarterback when he's out there on the field. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to say top 6 because I would confidently put him in the top 6. What number would you be?
Top
okay.
7, 8, somewhere
7
in
and
that
8?
range. Like I think if you want to go like the tier style, you've got your just freaks, the Patrick Mahomeses, Aaron Rodgers. I guess we got to put Tom Brady now back in that conversation again. Josh Allen too, and then he's in your second tier of like
Russell
this is your franchise guy. I think Wilson's in that franchise tier. I think you can probably throw Justin Herbert, Joe Burrow, etc. in that franchise tier of like if you have him, you should feel great about your organization, and you should just, build around that QB and figure out the rest of the stuff later. And if you don't win, it's probably your organization's fault, not your QB's fault.
We're live here on Chat Sports, breaking down everything going on around NFL free agency. And I feel like every year with free agency, there's also some juicy trades that end up going down. I still remember the day that our boss, Brett, with the whole DeAndre Hopkins trade went down. I thought he was about to have his 4th kid. That's really the type of news that I thought was about to happen. And if you love the NFL and if you want to stay up to date with everything going on nonstop, go ahead, subscribe to Chat Sports, click that big red button, and turn on those notifications. That way you don't miss a thing. All right, y'all, we're going to go ahead and give some shout-outs here to some of the peeps that are watching. We got close to 1,000 people tuning in right now. Much love to everyone taking time out of their day. I know you don't have to come across the Chat Sports, just so you know, we appreciate you. Also, what you're going to see is that countdown timer down below, which means 37 minutes, 20 seconds until NFL free agency officially kicks off. Deshaun Watson is a top blank NFL quarterback. I'm going to go ahead and give some shout-outs here, and then we're going to go ahead and get into some Super Chats. And if you want us to talk about your favorite team as well, Super Chat that or use hashtag NFL. We got top 15 from Barrett, and I think you're being a little bit ridiculous there. Kenneth Phelps says 10th or 20th. I mean, those numbers are a little bit ridiculous.
Big gap, yeah.
We got Jason Kendall says 32, Robert Bruce 5, Dutchy 50415, Steven's going to go 15. Got a 10 coming in from Nathan Lloyd. Adam Morrow, correct answer, 69. We got Clerk is going to go with a 9. Why Big Jordan says 10. Super chat time, Tom. Let's get into this one from Taz, 21069. Devontae Adams refusing to play under the tag. What are your thoughts on that?
Good leverage play. He wants a massive deal.
Expected.
I would think this costs him. He's probably asking for more than DeAndre Hopkins money. He wants to reset the receiver market.
That's 27 mil.
As expected from that perspective. So, not that surprising.
Yep.
I think Green Bay will get it done at some point.
Let's go to Tristan Bravo.
Cheers.
Tom Brady, yeah, you can take that one. Since Tom Brady is coming back, should the Bucs try to get Malik Willis and let him develop behind Tom? Tom, you're our draft guy. What do you think?
I don't see Tampa trading up into the top 10, 15 from the back end of round 1 to go get Malik Willis. That would be the Mahomes, Alex Smith style scenario. They took a second pick on Kyle Trask last year. That's a not insignificant investment. So I don't think that's a route they're going to pursue.
Yep.
I would expect Malik Willis to go somewhere else. And I think the Bucs game plan anyway is go all in for one more year. Bring back your guys, add maybe a higher floor first-round pick, and try and win another title now that Brady's back again.
Let's go to It's Viral. Appreciate all the Super Chats, y'all. And your guys' opinion, who are the most realistic free agent signings for the 49ers this week? Do you think we will pull the trigger on a star player? Well, I do know one thing. If the 49ers, they go ahead and make any moves, my guy Chase Sr., he's going to be breaking it down for y'all. We got an awesome 49ers channel, and if you guys haven't subscribed yet, make sure you go ahead and do so. It's youtube.com/49erstv. Tom, off the top of your head, what do you think are some 49ers players that the 49ers could go out and get?
A star player that I think makes sense for them is J.C. Jackson. I would have interest in adding some cornerback help if I were the San Francisco 49ers. Maybe Jackson isn't the most realistic option from that perspective. I would like to see them retain DJ Jones. Note on the salary cap space, by the way, negative almost $10 million. Don't worry. The second they trade Jimmy G, they'll have money to spend. So I would love to see J.C. Jackson. Maybe Stephon Gilmore is a fallback option there if they want to spend bigger at that position.
Let's go to Jason Peason? I don't know if I got that right. Won't Houston be in some boat same boat as the Dallas Cowboys when everyone wants to trade Dak, but there will be $50 million cap hit? How much dead money? Does that question make sense to you?
Yes, it does. First off, nobody wants to trade Dak Prescott unless they're being stupid. Secondly, Houston's contract structure for Deshaun Watson is very different than that of Dak Prescott. If the Texans trade Deshaun Watson, there's a $16.2 million dead cap charge this year.
Yep.
They actually saved $24.2 million on the salary cap. So because of the structure with a light signing bonus for Deshaun Watson, but a lot of base salary and roster bonus stuff being guaranteed, they could trade him and they'd be just fine.
All right, next one's coming in here. It's from Cam IGL. Mr. Biscuit to the Steelers. Mr. Biscuit sounds like Jeremy's porn star name, so I don't know who that is.
It's Mitch Trubisky.
Mr. Biscuit's Mitch Trubisky?
Kissing titties, Mitch
Really?
Trubisky, yeah.
I feel like I should have known that one. I don't know. I don't know what you just said there, but there was a lot going on.
Kissing titties. That's what he tweeted out like way back, or his friend tweeted out way back when.
Yikes.
Yeah, I remember that. It's an all-time like draft night retweet.
I still think Trubisky's best place to go is to the New York Giants. I just think him repairing with Brian Daboll makes a lot of sense, though.
He also wasn't good when he played, so whatever.
Who?
Trubisky.
Trubisky wasn't that bad.
He wasn't good. It's weird that he did nothing in Buffalo, and now we're like, he can start. That's just how bad.
Preseason.
That's how bad this QB class is, man.
All right, let's go to Profit. Can we bring Colin Kaepernick to Pittsburgh? I personally don't think Colin wants to play in the NFL or wants to play football, but you can throw in your 2 cents on this
one. He says he does on social media. It's also been 5 years since, or almost 6 years now, and he's turning 35 this year. So, yeah, Kaepernick got screwed. It's just not going to happen. No team should sign a 35-year-old QB who hasn't played since 2016 or 17 or whatever it was. That's not a good investment, regardless of the name.
All right, y'all. So I don't know about y'all. You're seeing us answer a lot of questions here, and we do have a super chat menu. And this is what it is. If we get a $5 super chat, we're going to drink some beer. If you want us to go in more depth around your team for maybe like 2 to 5 minutes, send in a $10 super chat. We'll talk about it. Roulette wheel spin is how we get the party started. If you want Tom and I to take a shot of Fireball, $25. And if you want us to do a boot, 3 beers, it fills you up. It's going to be a $100 super chat. That's how we rock and roll here at Chat Sports. And if we get to 500 likes, we're about 250 away. We're going to go ahead and we're going to do a shot of Fireball.
Yeah, wait. We have the L3s, by the way,
I was going to say, I know they're somewhere.
Of the like counter.
Okay, so we're going to play the drink or do game, which is essentially I pull a card, and whatever that card says, either I do that or I have to go ahead and drink, and they're kind of ridiculous.
So we're 4 likes away from a Fireball shot.
5 likes away.
I will say $25 in Super Chats is a free roulette spin.
Oh, okay.
So you spin the roulette wheel here.
So we got $25 in Super, so free roulette spin.
There you go.
So I'll take a shot of Fireball.
And yeah, you do the shot of Fireball.
All right, what do we got? What do we got? First roulette spin was for $25. Drink some water. That's so lame. I'll take a shot of beer. Cheers.
There you go. And I'll drink the water. I did not do any of these. I take no responsibility.
Also, I love this time of the year. The
That's
eye
a good
emoji
one, though,
game.
to keep us hydrated.
Eye emoji game is strong right now on Twitter. Derwin James Jr. just tweeted out the eye emojis.
J.C. Jackson?
Hey, I don't know, man. If you guys want to shout out here on today's show, Chat Sports, we just put out, or Tom actually tweeted out our live link. Mm-hmm. If you guys want to shout out here on Chat Sports, I want you to go ahead and I want you to retweet our NFL free agency coverage. And Tom,
I'll put the link in there right now for you guys.
Tom's going to go ahead and put the link out there, and then we will go ahead and I'll give some shout outs to the peeps that go ahead and send a nice little retweet to that. So if that's what you want, if you want to shout out. Also, I see our very first $10 super chat.
Justin Lewis.
So major shout out to Justin Lewis there. So far, the people that have retweeted it, major shout out to Barrett, Evan, Austin B, Lil Al. We appreciate all of y'all. If you want to shout out here, go ahead and give that a retweet. And if you want to give Tom a follow on Twitter, he's at WhatGoingDowney. Super chat time, and also 30 minutes away from free agency. Jalen Weidenmeyer to the Denver Broncos.
It. That is the Texas A&M tight end. I'm not as high on him as I thought I was going to be going into the study. I think he's maybe a top 100 guy, not the top 50 guy that we were promised. So Day 2, day 3, early day 3, I think that's a strong pick for Denver. You have Albert O. Now you can take your other tight end to pair with him to replace Noah Fant. I got no issues there.
Not going to lie. At first I thought that said Jalen Waddle when the fireball hits at 10:30 in the morning. Let's go to Junior Perez. Will Chargers go all in on defense of a free agency? I mean, in that division, you should.
I mean, you already traded for Khalil Mack. Well done, by the way. Defensive line is still an area of need. Corner, I mentioned J.C. Jackson.
Yep.
Maybe add another linebacker. I think this defense is going to be built in the way that Brandon Staley wants it to. You are now locked and loaded at edge rusher.
Yep.
I'd also look offensive line. My dream pairing, by the way, just quickly here, for draft purposes, give me Jordan Davis to L.A.
Oh,
Perfect fit.
I would not like
Perfect
that.
fit.
I can guarantee you that. All right, more shout-outs here to the people that retweeted us on Twitter. Shout-out to World War Parsons, Rashard Lee, Gregory Goodrow, Shermani, appreciate y'all. And then again, Evan, Austin B. Barrett. If you guys want to shout out here, go ahead and retweet. Tom's latest tweet of NFL free agency is here. Let's get into some more super chats of the Detroit Lions. So remember, every single time we get a $10 super chat, we're going to go ahead and break down this team from a more in-depth look for free agency. As it stands right now for Detroit, obviously they're going to still be in this rebuilding period. Plenty of team needs, have a little bit of money in terms of salary cap space. How do you see Detroit trying to get back into the conversation of, hey, we belong in the NFC North?
I got QB as their biggest need. I doubt they make a significant splash from that perspective because there's no one really there in free agency. Linebackers, an area to watch. Some of their top guys, Jalen Reeves-Maybin, Alex Anzalone, are free agents.
Yep.
You probably keep Derek Barnes as one starter, but he was kind of rough in year one. Safety, despite some recent picks, the position is also an area of need. I wasn't impressed by Will Harris. Tracy Walker is a free agent. There's a lot of good safeties in the open market. I wouldn't mind them throwing money at a Justin Reed, who's still kind of young and can fit that timeline. A Marcus Williams is a really good fit with Aaron Glenn, the former Saints DBs coach, as their defensive coordinator. Edges, also an area of need. That continues to be the case. And I'd say receiver would be a great idea for Detroit. They re-signed Josh Reynolds. That's one piece. Amon-Ra St. Brown's another, but they need more there.
All right, let's go to 30 Racks. Justin, much love to you, man. We appreciate the super chat. More shout-outs from Marino and MBJ Silencer. Thanks for the retweet on Twitter. What safety can the Eagles get in free agency? So last year they had Anthony Harris. Thought that was going to work out a little bit better. What about some safeties here?
Some whispers that Justin Reed could be a good fit for Philadelphia. I wouldn't mind that idea. Do they want to spend big on a big-ish on a Marcus May? That could be a good fit as well.
All right, we're going to be talking about a lot of NFL news, a lot of rumors here. We're going to be breaking down some more stuff. Then we'll get back to some more super chats because I know we had a few more $10, I believe, come in, which we will get to. But I don't know if you guys know this or not. There's a guy named Tom Brady, and, well, he's back. He unretired. I can't even believe this. Has it even been 2 months yet?
No. It's like 40 days.
I mean, this is
ridiculous.
Just unbelievable. So the Bucs and Brady, they're going to figure out his new contract. He ends up going back to Tampa Bay. And I've been, looking at some of his past Super Bowl runs. I believe over the past, 8 years, the year that he's lost in the playoffs and the next year after that, he's gone ahead and won a Super Bowl. Do you really think that the Buccaneers with Tom Brady can win another?
Yeah, this roster's still in really good shape. I mean, the NFC's not that loaded. You've got the Bucs as one of your favorites, the Green Bay Packers. The NFC West will be strong again with the Rams, but I doubt they repeat. That's so incredibly difficult to do. You can ask Brady himself. The Niners will see just how good Trey Lance is in year one. I'm not buying the Arizona Cardinals quite yet. The Seahawks appear to be rebuilding. The NFC East, as of right now, is not that great. So It's the Packers, Bucs, and maybe a team trades for Deshaun Watson, and whoever wins the NFC East, knowing that there's a curse that teams can't repeat there either.
All right, y'all. So go down in the comments right now. We'll give some shout-outs here. What is your one-word reaction to Tom Brady's return? And don't worry, Brett. Don't worry, Michael. I see your guys' super chats. We will get to them. One-word reaction to Tom Brady's return is, I was shocked. That's the only thing I could possibly come up with was, I was shocked. Now, I knew there were some rumors out there, but it's Tom Brady, period. That's a shocking thing to happen. Yeah. What was your one-word reaction, Tom?
Annoyance.
Annoyance?
Just go away, Tom.
Can't spell
I get it. You're the greatest.
Sebastian
I get
agrees
it.
with you.
Wasn't even a real retirement.
We got
or did he just want
guy.
the attention?
Odd Top Guy says shitty.
Bad
Bailey
man's
says,
back again.
EB Games, boo. Shocked from Vincent. Why from John, and then love from Tristan. Super chat coming in here from Brett. It says, hey, Tom, sorry, been missing the lives on Thursday.
It's all good, Brett. That's why we put everything on demand as well, since we know not everyone can watch it live.
Hey, we're busy too, so it's all good. Let's go to Michael Wilkerson. He wants us to talk about the New York Jets. The Jets have some money to spend. They got to still try to build around their quarterback that they drafted number 2 overall, Zach Wilson. And I believe that they're going to be aggressive, which seems to always be what they do. Some of the top needs out there, tight end, edge, wide receiver, safety, and center. But with almost $50 million to spend, I think they are. They're going to be aggressive.
Yeah, I think the Jets have 0 actually good tight ends on their roster right now. Unfortunately for them, you got to figure Gronk goes back to Tampa. I don't think he's ever going to be a real fit there.
Sure.
But your main options, Dalton Schultz, David Njoku, and Mike Gesicki all got franchise tags. So
Evan Ingram.
I don't know.
O.J. Howard.
I mean, maybe Howard. It's kind of a not great market all of a sudden. The Tyler Conklin maybe from the Vikings.
Yikes.
Edge, I still think is an area of interest. You have John Franklin Myers. He played pretty well. Carl Lawson is back after missing the
That
year
was a really devastating
with injury. That really hurt them.
No
Jets
doubt.
fans tell me corner isn't as big of a need. I actually meant to label that as CB, not center. If you want to get that changed for me there, Sam. But I like Bryce Hall. I think a number 1 corner would be awesome for the organization. If you want to get some more receiver help, since apparently Denzel Mims isn't a piece for you anymore, and safety to maybe replace Marcus May and maybe some defensive line help. And then it's internally figuring out what Mekhi Becton's going to be for you long term.
All right, let's go to this next one. Derek, we appreciate you. Also, we hit $50 in Super Chats, which
Drink or
means
do game.
we got to do the drink or do game, which is the first one. Take a drink without using your hands or finish your drink. I don't know how in the world.
Can I move my beer over here? Yeah, that's exactly how you do it. Yeah, you got it. Nailed it. Well done, Mitch. Well done.
All right,
Good job.
You're
Good job.
next up
I'm
then
next.
for the
That's a
drink
good
or
one.
do game, Tom.
That was a good one.
Also, guys, when we drink at home, if you're over 21, please don't be afraid to crack one open with us. Let's go to Swift
Responsibly,
Wolf.
of course.
Yeah, Swift Wolf. Cleveland Browns odds of getting Watson. So there were some rumblings today, and there's been some rumblings that Cleveland might not necessarily be happy that Baker Mayfield is their quarterback. I'll tell you what, if I was Watson, I would like to play behind that offensive line, though the receivers are really thin.
Amari now, though, helps. Come on. I don't think they're going to get Deshaun Watson. I think the Texans' preference would be dealing to the NFC.
Sure.
Of the AFC teams, I do think Cleveland makes some sense. So it's not 0, but I do think it's on the lower end of the possibility from that standpoint. Maybe you're talking 5 or 10%.
All right, so if you can't get Deshaun Watson, then what do you see the Cleveland Browns going ahead and doing?
I kind of think they're just going to roll it back with Baker for one more year.
Baker? What about some other top players in free agency? Do you think they trade Jarvis? Do you think Jarvis is out of there?
Yeah, I think Landry's gone because you don't want to pay him $15 million. But QB-wise, like Jameis Winston, Teddy Bridgewater, those guys aren't better than Baker. Like, drastically changes your organization. So
sure.
The draft doesn't have a great prospect. I think you roll it back for Baker with one more year. If that fails, next year you go all in on whether it's a vet or an early draft pick at QB.
Let's go to Colby Cooper. Who can the Titans realistically sign during free agency?
I will not include their own center, Ben Jones. I think tight end is a strong area for them to attack. I kind of think Gronk goes back to Tampa now. I forgot to mention Zach Ertz off the market. So if you want someone with some better blocking, maybe C.J. Uzomah, poach him from the Bengals. Tyler Conklin could be a decent fit. I like O.J. Howard. I'm not out on him. I think he was underutilized in Tampa. I'm excited to see where Howard goes, how much he gets. But I would say look at tight end for Tennessee. The roster's in pretty good shape overall.
Mr. Lubo is a fan of America's team. Tom, you run the Cowboys show. If there's any Cowboys fans out there, make sure you go ahead and subscribe to the Cowboys Report on YouTube, the #1 most watched Cowboys show in the world. It's youtube.com/Cowboys TV. And if you want us to talk about your favorite team, it's a $10 super chat. All right, y'all, remember, we are live here on NFL Daily. We're going to be breaking down free agency, everything that happens. Let's go to the next super chat. It's from the greatness of the Raiders. Which nose tackle would beef up the new 3-4 scheme for the Raiders? In the draft, it's Jordan Davis. In terms of the most likely option, and I actually think the best option for the Raiders, I'm going to say Calais Campbell. I think Campbell, with some of his connections with some players like Yannick Ngakoue, you already saw Ngakoue try to convince Campbell to come over. And then, is it Bob Ryan? Is it Bob Ryan, the guy who was with the Baltimore? Now he's with the Raiders. He's another reason why I think that could happen. Even Tim Settle. I like Tim Settle a lot from Washington. Thought he was underutilized.
Yeah, some other names here. If you want to spend, you can steal DJ Jones from San Francisco. Foley Fatukasi, the Jets defensive lineman. He might get some big money. Linval Joseph, Sebastian Joseph Day, other names in there.
Daquan Jones.
Quickly here, if you want to go round 2 draft pick, how about Travis Jones out of UConn if you can't get Jordan Davis?
Let's go to Derek Hoppengarner. Think the Colts trade for Carr, and who else do you see Colts signing? Personally, I think the Colts would have to give up a lot more than what Derek Carr's actually worth because I don't really think that trading DC helps the Raiders out in that division right now. So if you were Indianapolis, you don't have a first-round pick. I also don't think the 2023 first-round pick helps all that much because Josh McDaniels has to win right now. He was 11-17 the last time he was in this division, and I don't think that they can really truly wait. So I know there's a lot of rumors around it, but Indy's going to have to give up a lot to go out and get Derek Carr. Let's keep on talking about some other NFL news, and maybe this Kirk Cousins deal actually could impact somebody like DC in terms of a new contract extension because Kirk Cousins, he is maybe a better agent than he is a football player. A 1-year, fully guaranteed $35 million deal, Tom. I mean, it's not that I was surprised, but it's Kirk Cousins. You're going to win 7 or 8 games.
Yeah,
is that worth it?
I mean, they'll probably win maybe a little bit more.
Do you think?
Kirk Cousins is in what I call tier 3 of QBs. Like, he's good.
He's purgatory.
He can be. There are a lot worse QBs out there, but you wonder if you're just going to be capped out at being a playoff contender, an early round playoff bouncing team. Only a 1-year deal, so that keeps it lower on the APY. If they had gone 3 years, you're probably looking closer to $40 million per year. In general, the longer you go on a contract, the more it costs you per year because of the way you structure it. Not as much flexibility with just a 1-year structure.
All right, well, there was some news that happened yesterday was around the Dallas Cowboys. Michael Gallup got a 5-year, $62.5 million deal with $27 million guaranteed. Once all the news came out that Dallas was going to more than likely move on from Amari Cooper, I think we all anticipated that Michael Gallup was going to be coming back.
Yeah, this was expected. The size of the contract, again, longer deal, more APY, came in under 13, not that much guaranteed. From a practical structure standpoint, it's a less expensive version of the Amari Cooper deal, where there's an out after 2 years if the Cowboys want to go about that route. It's very clear now for Dallas, CeeDee Lamb, Michael Gallup. Those are the 2 locked and loaded receivers moving forward for this organization.
Another move that happened yesterday, and I think this one had more to do with Tom Brady coming back. They're like, all right, you want somebody to go ahead and protect you? Ryan Jensen, he was the top center. I'd even make the argument maybe the top interior offensive lineman, him and Brandon Scherff. 3 years, $39 million with $23 million guaranteed. Second highest paid center in the NFL. And I like Jensen a lot. I think he's just one of these mean, tough dudes that's really good at setting a tone. And he's also an experienced player. And if you're going to go ahead and you're going to bring back a 45-year-old at quarterback, you better be able to protect him, right?
Yeah, Jensen's been one of the best centers in the NFL for a very long time. This makes him the second highest paid center behind Frank Ragnow of the Detroit Lions, who, of course, is much younger than Jensen is.
Yep.
Wonder what the Bucs end up doing with Robert Hainsey, their third-round pick last year. Maybe they move him to guard. They kind of gave him some center run, behind the scenes. He wasn't playing at all. With Alex Kappa, a free agent, and the retirement of Ali Marpet. So interior O-line still an area of need for Tampa, but center is now taken care of.
If you want to join the Chat Sports family, all you got to go ahead and do is hit that subscribe button and turn on those notifications. Whether it's free agency, whether it's a big-time trade, whether it's going to be the 2022 NFL Draft, if you subscribe to Chat Sports, I promise you this, you're going to know more about the NFL, NBA, college football than all of your friends, all of your family members. And I don't know about y'all, that goes a long way in my family. We are currently at 281,736 subs. Our goal is to get to 290K. It's a lofty goal, but every day we got to come in here to work and we got to give our bosses the goal. I don't want to have to look my boss in the eyes and be like, sorry, brother, we didn't get there. It's going to be a rough morning. Yeah, I'm looking at you. Yeah, don't look at me. So go ahead and hit that subscribe button.
That's out of my peripheral. I assume you were staring at Brett.
Brett was staring me down in the eyes. So go ahead, click that sub button. And if you are one of our loyal subs, just know we appreciate you. We know there's a lot of other people out there, so take that link that you see below, youtube.com/chatsportstv, and go ahead and send it to a friend. All right, y'all, round of applause. We hit $100 in Super Chats, which means Fireball shot.
You got that ready to go,
I guess
right?
I got Fireball, so I'll go ahead. I'm just polling.
You're going to do polls? Okay. I got my shot glass over here for when it's my turn. So.
Well, I don't know if I wrote Jack shot, but the next time Fireball shot comes up, Tom, you can absolutely go ahead and take it. Because I'm already a few shots in. And
I've been doing our beer cheers for us.
Beer
for
cheers.
$5 supers.
All right.
I've not forgotten.
Well, $100 in supers. Much love to everyone out there. Let's go to some more super chats. We got the New York Bully. Odds Jets sign Allen Robinson.
I think they might focus more on retaining Braxton Berrios than Allen Robinson at this point.
All right, let's go to average every day. What do the Seahawks do at quarterback? Appreciate the $10 super chat, brother.
That's a good question. We did break that down on our Seahawks channel, by the way, fairly in depth, some Russell Wilson replacements. They'll call about Deshaun Watson, see what the cost is from that perspective.
As they should.
Drew Lock is on their roster as a, hey, he exists, and a fallback option, okay. The free agency grouping is not very good. Maybe they draft somebody. Again, the Seahawks are now, I think, in a bit of a rebuild period. I would take this route, unless you love a QB, which I don't really think you should this year. Maybe you wait a year. Maybe you go with Drew Lock and somebody else and a cheaper option, like a Marcus Mariota maybe, who might end up in Indy potentially, and see if that guy can be your, stopgap, give you some chance, maybe Lock impresses you, roll it back with him for one more year. In the end, I think it's maybe you kick the can down the road a year and figure out QB when it's a better class next year, specifically from the draft standpoint.
All right, let's stick here on the Seattle Seahawks because we got a super chat coming in from Doom. If Penny walks, could they get Hunt or Marlon Mack?
I don't think Kareem Hunt's out there. Marlon Mack, though, would be a good idea. He's not going to be expensive on the open market. I've always liked him dating back to his college days. I would like that idea for Seattle.
Yeah, a lot of injuries. Then Kareem Hunt, you'd have to pay him. It's like $6.25 million. You have to
trade. It's
for him.
Not going to happen.
All right, let's go to Matthew Lane. Brian Allen to the Bears. What are your thoughts on that? Brian, appreciate the super. Brian Lane, Bears.
Yeah, that's the Rams center. I think they're going to try to retain him. There are plenty of teams in the open market with coaches who worked under Sean McVay, Seattle, Minnesota, that could need a center. And I don't think they're out on Garrett Bradbury, Minnesota, quite yet. So I don't mind that idea. I think the Bears should maybe be more focused on retaining James Daniels on the interior of the offense. Maybe you draft a center day 2, late day 2, early day 3 this year.
We are 12 minutes away from NFL free agency getting started, and if you're excited, I want you to go ahead and like the video right now. I don't know about y'all, I'm a very superstitious person, and if you don't like the video, your favorite team might do absolutely nothing. But that might end up happening. So to make sure that doesn't happen, go ahead, like the video. We're providing you guys free content, and hopefully you appreciate it. One player that's not really a free agent, or technically they're not a free agent, Davante Adams was franchise tagged by the Green Bay Packers. However, and I think this is what to be expected, Adams not really happy. He wants a lot more money.
Yeah, he wants to get a massive, probably record-setting deal from Green Bay. And on the franchise tag, the only leverage he's got is to say, I'm not going to play. He's not going to hit the open market. That's not how the franchise tag works in any capacity. So his options are get a new deal done, play on the franchise tag, or don't play at all. I would wonder if Aaron Rodgers, the new Packers GM, would have influence of, hey, let's make sure Davante gets paid. I think this gets done. It's a matter of when, not if. Otherwise, again, Green Bay, what are you doing?
All right, so what do y'all think about this? Type P for pay or type T for trade? What will the Packers do with Davante Adams? Because I do think there's a scenario where they're like, sorry, Davante, we're not going to pay you. And he's like, all right, cool, trade me. There's going to be plenty of teams out there interested in Davante Adams, so you can make the argument is the best receiver in the National Football League, definitely a top 5 guy. But he is going to want somewhere, I think, over $27 million because that's what DeAndre Hopkins got. There were rumors of 30, hell, even $35 million. So type P for pay. Type T for trade. I'm going to go ahead and give some shout-outs here to the 1,800 people watching us live on YouTube. We got Avian Moten, Austin Baker, Steven, Vincent, all type in P for pay. Big Dog Wolf, type in trade. Superior Records pay. Food Review trade. Anthony Miller says, pay that man. Dutchy504 trade. Michael Kerr also says pay. Well, I believe that Devontae Adams, when free agency started, was the top wide receiver out there.
Top player.
We're now going to go, you're right, top player. Let's now shift to arguably the top defensive free agent, top cornerback free agent. I think edge is probably with Von Miller is definitely a name. But J.C. Jackson is an intriguing name considering the fact of how many turnovers that this man has forced. 17 over the past 2 years, 25 over the past 4 years.
There were reports the Patriots wondered why they didn't pay him last year. Like, hey, can he hold up without Stephon Gilmore? The answer was yes. Like, it was awesome this year for New England. They didn't franchise tag him, which, to be blunt, I am surprised by. Producer Jack, Patriots fan, he is in shambles right now. I wonder just how much he's going to get. The highest paid corner is Jalen Ramsey, $20 million a year. Marlon Humphrey and Marshawn Lattimore both got over 19, around 19.5. There's some roster bonus stuff that impacted it. I think he can get that type of money. I think he could. So I am excited to see where J.C. Jackson goes. I think it could be a big-time deal for the New England Patriots.
And we actually just had some breaking news here, which we're going to go ahead and break down a little bit more in depth in a few minutes. But the Miami Dolphins have re-signed edge rusher Emmanuel Ogbah. There's been plenty of rumors going around whether or not he would actually hit the open market. This has been a player who's been really solid for the Dolphins. Back-to-back years over 40 tackles. Back-to-back seasons over 9 sacks. The really impressive number on here is 9 pass breakups as an edge rusher, being able to get those big paws on the football. When he was with the Cleveland Browns, he was a 5.5 sack type of player. Now he's coming over retaining with Miami. Tom, I mean, the deal, 4 years, $65 million, includes $32 million fully guaranteed. I think it's a pretty good value, I would say, for Ogbah, somewhere between $15, $16 million, which that's just simply what you're going to pay, especially when you see Harold Landry getting 5 years, $82 million. What's your quick reaction to some of this?
It helps out Miami significantly. Now they can focus on outside free agents at receiver, etc.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt about it. So what's going to happen, y'all? We're going to go ahead. We're going to be breaking down this deal because we are only 8 minutes away from the start of NFL free agency. So once I get the big old thumbs up here from the bosses, we're going to go ahead and we're going to break this down. Emmanuel Ogbah is staying with the Miami Dolphins. Mitchell Wren's Tom Downey breaking down everything going on around 2022 NFL free agency. There were multiple rumors out there that Ogbah's going to test the open market. He's going to see how much money he can get. And right before the whole tampering period starts, he signs the dotted line. This is coming in from Adam Schefter just a few seconds ago. The Dolphins and Emmanuel Ogbah have reached an agreement on a 4-year, $65 million deal that includes $32 million and fully guaranteed at the signing. Tom, what is your quick reaction to this news right here?
I like the move for Miami. Ogbah was going to be expensive. This might be a little bit below market value, I though think, given the timing just before the start of the legal tampering period, it's probably about what he would have gotten on the open market. In the end, this comes in just below the Shaq Barrett deal.
Yep.
Barrett got last year from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So it's about the right market value, and it really helps out Miami at their edge rushing spot. That, for me, was one of their biggest needs because they had Jalen Phillips and not much else beyond Ogbah. Now you bring him in, and you're in good shape at that position. So I think it's a good move here by Miami to retain Emmanuel Ogbah.
I actually think it's not only a good move by Miami, it's a good move by Ogbah because you go back and you look at some of his other fits on past defenses. Not that it wasn't a great fit, but the past 2 years that he's been here with Josh Boyer, he's been a really good player. Over 40 tackles back-to-back years, 9 sacks in back-to-back seasons, and 12 pass breakups. Like, I can't go ahead and say enough about if you can't get to the quarterback, what do they teach you? Put your hands up. Put your hands up and bat down the ball, and that's something that Ogbah did extremely, extremely well. So let's go back to school here. Let me throw on my backpack real quick, start walking down. I want you to grade the move of Ogbah back to Miami. A, you absolutely loved it. B, it was a good move. C, it's average. D, it's bad. F, it's a fail. At $16.25 million per year, I'm going to give it a B grade. What do you think, Tom?
I'm going to give it a B myself. Maybe it's a B minus, B plus, whatever route you want to go there. It's not a steal on the market, but it's a good move.
It is a good move.
It describes it perfectly. You're not getting unreal value, but you were going to be in trouble if you didn't retain Emmanuel Ogbah. Then you would have gotten into a bidding war with other free agents, or you would have kind of pigeonholed yourself and having to reach for an edge rusher later on. Like that makes it tricky from that perspective. So I think from a perspective of adding Ogbah, or excuse me, retaining Ogbah, that's a good move by Miami. Yeah, it's expensive, but they had money to retain him on the active roster. I think that is a smart decision to go out and keep him. And it's not quite an A, but I don't want to be too nice to all these people out there. After all, edge was my number one need for this organization. This, of course, was done before the Ogbah signing. Cross off edge along that list. We can bump up receiver into that number 5 slot here.
Yeah, I mean, when you talk about the Dolphins, I mean, they're still going to have to be able to compete with a quarterback like Josh Allen. You got a young quarterback also like Mac Jones from top to bottom, and his ability to be able to come in right away and wreak havoc for this defense, it's personally not what I expected, but I also think you were right. If they didn't pull off this move, they were probably going to have to go out and spend maybe even more money at edge, and instead, now you're able to save a little bit of money, and they had plenty of money to spend. But this is a team that's arguably the third best team in this division. You got the Patriots, you got the Bills. So at $16.25 million for a player over the past 2 seasons who's come in, had 83 tackles, 18 sacks, 4 forced fumbles, 17 pass breakups. I mean, you can say what you want, but his versatility, because a lot of times in Josh Boyer's defense, they run 3-4. Sometimes they actually switch it up. They'll go to 4-2-5, or they'll go to a 4-3 set. Ogbah's athletic ability and length gives you some versatility. And if I was a player like Jalen Phillips, who definitely came on late, not that he reminds me of Ogbah, because to be honest, Jalen Phillips is a much better athlete and player, but their length and versatility, I do think is very similar. Now, if anybody out there's a big-time Dolphins fan, we actually have a Dolphins YouTube channel that I promise you is going to keep you up to date more than any other Dolphins YouTube channel out there. The link is down there below, youtube.com/Dolphins News. So whether you want to know about the latest going on with free agency, trades, news, rumors, we got you covered. And let's just say, hypothetically speaking, a guy like, I don't know, Emmanuel Ogbah signs a 4-year, $65 million deal with $32 million guaranteed. We're going to go ahead and we're going to break it down. So make sure you go ahead and subscribe. Now, this deal, Tom, went down just a few minutes before the tampering period, and I believe you're really going to start seeing some things start to ramp up here. And with all the news, with all the rumors going on with Miami, I don't know if they're going to do it. They might shift their focus somewhere else. They get their top 2 guys. It was Mike Gesicki, you franchise tagged him, and now you're able to go out and get Emmanuel Ogbah. Though I am curious if they decide to give Gesicki a pay raise, because there was some rumblings going on that Gesicki wants to get paid more like a wide receiver.
Yeah, good luck.
A tight end.
Jimmy Graham tried that. It didn't work out either, so I don't think that's a likely outcome there. As for Ogbah himself, from a cap hit perspective, I'd wager this probably checks in year 1, maybe $7 to $8 million.
Okay.
Maybe even as low as $6, depending on how they want to structure it. If you got $48 million in cap, that number will remain still plenty high to add help along the offensive line. We'll see if it can get maybe Teron Armstead, maybe a receiver, maybe some desperately needed offensive line help overall. I think this team's in pretty good shape. It's a matter of, hey, can we maximize Tua Tagovailoa with Mike McDaniel as the new head coach?
For sure. I think an easy way to maximize Tua is to be able to establish the running game, right? I mean, Mike McDaniel with the San Francisco 49ers, that's what they've been able to do. Good zone run blocking. Don't overpay for a running back. Let Tua hand the ball off. Let him throw it to Mike Gesicki a little bit. But you're absolutely right. When the conversation really starts on the interior line and on the outside of the line for the Dolphins, and, you know, you see a lot of these really good players in the draft. Some of those guys are left tackles. Remember, Tua's a lefty, right? So his blind side is actually on the right side. A player that I threw out the other day on Dolphins Today, Leo Collins, and he's a really good player. Again, he's got some off-the-field stuff, and he can be a little bit of a headache at times. But if you're Miami, why not roll the dice a little bit? Throw some money around. I mean, Leo Collins at $10 million to the Dolphins, I think makes some sense personally. Then you also need some interior offensive line help, maybe like a Brandon Scherff. I think Laken Tomlinson makes a lot of sense to go over to Mike McDaniel. Take pressure off of Tua, keep him upright, and you still need to go out and add some talent because they have the 29th overall pick. Remember, that's the pick from the 49ers, so they don't have too much draft capital early on. Now, remember, y'all, we are live here on Chat Sports, and if you want to stay up to date on everything going on around the NFL, free agency, if any other big-time moves end up happening, We got you covered here at Chat Sports. So make sure you subscribe. Make sure you turn on those notifications. And if you haven't already joined the family yet, please go ahead and do so. If you are one of our loyal watchers, because, I don't know, maybe you like free content, who doesn't? Take that link that you see below, youtube.com/chatsportstv, and all I ask you to do is send it to a few friends. It's going to be a very eventful week, and I promise you this, y'all. We're going to be breaking down a whole bunch of stuff here all freaking week. NFL free agency has officially begun. Tom Downey, Mitchell Renz, I am ready to rock and roll. As soon as the deal comes across, we'll go ahead and break it all down. Emmanuel Ogbah, he ended up getting re-signed by the Miami Dolphins. And then also, right before the clock hit, the Rams, they went ahead. They made a fun little move as well. Joe Noteboom, I actually thought that said Joe Notebook, re-signing with the Los Angeles Rams. 3-year, $40 million, $25 guaranteed.
This is a bag for Noteboom. I am surprised he got so much. This is worth up to, by the way, $47.5 million. That is a massive addition for the LA Rams. This is their new left tackle. Andrew Whitworth will retire. I don't think he's formally done that at this point, but he's going to do that in the very near future. This makes Noteboom a Jake Matthews-esque paid title before his previous deal. So Deion Dawkins, he is now their left tackle moving forward. A big-time move by the Rams. They're going to focus on re-signing their own guys. They drafted Noteboom a couple of years ago. I think it was third round at TCU to be the replacement for Andrew Whitworth. Just took it longer for that to end up going down in the end.
I mean, it looks like we already have one of the very first deals going on. I mean, when you see a lot of these things happen, it's like dominoes, man. Dominoes start to fall. We saw this past week with all the trades that ended up going down. And it looks like the first move that's happening right now is Alex Kapka is signing with the Cincinnati Bengals at 4 years, $40 million. You need to keep Joe Burrow upright. He was sacked more than any quarterback in the NFL last year. Kappa's going to be able to help out at least a little bit, though I do think this is kind of a high number.
I think it's a great deal. I think Alex Kappa is one of the better offensive guards in the NFL. He's a great run blocker. He played right guard for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I figure he'll slot in a similar position for the Bengals. This is, put this in perspective. You guys remember Big V, the Lions guy, a couple years ago? And now he was tackle guard, whatever. He's making $9 million. Shaq Mason's making $9 million. This puts Alex Kappa as the 5th highest paid right guard in the NFL. I love this move by the Cincinnati Bengals. I don't think they're done on the offensive line quite yet.
The only thing that makes me a little bit nervous about this move is you got Wirfs on the one side of him, and then you got Jensen on the other side.
Sure.
That helps him out a little bit.
He was good before Wirfs got there, too.
I'm not saying he's not. However, I think he's a good player. But with some of the other guards out there, this would not have been the move that I made for Cincinnati. But, hey, you're going to see a lot of different opinions, and that's what makes Chat Sports great. His opinion, my opinion, and I want to know y'all's opinions down in the comments section of everything that we got going on here. And to make sure that you guys are repping your favorite team, if you want to go ahead and talk, if you want us to talk about your team, go ahead and send in a $10 super chat, which I actually see one from Big Dog Wolf. Also, I want to know who's repping down there in the comments. We got 2,300 people watching right now. Major shout out to all of y'all. Can we get to 1,000 likes? Let's get to 1,000 likes on this video. I know you can do it. And if you want to shout out here on today's show, go ahead and start spamming down in the comments your favorite team. We got Dusty Rhodes as a Cowboys fan. Spoils, Chargers, Bears from Why Not Sean, Dolphins from Winter Skull, Raiders from Garcia, Dusty Rhodes, Cowboys, Jets, Bengals, more Raider fans coming in from Isaac Torres, Dolphins, baby from David, Bears from Andy. Keep on repping on y'all's favorite teams.
By the way, how quick did Alex Kappa's agent work?
I know.
30 seconds of tampering, deal done. Crazy.
I mean, that's unbelievable. Also, reports coming in that
I'm kidding.
MVS,
Calm
the
down.
Packers wide receiver, Marcus Valdez-Scantling, is apparently getting calls from Raiders, Bears, 49ers, Colts, and the Texans. MVS. Don't think he's that good, but he is a pretty fast player. So that's at least something that we can talk about. Now, Tom and I, we're going to be having some drinks, but it's also not just going to be Tom and I. We're going to get a bunch of the people here. We got Chat Sports team. In fact, today's we hired a new guy today, so we'll see if we can bring him on.
Will's first day.
Bill's first day is today.
Will's.
Who?
You said it's Will.
I said Bill.
Yeah.
It's Will.
You idiot.
Oh, my bad. So I'm not good with names. Shout out to RC Maxfield. So, also, I mean, we got a bunch of new people that end up starting, and at the end of the day, we're going to be bringing them on to have a little bit of fun. Oh, so he just got added to production, so that's not on my fault. $5 for beer cheers, $10 for talk about your team, $15 for a roulette wheel. Shot time is $25, and if we get a $100 super chat, we're going to fill up this boot with 3 beers, and we're going to knock it down. Let's go to a super chat. It's coming in from
I
Nandon.
will say, we did pass 500 likes. We're at a scary 666 number. Someone please like that so we get out of that.
Ooh, what do we have to do if we hit 1,000 likes?
Yeah. Well, we got 500 is drink or do game. 750 shot clock time. 1,000 is
drink
roulette.
Or do game,
we did that. We did for the super chats.
Oh, that was the super chats?
Yeah. Now we got to do them for the likes. You made these rules.
All right, Tom, you got to eat a spoonful of raw coffee grounds or finish your drink. I purposely put that one in there for Tom because Tom is not a coffee drinker.
Coffee's disgusting, by the way.
Coffee's amazing. If you like coffee, type C down in the chat right now.
By the way, Nandon, I saw your super chat. This came in before the signing of Alex Kappa. So, hey, there you go, Alex Kappa. Which is a great signing, by the way, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, no doubt about it. No doubt about it there. All right, let's go to this next super chat coming in here from Kevin H. When New England lets a player go, it means they're washed.
Yes, notably washed players like Tom Brady and Chandler Jones. Sure.
Yeah.
It's not sometimes.
Also,
they move on early.
We just crossed 750 likes, which means we're going to play a game that I like to call shot clock. So
you have a quote for that, right?
I have a quote graphic pulled up. So essentially, this is what's going to happen. Hopefully you guys like playing games. We're going to be playing a lot of games during NFL free agency because, well, guess what? That's what we do here at Chat Sports. So what I want you to do is this. Tom, Sam, Jack, set a timer for 60 seconds, and every $10 super chat that we get starting right now equals a shot. So whether I'm going to be taking one, so if we get, the clock is on, every $10 super chat that comes in during the next 60 seconds equals a shot. So if we get 6 super chats, I got to do 3, Tom's got to do 3. Every $10 one that comes in here, we are doing this because we hit 750 likes. If you thought you were just going to come across a YouTube channel that wasn't ready to have a little bit of fun today, I hate to break it to you. You are watching the wrong show. So we got about 40 seconds remaining, and hey, if nobody's going to send one in, it's all good. This is your choice. At the end of the day, Chat Sports wants to put a lot of power in y'all's hands. So we got a super chat coming in from Big Dog Wolf, which happened before shot clock.
I'm going to make you do it anyway.
All right. If we don't get any, I'll do one. Who will be the running back for Tampa Bay? Tom.
I don't.
15 seconds left.
I wonder if they bring back Fournette.
Corey!
Corey coming in.
I
wonder if they bring back Fournette now. I believe his goodbye post on Instagram was deleted by Fournette in the news of Fournette return. So there you go. So 2 shots for you there, Mitch.
Oh, I took one for Big Dog Wolf.
All right. Do you want me to do 2 shots then?
You can take one. Tom.
All right. Let me get my Jack Daniels out here. I would wonder if Fournette comes back. There are plenty of free agents they could go acquire. Kind of don't think.
I think James White goes to Tampa
Bay.
I think James. I don't know if he'll be the every down back.
I like that a lot.
James White goes to Tampa Bay.
I like that a lot. That's a fantastic idea.
Not a lot of money.
I don't think Keyshawn Vaughn's going to be a piece for them long term. Other free agents. Sony Michel?
Maybe.
Every down back? Or like early down back to pair with James White? That sounds familiar.
Marlon Mack.
I like Marlon Mack a lot, so I wouldn't mind that.
I've always been a big Marlon Mack fan.
Let me get my Jack
All
Daniels
right, so Tom's going to go ahead and get the Jack Daniels major shout-out to Corey Morgan for sending in the $20 super chat. If we could put him up on screen, I think that person would be pretty dope. But we'll also go through some other super chats as well.
There's Corey.
There it is. Corey Morgan. Everyone spam CM down in the comments.
Cheers,
so
brother.
For today's MVP, major love to Corey Morgan. Also, we crossed 150 in super, so that also equals something. Let's go to Mulology, a.k.a. Jace. How much to slap Mitch for the LOLs? Tom for Cowboys owner.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Make me the owner. I guarantee a title in 10 years or I will sell.
How much to slap me in the face?
Yeah.
I'll make you guys a deal. If we can get to 200 in super chats in the next 5 minutes.
200 total.
Yeah, 200 total. If we can get 200 total, so we need $40 in the next, 5 minutes, I'll let Tom slap me in the face. Okay. Tom has hit me multiple times on this show before. So, heck, we bought boxing gloves because Tom hit me so hard one time. That's just the truth.
One time I kicked producer Jeremy in the shin.
Yeah, poor
It is
Jeremy.
shot clock time, by the way.
It's
again,
also
Mitch.
shot clock time again.
Yeah.
Oh, my Lord.
150 in supers.
All right, so we hit 150 in supers, which means we're going to throw another 60 seconds on the clock in every $10 super chat that we get in. Also, I should let you know that technically, if we get $40 in super chats, that's 8 shots, and Tom gets to hit me in the face. That's that is
win-win.
That is the ultimate bargain right there. I mean, it's not Black Friday. I believe it's Monday, but at this point, I don't even know where we're going. Also, it looks like that the Titans have agreed to a deal with tight end Jeff Swain.
Yeah, they're bringing him back on a one-year contract. We'll spend some more time on.
Jack helps out with our Titans channel, so I try to get him a little bit excited.
That's fine.
Mikey Dibble.
They still need help at that position. That's not a huge deal there. So we'll come back to Swain maybe more in depth later.
All right, we're going to go to some.
Oh,
there it is.
There we go.
Here we go.
5 shots.
So technically.
So 6 shots total right now, and I slap you. Or
Yikes.
someone can slap Mitch since I'm attached right now.
6. Does somebody else want to slap me?
Who wants to slap Mitch?
Does anybody want to slap me? Nobody's getting up whatsoever.
Wow, pay attention. Oh, Brett passed on it. Someone come slap Mitch.
All right, well, somebody's going to come on here, slap me.
Raider Nation says, how much would it be to slap me in the face? We'll ride with
same amount?
Well, 50. Jay's threw in 50. I'll do 50.
All right, that sounds good.
How about $49.99?
All right,
limited time only sale.
Best $50 I could spend today. Don't slander my QB. Who's your quarterback?
That's Dak.
I don't slander
Dak guy.
I rank Dak higher than I rank Derek Carr, so everyone relax a little bit here.
You never apologized for it. 6 shots. We're going to need some help on this.
6 shots. Somebody go get a shot glass. Here you go, Sammy boy. You're drinking out of the same glass as me.
You spilled all of that, by the way.
That's fine.
It is 11:11 in the morning, and you are drunk.
Make a wish. All right, Sam's taking one. I'll take another hit.
I'll do one more here. I'll do one more.
Yeah, you do. Sam gets to hit me.
Also, at NFL do things. Ah, all right, Miami, I see you.
Oh, boy. So we got 2,300 people watching. Once we get to 1,000 likes, I know we got to do something else.
There's
and
some
it
news
looks
coming
like
in here.
The Miami Dolphins, they just went ahead and they reached an agreement for a running back. The Dolphins got themselves a running back, Mike McDaniel. Go ahead and get this guy
Chase
in fantasy.
Edmonds.
Hey, that's pretty
How
interesting.
early does Edmonds go in fantasy now he's with the Dolphins? Round 1?
I mean, I don't know. That's early. Oh, I like Edmonds a lot.
Pick 10?
I know. There's some other good running backs out there.
I'll do a shot from Uology. How many more shots do you have to do still?
Sam did 2. I did 2. So how many did you do? So Tom's got 1 more. I still got to get slapped in the face. And then, so we did
prioritize the news.
Yes.
Over
slapping drinking. People. So what's going to happen now is we're going to go ahead. We're going to break down this Chase Edmonds deal. And then we're going to go ahead. I'm going to get slapped. And then we'll go ahead and we'll answer some of the other super chats from the greatness of the Raiders. Mike Dibble, Raider Nation, Callie, and then Alejandro Hernandez. But coming up now here, we're going to be breaking down the latest going on around the Miami Dolphins, going on with Chase Edmonds. And we're going to be breaking that down for the next 8 to 10 minutes. That's what we're going to be talking about because anytime big-time news happens, that's what we'll go ahead and we'll do, and then we'll have all the other fun stuff. So once I get the thumbs up, we're getting ready to get this cut going around the Dolphins. The Miami Dolphins have gone out, and they have signed running back Chase Edmonds. New head coach Mike McDaniel goes ahead and gets this guy. Mitchell Rentz, Tom Downey. We are actually live right now here on NFL Daily, breaking down everything going on around NFL free agency. The Dolphins have been pretty active. They went ahead, they got Ogbah right before free agency tampering started, and now they go out and they sign a running back, 2 years, $12.6 million deal with 6 guaranteed.
I love it.
A great deal.
I think this is a fantastic move. To put this in perspective of your contract, this is Nyheim Hines money. That's a shorter deal. We'll see if there's any void years. Probably not. This is below Melvin Gordon money. I think this is a fantastic move by the Miami Dolphins to add Chase Edmonds. I think he is about as perfect of a fit as you're searching for in what I assume is going to be the Mike McDaniel offense. I've liked Edmonds for a while. I know the fantasy community liked Edmonds for a while. You can still add another running back in the draft if you want to still too.
Yep.
Mitch, I think this is a fantastic addition by the Dolphins.
I mean, this is actually my top bang for your buck running back that I put on Dolphins today, and it's the guy that I talked about. I've always liked him actually since he came out of Fordham. I actually had the opportunity to watch Chase Edmonds live one time. My cousin, he used to play at Lafayette, had the opportunity to watch Fordham. They're in the same division, and I was like, holy shit, Who's this Chase Edmonds guy?
When the NFL guys are at the FCS level, it's like they're playing a different sport.
Oh, dude, I mean, he was unbelievable at that level. And then you went ahead, you saw what he could do in the National Football League. Finally got a good opportunity with Arizona once David Johnson left. And now he gets to go with Miami. And realistically, he's going to be battling it out with Myles Gaskin. So what I want you guys to do right now is go ahead down in the comment section. I want you to grade the move of Edmonds to Miami. Now, usually, Tom, I'm not a fan of going out and signing players because I believe that you can go out and you can find guys in the draft, and there's some good running backs out there in the draft. However, with the Dolphins at pick 50, I don't know if somebody like Breece Hall would have been there. Isaiah Spiller's a little bit of a toss-up to me. Kenneth Walker. The reason why I'm going to go ahead and give this an A grade is because Mike McDaniel, you need a good running back, and you went out and you got yourself a good back, and you didn't break the bank. I'm going to give it an A grade. What do you think?
I'll go B+, so we don't have the exact same grade back-to-back on Dolphins moves here.
True.
But look, I'm a big fan. This makes him barely a top 10 paid back. I think he's a flawless fit for the scheme and for the offense, and only a 2-year deal, not a ton guaranteed, so you've got less than half of it guaranteed. You probably are going to keep him for both years, but this is a good move by Miami. No complaints here.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely no complaints whatsoever. Now I think what's really going to be interesting is what type of offensive lineman do Miami go out and get? Because as it stands right now, you probably need a center. You need an interior offensive lineman at guard. You need an offensive tackle. It's great to go out and get skill position players. And for the Dolphins, this one needs to work because when you go back and you look at some of their past moves, Tom, they went ahead, they brought in Matt Breida. That one didn't work.
Who would also be a great fit at this offense now.
You went ahead and you brought in Jordan Howard. That one didn't work. Last season, you brought in Malcolm Brown. That didn't work. The only running back that I'd say over the past 2 seasons that's actually worked that you went ahead and you brought in was Duke Johnson.
Who I've always liked.
I've always been a fan of Duke Johnson. I know a lot of Dolphin fans like him as well because he's the all-time leading rusher for the Hurricanes. But you still need to build that offensive line, or it doesn't matter who's the quarterback. It doesn't matter who's going to be the running back because going into free agency, going into the offseason, the Miami Dolphins have the worst offensive line in football, and this can be an old boomer thing to say, but this game is still won in the trenches. You can have a great quarterback, but if you can't block, sorry, homie, it doesn't worry or doesn't matter about anything. I should also mention that the 2022 salary cap space that you see on screen is what the Dolphins started with before the Ogbah move and before the Chase Edmonds move. So once we get a little bit more details on some of these contracts, then we can go ahead and update that
and those needs were entering today. So cross-off edge, cross-off running back, that was actually 6. So linebacker, because they only got 1 guy under contract. All of the offensive line and receiver is where they're at.
So what I want you guys to do right now is the Dolphins, they went out and they got Emmanuel Ogbah for 4 years, $65 million, $32 million guaranteed. Now you just went out and got Chase Edmonds at 2 years, $12.6, $6.1 million guaranteed. How would you grade the Dolphins' move so far? A, B, C, D, or F? I mean, I gave one grade an A. I gave the other one a B. I'm going to go somewhere between B+, A-. I like what the Dolphins are doing. They're staying aggressive here. Sounds like Tom's going the exact same route. All right, y'all, we're going to go ahead and give some shout-outs here to some of the peeps that are watching, and then we'll get back into some of these super chats. Again, major shout-out to Mulology, a.k.a. Jace, sending in that $50 super, and I still got to get slapped. And
that's right.
Sam's looking at me.
I forgot about that.
He's got this
Sam's over here going
looking
like this. I'm like, what are you doing?
It's either Florida State got a first down or Sam's a little bit too happy to slap me right now. And also, the Browns are releasing Jarvis Landry.
Yeah, not surprised by that one. That was pretty expected. All right, Tom, you get talk. All right, we got producer Sam here. Oh, look, they're wearing the same shirt. Did you guys plan that? That's so cute, you guys. Yeah, just slap him. Slap him like a man. And grade the slap.
Honestly,
1 to 10.
It was more of an eye poke.
Yeah, he got you pretty high. He got you up here,
not
was
face
here.
mask.
Flag on the play.
Oh.
Yeah. So Browns cut Jarvis Landry. That's not a huge surprise. No one was going to pay him $15 million.
The slap was weak, but I got poked in the eye.
All right, I guess that's worth it.
Somebody get me a Raider patch.
That's worth it. All right, Super Chats here. Ray Cheney. Is it true that Stephen Jones said we are not worried about this year, we are worried about the future? He didn't say that in that exact terms, but their moves say that's kind of their plan at this point. So I doubt Dallas is very active today as we wait for the NFL to do more moves with the legal tampering period over.
All right, let's go to the next Super Chat. Coming in here is my pirate impression from Corey. We already did this one because he sent in for the super chat. So major shout out to you, Corey Morgan. And then looks like we got another running back that just ended up getting a deal done. The greatness of the Raiders says, what do you think of Darian Beavers? Is that what that says? Linebacker from Cincinnati in the 3rd round of the Raiders. You know more about Beavers and Cincinnati.
Yeah, throwback linebacker. Raiders moved to a 3-4, right?
Yeah.
Classic 3-4 inside linebacker fit. I would love that pick in round 3, right about where I have him graded at. I think he's a good football player. A lot of good linebackers this year. I would like that pick.
So Chase Edmonds, he signed a 2-year, $12.6 million deal with the Miami Dolphins, and now the Arizona Cardinals are going to bring in, well, technically they're just going to re-sign their running back, James Conner, who led the National Football League in rushing touchdowns last season, or no, second in the NFL in rushing touchdowns, I believe, last season. Either way, an absolute vulture if you had Chase Edmonds on your fantasy team. I like this move a lot. He also has been able to prove since his time in Pittsburgh and now his time in Arizona that he's always been a good touchdown back, can also catch the football here a little bit. However, I want to see the numbers and the figures because I was a little bit curious. Like, not that running back's not a need for Arizona, especially losing those 2 guys, but Arizona still needs to go out and get another running back now because I don't think Conner can handle a much heavier workload than what he got last season.
Yeah, Jonathan Ward, Eno Benjamin on the roster. Maybe you spend a day 3-ish, early day 3 pick. Does compliment Conner? I got to look under the lights, by the way, so I don't blind myself. That's why I duck down low. I want to see the numbers because, hot take, I'd rather have Edmonds.
I'd rather have Edmonds at his deal.
Oh, there you go. Perfect timing.
All right, how about this, y'all? Who's the better running back? Type CE for Chase Edmonds or type JC for James Conner? So I do believe that, like, if you want versatility, which personally I think versatility is a better thing to have in the National Football League, and I actually thought Chase Edmonds was a better fit for that Arizona offense than James Conner. I get Conner had a lot of the touchdowns. However,
he was 3.7 yards per carry. Now, the red zone stuff impacts that.
All good.
But it's not great.
No, I mean, and also, who's a better pass catcher? I think Edmonds is a better pass catcher.
Both are good, though.
Both are good,
but I agree, Edmonds.
So go ahead, type CE for Chase Edmonds, type JC for James Conner. We're going to go ahead and give some shout-outs here on today's show. I got Tyler Horn and then Cringe Wizard. They're all typing CE. Super Orca, JC, Big Dog Wolf, Jose Delgado, Nevin Nutter. What a last name, JC. And then Kiko says Josh Jacobs is better than both of them. Now, if you guys want to go ahead and make sure you never miss anything going on around the NFL, make sure you go ahead and hit that subscribe button. I've been told that if we get to 282,000 subs, Tom and I both got to rip a shot. So we are 200 subs away, 199 away from taking a shot. So if we can go ahead and get to 282K, we would appreciate that. If you're looking for free content, if you're looking for fun segments, we go live multiple times a week, Monday, Wednesday, breaking news, every given Thursday as well. So make sure you subscribe. Make sure you turn on those notifications because if you're looking for your one-stop shop for sports content, Chat Sports is it. Let's go to Mike Dibble.
You're good.
Sorry.
I was going to make a note that the first player who signed outside was Alex Kappa to the Bengals.
Yeah.
Back-to-back years, it's been a guard
who
signed first. I'll also make note they do not share the same agent. I Googled that to see if it was the case, but they do not.
You're such a nerd, and I love you.
You know it.
Let's go to Mike Dibble. Talk about my Browns along with take a shot. So we already took a shot for Mike Dibble. That was during the shot clock. So
thanks,
Dibble,
Mike.
much love to you. All right, talk about his Brownies who they just kind of just did something.
Yeah, Landry's gone, which was very expected. I don't think anyone thought that, at least most people thought he was going to get traded. Like, they just 15-ish million, it's not a lot of interest there. Edge is the spot to watch right now. They have Amari Cooper. You could get by if you had to with DPJ and Schwartz and Felton and, draft somebody. Outside of Jadeveon Clowney, who is a free agent, there's Myles Garrett and nobody else under contract. Dak McKinley, Fedi Odeningbo, Porter Gustins, and RFA. He should be back. Joe Jackson. He's just a guy. He's a jag, as I call him. So edge, big area of need for the Browns. With the Amari Cooper trade, I wonder if they look towards round one for an edge prospect. George Karlaftis? And then defensive line, big-time area because there's Jordan Elliott, Tommy Togiai, and Malik McDowell. It's not very good.
All right, let's go to the super chat. Here was the $50. Sam /poke me in the face, and we took 6 shots. So Mewology, Much love to you, my man. Let's go to Raider Nation Cali. How much to slap Tom in the face? Hashtag Raider Nation. Well, since Mew sent in a 50, it's going to be a 50 for me as well, though I'm not going to slap Tom in the face.
Someone can slap me.
I'm going to get a boxing glove, and I'm going to hit Tom in the face instead.
Some frustration.
Let's go to Alejandro Hernandez. $2 super chat. Appreciate you, brother. Let's go to Sergio. This goes toward Tom getting slapped. So technically now we're at $40. $40 away. God. And now we get a glove. So here you go. 40 away.
Thanks,
and Tom's
Sergio.
getting hit with the glove. Let's go to Brett. Hey, producer Brett.
Brett. Other Brett says hi.
That's about it.
He said hi back.
He waved back. Let's go to the New York Bully. Why is Mel Kiper Jr. still a thing? He's always wrong.
It's the hair.
It's the hair. You think that's why?
No, it's because he works for ESPN.
Let's go to Muology, a.k.a. Jace. C- slap, Sam. Do better before I pay to give you the slap.
Do it. You won't.
Oh, man. Hey, honestly, not the best slap, but the finger poke in the eye, I'm going to feel that later. There's no doubt about it. Let's go to R. Jonesy. Carr gets traded, and Mitch's Colts Twitter offer is shit. So here's the thing about my Colts offer. The reason why I did that is because if you're going to give up so much for Derek Carr, because if you get rid of Carr, you better get a lot in return. I don't see the trade happening because I see Josh McDaniels wanting picks right away, and the Indianapolis Colts don't have a first-round pick. If you're talking about my other trade that I did out there, which was Kenny Moore, the 2023 first, a second, and a fifth for Derek Carr, I think that's, again, more than enough value for DC because if you're a team that can compete, 2 first-rounders is probably what Carr is going to be worth in a trade. Let's go to KLB Gross 81. Who are the Lions targeting in free agency, and who are the best fits for them?
Sorry, I just got 969 on the likes. Super nice.
Oh, my God. All right, we're 30 likes away from 1,000. What's 1,000 likes?
So I'll up to here. 1,000 likes is a free roulette spin. We also already owe another free roulette spin, a drink or do game, and are $4 away from a fireball shot.
Right, that's a lot going on.
So that's one roulette spin. To answer your question here, who are the Lions going to go after? I would love them to go get Marcus Williams. Is a dream fit for me. What's up, Mitch?
I got to eat the mac and cheese ice cream. I hate
this. You got it in the freezer. It's still there.
All right, somebody go get the mac and cheese ice cream.
There we go.
This is disgusting.
And we've passed 1,000 likes, so you owe another roulette spin.
Oh, my goodness.
We also owe a drink or do game. It's your turn or somebody else's turn.
Yeah, we can pick somebody.
Marcus Williams, linebacker help. They did re-sign Alex Anzalone. Good options for the Lions.
Do you want the do or drink game, or do you want this roulette spin?
Give me the roulette spin. It's my turn.
All right, there you go.
I don't like this. This worries me.
I know.
All right. Chug a beer. Great. I need a beer, too.
Oh, man. We're struggling here already.
Fresh beer. Should have done the drink or do. Either way, drink or do game would have been the same. It was hard to done the drink.
Same thing. Let's go to lovely KMG. You guys think JC goes to the Bolts? Hashtag bold up. Also,
I would love that idea. I think it's a perfect fit. Hand me the beer.
Also, we got an updated look at the James Conner deal.
Warm beer. What are you doing? Yeah.
Oh, man.
It's fine. Whatever.
Are you kidding me? Read that. Let the person to your left slap you in the face or take a drink.
Let's do it.
I'll make you a deal. You eat this because this is disgusting. I don't want to eat this. So, guys, we bought mac and cheese flavored ice cream. It's absolutely disgusting.
Looked us up, actually.
So go ahead.
Yeah,
you can eat this.
It's kind of a sponsor, actually.
I don't want to eat this. So
you gotta eat it.
No, I'm not eating it.
Fine. How about this? I'll eat the ice cream if you chug the beer.
All right, I'll do that.
All right. Yes, you get to slap Mitch regardless, Jeremy.
Oh, God. All right, give me the beer then.
Here's the beer. Yeah, you get in the frame. Give me the ice cream. Oh, some freezer burn. Nice.
Yikes. All right, chugs.
I gotta let this melt down. We got plastic
Hit me on
spoons.
This side.
My wife's mad.
This is my good side over here.
You don't have a good side.
All right, guys. Again, we're live here for NFL Free Agency at Chat Sports. We're just trying to have a little bit of fun. God.
He wasn't ready for it.
Also, Rams cornerback Darius Williams is receiving significant interest from the Jags, Raiders, and Chargers. And I got to go ahead and finish this beer here. Cheers to all y'all watch right now. Hopefully you're having a good time. Right. Let's go to the next Super Chat. Tom, you handle this one.
Yeah, Sportball Otoku 21. Arizona needs a corner. If we don't draft one round one, it's a failed draft. It would require a good one to be there. I would be very surprised if there wasn't a good one there. Edge and corner right now are my top 2 needs for this team entering today. They, of course, have re-signed James Conner. We have the numbers, by the way, if you want to throw that up here real quick as well. You okay there, bud?
It's just hit me quick.
Warm
Where'd the
beer,
ice cream go?
I got it right here. Here in the lid. We'll put it away. I'll light some throughout here. A 3-year, $21 million deal for Conner. A lot more guaranteed on that deal, but not that different from the Chase Edmonds. I'm fine with this deal, too.
Yeah, no,
for the record.
I mean, it's okay. $7 million, though. I'd rather Chase Edmonds.
That works.
All right, let's go to Brett. Will Jarvis Landry being – sorry, you guys want me to chug a beer? It's going to happen. All right, so will Jarvis Landry being out, he would be a good fit for Dallas?
I don't think so. He's a slot only, and frankly, I think Landry's market's not going to be that strong.
I'm with you. Honestly, I think the value of Cedric Wilson would actually be a better value. And
he's going to get a bag from somebody in a couple hours.
See, I think he'll get a good deal, but Jarvis Landry or Cedric Wilson for the value?
How much do you think Cedric Wilson gets on the open market?
10?
10? Okay, well, maybe. I don't think Landry gets 10. I think both come in under 10. But
well, Landry was at 14.3.
Yeah, he ain't getting that.
Cedric for 8. Michael Gallup got what, like 12.5? So
yeah.
Cedric's probably more around like 7. That's probably the answer.
That's fair. I think Landry goes for around the same cost, actually.
All right, y'all. We are 80 subs away from 282,000. Once we go ahead and we get 282, we're going to go ahead and we're going to rip a shot of Fireball.
Yeah,
also, I know who's subscribed. You know how I know? Because if you want a shout out right now here on Chat Sports, I want you to go ahead and I want you to type me. And if you're not subscribed, you're not going to be able to talk anymore. You're not going to be able to chat. We are going to go ahead and put a piece of duct tape over your mouth,
in there.
and you're not going to be able to talk to us anymore. So if you're subscribed to Chat Sports, I want you to go ahead. I want you to type me down in the comment section right now. I'm going to go ahead and give some shout-outs. We got 2,737 people watching. Major shout-out to TD Joe, I'm Punchy 33, Mark Pryor, Joey Papaya, Sancy, Captain Rex, Hayden Danielson, Brandon Romero, The Real Chef Boy, Andy 36, NFL Heaven, The Main Man, Dano, Damian Wayne. We got Almond Buddha 860, Tav Baleen, Unknown Man, Icon Hayden. Let's go to some more super chats here. Let's go to Big Dog Wolf. Help you out, Mitch. 20 for y'all. Make it count.
So slap me.
So we are 30 subs away and a $20 super chat away for me slapping him. So wait,
hey.
Manuel said another 5, so I believe we're like 15 away.
All right.
I believe we're
That's
15
fair.
away.
That's
so
fair.
Raider Callie said, how much more to get Tom slapped? So now we're like $13 away. Mr. Insomniac says Rondell Moore will replace Edmonds' role.
You gonna make him into a running back?
Yeah,
I mean, his depth chart was like 1, so.
No, I mean, Rondell Moore's a good player, but I do feel like there's an infatuation.
He's
I don't know
gonna
if
get
you play
Kirk's.
fantasy of everybody wants to turn a wide receiver into a Debo Samuel type of role.
He'll take Kirk's role over.
Let's go to Corey Morgan. Got a $10 super chat. Corey, I don't know if you want us to talk about a certain team. I don't know what you want us to do necessarily.
Call it the slap fund.
The slap fund?
Yeah, so 5 away.
Slick Nick 81.
There we go.
Slap away.
Hey.
And we're going to replace a few.
How much of these was I supposed to eat, by the way?
I don't know, Tom. That's up to you.
I had a lot of them.
You can just keep on rocking your dad bod.
Helping me stay sober, too.
I mean,
Yeah.
if you eat mac and cheese, you can. All right, Corey Morgan, you said in another 9. I mean, Corey, if you
Thanks,
want us
bud.
to talk about a team, man, you can go ahead and
You
do
want to slap
so.
me 2 chokes?
Here's the issue, which I am now
No.
just realizing. I'm not going to be able to reach Tom. So, Jeremy, I'm going to need you to slap Tom. All right, everyone, go ahead. Start cheering Chugs down in the comments.
Good job, buddy. You didn't flinch.
2 for flinching. Oh, he got him. He got him.
That was a good one. That was a good slap.
Jeremy with
well
the
done,
right
Chugs.
hook.
That was a good slap.
And we are 10 subs away from 282,000. Let's go through some of these other super chats here. Doug Stevens, Von Miller to the Seahawks, and Gardner Minshew. I personally think Von goes to the Broncos or goes back to the Rams. Fair?
Yeah, I think Rams or Broncos, and I don't think anyone wants Gardner Minshew.
All right, let's go to Alejandro Hernandez. What other big name is heading to my Broncos on free agency?
I bet they get an edge, whether it's a Von Miller or Randy Gregory. I think that's the route they end up going.
All right, Manuel Lopez, what up, Raider Nation in the house? Put your hips in the slap, Mitch. Well,
Chugs got me good.
Chugs got him
That was
pretty
a good slap.
I don't know if you saw Chugs. He's a little bit bigger than me. That slap, I guarantee you, was worth a lot more than what I would have been able to do to Tom. Let's go to Mike Rawson. Who will the Bengals sign today? Alex Kappa, guaranteed.
Yeah, I mean, maybe look at the center market. Brian Allen, Bradley Bozeman. They could go right tackle or double dip at guard. There are still plenty of guards out there if they want to solidify their interior. They're not done yet. Corner. Keep an eye on that spot, too.
All right, let's go to Jason Wolf. Seattle traded Russ.
Drunk.
4 picks, John and Pete are going to mess up. They will take a non-factor. Where is Tom's Chat Sports shirt?
At my house.
In terms of everything else that he mentioned there around Seattle.
We can't wear the same shirt. That'd be really, really weird.
Yeah, there'll be 3 guys in the office with the same shirt.
Oh. To answer the question, they're bad at drafting, so you're not wrong.
Look at Tom's Twitter profile picture. Slick Nick,
That's the Rashad
slap
Penny
away.
pick.
Nick, I appreciate you, dog. I'll go ahead and I'll take a drink to that. Appreciate you. Let's go to Corey Morgan. $10 super chat. I don't know what number we're at necessarily for the roulette wheel spins and all that kind of good stuff, but
I got it. I know where we're at.
Actually, we did get a $15 from Slick Nick, which is a roulette spin.
Okay.
So I'll go ahead and I'll spin it. Let's go to Raider Nation Cali. Raiders! I'm Oldie Viral. Yo, Eagles. Loving the stream. Talk about the Eagles here a little bit, and I'll spin the roulette wheel.
I'll shout out here Sujin Super Chat as well says Juju to Philadelphia. I don't hate that idea. Edge, corner, safety, receiver. Linebackers need. They never invest that much at the position. Good areas of need. I like Justin Reed as a possibility for Philadelphia at safety. You know, receiver, I actually like the idea of Juju Smith-Schuster. I'd like a veteran to pair with Devonta Smith, given their recent issues outside of Devonta drafting receivers early.
I had a little bit of NFL news that just came across here. The Carolina Panthers have released cornerback A.J. Boye and Morgan Fox. I'm not going to lie, I thought that said Megan. Probably would have rather it been Megan. All right, so I just had to spin the roulette wheel, and I got Balloon Challenge.
So what is this, Jeremy? Do we have to tie it?
We have to blow up the balloon as big as we can without letting it pop. That's correct? All right, so one at a time. So, Tom, I'm going to let you go first.
Okay.
And then you go first, and then I'm going to go.
You can do more supers.
Oh, man. What do we need? All right, so Tom's gonna do what he's best at. And then I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to answer some questions here. Break it all down. Also, Tom's balloon's green.
Can I have a not green balloon?
His balloon is green. That's perfect.
Give me a non-green balloon. Give me a blue balloon.
I don't know.
Green screens. It's invisible.
That's
Thank you.
actually kind of. I was like looking at him like, yeah, Tom, you're slowly fading away. All right, let's go to Mr. Caps man himself, Daniel Keenan. Is here, not used to this channel, Go Raiders. I mean, Chat Sports is a little bit different than the Raiders Report, though most channels are. However, if the Raiders do go ahead and they make a move, I will go live on the Raiders Report. But, Daniel, cheers to you, my man. Let's go to Raider Nation Cali. That slap would have meant more coming from a Raider. Well, you're not 100% wrong on that, but again, I'm looking for bang for my buck. Jeremy hits better than I do. It's just simple fact. All right, Russell Bennett. Cheers to you, my dog. Let's go to Sujin or Jaime. You can pick. Trade idea. Dallas gets a 4th-round pick, and Parker Finns gets Collins.
I don't know if Dallas wants to add Parker's contract. That kind of defeats the purpose of what they're trying to do this offseason.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you.
Not a bad idea, but I think Dallas might just prefer the draft pick straight up.
All right, let's go to Wiles. Gerald Everett to the Jets. Gerald Everett's actually an
I think
underrated.
it makes a lot of sense for them as an organization. So I do like that idea. I'm trying to tie this.
Gerald Everett, I predicted him to go to the Tennessee Titans. Just saying.
Good fit, too.
Let's go to that guy. What will the Jags do? I see them trying to build as much as humanly possible around Trevor Lawrence, trying to build that defense a little bit, get a better offensive lineman, though. I'm not really sure why they franchise tagged Cam Robinson.
That was weird. I didn't.
Let's go to
Whatever.
Raider Nation Cali. Mitch, did you know the rivalry between Raider Nation and Cowboys fans before becoming a Raider fan? And do you think we got a right tackle in free agency? Did I know? No, I did not. But the fact that my girlfriend's a Cowboys fan, that definitely added to it a little bit. The fact that Tom and I have been, I think, as close of friends as what we've been, and our YouTube channels have kind of grown together, I've definitely come to know it. And then the Amari Cooper trade definitely added on top of that. In terms of a right tackle, I could see somebody like a Cornelius Lucas or even somebody like a Morgan Moses. All right, so Tom, you blew up the balloon to that point.
You have to tie it. That's the rule.
I have to tie it?
I did good. So, quick note on our Super Chat Challenge menu. Right now, Mitch, we owe a fireball shot. What are you doing?
I'm warming up the balloon.
You don't need to warm up the balloon. It's a balloon. A shot clock time challenge and a beer shotgun chug. Those have not been done. Do you want to chug, Chugs? Yeah. Do you want a shotgun or chug a beer? We owe one. Go get one. That's right. Jeremy's feeling it today. We also owe a fireball shot. I will take care of that here with a Jack Daniels shot as Mitch does his weird balloon stuff. I'm warming up the balloon. All right, whatever.
Warming up the balloon a little bit. Also, we did hit 282.
Yeah, I think we got a couple more supers to get to. We did get to 282. Thank you guys very much.
And
Here's
it looks
our.
like Jeremy's going to do a beer chug. Good. We need some guys out there. We're going to have to start filling in here a little bit. All right, Tom. I'm going to try to blow up this balloon to the best of my abilities. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, perfect.
I either don't have internet connection or.
Sam, you're good.
And we're back.
There you go. Oh, your internet kicked out? It's very sad. Let's get to the Super Chats that came in from Jeff Mickle and Brandon Vegas. Then we'll update you guys on the sub-challenge results here. Jeff Mickle says, Cleveland trades one of their backs, Chubb or Hunt, to get help for the defense. What's the chance? I don't think they'll go that route. I think they want both of those backs. Chubb's not an easy trade candidate, by the way. Hunt maybe, but not that much value for running backs. I'd say free agency and draft is how they take care of that. Brandon Vegas, I think that one's big. That one's definitely bigger. That's definitely bigger. Brandon says interior offensive. I feel good on my changes there, Jeremy. Interior O-line. Yeah, Mitch won.
Tommy's got daddy dick. I win though. Winner.
Yeah, Mitch wins. Brandon Vegas asked, interior O-line, James Daniels to Dallas. Come on, Jeremy. Here's the beer cheers. Here we go. This is why we call them chugs.
Go.
By the way, for this exact reason.
Go.
Easy. Good job, bud.
It's so smooth.
I would love James Daniels. Cowboys aren't going to spend for him. To answer your question there, Brandon Vegas. So we are caught up. We owe a shot clock time.
Yikes.
And we are close to another. Maybe we'll play around with the like numbers there.
All right, yeah, a little bit.
So there we go.
All right,
so we do owe a shot clock time.
We do owe a shot clock time.
One shot clock time.
Which means this. So, first off, we hit 282,000 subs. So major shout out to everyone that clicked that subscribe button.
Thanks, guys.
I promise you this. You are going to get a lot of content from Chat Sports. We get you at least 2 videos every single day on the channel. If there's breaking news, we go ahead and we break it all down for you. We go live multiple times a week. If you're looking for the best NFL coverage on YouTube, that is 100% free. Click that subscribe button and turn on those notifications while we're waiting for some other things to go down, to happen.
Yeah,
I think
NFL
after
do more stuff.
I think after the NFL shot clock game, let's run through some of the stuff that has happened already. But here's the game. Every $10 super chat that comes in for the next 60 seconds equals a shot of the player's choice. So essentially what's going to happen is this. So either Tom's going to drink some Jack, I'm going to drink some Fireball. Maybe we can make some of the people out in the Chat Sports lobby come on here and take a few as well.
Yeah, we will bully them into doing it.
Whether you like it or not, somebody's going to have to come on here. So every $10 super chat that we get for the next 60 seconds is going to equate to a shot of Fireball. And then we're going to go ahead and we're going to break down some of the latest things that have happened here around the NFL. As always, it's Mitchell Renz, it's Tom Downey, it's the Chat Sports crew, trying to do our best to keep you guys up to date on everything going on around the National Football League, whether that's free agency, whether that's a big-time trade, and we like to think that we like to, have a halfway decent time doing it as well. We got 2,500 people watching, 1,169 likes. If you're having a good time today, please go ahead and smash that like button. And we are at a high number of super chats, 420. I don't know about y'all. I think that's a pretty good number. So the shot clock here, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nobody put up any shots. It's all good. That's how the game works. Now let's walk through some of the news and signings that have already happened today during free agency. We'll go through the first 4 here. Chase Edmonds, he ended up signing a deal with the Miami.
You're good.
the first move that we'll talk about here is technically not the first deal that happened during free agency time, but Chase Edmonds signed a 2-year, $12.6 million deal with $6.1 million guaranteed. I like the value of this one.
Same.
I thought it was good from top to bottom, which is kind of interesting, though, because then his fellow teammate, James Conner, he ended up going back to the Arizona Cardinals. Tom, please go ahead and break this one down for a second.
Yeah, 3 years, $21 million, $13.5 million of that guaranteed. So at minimum, looking at a 2-year deal here for James Conner. I do like that particular move. Not as expensive, but I like the Chase Edmonds one a lot more. I think that was a good decision by Miami. That's almost a 1-year, $6-ish million. They can get out of that fairly easily. So I like that move more than the James Conner because I think Edmonds is a better player than Conner despite all the big touchdown numbers.
No, I agree with that. And now here's some of the other moves that ended up going down. Emmanuel Ogbah ended up re-signing with the Miami Dolphins about 10 minutes right before noon Eastern time. He got himself a 4-year, $65 million deal with $32 million guaranteed. Joe Noteboom, I like he's a good player.
It's a
Thought
big
this
deal.
was a little bit too high. But, hey, you're the Rams. You keep doing what you're doing. It seems like it's working out pretty well. Alex Kapka, 4-year, $40 million.
Love that one for
And then
Kappa.
Jeff Swaim. I know the Titans need tight end help, and you're essentially keeping him here.
This
but
is their tight end, too.
I mean,
that's
you need
their
a blocker,
plan.
and that's what Swaim does. He's a blocker before he's a receiver, and I know people want the pass-catching tight end, but Tennessee, they got this guy named Derrick Henry, and they're going to be a run-first team this year. At least it's just the gut feeling that I have. So here's some other news that ended up going down. The Cleveland Browns, they are moving on from Jarvis Landry. You saw when they went out and they made the move for Amari Cooper that there was multiple sources out there saying, hey, he can now seek a trade. What this says me, nobody wanted to pay $14.3 million for Jarvis, which I'm not really surprised about whatsoever. Now the Browns end up moving on from Landry, and he can go where he pleases.
I think he'll get maybe half of that money.
Yeah.
On the open market. I don't think there was, look, he's coming off a down year. He's aging. It's a slot only. That guy doesn't have immense value. So this was the likely outcome. It was a matter of, I thought, when, not if. They tried to find a trade partner, but nobody wanted him at that cost.
Another move that ended up going down here, the Panthers, they are cutting A.J. Boye. At one time was one of the top corners in the National Football League, though Father Time is definitely starting to catch up with Boye here a little bit. It was with the Carolina Panthers last season, had 28 tackles, only 3 pass breakups. Not too surprising of a move here, considering the fact that the Panthers defensive backs coach, he left. He's now with the Raiders. So, again, you're looking at some moves.
They saved $3.5 million by cutting A.J. Boye. They also cut Morgan Fox. Did I write down his savings? $3 million there. So, over $6 million in savings here by Carolina with these two moves. You got $32 million in cap space. Deshaun?
Yeah.
Throwing it out.
I mean, maybe. Apparently, Deshaun Watson's going to answer at his deposition for civil litigation Tuesday and will not take the Fifth Amendment. So he's going to be talking. That's going to be interesting to see.
His lawyer said he wasn't going to let him speak at the deposition civil case-wise until they knew what happened with the criminal case. Now they know he's just going to, deny everything as he would expect to be.
For sure, for sure. All right, y'all, we're live here on NFL Daily breaking down free agency. I want you to shout out your favorite team. And we're going to go ahead and talk about the first one we see. So, Tom, close your eyes.
Okay.
Tom's going to close his eyes, and the way that this is going to go, you guys are going to start spamming down in the comments.
Got my finger placed.
Your favorite team. And then when I tell Tom to open up his eyes, the first team that is on his finger, he is going to go ahead and talk about. So, keep it going. Tom, I just want you to keep your eyes closed a little bit longer just because I have a lot of power here.
Is that the way you like it?
There's actually somebody underneath the table getting ready to nut tap you right now, so be ready for it. No, I'm just kidding. All right, so shout out y'all's favorite team. 3, 2, 1. Open your eyes.
All right, we've got the Broncos from Brandon Russ.
All right,
there
Brandon
we go.
Russ,
Thank you,
shout out to you, Tom. Talk about the Denver Broncos here.
They got Russell Wilson. All right, we talked about him.
I mean,
I'm kidding.
They're the second best team, I would say, now in the AFC West with this move. I think they've always had good players, good skill position. We're just lacking a quarterback. I mean, this is the best division in the National Football League. At least I personally believe so right now. How do you see Denver being able to compete with the team like Kansas City, even like the Chargers and the Raiders?
Roster's in really good space. They need a right tackle. Bobby Massey's a free agent. They bring back Calvin Anderson. Maybe he's their guy. Not sure. Linebacker, a lot of their guys are free agents. Baron Browning was kind of rough in year one. Corner, they've got Patrick Surtain, Ronald Darby. Everyone else is a free agent. Defensive line, they traded away their best player to get Russell Wilson. Oh, no. And edge, also a big area I think they'll be targeting here. So Denver's in really good shape right now.
All right, so we talked about the Denver Broncos. I think now we're going to go through some Super Chats, I think is the way that we're going to go ahead and do this here. We're going to walk through some Super Chats that have come in. But before we do, I don't know about y'all, we are talking about the Broncos show. And if you haven't already subscribed to our Broncos Breakdown YouTube channel, what the hell are you waiting for? My guy Matthew Peterson always breaking down the latest news and rumors, making sure that you guys stay up to date. So go ahead and subscribe. It's youtube.com/Broncos TV. If you like trivia, I wouldn't take advice from him because they're a pretty bad team with a horrible team name. But you will get a lot of Broncos content, that I can guarantee you. So subscribe. He just gave a middle finger. Subscribe and go ahead and make sure you're staying up to date on everything going on around the Denver Broncos. If we can get to 7,000 subs by the end of today, Petey just whispered in my ear that he's going to go ahead and do a boot. So that's pretty awesome to me. 7,000 subs by the end of today, and Matthew Peterson's going to go ahead and do a beer boot. Let's go to Joey. What up, Joey? Did the Finns overpay for Ogbah? Should they go after J-Rob next, or should they bring Landry back? J-Rob is...
He means A-Rob. He means Allen Robinson. That's what he means.
I mean, is the A and the J, they're not even close.
By the way, my
the only J-Rob that I know Dolphin fans like is James Robinson.
So, I doubt they bring back Landry. I don't think they were paid for Ogbah. By the way, by no means set in stone. My little birdies tell me A-Rob to Jacksonville is not a crazy possibility.
Not a crazy possibility?
It could actually happen.
Who's your birdie? Ooh.
We'll see.
Too bad you can't make any birdies. Let's go to Corey Morgan.
I make plenty of birdies. I'm a good golfer, and you know
that. Let's go to Bobby Wagner. I know, Tom. Things that Tom gets offended by. Bobby Wagner to the Raiders, or grab a young linebacker in the draft. I love Bobby Wagner. However, the amount of money that Wagner is going to command is a little bit too much money, I think, for what the Raiders can afford and some of their other big needs. Is linebacker a need for the Silver and Black? Yes, absolutely. I would say defensive tackle, corner, bigger needs. Wide receiver's a bigger need. Right tackle's a bigger need. So for that being said, Wagner's more than likely not going to go to the Silver and Black. But if you can go out and find a good linebacker in the draft, there's some other cheaper options out there as well. I believe the most likely linebacker that the Raiders go out and sign is actually Kyle Van Noy to put in that 3-4 system.
I like that fit.
Let's go to Sujin. Marcus Williams or Quandre Diggs to Philly?
I think that Diggs is probably more obtainable than Marcus Williams. I think Williams might fit their timeline a little bit better. I wouldn't mind seeing Philly out of safety. There are a lot of good ones this year, which makes me think that market will be a bit slower to develop.
Safety market's always kind of weird.
It is. It is always weird. Anthony Harris went for 5 after being tagged year before that. So there will be some value this year.
All right, let's go to Real Talk with Oscar. What's up, brother? What do the Commanders need to do to build around Carson Wentz? What pieces should they add?
A QB.
I mean,
I'm serious, though. He's not good.
He's okay.
He's fine.
He gets ripped a lot. I mean,
he's worse than Cousins.
He had 27 touchdowns, 7 interceptions last year. I get it. They had a good offensive line.
And there were a lot of, that play should have been in a turnover that wasn't plays.
But I also think that Carson, I'm not a fan of Wentz, but he definitely gets the short end of the stick a lot of times. Washington has a good offense, I think, for skill possession players, good running backs. Their offensive line is actually going to be very interesting because they're losing Cornelius Lucas. They're going to lose Brandon Scherff.
He gone.
And then, you're looking at that defense as well. Some good players, but I think you just got to make sure that the team is as good as humanly possible because Carson Wentz isn't good enough to carry a team, but I do think he's at least a competent quarterback enough to get you to the playoffs, especially in that division. All right, y'all, so we're drinking. We're having a good time here. We got over 2,500 people watching. And if you send in a $5 super chat, we'll do some beer cheers. If you want us to talk about your favorite NFL team and what some signings or implications they could do in free agency, send in that $10 super. $15, we're going to go ahead and spin the roulette wheel, which is a whole bunch of just random drinking challenges. $25 super chat. Tom and I are going to take a shot. And if you want to see either me or Tom or somebody else out there in the studio take on the DOS Boot 3-beer challenge, and yes, you do have to spin it, then go ahead and send in a $100 super. Let's go to Tristan. Do you think Adams will be as good without A-Rod? No.
I mean, probably not, but he's still a great football player.
Sure. Statistically, no, but he's the same receiver. Maybe not the same receiver, but he's still going to be really good.
Well, we've seen in the past that some QBs and receivers just have immense chemistry.
Yeah.
So we'll see. but I don't think he has to leave Aaron Rodgers.
Let's
So.
go to David
Fine.
Hernandez.
Mhm.
Do you think Dallas will sign any safeties or linebackers?
Well, they will sign some.
Safeties.
Is it a matter of which guys do they sign? Is it a free agent or a retention? Their top three of their top 4 guys outside of Donovan Wilson, Jaron Kearse, DeMonte Casey, and Malik Hooker are all free agents at safety. 2 of their top guys at linebacker, Keanu Neal and Leighton Vander Esch, are free agents. So they will sign people. It's a matter of just how many and what type of contract they give out there in the end. So, yes, safeties will be coming and linebackers will be coming. We'll just have to wait and see how much they invest. You know me, Mitch. Send the energy. Give me a safety. That's all I want in the end.
I'll tell you what, man. We just got some pretty big news here in the National Football League. Mitchell Trubisky is signing with the Pittsburgh Steelers on a 2-year deal.
Mason Rudolph truthers are down so bad right now.
Are they, though?
Yes, they
There's
are.
no way anybody actually thinks Mason Rudolph's good.
Well, there are. And I want to see what this contract looks like here, because that's going to tell us what they think about Trubisky.
Yeah.
Do you want to take an early prediction on what he gets APY?
APY,
Average per
per
year.
year. I'll throw out the number $14 million.
Okay. So that's a pretty good guess. I was going to go somewhere similar. I'll go an even 10. 2 years, $20 million, $15 million guaranteed.
See,
That's going to be my guess here.
The fact that he was the very first person to sign, and the fact that he's going to Pittsburgh, a team that I believe is going to try to compete right away, I think it could be a little bit of an overpay. Mitchell Trubisky, though,
Expected
going
starter.
to the Pittsburgh Steelers. That's I mean, he's going to be the starter, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they might
It's not
say it's
Rudolph.
an open competition between Mason Rudolph and Trubisky.
The question for me is, and we'll go more in depth on this at some point, I'm sure, I think they could still draft a QB.
Okay.
Only a 2-year deal. Again, I want to see the money.
Yeah.
But that's very interesting from the Trubisky standpoint here.
When you look at some of the other moves that some teams have made for quarterbacks, like I know the Raiders, they gave Mariota 2 years, $20, and that was to be a backup. So for me, I think the number starts at $10 million for Trubisky. I mean, and again, if Trubisky can just be this halfway decent quarterback, if you can be like top 20, I do think that this is at least a halfway decent playoff caliber team in a very tough division. But I'm just telling you, Mitch, I grew up in Pennsylvania. I knew a lot of Steelers fans. It's not going to be an easy road for you.
Did you just say, oh, you're talking to that Mitch. Sorry. I'm like, do you just talk to yourself? I'm very confused.
No,
Sorry.
I'm Mitchell. He's Mitch.
There's 2 Mitches
All right, guys,
there.
what we're going to be doing now is we're going to be breaking down the latest around the Pittsburgh Steelers and Mitchell Trubisky for the next 8 to 10 minutes. Then we'll get back into some of these questions and some more Super Chats. Mitchell Trubisky has signed a 2-year deal with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Tom Downey, Mitchell Renz, breaking it all down for you here on NFL Daily by Chat Sports. We do not have the details as it stands right now. However, with this move happening, I believe now this is going to be Mitchell Trubisky's job, and you now have your new starting quarterback in I almost said silver and black, in the Pittsburgh Steelers colors. How about that?
Yeah, it's an interesting move. We knew that Trubisky had a lot of hype around him. Could he go to the Giants? Could he go to the Colts? Whatever. The Steelers had been linked to Trubisky, Jimmy Garoppolo, etc. I am very curious to see what the money looks like here. We are, of course, filming this live as the news breaks, so if we get the updates, we'll let you guys know. But the expectation here, Mitch, that he is the starter in Pittsburgh, at least for 1 year.
All right, so this was a tweet coming in from a guy who blocked me. The Steelers have reached an agreement on a 2-year deal with quarterback Mitchell Trubisky. Sources say the former number 2 overall pick heads to Pittsburgh as the expected starter in place of the retired Ben Roethlisberger. So Mitch Trubisky last season obviously didn't really get to play because they have a quarterback named Josh Allen who might be a little bit better, but he did have a 75% completion percentage. But what I look at here is this.
It was 8 attempts.
I do think,
attempts.
though, he looked good at times in the preseason. It's just a matter of which Mitch Trubisky are you going to get. He was actually a Pro Bowler at one time. He might have got in because some other people couldn't go in. But there's Mitch Trubisky with Matt Nagy and the Bears. Not good whatsoever. But there was definitely times last season with Brian Dable where I was like, okay, I could understand it. I could wrap my mind around it. So here's what makes Chat Sports different, though. We keep you up to date on the news, the rumors, but I want you also to be interactive with us down in the comments section right now. Grade the move of Trubisky to Pittsburgh. A, B, C, D, or F. A, you absolutely love it. It's a slam dunk. B, it's a good move. C, it's an average move. D, it's bad. F, it's a big old fail. For me personally, I'm going to go ahead and give this a C move because I think it's a good move. You needed a quarterback. But until those figures come out, then it's kind of TBD. As long as it's under $15 million a year, I'll probably keep my answer at a C. If it goes above that, the grade's going to go lower. As simple as that. I can see it starting at $10 million.
I would expect something similar. I wonder what the cost is going to be and how much they've committed to him. And does this take Pittsburgh out of the quarterback market in the draft? A lot of buzz around them out of the Senior Bowl. They love Malik Willis, Kenny Pickett. Maybe they know they weren't going to get one of those guys. They were going to be off the board by the time they got up on the clock. So it is an anti-Mason Rudolph move. It's also interesting to me, Mitch, for Trubisky to go from everyone agreeing, oh yeah, he's bad, a year ago, to throwing 8 passes in Buffalo and going, well, it's time for him to start, as a QB again. He's earned that opportunity. He didn't do anything. So the hype around Trubisky is, in the end, I know this happens a lot, it's based around where you were drafted. Top 2 pick. He was always going to get another shot, regardless of how bad it was his last 2 years in Chicago, where it was pretty middling overall. It was maybe average. Is he a great backup? Absolutely. Is he a franchise QB? He turns 28 this year.
Yeah.
No, is the answer as far as I'm concerned.
I mean, not only on top of that, he just got married. He is expecting to have a kid, and I've never had those things, but I would imagine that's a lot to weigh on you. You're moving into a new city. You just got married. You're about to have a new kid. Like, I don't think at times people realize the off-the-field stuff, how much it impacts these players on the field, and that's a lot to take into consideration here. So what do y'all think here? Why for yes and for no? Will Mitch Trubisky start for the Pittsburgh Steelers? I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to type my Y for yes because I just think at this current moment, he is the best option to do that. And, sure, maybe they go out, they draft a quarterback. You learn behind Trubisky for 2 years. That way you don't get thrown to the Wolves in a tough division. I'm going to type my Y for yes. What do you think?
I think yes. I think there'll be a competition for Mason Rudolph, but he's getting paid like a backup QB anyway. So I would expect Trubisky is your year 1 starter for the Pittsburgh Steelers here.
I mean, has there ever been a quarterback that has been able to upgrade his value more by not playing ever?
I mean, this happens.
Does it?
Yeah.
But this much, though.
Like, Mariota wasn't playing and got $20 million on the open market.
Technically, he played. He just got benched.
He got benched. So, I think in the past, can I count Sam Darnold there? Last year, he sucked for the Jets and got all this input.
Josh Rosen.
All this money. Rosen, sure. It happens with early round draft picks. Teams and organizations and fans are so attached to, well, he must be good because he was an early round pick that they get way more benefit of the doubt than other teams and than other players do. If Trubisky was a 4th round pick, I guarantee you he does not get this contract.
No, and I agree with that. I mean, I feel like every NFL coach, every GM is like, they see like a shiny car and they're like, you know what? I can make that car drive. That car didn't have the right tools or right tires or right engine to make it go in its previous destination. Most of the time we find out that the car just doesn't run that well. And I think Mitch Trubisky might be in that situation, especially if they don't put some pieces around him. They got to build that offensive line back up. You got a good running back, obviously, in Najee Harris. But Chase Claypool, Deontay Johnson, those are 2 good receivers.
Yeah.
However, we'll see what happens with somebody like Juju Smith-Schuster. I also love Pat Freiermuth.
Yeah.
But, then that kind of takes us, to our next, thing with the Pittsburgh Steelers and everything going on. When free agency started, they were at about $27 million, and some people might argue that team need could still be a quarterback. You might see them address it in the draft.
These teams' needs are based before free agency began. I still think it is a need. Maybe not your number 1 need. Corner is a big area of concern with Kello Witherspoon, a free agent. They did keep Arthur Mallet as one of their backups. Joe Hayden's a free agent. Offensive tackle, guard. You could go safety with Terrell Edmonds as a free agent. So they took care of at least a short-term QB option. I don't think he's their long-term fit. But for a team that still wants to win football games right now, I do think Trubisky's an upgrade over Mason Rudolph, who I just don't like that much.
You guys ever find yourself driving down the road, maybe you're walking your dog, I don't know, maybe you're sitting down, dropping a number 2, and you're looking for a YouTube channel that talks about the Steelers. Well, we actually have this really cool Steelers-only YouTube channel called Steelers Talk, and we're trying to get to 9,000 subscribers on that bad boy. So if you could, go ahead, subscribe. It's youtube.com/Steelers TV. So whether you're a member of the Steel Curtain, whether you're just looking for news, rumors, everything breaking down around the Pittsburgh Steelers, this is the YouTube channel for you. So seriously, go ahead, check it out. And if you're one of our loyal watchers, take that link that you see below and send it to some Steelers friends. So the reason why we're breaking all these moves down here is because Mitchell Trubisky is the first quarterback that has been signed in NFL free agency. I didn't have him as the number one guy.
You had Winston, I assume?
I had Winston at number one, though I would say the most intriguing player at quarterback was Mitchell Trubisky, because now that I think that this went down, you could see a few other things end up going down, because Trubisky's off the board, but now I think this opens up the market for quarterback trades like Jimmy Garoppolo. Where does he end up going?
It takes Pittsburgh out of the race for Jimmy G. It
Sure.
leaves open teams like the Colts, for example, still in there. I will make note that Jeremy Fowler reports that Trubisky's decision came down to the Steelers and the New York Giants.
Ooh.
Was this a Buffalo leak to get a better comp pick to drive up the interest in Trubisky? We'll see what the contract numbers say there.
Oh, man. So if you guys are looking for NFL news, rumors, trades, draft, free agency, and if you like free content, I don't know about y'all, free, it's for me. And if you agree with that statement, go ahead and subscribe. Turn on those notifications, because the offseason is the time to make sure that you never miss anything. All right, y'all, we're going to go ahead and give some shout-outs to the 2,719 people watching our NFL Live free agency stream here on YouTube. So it's A, B, C, D, or F. I gave it a C grade. Tom, I don't even know if you got your votes in. I don't remember.
I want to see what the numbers are.
Okay.
Like if this is $210 a year, I'm fine with it. It's high-end backup money. If this is $215, two more than that, I get a little bit anxious. I don't think he's better than Mason Rudolph. So for the time being, I'll take the coward's way out and go with a C- right now. But I don't think Trubisky's that good. I've seen it for 2 years. He's not great. I just want to see what the market looks like.
All right, we got Captain Rex is going to go with a C. Cortez, C. Jose Delgado, C-. Vincent, who's a Steelers fan, gives it a B. Apex is going to go C. Kevin Otto, C. John says an A from a Bears fan. Got Chaps 831D. Shut Unchild is going to go B. I'm Free Tuss, C. NFL Heaven, D. Daniel Keenan, C all the way. Let's go to some super chats coming in now from Doug Stevens. Seahawks going to make a splash in free agency or miss out?
They got a lot of money. It's a tricky situation, though, from Seattle, because are they rebuilding or not?
Exactly.
If you're rebuilding,
No.
maybe you want to roll over that money and not burn it all on free agency. But they got a lot of their own guys. I think their own free agents, DJ Reed, Sidney Jones, for example, that is where most of their interest will be in terms of spending their cap space. And maybe you roll it over some for next year, too, with what I think is a rebuild.
All right, let's go to Eric Collier. Any way the Niners land Chandler Jones or J.C. Jackson? I believe that Jackson is a higher likely chance of it happening.
Agreed.
But is anything impossible in free agency? No, but I do believe J.C. Jackson is the more likely one. Let's go to Mr. Stegosaurus. Love the question, love the name. Pick a Hall of Famer from each of your teams. Cannot be a quarterback. What player makes your team an instant Super Bowl favorite? Not Tom, no Dion, and no Mitch, no Bo Jackson, LOL.
Can't be a QB, which takes off a lot of the good ones there. Can't go Aikman. You're saying no Dion's ridiculous, by the way.
I guess
I think I'd go. I'm tempted by Larry Allen. That solidifies my interior offensive line. I'm tempted by a pass rusher. I think I'm going to go Bob Lilly, though. Give me my interior pass rusher, more or less.
The Raiders obviously have had a lot of really good offensive linemen, but I'm going to go based on need and a player who's a big-time fan favorite. I'm going to go Charles Woodson. It fills a major need at corner. Maybe you can even throw him back as well.
Like that.
So I'm going to go Charles Woodson for the Raiders. Mr. Stegosaurus, let me know what you guys are thinking.
Haley really tempted me, by the way. Really did.
Okay. Let's go to Andrew Vanderpool. Shot rules plus Wagner to the Cowboys. So you talk about Wagner, and then we'll go ahead and we'll show you some of the shot rules here.
Don't get your hopes up there. I think Wagner's going to price himself out of that market for the Cowboys. It's just not how they operate in free agency. I would do it, but I'm not going to get my hopes up for that perspective.
All right, looks like we also actually just had a move that ended up going down. Can never pronounce his name, but it's Larry Ogunjobi signing with the Chicago Bears. Full details are TBA. I believe Harrison Graham, he's going to be going ahead. He's going to be breaking everything down on Bears Now. So if you guys want to go ahead and check that out, you can go ahead and do so and subscribe. It's youtube.com/Bears Now. Where he's just going to take that one away. He's our Bears insider guy. He's our Bears reporter, and he's going to go ahead and so if you're a Bears fan and you want to go ahead and watch that, go ahead and tune in. youtube.com/Bears Now.
Yeah, this is a great fit for what the Bears are going to be doing moving forward in their offseason. They are going to be adopting more of a true 4-3 style, interior defensive line. They didn't have that many guys that fit that particular role. Akeem Hicks was a free agent. They cut Eddie Goldman.
Yep.
That left them, one technique. Here's Tonga, who I love. Angelo Blackson, Mario Edwards. Just not a great grouping. This is their 3 technique. Larry Ogunjobi did suffer a foot injury against the Raiders, I believe.
Yep.
He's a good football player. This is one of the better true 3 techniques on the open market among the edge rushers, or not, the defensive linemen. B.J. Hill maybe is your other guy. There aren't very many true pass rushers. I would bet this becomes a $10+ million a year deal from Chicago here.
Interesting.
I mean, you saved $8 million or so by cutting Eddie Goldman. All that's going to Larry here.
All right, y'all, we are live here on NFL Daily, breaking down 2022 NFL free agency. And I want to know, how many wins for the Bears next season? Obviously, being in the NFC North, you got Aaron Rodgers, the Minnesota Vikings, a very competent team. Sorry, Detroit Lions fans. But then also, this Bears team has been a very interesting team. You got a young quarterback in Justin Fields who I still think can be a really solid guy if you put some pieces around him. Got to build that offensive line. The defense is still going to be pretty stout, though, as Tom mentioned, and they also traded away Khalil Mack. There are going to be a lot of moving parts. Matt Eberflus, I really think you're going to see them concentrate in the draft very, very heavily. So how many wins for the Bears next season? Off the top of my head, I'm going to say 7.
I was going to say the exact same number. You and I are on the same page today, Mitch.
All right, 6.
Yeah.
So, and it looks like another deal actually just went down here for the Seattle Seahawks, which we'll go ahead and we'll talk about here in a second. I see David Takins asking any news on the Raiders. At this current moment, no, I haven't received anything. All I know is that they are looking at multiple different cornerbacks, which should be expected. Some names to keep in mind: Darius Leonard, J.C. Jackson's definitely somebody to keep in mind. I also think Witherspoon, who played last season for the Pittsburgh Steelers, is another player to absolutely keep in mind. Are we going to be doing a full cut on this one? Sounds like we are. So the Seattle Seahawks, they went out and they re-signed Quandre Diggs to a 3-year, $40 million deal. We actually already got a super chat around this question. Tom, you break down a lot of the stuff here for our Seahawks fans, so what do you think?
We have conflicting reports here.
Conflicting?
Rappaport says 340. Josina says 228.
Interesting.
So
source battle.
Interesting.
Source battle.
We'll see what happens there. This makes sense though for Seattle. Diggs is a really great safety. He is on the wrong side of 30 years old for the Seahawks, but he's an awesome football player. So whether it's 13.3 or 14 million a year, this keeps their big guy together after he suffered that nasty ankle injury at the very tail end of the season. But Diggs was super productive, and the Lions gave him away for way too low back when they dealt him to Seattle a couple of years ago.
I mean, I think if you're the Seahawks again, I mean, you got to try to build that secondary as much as humanly possible in the division that they are in. Quandre Diggs, so, all right, so it is a 3-year, $40 million.
L for Josina Anderson then.
Yes, I think it's kind of funny. Per league source. Sorry, Josina, you ended up losing. So, all right, guys, what we're going to do now is we're going to go ahead. We're going to break down this Quandre Diggs deal for the next 8 to 10 minutes and get back into some of those supers and get back into anything else that happens around NFL free agency. The Seattle Seahawks have re-signed Quandre Diggs to a 3-year, $40 million deal. Mitchell Rentz, Tom Downey, we're actually live on NFL Daily by Chat Sports, breaking down everything going on around NFL free agency. And with this move here for Seattle, they're building that secondary. Quandre Diggs has always been a really good fit, very productive player for the Seahawks with that 3-year, $40 million deal. Tom, break this down for me a little bit more and why you think this deal ended up getting done.
Yeah, I like it a lot for Seattle. This is, I think, a bit below what I thought Diggs could be commanding. It is less than the previous deals of Landon Collins, Tyrann Mathieu, Kevin Byard, who all got $14 million a year or more, slots in just above the franchise tag figure for Quandre Diggs, the $430, $13.33 million per year. Yes, you're paying a lot of money to your safeties between Diggs and Jamal Adams, but Quandre Diggs in that defense was nothing short of incredible. 5 interceptions, 7 pass breakups this year. Very similar numbers last year from an impact perspective. The Seahawks got him for a steal, mid-season part of a trade with the Detroit Lions. He has more than lived up to his end of the bargain. So Diggs did suffer that nasty ankle injury late in the season, but he is, I would argue, their best defensive back, especially if we consider Jamal Adams more of a hybrid defender. Diggs is a very special player despite his age. This was I think it's a smart move by Seattle, even if they do enter a full-fledged rebuilding period.
I mean, you kind of talked about Jamal Adams, and I think when you have a safety like Adams, it's more important to be able to go out and find somebody. I don't know if I would consider Diggs like a ball hawk guy. He has, I think, upped his game in coverage the last 2 seasons with Seattle. 10 interceptions, 17 pass breakups over the past 2 seasons. And when you have somebody like Adams who you know you can't drop back into coverage, you're going to have him a little bit closer to the box. It's important to be able to have somebody who you can at least somewhat rely on dropping back into coverage, and that's what Seattle ends up doing here with Quandre Diggs. So let's go back to school here, Tom. It's been a while since I've ever sat in a classroom. Probably what? I graduated high school in 2011. It's a pretty mind-blowing thing to say out loud. So grade the move. Diggs back to Seattle, 3 years, $40 million. A, B, C, D, or F. I want you to let me know what y'all are thinking down in those comments. A, you loved it. B, it was good. C, it was average. D, it was F, it's a fail. I'm going to sit somewhere here for Diggs. I'm going to give it a B grade. I think it's good value, a little bit lesser, but still at safety, having 2 safeties like Adams and Diggs, I'm also not 100% sold on that idea.
I think it's a good duo. If you had Russell Wilson still, I'd have given this an A+. You don't have Russ. I'm not sure how Diggs fits into your timeline right now. We'll probably know more in the coming days and or weeks. I'm still going to give it a B+ grade. I do think it was a very good decision by Seattle to go out and retain Quandre Diggs. Without Diggs, they were in very precarious position. Marquise Blair, Ugo Amadi can also, have a safety impact in the end. I don't think that's a bad idea from Seattle. I think that is a good move from a roster perspective to maintain your back end. They're going to try to keep DJ Reed and Sidney Jones as well. Diggs wanted to stay in Seattle. That's where he wanted to be. We want to get paid his fair market rate. I think this is pretty fair market rate in the end. So from this perspective, I like the idea of adding Diggs. I do wonder how they fit in, Mitch, in terms of the impact and everything, in terms of what their long-term window is, but they are keeping a good player on their roster.
All right, y'all, so what do you think right here? The fact that they decided to move on from Russell Wilson, are the Seahawks contenders in 2022? I want you to type 1 for yes or type 2 for no. What's really hard to wrap my mind around is I think that this team can be a contender. However, what is a contender? Because they might be the worst team in that division.
Yeah.
Win only 6 games. However, I think if Seattle was in a bunch of other different divisions, they could be a 6, 7, 9, 10 win team. So do you think that they're contenders as it stands right now?
I don't think so, because there's so much uncertainty at QB. They're not a contender with Drew Lock. If they go get somebody else, draft, free agent to trade, sure, I think they could be contenders. Right this second, no, I don't think so.
All right, y'all, so if you haven't already subscribed to Seahawks Today, make sure you go ahead and do so. Help us get to 28,000 subscribers. We're at 24,743. If you haven't already, make sure you click the subscribe button and make sure you send that link, youtube.com/SeahawksTV, because this has been a team that entering the offseason, I was kind of like, all right, it's Russell Wilson trade rumors and nothing after that. Though you got all sorts of hate mail saying, oh, it's never going to happen. NFL's proof. Anything can happen.
I didn't think it was going to happen, though.
So now with the extra draft capital, now with some extra things going on, there's going to be tons, and I mean tons, to be able to discuss when it comes to Seattle. So make sure you subscribe. Check out that for more free Seahawks videos. So entering today, Seattle's biggest team needs quarterback, corner, offensive tackle, center, and linebacker. The fact that you're able to re-sign Quandre Diggs for 3 years, $40 million.
Yeah, safety was 6th on my lead. Edge rusher was 7. That's a big-time need for him, but they got a lot of free agents. QB, of course, is very obvious. No explanation needed there. I would argue their 2 best outside guys, DJ Reed, Sidney Jones, are free agents. That leaves Ugo Amadi, Marquise Blair, Nickel, and Trey Brown. Yikes. Offensive tackle, their 2 starters are free agents. We'll see if Dwayne Brown returns. Center, their good one, Ethan Postic, who's not that good as a free agent. Linebacker, you cut Bobby Wagner, leaves you Jordan Brooks and Cody Barton. Okay? A lot of needs for Seattle. They've got a ton of salary cap space. They'll be able to retain guys, sign some players. I am just curious how aggressive they are when it comes to this offseason in light of the savings they got by moving on from Russell Wilson and from Bobby Wagner. I will say this point, though, Mitch. Diggs' teammates adore him. He is one of the most loved players in that, if not the most loved player in that entire locker room. So, if only from a morale standpoint of keeping a great player on your roster, I do think that makes sense. When he suffered that ankle injury, I think it was Tyler Lockett and others asked to stay in the hotel or the hospital with him.
Wow.
I think they were only allowed one. I think it was Lockett, if my memory serves me correctly. But that's how respected and loved he is.
I mean, you're even seeing guys like Rapport just put out, end of the season with the dislocated ankle, but Seattle was confident enough in his ability on the field and in that presence in the locker room to be able to go ahead and commit to him long-term of that 3-year, $40 million deal. And if anybody's wondering, is that the correct deal? Because originally Josina, she put out 2 years, 28. This is the correct figure. It's 3 years, $40 million deal. The Seattle Seahawks have re-signed Quandre Diggs. What'd you say?
Bigly deal.
I thought you said elite type of deal. I mean, it's a good deal. I mean, I went ahead, I gave it a B grade, but if you're the Seahawks, you still got to be able to go ahead and compete, and this absolutely helps you go ahead and do that. To make sure you guys never miss any NFL news, rumors, and if you're wondering, why the heck are we together, Tom and I? Well, on screen, that'd be weird. Anyway, we're breaking everything down around free agency, trades, draft, and if anything happens, we're going to be live here on NFL Daily, so make sure you go ahead and also subscribe to our main YouTube channel at the link below, youtube.com/chatsportstv. All right, y'all, so go ahead, let's get the grades flowing in here, and always remember to double-check your sources. Birdie's telling me that.
Mitch, so, I think I think you have to take a shot. You got got.
I got got.
By a very fake account.
Well, there was a few other big accounts that I follow that said,
got too.
Oh, let's go ahead, let's do this. So I was like, oh, shit. I thought the Raiders went ahead and they made a move, and now everyone here in the office is making fun of me. So I got got.
Yeah, you got
so
got.
I'll take a
You got a shot there. We got the contract numbers for Larry Ojanobi with the Bears, by the way. What did I tell you? Over $10 million?
Yep.
Yeah, 3 years, $40.5 million for
Wow.
Ojanobi. So 13.5 APY there. 26 and change million
I
guaranteed.
guess if you can find an interior guy who's also good.
There aren't
get some
any
sacks.
3 techniques this year.
Yeah.
And the Bears were not going to get the best one in the draft. They had to find somebody. Ojanobi was the best one out there.
All right, y'all, so if you see Tom and I taking a few drinks, we are just trying to have a good time after all. We are, every $5 that we get, we do some beer cheers. $10, we'll talk about your favorite team. If you want Tom and I to spin that roulette wheel, it's a $15 super chat. Shot time is $25, and then a boot is $100. Though I believe if we get to $500 in super chats,
I think we owe one.
What is $500 in supers?
Das Boot?
So we
Not
are
me.
$24 away from a Das Boot.
Pass.
Which is 3 beers. 3 beers in the boot, and then we're going to go ahead and we're going to knock it down. So what's going to happen is once we hit that, then we'll figure out who's going to do the boot. I personally think some guys out there in the studio are really eager to go ahead and do it. I just saw Trace. He got really excited. So let's go to Russell Bennett. Who should the Texans target in free agency?
Whoever you want.
Save your money.
Save your money. But you still got to field a team. Last year, the Texans' game plan was, we're going to find – okay, Mitch, be nice.
They were stupid.
Whatever. Sure. But their game plan was to sign all these, veteran back end of the roster guys. I would love a safety. I would love a center. Market's a bit thin from that perspective. Corner, if they don't re-sign Desmond King's a bit of a red flag. In the end, it's a rebuild. Take your time. You can save your money.
Let's go to Mr. Stegosaurus. Positions that Dallas will and will not sign in free agency?
They're going to focus on their own players. So I think safety's an area to keep an eye out for. I think linebacker, edge rusher makes sense. I would be a bit surprised if they signed a big-time wide receiver. I wouldn't mind a guard, but I don't think they're going to spend on the market there. So they will go what they did last year and the years before that. They will go buy low, one-year guys, cheap players, maybe the occasional 2-year deal in the second or more likely third wave of free agency.
All right, let's go to Perion. Where does DJ Chark go, and how much does it take? I personally see Chark getting somewhere $11, $12, $13 million. At least that's the range I see.
Sounds about right to me.
I mean,
maybe on the higher
I'm just going to keep sticking. I believe DJ Chark is going to be a Raider. He was in Las Vegas the entire weekend. I get it. People go to Las Vegas. But I do think it's an interesting timing.
Tampering!
I do think it's interesting timing. Is there other teams that you think he could go to?
I think insert team that needs a receiver here. Like there's, if you want a deep threat, I think that's one of the better options out there. So, look, a team like the Lions, he'd be a great fit. I don't think they want to spend that amount of money. You could just go back to Jacksonville. I do think the Raiders are a strong fit for DJ Chark from that perspective. If the Saints want to break the bank, I would like that idea. Looking through my list here, the Jets could be a fun destination for him. You know, beyond that, does Tennessee want to be a surprise contender for one of those guys? The Falcons desperately need wide receiver help. Would they go that route? Yeah, I'm not so sure. The Bears need receiver help. So it's just some of those teams I think could be a quality fit.
All right, y'all, I want you to do this right now. Name a free agent you want your favorite team to go out and sign. We've already seen a few names go down. We've already seen a few players off the board. But I want you to name a player that you want your favorite team to go ahead and sign right now. So we'll give some shout-outs here to the peeps that are watching. I appreciate everyone who's tuned in. I believe we're all caught up on our Super Chats. And
yes,
remember,
we're
$25 away from doing a boot, which
so
is
if we're not on
beers
sub-only
here.
chat, now's the time to go do it.
So we got Jalen says Juju. Juju's going to go to the Chicago Bears from Greg.
Be a fun
JC
fit.
from Jacob Tate. Jadeveon Clowney, Chandler Jones, Allen Robinson. Brandon Scherff to the Jags. Tom Downey, okay.
Nah,
J.C. Jackson. We got Jarvis Landry should go to the Saints. DJ Chark from Captain Rex. Robinson to Chris Nessel. Raven should sign Allen Robinson. DJ Chark to the Steelers from Evan Hinders. J.C. to the Kansas City Chiefs. Keep on getting those comments and filling that in down there in the section below. What we're going to be doing now is we're going to go through some of the moves that ended up happening today, right before free agency and even during free agency. Emmanuel Ogbah, he signed a 4-year deal with the Miami Dolphins at $65 million. That was $32 million guaranteed. Joe Noteboom, 3-year, $40 million deal, $25 million guaranteed. Alex Kapka, 4-year, $40 million.
Kappa.
What do I keep saying?
Kapka.
You're
throwing an extra C or a K
I don't
in
know
there
what I'm
somewhere.
doing. I can't. Jeff Swaim, out of all those deals, which one was your favorite?
I like the Kappa one the most.
Okay.
Look, he's more of a run-blocking right guard, which is fine. That's the right guard position he plays. It feels like the Bengals are kind of setting up for more of a power-blocking scheme than they are the typical wide zone, the zone scheme that is often run by those Sean McVay, Shanahan disciples. But $10 million a year, I think, is a bit below market for Kappa. I think it's a fantastic addition. And God, you needed offensive line help.
So far, my favorite move of today is Chase Edmonds signing a 2-year, $12.6 million deal with the Miami Dolphins. They desperately needed him back. Now you go out and you get yourself one. His old teammate, James Conner, he goes 3 years, $21 million with the Arizona Cardinals. Mitchell Trubisky signed a 2-year deal with the Steelers. That one's still TBA. And then Larry Ogunjobi, 3-year, $40.5 million.
The bag.
Also, it is being reported now by Josina Anderson that Jadeveon Clowney will take his time and look at every opportunity.
Yeah, I've heard that before.
Wow, that's incredible.
Classic Clowney free agency strategy.
Clowney's going to look. He's going to realize that people don't want him as bad as he thinks, and then he'll end up taking a deal very late because, let's face it, you don't want to go to training camp. You don't want to do all that other kind of stuff.
Get $10 million
All right, a deal that just ended up going down was Quandre Diggs, 3 years, $40 million. Seattle's able to re-sign their safety. Tom, I know you really like this deal a lot. We also broke this one down on Seahawks today. So tons and tons of stuff happening. We got 2,929 people watching. If you haven't liked the video yet, please go ahead and do so.
I want to do this in the comments right now. There's a super chat from Armando. We'll get to that too. And that'll answer the question, Mitch.
Oh, okay.
Because this is the one Mitch got on that we botted him for. First off, Avery Stewart just had a $2 super chat. Thank you. Armando McLean says, are the Raiders going to sign the Honey Badger? Mitch, what happened here?
All right, so essentially there's a guy, he put out fake content, put out Honey Badger. I know there's Raiders Beat, which is a very popular Twitter place. They got, and I got. So, no, the Honey Badger to the Raiders is nothing. It's just a fake Twitter account. So, I got.
Careful. It is fake Twitter account, SZN. There's going to be a lot of, they did this. That is not true in any capacity. So the Raiders have not signed Tyrann Mathieu.
Sorry, guys.
And if you put the fake news in the comments, we'll put you in timeout.
All right, so if y'all love the NFL, make sure you go ahead and subscribe to Chat Sports. Right now, we got almost 3,000 people watching, and we're going to go to a sub-only chat, which means the only way you're going to be able to comment, the only way you're going to be able to interact with us, the only way that you're going to be able to get a shout-out is if you go ahead and spam me down there. So, Tom, I've been doing a lot of the shout-outs.
Okay.
I want you to give some shout-outs here this round. So go ahead, type me, and Tom's going to go ahead and give you guys a shout-out here live on NFL Daily.
All right, the real Chef Boy Andy, 36, Captain Rex, Dusty Rhodes, Hood, Dominique Grabber, Yoavas, Sam, not producer Sam, Adam White, Doug Stevens, Michael, David, Justin, Beezus Crisp, Jordan, Abel, Josh, Dominique, Kyle, Sterling, Jeffrey, FSO, Backstabber, yikes, Shamar, Slim, Paco Land, Sterling Alba, Virus, Keldon, Cordai, Kale, Perk, Tiffany Who, Jacob, Dominic, Nick, K Smooth, Ed is in there, Trenton, 22, Av Moonwalker, Michael, Shelley, Christian, Gabe, Jeffrey, Dominique, A-Rob, not that A-Rob, Angel Jackson, Connor, John Merriweather, Yusuf, The NFL Experience, Dark Knight, Damian Wayne, Apex, Antonio Brown, Mitch's favorite NFL player of all time, Godewan Kenobi, Donovan George, Alex Fryermuth, Pat's brother. Oh, so that's just Freemuth, correction, not his brother. Jannard Jenkins, Anthony, Shangos Frazier, OG Beam, Isaiah, Lone Wolf Jr., Donovan, OG Beam, and Anthony as well.
Wow, that's a lot. That's a lot. Take a breath, Tom. Good job. So get in the chat. Who's the best free agent signing so far? I'm just going to go by overall value. I still think Chase Edmonds is my personal favorite. You could also say that because I'm a sucker for fantasy football. But
yes, you are.
That's the route I'll go. What about you?
I think I'm going to go Kappa still. I think that's I'm a bit surprised he only got $10 million on the open market. I know he's not an elite pass protector, but he's good enough there, and he was part of a very strong Bucs offensive line. So I like that move for the Bengals. I like the Edmonds signing too. That's my second one of a surprisingly quiet start to free agency so far. I thought there'd be a bit more action.
All right, let's go to the next super chat coming in here from No Limit Daniel. Tom Brady to the 49ers, his dream team.
I think he's going back to Tampa. That was what was in his post. And I think the Bucs are saying we're not moving on from you. You can just not show up then if that's the route you want to go. We'll pay you $10 million to not be on our team, or we'll make you pay fines. Like, that's fine. Like, I think that makes a lot of sense. Like, I think he's back in Tampa and nobody else.
Okay, fair enough. All right, who's the best free agent signing so far? That's the one we were just breaking down. I'll go ahead and give a few shout-outs here to the peeps that are watching, and we are, like 15 away from 500 and doing a boot. So we still got Flow Rider Rays, FL Chargers. We had Allen of the Browns would be interesting. Text from the Steelers and QB to be Mitch Trubisky. We got Diggs as the favorite, Kappa on the cheap.
We got 15 still before the boot, by the way.
Yeah, we got a few to go. Rudolph beats out Trubisky from David Smith. If that's the case, then
that's
not a good thing for Mason Rudolph.
But there are
that's
Rudolph
really,
truthers.
I know
there are.
Trubisky.
It's fine. I know there are Rudolph truthers.
I mean, I can't understand a world why anybody would ever be a truther of Mason Rudolph. Doesn't make any sense to me. Let's go to the next super chat coming in here, and it looks like the Seahawks have made another move. Would Jarvis to Philly fit?
I mean, maybe. You've got guys who can handle your slot role. Jalen Reagor fits that mold. Greg Ward fits that mold. You can make Quez Watkins be your vertical slot threat. So, sure, I think they want a slightly better option, though.
Oh, boy. So we got another move that just went down. Al Woods is re-signing with the Seattle Seahawks. The full details are TBA. And we'll go ahead. We'll break this down here a little bit. But we also got a $20 super chat.
Mr. Stegosaurus.
From Mr. Stegosaurus, which puts us at 500 and supers, which means it is time for a boot. So major shout out to Matthew Peterson, the host of our Broncos and Browns YouTube channel. Petey's going to go ahead. He's going to take this boot down. Remember,
we'll go full
it
spin
is
in a minute.
3 beers. Petey, you just got to remember to turn it. You got to turn the boot. So I'm going to stop talking here. All I want you guys to do is go ahead and start chugging chug down in the comment section. Petey, it's all you.
Yeah, while he's doing that, by the way, you're spilling everywhere. What are you doing? There's beer everywhere here.
Oh, no.
Jeez, what a look at that spill. Look at that spill.
Look at the spiel.
Look at the spill. Al Woods, this is a run-stopping defensive lineman for Seattle. He'll take care of probably a 1-year, $3-ish million deal is going to be my guess for Seattle. As Petey's pounding that beer, keep typing in chugs. I see those coming in there. Now the beer is falling into his shirt, but there is a lot of it on him there. There you go. You did good, though, minus the initial start.
Petey.
That wide mouth's tough, isn't it?
It's tough, dude.
Good job, Petey. Going on with some extra baggage there.
Petey.
He says.
The first boot of NFL free agency. Shout out to Petey. All right, once we get now, I believe to
rough start, good finish. I'll give him a B.
Once we get, I'll give him a C. I've seen better.
Wow, that's low.
I mean, it's an average boot. That's what it was. I mean, that boot's not made for walking, and he's going to have to walk to get a lot of that shirt drier. But at the end of the day, I thought it was a pretty good one from Petey. Good job overall. Remember, every time we get a $100 super chat, we do a boot. Also, I believe there's a certain like total that we have to get to. We'll do a
15
boot.
15 should be the next one. I'm not sure.
And then also, if we get to 1,000 in supers, we will do another boot. So we're going to make somebody else out there go ahead and do one. I don't know if I've seen Coop do a boot yet. I'm kind of interested to see Coop or Trace do a boot. So get ready
Trace
for it.
Trace should be good.
I mean, Trace is fresh out of college.
Yeah, he should be good at it.
I feel like he should be able to.
He's not like me and you out of college for years now.
I mean, I've been out of college. I graduated in 2015. We could make Jack do a water boot. Jack's not a drinker, but I think he could do a water boot.
It's still not easy, by the way, with just the water boot.
It's literally 40 ounces of a liquid. You do 40 ounces of a liquid, I mean, it fills you up really quick, no doubt about it. All right, y'all, so we are, 1,500 likes away. No, that's a lie. We are 100 likes away, 80 likes away
math, Mitch.
From doing Drink or Do. So Drink or Do is a game where it's literally you either drink or you do what's on the card. We have it right here, and I'm going to read it. Yikes.
Well, Mitch is up next for that, by the way. That is the order.
I don't know how I'm going to do it, but
we'll figure it out. We'll get there.
It's going to be a little embarrassing. I'm not going to lie. It's not. I think I'll be able to do it.
Is it like dirty?
It's not dirty.
Okay.
It's just putting some of my skills to the test that I believe I do not have. So I can go ahead and we'll try.
So it's math.
No, it's not math. Let's just say it involves singing.
Oh, yes.
Not great whatsoever. So the deal that ended up just happening here was around Al Woods. And, I don't know if you ever heard this before, Tom, but if Al falls in the woods, doesn't make a sound, it may sound.
Everyone type boo in the comments.
No, not good at all.
Terrible.
Hey, I mean, that's what came to my mind when I saw this. So re-signing with the Seattle Seahawks. We have yet to get the full details of exactly what's happening here.
I'm thinking cheap, short deal. He is a rather old player, but still a good run stopper for Seattle.
Sure.
As they move to a true 3-4 base, this will be your first and second down, nose guard, your 3-tech, your 5-tech. You can play all across the line there. Kind of like an older version of Akeem Hicks for you Bears fans out there. I'm guessing 1 year, $3 to $4 million, maybe 2 years at a similar cost. He's got a big body on him. He's played up to 335 in the past, so no complaints here. He's going to be a run stopper for the organization. That's his job in the end.
All right, I believe we have another super chat coming in, which we'll get to in a second. And, wow, we actually just had a really big-time move ended up. Maybe arguably one of the biggest moves in free agency that has happened
Let's go to that one first.
Let's go and talk about this one. Brandon Scherff, the top offensive guard in the National Football League, is signing with the Jacksonville Jaguars. So you want to be able to build a running game. You want to be able to protect Trevor Lawrence. go out and get the top right guard in free agency?
Guard was my number one need for Jacksonville. Andrew Norwell, A.J. Cann, Will Richardson were all free agents. They didn't play that great outside of Norwell. Scherff will take over at left guard for the organization and be their best offensive lineman instantly.
Yep.
We don't have the money yet. I would wager this is going to come in at a rather expensive contract. I'm going to guess this comes in around $15-16 million a year, if not more. Than that. This should make him one of the highest paid guards in the NFL. Looking maybe a 4 or 5 year deal. He's been franchise tagged back-to-back years by Washington. The Commanders thought they were going to lose him. This ends up happening. This is all about protecting Trevor Lawrence. Now their offensive line starting to take shape. You got Brandon Scherff at left guard. You can retain Brandon Linder at center. You've got tackles in Cam Robinson, the franchise tag. Walker Little, Jawan Taylor, and maybe Tyler Shatley at right guard. And you can get by with that as your offensive line. But I think that this team under Doug Peterson will still explore more options beyond just Scherff here.
All right, guys, go ahead and grade the move. Scherff to the Jags, A, B, C, D, or F. Obviously, until we get the details, I think this is going to be bigger than what Joe Thuney got on a on a average salary basis. $16
million was that figure.
Exactly, and I just don't think it's going to be as many years, personally, because of some of the injuries that Scherff has had. But Doug Peterson, the new head coach, he's always been, I think, pretty good at being able to build his team's offensive lines. And I know they have James Robinson, but a lot of people are forgetting about Travis Etienne, who got injured. They have Trevor Lawrence, but I still see with a signing like this, a good way to take a lot of pressure off your young quarterback that doesn't maybe have as much skill position players on the outside is to go ahead and build that offensive line. Until I get the figures, I'm going to give this an A because they had the money to spend. You're able to go out and get the best interior guard in free agency.
He's a better player than Alex Kappa. Scherff's missed a little bit of time in recent years, but I would be surprised if he didn't get at least $16 million. I think that'd be a pretty team-friendly deal otherwise.
So go ahead. Let us know down in the comments section. We got CD DeLuca is going to go with a B. Tiffany says A plus from Shaman. A plus from Florida. Tommy T is going to go with the CKJ's typing A. Super chat time. What up, Ethan? Eddie Goldman to the Cowboys. Tom, what do you think?
I mean, he fits my fatties only campaign. He's more of a run-stopping nose guard. He could fit as a one technique for that scheme. I don't know how much he's going to command, so that could be a good fit, but money's always an issue self-imposed by Dallas.
All right, let's go to Mr. Stegosaurus, and I should mention we are 24 likes away from playing a do-or-drink game, and I can promise you I'm going to make an ass out of myself. All right, it's funny that the Browns have had so many trash quarterbacks that the moment they get a mediocre one, they think he's the best thing since sliced bread. Do they get Watson or Jimmy Garoppolo, or should they draft one?
Well, I think there's plenty of interest from the Browns to look at other QBs. How much better than Jimmy G is Baker Mayfield, really?
A little bit.
A little bit, I agree. Like, better. Do they win? Do they have success? Like a Super Bowl run with Jimmy G?
No.
Probably not. So if you can't get Deshaun, I would say you roll it back for one more year with Baker, and then next year look via draft or trades and go all in on a different QB. So is Baker their guy? I was very disappointed by their most recent season. Great ending to 2020. Injuries a factor this year, but he was a major disappointment. So the Browns should look at QBs. Actually, my number 6 need for them right now. Beyond that, though, I'm not sure how much interest there would be in terms of being able to find a good option.
All right, y'all, so if you're a big-time Browns fan, I want you to go ahead and subscribe to our Browns YouTube channel. It's youtube.com/Browns Report. I want to get to 6,000 subscribers on that bad boy, currently sitting at 5,346. So whether you want to stay up to date on news, rumors, everything going on around the Cleveland Browns, I want you to go ahead and hit that subscribe button. Coming up now, we're going to be breaking down some other news going on in this division. However, it's not the Cleveland Browns. Ted Karras, a guy that I thought was going to go to the Las Vegas Raiders, is signing a 3-year, $18 million deal with the Cincinnati Bengals. Tom, what do you think about this? I think this is really good value.
I'm curious. I think it's a very good contract for a very good football player. I am curious where they play him. He's played center plenty in the past. He played predominantly left guard this past season for the New England Patriots. So whether he's a left guard, whether he's a center for them, I do think Karras is a quality football player who will be able to take over at one of those spots. I know Bengals fans are over Trey Hopkins. Whether it's left guard or center, maybe that depends on the draft. They take a guard early or sign somebody else. This is a new starter for the Cincinnati Bengals somewhere at either left guard or center to pair with Alex Kappa. So the plan of helping the offensive line well underway in Cincinnati.
I would say so far one of the biggest winners in free agency. I think the Dolphins are a winner, being able to keep Ogbah and then also getting Chase Edmonds. Also Cincinnati. Your biggest issue was offensive line. You go out right away, you address that offensive line. That also wasn't the only move that actually just went down. Tracy Walker is re-signing with the Detroit Lions. It's a 3-year, $25 million deal with $17 million guaranteed.
Yeah, pretty good deal for Walker. I thought he might command a little bit more on the open market. It's always the safety market, as you mentioned, Mitch, is always a very interesting one. He's a solid starter. This is, Rayshawn Jenkins type of money. I think
it's the deal that Carl Nassib got 2 years ago.
I kind of think he's better than those guys. So I think it's a good pickup here. Good retention by the Detroit Lions.
Giants just made a move.
Help out whatever. No, we'll get to it. But Walker's a good move here by Detroit. I wonder if this takes them out of the Marcus Williams running now.
And then the next move that just ended up happening, the New York Giants, they are signing wide receiver Robert Foster. Again,
he got cut by the Cowboys 4 days ago. This is a back
Cowboys
end of the roster.
Legend.
Okay, thank you, Mitch. You get the bit. That's kind of what they're going with there. That's kind of all it is.
So what we're going to be breaking down for y'all coming up here, we're going to go through everything that's happened around NFL free agency. We'll get back to some of the super chats. We'll get back to some of the comments. We did cross 1,500 likes, so I'll go ahead. I'll make an ass of myself in a few minutes after we go ahead and we go through everything that's happened in free agency so far. 2022 NFL free agency live coverage here. Mitchell Renz, all my chat sports friends, and Tom Downey, and we're having a good time going through everything going on. So if you guys love the NFL, if you love breaking everything down for us, then we are the channel here. We're interacting with our live viewers, and the first deal that essentially ended up going down right before free agency happened was Emmanuel Ogbah. He signed with the Miami Dolphins, a 4-year, $65 million deal, $32 million guaranteed.
Yeah, pretty on par for the market value for a top-tier edge rusher. We're still waiting news on what happens to Von Miller, Chandler Jones, but Ogbah's retention was a big deal for Miami. Beyond Jalen Phillips, they did not have that much at edge rusher. This was one of their bigger needs, plus offensive line.
A little bit less than what Harold Landry got.
Yeah, they did a good job keeping him in the end.
Yeah. All right, and the other move that ended up happening, or some other moves, Joe Noteboom re-signed with the Los Angeles Rams for 3 years, $40 million, with $25 million in guaranteed money. I think he's a good player. Thought it was a little bit of an overspend, but if you're the Rams right now, they've been able to show, hey, if you think that you can compete right now, you overspend a little bit. If it leads to a Super Bowl, I don't really think many people are going to be all that upset.
Yeah, this is their new left tackle of the future. They drafted him to be that guy coming out of TCU several years ago. I am surprised he went for that much, but if anyone knows how good it can be, it would be the L.A. Rams.
All right, let's go to Alex Kappa, who signed with the Cincinnati Bengals on a 4-year, $40 million deal. I think he's a good player. I thought it was a little bit high personally, but Tom, I know you really like this move a lot.
Yeah, look, he's better as a run blocker than he is as a pass protector, but he's still good in both areas. I think Kappa's one of the better guard in the NFL, so I love the move here for the Bengals. You got to get that offensive line built up. This is a good one here by Cincinnati.
The only reason why I was a little bit iffy on it is because he's played between really, really good players, so we'll see now how good he actually is. So what I want you guys to do now is get in the chat. What is the best free agent signing so far? Let me know what y'all are thinking from top to bottom. And then look at that. As soon as I say this, we just had another deal that went down. We'll go ahead and we'll break that one down here in just a second. But what's the best free agent signing so far? I think best value is Chase Edmonds, though I'm still going to go ahead and say Brandon Scherff is probably the top guy and going to a good destination here. And he went to the Jacksonville Jaguars. And actually, Tom, the Jags, they went ahead. They're going to make another move here for Foye, signing with the Jags on a 3-year, $45 million deal, $28 million guaranteed.
Yeah. Foye Oluokun here, the move, I should say, by the Jacksonville Jags. 3 years, $45 million, and I wonder what they're going to do with Miles Jack, hypothetically long-term here. This is the latest move, just happened moments ago here. Some buzz, he was going to get big-time money. In theory, it would be Miles Jack and Olakun, Jack as your middle linebacker, Olakun as your middle linebacker, whatever with Shaq Quarterman. Damian Wilson's a free agent anyway. Big money, $15 million a year for Foye here. That is top 4 linebacker money in the NFL behind Darius Leonard, Fred Warner, and C.J. Mosley. A big-time contract here as the Jags spending significantly in free agency. They might not be done yet.
We know that the Jags aren't afraid to throw around some dollars. However, I think this is a good player, and people are going to look at 192 tackles and be like, oh, wow. I do think sometimes tackles can get you fooled a little bit where he's a good player, but $15 million? Tom, I think that's an overpay.
A quick note here on Jacksonville. We don't have the contract details yet, but per Peter Schrager, Foley Fatakasi is also going to head to Jacksonville.
That's a steal.
So the Jags are throwing money around out here as they throw. We don't have the details yet, but they add another defensive lineman here along the interior. I didn't think defensive line was that big of a need. It was number 6 for me. Maybe you cut Malcolm Brown, Jay Tufele, Roy Robertson Harris, Devon Hamilton. I mean, they're not going to bring back Taven Bryan.
This is a Doug Peterson team. They're going trenches, offensive line, defensive line. I mean, you've been able to see some teams that have spent heavily over the past 6 seasons. The team that has spent the most money in NFL free agency has been able to improve their win total by at least 3 games. Jacksonville, 6-win teams? I don't even remember how many games they won last year.
Not many.
2? Not many, exactly. A team that is in their division, a deal that ended up going down a little bit earlier. Jeff Swain, he ended up re-signing with the Tennessee Titans on a 1-year deal. Those contract details have yet to be announced. One of my favorite.
It'll be cheap. It'll be a 1 year, $2 million.
He's a blocking tight end, which is important, though, in that offense. Chase Edmonds signed a 2-year, $12.6 million deal. I believe he's going to be the new lead back. The new lead back for the Miami Dolphins.
He will be.
Yeah, I mean, he should be. Also, we just got some details on Al Woods and his contract, 2 years, $9 million. His teammate, though, James Conner, 3-year, $21 million deal with $13.5 million guaranteed. I get it. He had 15 rushing touchdowns last season, but I'd rather have Chase Edmonds than James Conner.
Agreed.
Mitchell Trubisky, quarterback, Pittsburgh Steelers. Those details are still TBA. As soon as we get them, we'll be able to fill you in. I think it starts at $10 million. It could go up to about $15 million. If it goes anything over that, I'd be pretty shocked. Larry Ogbah, 3-year, $40.5 million. I've said it 3 different ways.
You have.
So
it's all good.
I'm trying to cover my bases here. $26.35 million guaranteed. Thought that was a lot of money, but you know what? It fills a major need for the Chicago Bears.
They did not have a 3 technique. They needed that in the Matt Eberflus defensive style. This is their 3 technique. Had a very under-the-radar year for Cincinnati. He cashes in despite the late-season ankle injury.
The Seattle Seahawks, they re-signed Quandre Diggs, the safety, pair him next to Jamal Adams on a 3-year, $40 million deal. Tom, I know you really like this one.
Yeah, cashes in despite the late-season ankle injury also works here for Quandre Diggs, funnily enough. 3 years, $40 million. This is probably the last big contract Quandre Diggs gets, but he was awesome last year for Seattle. He was their best defensive back. Apologies to DJ Reed, Jamal Adams, but that's how good Diggs was this past season.
Al Woods, we finally just got his contract details in. It's a 2-year, $9 million deal with $4.75 million in guaranteed.
A little bit higher than what I thought it might be.
Yeah,
just a little bit, but
kind of with you there.
He played really well, though, for Seattle as one of those run-stopping defensive linemen with he and Poona Ford back, and you add Shelby Harris. That interior defensive line is pretty much set for Seattle. Now they're looking for edge rusher help.
All right, Brandon Scherff, probably the biggest signing of today, at least the one that I expect to be the biggest money, is signing with the Jacksonville Jaguars. Those full details, are still TBA. We anticipate something a little bit more than what Joe Thuney got last season. Thuney got 5 years, 70. I don't know if Scherff's going to get 5 years, but he's going to get 15 plus.
He probably asked to be the highest paid guard in the NFL. We'll see that end up going down, but Jacksonville has been willing and able to spend big so far.
Scherff,
we mentioned Olakun as well. They have been aggressive so far.
All right, y'all, so there's always one. Who's the worst free agent signing so far? Out of all the deals that have gone down that we have discussed, what's the worst free agent signing so far? I don't really know if there's one that's really jumping out at me at this current moment.
We don't know the money yet for Trubisky.
I was going to say, that's the only one that it's going to come down to. I mean, if the Steelers are giving Trubisky like $20 million a year, I'm going to say that one. But I haven't really seen a deal where I'm like, oh, man, it's a terrible, terrible deal. But you guys can go ahead. I mean, right now it's Mitch, and then Robert Foster. Those are so far the worst free agent signings today.
Yeah, but Foster's barely a free agent signing. It's just the back of the roster guy, whatever.
All right, one of my favorite moves that I saw go down was Ted Karras. He's signing with the Cincinnati Bengals on a 3-year, $18 million deal. Very versatile offensive lineman. Actually played some center for the Miami Dolphins. Then he went over to the New England Patriots, played left guard there. What you're seeing the Bengals do, address the offensive line. Major credit to that organization because they're doing a lot of sneaky things there. I mean, you don't get to the Super Bowl without being...
Yeah, I'm curious if he plays left guard or center for them. He's played both in the past. He was more of a left guard for the Patriots, more of a center for the Dolphins previously. So I am excited to see what role they plan for him. Maybe when they announce it, they'll break that down. But still could fill one of those interior spots if you want to along the offensive line. The adding of a right guard makes me wonder what their plan is for Jackson Carman long term. But I think that's a good idea there.
So we're also going to be breaking down some more deals that ended up going down here. Tracy Walker re-signing with the Detroit Lions on a 3-year, $25 million deal with $17 million guaranteed. I think Tracy's a good player. I don't know. This one to me is
pretty fair value for a guy that the team wants to retain at safety. I don't think it's an outlandish contract. He's a solid starter. He got solid starter money.
Okay, some other moves that ended up going down. Robert Foster, Foye, and then Folo as well. 3-year, $30 million deal, $20 million guaranteed. Which moves out of the two Jags moves do you like more?
Well, we spent some time on the Olicon once. Let's spend some more time here on Foley Fatukasi, the Jags, former Jets defensive lineman. $10 million a year per year contract. Isn't an elite pass rusher. Fatukasi's best fit is going to be as a run-stopping defensive lineman. So you got Jay Tufele, Roy Robertson, Harris under contract still, Davon Hamilton. This gives them that, would probably be a one technique in there if they stick with the four-man front in Jacksonville. So I like the move. It's a little bit expensive for me, but I get what they're going for there.
I think I just saw a comment down in from Spoils3RZ, Jags to the Super Bowl.
Let's slow our roll there a little bit.
I mean, hey, just a few years ago, Jags probably should have went to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, it was a fluke year, though. Let's be honest.
They've
been terrible outside of that. Yeah.
2017, Blake Bortles. All right, y'all, if you're having a good time, that's what today's show is all about. It's not only keeping you up to date on everything going on around everything going on around the National Football League. We're also trying to have a good time as well. Also, the New York Jets, they just went ahead and they made a pretty big move for another really good interior offensive lineman, Laken Tomlinson. He's going to be heading now to the New York Jets. I mean, that's a big-time run blocker there. Really liked his ability as a left guard, but Laken Tomlinson played last season with the San Francisco 49ers. He is now going to the New York Jets. So since we hit 1,500 likes, I got to do the do or drink game, which means this. It means I have to freestyle rap for about 20 seconds.
Okay.
So when you think of freestyle rap, can I just sing a song?
No, you got to rap. You can't sing. It's freestyle. You can't do a real song.
All right.
Just do a diss track on the Chat Sports office.
Okay, here we go.
Just I say it's not easy to do.
All my exes live in Texas because I work at Chat Sports, putting in that time and money an hour like Money Marsh. See Jeremy Chugg's always sipping on them beers. We just hired 2 new guys, and I can't even remember their names. Harrison out there sitting on his phone. Trace out there playing with his bone. And then I got Brett out there staring at me like, yo, bro, get off the mic.
There was one rhyme in there. That's only thing that rhymed. Nothing else rhymed.
Poetry doesn't matter.
Yeah, that ain't poetry either. So one rhyme.
All right, let's talk about Laken Tomlinson. 3 years, $40 million deal to the New York Jets. $27 million in guaranteed dollars. I like Laken Tomlinson a lot. I think it was actually a really good move for the New York Jets. Besides Scherff, this was the top other offensive guard that I personally thought in free agency. He was the top guy on the left guard spot for me personally. What this move does mean is you're going to try to see a little bit more running the football from the Jets.
Yeah, the game plan here, I think, is to move Laken Tomlinson over to the right side. Elijah Vera Tucker will remain their left guard. He was awesome in year one at a USC first-round pick. Tomlinson has played right guard in the past, so they're going to flip the sides there. And we know he fits the scheme. Niners, the Jets are running a very similar offense. This would then make him the 4th highest paid left or right guard. I would assume he goes to the right side. Tomlinson's a good football player. There was a lot of interest. I would wager the Bengals had interest here, but Tomlinson goes for the same amount of money for one more year, with a max value of 14.2, 13.3 average right now for the Jets as they try to build up that offensive line.
I remember I said this one time, probably about 15 years ago. Grade the move. Tomlinson to the Jets. That was a different guy, and he played running back. A, B, C, D, or F. Let me know, y'all, what you're thinking about this move by Laken Tomlinson going to the New York Jets. Get those grades down in the comments right now, like from Laxton's going to go B+. Robbie Oak, A. Christian's going to type his B. Kerry McDonald, B. B-, B. A from Luke. B from Jeffrey. A+ from Anthony. F. I'm a Niner fan. Hey, that's totally fine. B+ from JVT Videos. Keep on getting those votes in. And I don't know if y'all have been keeping up to track with us. Here's our updated subscriber mark. We're at 282,106 subs. If you haven't hit that sub button
figure
yet,
in a minute, there it is.
Oh, wait, we're going to update it?
Yeah, 167.
167. 2 away from Tom getting way too excited. YouTube.com/chatsportstv
Hey.
if you are already a loyal sub. What's
We're
up?
not that far from 1,669 likes either.
I mean, if you want to make Tom's day, there's not a lot going on for Tom right now, and a solid like count makes Tom's day. 69. Let's get there
nice
for Tom.
Like count.
It would be a very nice amount. There's no doubt about it. So we got 3,300 people watching. If you haven't liked the video yet, please go ahead and do so. What makes Chat Sports different than a lot of other content providers on YouTube is, personally, I think we're more dedicated than a lot of people. We give you content every single day, multiple videos, but we're also an interactive channel. So here's going to be your opportunity. Get your questions, your comments on the show by going ahead and by super chatting, or if you want to go ahead and use hashtag NFL, we can probably get some questions up here on screen. But I know everyone thinks that they're a GM, right? I love Twitter for the aspect of everybody's a Twitter GM. Everybody knows what's best for their football team. Well, how about this? You can be the GM of your favorite team. I want you to name a player that you want your team to go out and sign. We're going to go ahead and answer some super chats, and then I'll go ahead and give some shout-outs here. Let's go to Christian. Will Jaron Curse ask for Tracy Walker money?
You know, Curse's market's going to be interesting to me because this past year, Curse outplayed Tracy Walker. But Curse has only done it for 1 year.
Sure.
We have not seen a consistent level of play out of Curse. I could see him asking for that. I don't know if the Cowboys would pay him that amount of money, but I would have interest in retaining him. So his market of all the safeties, as weird as that market always is unclear and uncertain. I think that's going to be one of the more intriguing routes to see what and how much he gets.
I love this next super chat. It's coming in here. It's from Tom's actual account.
My burner account.
Here's to Dallas not doing jack shit in free agency. Thanks. I mean, you know this was going to happen, right?
I mean, this is what they do. They don't get involved on day one. Maybe Thursday they'll have signed somebody. We'll see what the market is for guys like Randy Gregory.
Yep.
Jaron Curse.
Yep.
As of right now, very quiet. I think Gregory's drawing some interest, but he will come back to Dallas and say, this is what I've been offered. What can you do? Then he'll make a call.
All right, y'all. See you know, Robert Bruce saying Patriots. We got a Packers GOAT, says Allen Robinson. Pats and A-Rob from Connor Bloom. Allen Robinson, a Packers GOAT. Teron Armstead, Seahawks from Cole Mitchells. What about J.C. Jackson, Bears, and Christian Kirk from David? Any news on the Eagles from Andrew B? If you send in a $10 super, we'll go ahead. We'll talk about your team, break it all down from a free agency standpoint. Daniel Meister, Watson to the Raiders. JC should go to the Chargers from Cody. A-Rob to the Raiders from Jose Delgado. Kirk or Juju from Greg. A-Rob to the Jags from Mikey. And then Bobby Wagner should go to the Colts from Savannah. Let's go to some questions now. We'll answer, and if you want to get your more questions up on screen with over 3,000 people watching, you can go ahead and super chat. What is the most surprising signing so far? So, out of all the signings, the one that you feel is the most surprising from a football, defense, offense, I'm not really going to sit here and say any of them are like absolutely groundbreaking to me.
I think Joe Noteboom getting what he got from the Rams on a
Okay.
re-signing is maybe the most surprising thus far.
In terms of the value, and maybe not staying on the team, but the value of the contract. I don't know if I've really seen a move yet for a team not filling a major need. I mean, maybe Folo going to the Jags, because I don't really know if defensive tackle was a major need for them, or even linebacker, but they have money to spend, and that's what Doug Peterson likes to do. Let's go to Bruma. Do the Titans still have a chance with Gronk now that Brady is back? To be honest, I don't really think anybody ever had a chance for Gronk. I think Gronk would have retired. At least that's what like. If he would not have gotten the money he wanted, Gronk would have retired. But now I see him absolutely just going back to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. However, I mean, O.J. Howard, I think O.J. Howard is a really good and underutilized tight end. I would love to see him go to a team that actually uses him. I don't know if that's Tennessee, but I do think O.J. Howard's blocking ability plus his receiving ability would be a pretty good fit in Tennessee.
Completely agree.
All right, y'all, I want you guys to show my guy Tom Downey some love. And if you want a shout-out here on today's show, you got to go ahead and retweet Tom's pinned tweet for a shout-out. So, Tom, that means you have to go ahead, put that link down in the comment section right now. That way people can find it, people can click on it. And if you go ahead and you retweet Tom at WhatGoingDowney, I'm going to say it again because maybe you were picking something, at WhatGoingDowney on Twitter, you retweet that, and Tom's going to go ahead and give a shout-out. So, Tom, when you're ready, let it rip.
The initial grouping: Doug, Zeke Ramos, Allen, Marino, MBJ Silencer, World War Parsons, Rashard Lee, Gregory, Shamari, Barrett, Evans, Sam, Austin, Lil Ali, some nerd named Mitch as well. Gabe just did it, and then I'm going to refresh here, give another round of shout-outs on the pinned tweet, which I'll put in the live chat momentarily on top of that here. Other retweets from Pierce Sports Productions, Scott Bickford, Chris Faze Perk, Doug Stevens, I don't want to mention him, Chris as well, and I'll put that in the live chat. Oh, someone already did. Thank you, Trace or Sam, whomstever among you took care of that. Hayden Danielson and Shamar Doster as well.
Appreciate y'all. Got a super chat coming in here from We Own the North. And remember, y'all, when you send in a $10 super chat, we will talk about your team in length, about free agency, and about some stuff that could potentially happen. In terms of the best free agent option for the Green Bay Packers, this is not going to be, it's not a free agent option. It's, you got to figure out what you're doing with Devontae Adams. I mean, that's the truth. You got to make sure Devontae's happy. You got to make sure he's on the team, because if you don't have Devontae Adams, that totally changes everything that you're going to do this entire offseason. Besides that, Tom, I mean, what do you think?
Tackle's now one of their biggest needs since they cut Billy Turner. I should say a starting offensive lineman is one of their biggest needs. I assume David Bakhtiari back at left tackle. I'm going to slot Elton Jenkins back in at guard, and that could you play Royce Newman, John running at one of those spots.
Yep.
You probably get by with Josh Myers at center for one more year. Lucas Patrick, I believe, is still a free agent, and that leaves a glaring hole at right tackle because you cut Billy Turner. So you could move Elton Jenkins over there to right tackle and maybe have guard be a bigger need, but one of those O-line spots is a big deal. And linebacker Devondre Campbell had a breakout year. There is nothing that I trust at guard right now.
And when you talk about the latest, I mean, the latest around Devontae Adams is, he was told that he's not going to be playing on the franchise tag, which I would say if you watched our shows here, that really shouldn't surprise anyone. I mean, when there's rumors around him wanting $30 million, heck, there was even a report that he might get $35 million a year. That's a little bit of a stretch for me. He does want to make more than DeAndre Hopkins, who's making $27 million per year. And if you're on the franchise tag at 18.5, coming off two very, very successful seasons with the Green Bay Packers, it should not surprise you that Devontae Adams doesn't want to play underneath the tag. So let's say the Packers say, well, we're either going to pay you or we're going to go ahead and trade you.
Which they should pay.
Which one should the Packers do? I mean, if you're going to commit long-term to Aaron Rodgers for $200 million, the answer is pay Adams. I mean, it's just the simple truth. You need to make sure that Aaron Rodgers is happy. So what do you think, though? What will the Packers do? If Devontae Adams says, I want $30 million a year, would you pay him? Or would you go ahead and trade him? Because I do think if you traded Adams, you could probably get 2 first-round picks for him, right? I mean, if Jamal Adams is going for 2 firsts, why can't Devontae Adams go for 2 firsts? P for trade, or wow, P for pay, or T for trade. Are you type P for trade? P for pay.
Okay, just go full Ron Burgundy for me, buddy.
I just can't get it together.
I'm going to go with P from that perspective.
Pushing P. All right, let's go to the next super chat coming in here. It's from collector of nostalgia. Are you the guy that bought Tom Brady's $500,000 football? Let's talk Jags. Also, A-Rob been on Jacksonville radio talking about how much he would like to play with Trevor Lawrence. Maybe a sign. Also said this on Twitter. Well, I love Allen Robinson's Twitter game because Allen Robinson also a few days ago pinned a tweet from Damian Lillard saying about some guys that the Raiders could go out and get. Robinson's just trying to open up his market here a little bit, and he needs to because he's coming off his worst season. That's not statistically, no, but in turn, he had a year where he had one catch for 17 yards towards ACL. I'm saying from an expectation standpoint, nobody thought A-Rob was going to put up 38 catches, 410 yards.
Yeah,
right?
Look, I actually did not know he went on radio talking about it. I did not know that news, but we mentioned earlier in the show that I had heard there could be some real buzz around A-Rob to Jacksonville.
Yep.
Maybe you just spend your second-round pick on a receiver instead. But I wouldn't hate a reunion. Gives Lawrence a big body threat on the outside. So Jacksonville's been super aggressive so far. I don't hate this.
All right, some other moves that the Jacksonville Jaguars ended up going with here. You got Foye. He signed with the Jags on a 3-year, $30 million. No, 3 years, $45 million deal. $28 million guaranteed. I got the names confused because, well, they're kind of similar. They also went ahead and they addressed their interior defensive line of Folo Fatutaxi at 3 years, $30 million.
Full name is Folorunsu Fatakasi. Goes
Nickname
by Foley
Folo.
because they don't. It's too long of a name.
So $20 million guaranteed, 3 years, $30 million. So two good defensive players there. I mean, you had somebody who had 192 tackles. Now you go ahead and bring somebody who had 15 quarterback hits, I believe, at the defensive tackle position. There was only, I believe, 10 players last season that were able to do that. So Doug Peterson building the interior on the offensive line and on the defensive line. The Jags entering today had $39.6 million in salary cap space, had some needs at offensive guard. You were able to fill that with Brandon Scherff. Now, you still have some other needs, but this team, you just got to support Trevor Lawrence, right? You can't just keep throwing him to the wolves like you saw from last season in Urban Meyer.
No sacks for Foley last year, but he is a pocket pusher, and that fits in that one technique mold. Nose guard, I think he'll play for Jacksonville.
A deal that ended up just going down here. Sidney Jones is re-signing with the Seattle Seahawks. The full details have yet to be announced. I like Sidney Jones. I liked him actually more a few years ago, but still a good player. What do you think about this
I think he's coming off his best year ever.
Okay.
He was a second-round pick. He could have gone round one. Tears his Achilles at like the pro day, I think it was, for Washington, or training leading up to it, whatever it was. Slides to round two, goes to Philadelphia, disappoints, ends up in Jacksonville, more of the same. Seattle trades for him for a very low amount, and he had a pretty good year back home in the state of Washington for Seattle. I don't know the details yet. I know that they want to sign DJ Reed as well. That could be coming in the near future. This gives them one of a starting caliber option on the outside at corner. I would say we don't know any details. I'm going to shoot my shot here. I'm going to go 3 years, $19.5 million. That's going to be my guess. 3 years, 19.5. Could be wildly off base. We'll see.
Okay. So with this move ended up going down, one of the best divisions in the National Football League is obviously the NFC West. And I want to know from everyone watching us live to the 3,150 people, who's going to win the NFC West this upcoming season? Is it going to be the Arizona Cardinals, type ARI? What about the Seattle Seahawks, SEA? Could it be the defending champs, the Rams, LAR? Or is it going to end up being the San Francisco 49ers, type SF?
Got to go with the champs, right?
I was going to say, I feel like it's a shitty answer, but it's the Rams, right? I mean, it almost has to be.
Yeah.
The Rams are going to be my answer right now. So keep on getting those votes in. Seeing majority of the votes coming in for Rams, though I do see a few Seahawks, see a few Cardinals as well. While y'all are getting those votes in, another deal just ended up going down. Jamarco Jones is signing with the Tennessee Titans on a 2-year, $5.75 million deal with $3.15 million in guaranteed dollars.
Yeah, this is a backup offensive lineman contract. A fairly decently paid backup offensive lineman. Jones has played all over the offensive line for the Seattle Seahawks. He's played guard. He's played tackle. I believe the Titans saved just over $3 million with the release of Kendall Lamb. They are then giving that to Jamarco Jones instead. They're not done, by the way, Mitch.
So they're not done. They went ahead. They also just They re-signed their center, Ben Jones, on a 2-year deal worth $14 million. I mean, this has definitely been one of the focal points for a lot of the Titans people, whether or not they were going to bring back Ben Jones. But the move that they just ended up making with Jamarco, Tennessee had so many issues with that offensive line this past season. And
if he's your 7th offensive lineman, you're happy.
Sure.
If he's your 4th or 5th, you're concerned.
What about Ben Jones, though, at 2 years, $14 million? What are your thoughts on that?
Really good value. This is not a top, let me do the math, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. This is not a top 10 center contract. Now, Ben Jones is aging. He's going to be 35, 36 by the time this deal ends up ending. So that's pretty fair. By the way, Sidney Jones, way lower than what I guessed. 1 year, 3.6 million. So that's actually a very team-friendly contract there.
So what
I overestimated.
What we're going to go ahead and do now is we're going to be breaking down some of the moves that the Tennessee Titans have made.
They made 3.
The 3 moves. So we're going to go ahead. We're going to break all of that stuff down here for the next 8-10 minutes. Then we'll get back into some of these Super Chats. We'll get back into some of these other comments here. So that's what's going to be coming up right now. We're going to go ahead and we're going to break down all of the moves that the Tennessee Titans have made in 2022 NFL free agency. They have upgraded their offensive line. They've brought back another player that I know a lot of y'all are going to be excited about. And they also brought back another tight end. And the first deal that ended up going down while we were live on NFL Daily, Mitchell Renz and Tom Downey, was Jeff Swain. They ended up re-signing him on a 1-year deal. Now, those contract details are not out yet. But for the pass blocking, run blocking tight end Swain, I actually think this is a good move for Tennessee.
Yeah, this is going to be a cheap contract. They are not done looking at the tight end position because how could they possibly be?
Sure.
They had nobody really under contract. Tommy Hudson, I think, was technically under contract there. Anthony Ferkser was the planned starter. Fantasy hype, disaster. Jeff Swain was actually their best tight end this year. 31 catches, 210 yards, 3 scores. He's an aging player. He's had a nice long career in the NFL as a tight end 2, tight end 3. That's what this contract is going to be. That's the caliber of player Jeff Swain is. You can't be done. Draft somebody, sign somebody else. But if he's your tight end 2, you're probably fine then at the position if you get somebody just a little bit better at the spot. This is a depth, backup, rotation signing. That's what the money's going to be. Should not complain about this one whatsoever.
I'm actually curious to see what they decide to do at slot receiver and what they decide to do at their other tight end position, because a lot of the other good tight ends out there are pass catchers that I don't know if I would want to have as a run blocker, but maybe you could throw him out there as your wide receiver 3 next to Julio Jones, next to A.J. Brown. But Jeff Swain, he's going to be remaining here in Tennessee. A deal that just went down, Jamarco Jones, he is signing with the Tennessee Titans on a 2-year, $5.75 million deal with $3.15 million guaranteed. You're looking at more of a little bit of a depth player. Tom, I know you covered the Seattle Seahawks for us here at Chat Sports at times. What do you think about this move? How does it impact the Tennessee Titans?
This is basically your Kendall Lamb replacement is the way I would describe this player. The Titans cut Lambo on the eve of free agency. They saved around $3 million, giving most of that to Jamarco Jones. Jones had just 163 snaps last year. He played every spot but center in that very small sample size. He's played left tackle. He's played left guard. He's played right guard. He's played right tackle. Is he an elite player? No, absolutely not. But that flexibility is valued in the NFL. So with uncertainty around who will be the team's right tackle long term, given Taylor Lewan's injury history, given that they also cut Roger Saffold, Jones probably doesn't beat out a Dylan Radins, a Nate Davis, a David Quesenberry if he's brought back. But if he's your 7th offensive lineman, that's actually pretty good depth along the front for Tennessee. So not that expensive. Hopefully he doesn't play if he has to. You can survive with him out there on the offensive line.
All right, y'all, so go down in the comments section and let us know what you're thinking. Now, the Titans, they did make another move, which we'll go ahead and we'll break down. But out of the moves that you've seen so far from the Titans, I want you to go ahead and I want you to grade it. A, B, C, D, or F. I know a lot of people are going to get blown away by Jeff Swain. Personally, I like their idea of being able to keep Ben Jones, and I also like the depth move there of Jamarco. But go ahead, get your grades in, A, B, C, D, or an F. Personally, for me, Tom, I'm just going to go ahead and say that it's a B-, it's a C+. It's good. It's an average. I would also say Swain and Ben personally I had as expected moves. Jones is more of a depth player. I'm going to go say C+, B-. What are you thinking?
Yeah, I think that's fine. I mean, maybe a B. I actually like the Ben Jones move a lot, which we'll get to here momentarily. A 2-year, $14 million a year contract. That's pretty good value for a starting caliber center who did a good job last year. Now, he's aging, make no mistake, but that was their biggest need, I thought, entering free agency was center, because who'd you have behind Ben Jones? You're still probably looking for a draft pick to groom behind him. I think it's a good move overall by Tennessee. Not super splashy, but pretty solid overall.
If you guys want to stay up to date on everything going on around the Tennessee Titans, help our YouTube channel get to 3,000 subscribers. The link is below. It's youtube.com/Titans Today. We're currently at 2,501 subs, so please go ahead, hit that subscribe button. If you're already subscribed, then hey, send it to some other people. The biggest move that the Titans have done so far today is re-signing Ben Jones to that 2-year, $14 million deal. I know he's getting up there in age, but I feel like these offensive linemen who are still able to play at up there in age. I mean, Trent Williams is a great example. I get it, he's an offensive tackle, but you're still able to see some guys. Who was the center from the Atlanta Falcons?
Alex Mack.
Alex Mack. He's like 36 years old as well. So Jones, good player. They didn't give him top 11, top 10 center money. I like this move a lot.
Yeah, this is $7 million a year for a guy who was making just under $7 million on his previous contract, and I argue outplayed that level of contract. Now, yes, he's entering his age 33 season. You might start to see some signs of decline in the near future, but the addition of Jones, the retention of Jones solidifies their biggest need. Now tight end becomes a need, even with the retention of Jeff Swaim. Jones at center locks in that position. You can look the draft, round 3, round 4, round 5, whatever. Try to find someone to groom behind him. But without Ben Jones, this team had nothing I trusted whatsoever at that center position. This gives them an option. This gives them a player they can play and start and feel good about, starting. So it's a good move here.
I mean, personally for me, I understand center is one of these unsexy positions, but that's what Tennessee Titans football is right now. It's unsexy football. It's about going out there. It's about putting the head down. It's about picking up those extra yards, feeding the rock with Derrick Henry. That's what this is all about. So Ben Jones, 2 years, $14 million. I want you guys to hop back into that time machine. Let's go back to school here. Grade the move. Ben Jones back to the Titans. Scale it from 1 to 100. 1 being you don't like it at all. 100 being you absolutely love it. All right, y'all, we're going to keep going through some of the other news that ended up going down here. And, Tom, Cowboys, they made a deal.
No, we're still talking Titans here.
Oh, my bad.
We'll go through the moves that made here. Jeff Swaim, I think that was a good move. Cheap 1-year deal, nothing to be too concerned about from that perspective. He'll be a nice backup option for you with a to-be-determined, I would hope, better option coming in at the tight end position. Jamarco Jones takes care of you at the backup offensive line spot, played like 100 snaps and change last year for Seattle and played every spot but center. So
cool.
That flexibility is valuable. To have a 7th or so game day active offensive lineman. Oh, no, there's an injury. Boom, you plug in Jamarco Jones.
Gotcha.
Is he great? No, but that level of flexibility does have value. And then the best move of all of them, keeping Ben Jones a 2-year, $14 million deal. $7 million per year, probably close to fully guaranteed in the end. I'm not going to complain about that one in any capacity. You needed a center. You're still probably looking for a long-term one, but that's useful.
All right, y'all, we are live here on NFL Daily, breaking down the latest going on around 2022 NFL free agency. If you love sports, if you want to make sure that you're staying up to date on everything going on around the NFL, NBA, college football, we got free videos for you. So make sure you subscribe. Make sure you turn on those notifications. That way you don't miss a thing. We had a few moves that ended up going down here while we were breaking down all the stuff around the Titans. Matthew Slater, he's going to be re-signing with the New England Patriots on a 1-year, $2.62 million deal. I mean, it's a good deal for New England. One of the best special teams players out there for a team that might value special teams play more than any other team out there.
It's that simple.
You called this one a few, probably hours ago at this point now. Braxton Berrios re-signing with the New York Jets on a 2-year, $12 million deal, $7 million guaranteed. I actually was really impressed last season by Berrios, by his help and fit with Zach Wilson. And then I'll let you talk about this one, Tom.
The Cowboys did something on the first day of free agency. They re-signed their long snapper. We did not mention Jake McQuaid's name at any point this season. That means he did his job. This is a one-year deal for the vet minimum. I believe he's eligible for the vet minimum salary benefit, which means he gets paid a little bit more, but it doesn't count on the salary cap, one of kind of like the NBA-style adjustments they made with the new CBA. So Jake McQuaid comes in, one-year deal. It's a good move. It doesn't mean anything. It's smart.
You said what you said there. Jake McQuaid, if you didn't know who that was, that means that's a good thing. That means he did his job. Let's go to C.J. Board here. He's re-signing with the New York Giants, and the Giants have made
Marsh, get live.
Some moves with Robert Foster and now C.J. Board. But again, he
was fine. I think he was an RFA. Let me double check.
We're doing depth moves here at this point for the New York Giants. They're probably
no, he was a true free agent. He's a backup receiver. They kept Shepard. This is like your receiver 4 or 5 or whatever. You're fine there.
All right, y'all. So what we're going to be doing now is we're going to go through some super chats here. So if you want your opportunity to come up on screen, make Tom and I drink a little bit, go ahead and send in those supers. This one's from Sujin. Eagles trade a first-round pick for 19 for DK Metcalf, or would you sign DJ Chark? So would you give up number 19 for DK or sign DJ Chark? I like this question a lot.
I'd give up DK for 19 in a heartbeat. If I'm Seattle, I say no. But you never know. Maybe Seattle really goes in full-on rebuild there. I would trade 19 for DK. I would also like signing DJ Chark. Now,
it depends how much
Chark.
Chark.
Balance your vertical threats with you got Quez Watkins who can do that and is very cheap right now, but Chark would be a good addition too.
I'd rather have DK Metcalf because I just think he's a better player. As much as I love DJ, I think DK. Let's go to Roberto. Let's talk Chicago Bears. Other needs they should get. So remember, y'all, $10 super chat. We'll talk about your team in depth a little bit more than what we usually would. So for Chicago, you entered today about $27.65 million in salary cap space. I am curious to see what they do because I know a lot of people were probably shocked about some of the moves like trading away Khalil Mack. But that's kind of what the Colts have done for a long time, and now you have Eberflus coming over. Where do you see with their team names where they stand now, and how could this potentially go moving forward?
Oh, this feels like a little mini reset, at least on defense, as they build around Justin Fields. Receiver, big-time area. Darnell Mooney's one player. Maybe Daz use him as a piece. That's 2 of the 5 guys you want on your roster. That's it at receiver. So sign somebody and probably draft somebody as well. James Daniels is one of the top guard free agents left
James
unsigned.
Daniels. He's one of the most underappreciated players in free agency.
I agree. Cody Whitehair's one piece. Sam Mustipher is not great at center, so they're looking for probably 2 interior guys there.
What about wide receivers that Chicago can go out and get? Because you don't have A-Rob. You got to build around Justin Fields.
Yeah, I think DJ Chark kind of overlaps the role there.
Okay.
Mike Williams, of course, ended up re-signing. How do you feel about Juju Smith-Schuster as your slot receiver?
Juju scares me, man. I'm sorry. Ever since 2018, Juju just scares the hell out of me.
And maybe you go poach MVS, but it's, again, kind of a vertical threat. A lot of the top free agents are vert guys, and you have that guy in Darnell Mooney to an extent. So I might go heavy draft picks at receiver this year.
All right, next super chat's coming in from Connor Bond. Also, this kind of made my heart sink a little bit. I just saw Reggie Wayne says, let's run it back, going to the Colts, but he's going as a coach. So that was kind of cool. Connor Bond says, best free agent options for the Washington Commanders.
What are you going to do at guard?
Yeah.
You lose Brandon Scherff as expected. Could you get by with Wes Schweitzer and Eric Flowers? Flowers, you could save $10 million if you cut him.
You love Eric Flowers.
He's not that good. I would cut him. Maybe looking for edge depth. If you're out on Curtis Samuel already, go look at receiver. Landon Collins was cut as expected. That leaves Cam Curl and Jeremy Reeves, Derek Forrest, and DeShazier Everett. Maybe you go invest in a safety there.
I also think, I understand they went out and got Carson Wentz. I'm curious to see what happens with Taylor Heineke. Maybe he decides to stay as a backup. However,
that's what he is.
He is a backup. However, do you think Heineke might get a little bit upset about the Wentz move and say, hey, I started for a long time. If I was his agent.
Heineke's under contract.
He would have
to demand a trade and trade for him.
All right. Fair enough. Let's go to Jameer CP. Any players my disappointing Jets should target? Well, you got Braxton. You got him back.
How about your guy, O.J. Howard?
O.J. Howard, I think, would be a good fit there for what the New York Jets want to do. I mean, if I was the Jets, I know that they like to spend big on some names. I mean, C.J. Mosley is the perfect example of that. But I do think you got to start trying to look for guys who maybe could get that bang for your buck, 1-year deal type of prove it. I do think having Carl Lawson back, though, is really going to help
I do
out
owe
this
some
football
beer
team.
cheers if someone wants to snag me a beer real quick. I forgot
You got
to do that
what?
earlier. Beer cheers.
Beer cheers.
There are like 5 beer cheers.
I thought you said beer cheese. I was like, what is beer cheese? So
Yeah, wait, hold on. Have you never had beer cheese?
on pretzels?
Yes.
Yeah, I've had it.
Okay.
I said it out loud, and I was like,
that's right
wait,
up your alley.
beer cheese is actually perfect.
It's delicious.
It is fantastic. So,
Good effort, some
all
beer
right, guys,
cheese right now.
we're drinking today. We're trying to have a good time. It's NFL free agency. We are $16 away from 600 in super
Oh, we got
chats.
1776 likes America. Fuck yeah. Let's ride.
Oh, Tom's dropping F-bombs here. I guess we can do it, right? We got
we're on Rumble,
3,158 people watching. What do we got to do to the producers back there if we get to 2,000 likes and if we get to 600 in super chats? What exactly happens? Because I'm curious. I don't have the numbers. So 600 in supers equals shot clock time, which means we'll put it on the clock. I mean, I'd be down to play the tissue game.
What are the rules for the tissue game?
First,
Okay.
Jack's saying I owe a fireball shot, so we'll do it. And then once we get to 2,000 in likes, we'll do a free roulette spin. But I'm not going to lie. I kind of want to do the tissue game.
Okay.
But maybe we could
right.
also save that for something special.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to Joe. What up, Joe? Is Dallas
cheers.
waiting to re-sign Steele once he hits free agency to overpay, determine he's too expensive, trade him for nothing, and take a dead cap hit? What do you think, Tom?
Sounds familiar. It's funny, Joe. Maybe. That's what they did with Amari Cooper, like verbatim.
Yep.
They had a good football player. They waited to sign him. They let him hit free agency. They had to overpay because the Commanders offered more money. And then they're like, oh, then they didn't throw him the football.
Yep.
Said, oh, he's too expensive for our scheme. And they, bodied him through leaks and stuff. And then said, oh, wait, let's trade him. And got nothing back. So, America's team.
Let's go to Stephen Rockwell. LVR sign Davis the third over J.C. Jackson to save money. Carlton Davis. What do you think? I mean, that's more.
I don't
is that a
mind
question,
it.
Or is that for me?
I think that's for you since you're the
Oh,
Raiders
I
host.
read that as Leighton Vander, but now I realize that's
Las
stupid.
Vegas Raiders.
Yep. Sign Davis over J.C. Jackson to save money. I mean, personally, I know a lot of people are connected to J.C. I just don't know if J.C. would actually be the best fit for what the Raiders are going to run from a defensive schematic standpoint. And if he wants $20 million, I'll probably pass on that personally. I do think Carlton Davis would be a good fit. Probably get him at $16, $17 million a year. I do like Carlton Davis a lot. However, I could see Tampa Bay going all in on their cornerbacks again, bringing him back. Because if they don't have Davis, their cornerback room gets even more thin than what it already is. But, Steven, appreciate the question. Let's go to Kevin. Juju's TikToks over waste of a human being's TikToks. I mean,
let's not be too mean now. He's a person.
he's a douche, and I don't respect him whatsoever.
It's fine.
So Juju's TikToks, sure. I also don't really like Juju's TikToks.
I agree. Juju over Jackson Holmes.
All right, let's
what
go
if Juju goes to KC, as was rumored, and they collab?
I'd hate it because I don't even want to mention his name. Let's go to Kyle. What or WTF are the Niners doing?
I mean, it's not a huge surprise that they lost Lincoln Tomlinson. That was, I think, mostly expected. In theory, Aaron Banks becomes your replacement at that position.
For sure.
You still need cornerback help. You still need defensive line help. I think it's a waiting process here to trade away Jimmy Garoppolo. And then we'll all feel a lot better about where the Niners are at.
Yeah, I'm with y'all. All right, y'all. So we got 3,000 people watching, 1,800 likes, and we are $14 away from, I believe it's either shot clock game. I already forget. Either way, we'll do something once we get to 600 in super chats. I want to know from everyone watching. I know it's the NFL free agency going on right now. Oh, we just got something that went down. I mean, I'm excited about it. So who will trade for Deshaun Watson? I know Watson's been a very popular talking point, and there's going to be teams that are obviously very interested in him. I could see him actually getting more than what Seattle got for, I almost said this guy's name who we're about to talk about. You think more for Russell Wilson. But the deal that ended up just going down, we do not have the contract details yet. Christian Kirk is signing with the Jacksonville Jaguars. And also the Titans, they just did something with David Questenberry.
Oh, their starting right tackle
so
is now a free agent.
That's pretty surprising as well. So Christian Kirk signing with the Jacksonville Jaguars. So you're seeing a team go out and be pretty aggressive. Last season, Kirk, I believe he had over 900 yards. I want to say 77 catches and 5 touchdowns off the top of my head. I don't know why those. I think it was 77, 925, and 5 touchdowns. I don't know if that's exactly right.
All right, Rain Man.
But it's close. I think it's close. I do like this move, though, a lot. Obviously, depending on how much money they go out and pay him. But 982?
We're pretty close, man.
All right, so 77, 982, and 5 touchdowns. Don't know why. I've always been good at memorizing stats. However, I did get that one wrong.
I'm very curious to see how they deploy Christian Kirk.
Yep.
I think he's at his best as a vertical slot threat. I think that's his ideal role. Now, Marvin Jones under contract, Laviska Shenault, who I also think might be best as a slot, but you can rotate both those guys, plus you might draft somebody. I'm going to shoot my shot. We do not know the numbers right now. I'm going to go for Christian Kirk. This is going to be a 4-year, $70 million contract. That's going to be my guess. And I maybe I'm way off. I haven't been quite that accurate so far, but it's all a guess in the end here. That puts him in the range of Kenny Golladay money. More than Lockett. It is a lot, but
I didn't see him getting that much.
I think there was a bidding war for Christian Kirk amongst other teams. Now, maybe I'm right, maybe I'm wrong, but we'll wait and see.
I would have said somewhere around, I would have said somewhere around like 13 or 14. I mean, I guess that's not too big of a difference.
That's what I would pay him. But I think,
okay.
Remember, open market.
All right. I mean, hey, we've seen the Jags overspend. I forget who's the safety they signed last year for all that money.
Rayshawn Jenkins?
Yeah, Rayshawn Jenkins. I liked Rayshawn Jenkins a lot, but not for how much money that they went out and paid him. All right, y'all, so grade the move here. Kirk to the Jaguars. I want you to go ahead and scale it from 1 to 100. Let me know down in the comment section. 1, you absolutely hated it. 100, you love it. If it's a 4-year, $70 million deal, I'll probably give it like a 65 because I do think that's a little bit too much money for Kirk. However, if it's around 13, 14, it's a good fit with Trevor Lawrence, a player who can not only go across the middle at 5'11", 200 pounds, halfway decent blocker. And I get that he's not a big player, but he's always been really good at tracking the ball on deep balls.
It's that vertical threat. This adds something to the offense I don't think they had last year, especially once DJ Chark went down. Vertical threat ability. They have not had that. That allows them to go deep downfield, allows that slot fade, which I think is a good throw for Trevor Lawrence to be added to the offense. They did not have that last year. So it's probably going to be expensive, but, hey, you're helping out and building around Trevor Lawrence. Can't be too mad at it.
Another deal just ended up going down here. Roger Saffold, he is signing with the Buffalo Bills. Those details are still TBA. I mean, I like this move by Buffalo. I actually was kind of surprised. I liked Saffold a lot. Thought he was a really good offensive lineman last season for the Titans, and now he's ended up going to the Buffalo Bills. What are your quick thoughts on this? Do you think this is why Buffalo made some moves kind of before today?
Yeah, they'd cut Darrell Williams. They did something with Ryan Bates, I think, to retain him, if I saw that correctly. Guard was a huge need for them. Their tackles are fine. They're probably going to roll with Spencer Brown and Deion Dawkins, and Tommy Doyle as tackle 3. That's fine. Guard was, for me, the question mark, where Ike Bodiger was a middling guy as a part-time starter. Ryan Bates played down the stretch, was whatever. They cut John Feliciano. They cut Darrell Williams. This now has Roger Saffold as one of their starters, I'd assume, and then you let Bates and Bodiger and probably Cody Ford compete for a starting spot. That was a second-round pick a few years ago out of Samford, Oklahoma. He has not been great in Buffalo, but I feel a lot better about this entire offensive line. I would argue you could probably practically ignore guard as a need now for the Bills. Maybe they draft someone, but it's not a big area of focus.
Well, I think I'm having a good time, Tom. I can't speak for you, but hopefully you guys at home are also enjoying yourself here. It's NFL free agency. I know it's the off season, but man, I love the off season. Also, I believe what's happening.
Hassan Reddick just got the bag from Philly.
Yeah,
but
Hassan
not that
Reddick.
Expensive.
Oh man, okay, interesting. We'll go ahead and we'll break that one down. But if you guys are having a good time, like the video. Also, we hit 600 and super chats, so we'll go ahead. We'll break down the Hassan Reddick deal, which was 3 years. Wow, $45 million. $30 million guaranteed. Good for Hassan going back to Philly. Was an old Temple guy.
He should have gotten more.
I like this move. Chase is excited.
Yeah. Yeah, I think
Cool.
that should have been.
All right, so what's going to end up happening here is Chase is actually going to come in.
You're going to go get some food and you just
I'm
going to
go get some food, no doubt about it. What is $600 in supers again?
Yeah, what was 600 for super chats? Roulette wheel spin, do it.
Roulette wheel spin. I'll spin the roulette wheel. What's going to happen is Chase is going to come on. He's going to fill in some time for me. Chase does a lot of this. He's a big-time Eagles fan. All right, roll a die. Whatever it lands on is cool. So I don't even know if we have a dice.
Yeah, where's the dice at, Jeremy?
All right, so roll the dice. Jeremy rolled it out there, and it landed on a 4, so I got to drink for 4 seconds. So hang on a second.
All right, there you go. The 2-year deal, by the way, for Roger Saffold, coming back to that particular move here on top of that.
But, I mean, Hassan Reddick signing on that 3-year, $45 million deal.
We got the dice on our table now.
I like that move a lot here for Philadelphia.
I love this addition.
I mean, Philly obviously needed a linebacker, and Reddick's more of an edge rusher, but I think he's also athletic enough to drop back into coverage when need be, but that's not how you're going to use him for the Eagles.
You're going to use him as a pass rusher. For him to only go for $15 million.
23.5 sacks past 2 seasons.
Yeah, I mean, you can count on double-digit sacks. You're happily paying that $15 million. There are a lot worse edges on the open market than Hassan Reddick, who got paid just as much, if not more. In the end, I guess they gave him the Carl Lawson, Trey Hendrickson type of contract. But, I think he's just as good as Harold Landry, and I love Harold Landry. And he got 17.5. Like, Bud Dupree got 16.5. Leonard Floyd got 16. The disastrous Trey Flowers that kind of reset the edge market and has not recovered from it being so bad. He got $18 million, and he, of course, ended up is going to get cut at some point. So,
do you think there's a reason then behind that?
I think it's size. I don't think he's a fit for every team. I think that even the Eagles is a bit of a weird fit with his weight, but I just think teams haven't loved him from that perspective. So, I think it's a good move by Philly. I think it's a fantastic addition. 11 sacks, 12.5 or 12 TFLs. He's a really good football player in the end.
All right, y'all, so I'm going to be heading out. I'm going to go grab some lunch. We're going to bring on some other guys here from Chat Sports. Harrison Graham. I believe Chase Sr. is going to be hopping on the mic as well. So I appreciate everyone who was watching with me. What's going to happen now is Tom's going to keep on breaking down this Hassan Reddick thing. Then we'll keep on bringing on some more people here at Chat Sports.
All right, Harrison will be on momentarily. Let's get to some super chats here while we wait. As the Bengals, I'll also make note, just re-signed B.J. Hill to a $10 million deal. It's a good deal there. Some super chats have come in too. So while we get reset up here, super chats. Trey 1222. Best free agent for the Falcons to go pick up. I'm going to go sign a receiver. Edge is a big time area of need. My suspicion is that Atlanta is not going to be that active in free agency just because they have needs at a lot of spots and they're a bit tight on salary cap space. All right, Laxodon. Will J.C. Jackson be signed today? My prediction is the Chargers. We'll see. I think there's a lot of interest in Jackson. He should be a high-end contract from a cost perspective, talking 17, 18 million a year there. Bradley James with free agent linemen flying off the board. Who should the Pittsburgh Steelers go sign? You want to bring back Trey Turner? Just kind of roll it back for one more year. That would put you fine at guard with Kevin Dotson, who I like. I would love a tackle. It's been a dicey position there. You've got, Chuck Okorafor. He's a free agent. I think Teron Armstead's a bit too expensive, but we'll have to wait and see on that front there, Bradley. It's $10. Do you want to go out and spend some money on one of the remaining top tackles? It is a bit thin. Dwayne Brown, Morgan Moses, Eric Fisher could be a nice fit for the Pittsburgh Steelers. So I think offensive line is a big area of need. If you want to go right side, maybe Trent Brown as well. From local Shearer Douglas, I single-handedly destroyed the Seattle Seahawks. This, of course, is a Joe Douglas parody account there. Seattle destroyed themselves because they couldn't draft for shit. That was their problem. Not so much the Jamal Adams trade, which was a factor, but they were already having issues way before the Jamal Adams deal. From Stephen Vitting, should the Saints trade for Deshaun Watson? How realistic is that trade? We actually broke down the latest on Deshaun Watson on our Saints channel. Earlier today, the Saints and Panthers are among the teams who are going to discuss Stephen Vitting. That's going to be the path from Deshaun Watson to answer your question there, Stephen. I think they should go after him. I wonder if Carolina ends up being smart. Remember, Deshaun has input here. He has a no trade clause. That is a factor. TJ loves boxing and sports. Colts next QB, in your opinion? I think what might make a lot of sense, I'll go very specific here. What if you sign Marcus Mariota as your short-term option at the position? Then you go out and you draft someone like a Desmond Ridder. I think that could be a play here for Indianapolis. They're in a pretty tricky situation, though, when it comes to their options. They were right to move on from Wentz. It was a bad trade. Now they got to figure it out with the most important position in the NFL. All right, shout-out time here. Who's your favorite team? Let me know in the comment section. I'll give some shout-outs here. Greg liked my Marcus Mariota idea, and he also says the Steelers are going to Super Bowl with Mitchell Trubisky. Bet. Kind of doubt that perspective there. Bucs, Chiefs, Philly from YouTube Plugs ZS right there. Someone said that's absolutely stupid. Don't know which one, but thank you. Raiders, Cowboys, Patriots, Bears, Eagles, Cowboys, Colts, Cowboys, Falcons, Patriots, Raiders, Lions, Rams, Bears. And speaking of the Bears, let's bring on Harrison Graham himself. Hello, Harrison.
What's up? It's been a busy first couple of hours.
Not as busy as I thought it might be. I kind of thought we might have some bigger moves.
Well, when you cover the Cowboys, it's never busy during free agency. So we know how that goes.
Well, since you're here and you're our Bears report host, what'd you think of the Bears move to go get Larry Ogunjobi?
Liked the move. Needed a 3-tech at defensive tackle. If people want to call it an overpay, that's the reality of free agency. I thought he was the best defensive tackle on the open market, quite frankly. I thought he had a good year last year, 7 sacks as an interior guy, pretty good run stopper as well. He fits exactly what Eberflus wants in that scheme, and he also fits the mold of what Ryan Poles wants, and that's physical, violent players in the trenches. So I think it's a good signing, and I like it quite a bit. Now Tom is about to go do some Cowboys stuff. You guys will probably see him later. We'll get to Chase Sr. on board as well in just a moment. Tom, we'll see you here in a little bit.
See you guys.
All right, there he goes. Shout out your favorite team. Let me pull up the live chat here. That's what I was trying to do before I hopped on here. Shout out your favorite team and let us know where you guys are watching from. Let's see here. Get the live chat flowing here. Get some shout outs going. Chase will be on shortly. Vikings from He-Man Huckleberry. We got a Saints fan in the chat. Over 3,100 people watching. Marquis says the Saints. Viddy says the Packers. 49ers, baby, from Pyron. We got Titans fan from Hood. Jags from Max. Oh, you guys have been busy today, you Jags fans. I actually like what the Jags have done so far. They're building around Trevor Lawrence. Got a Bengals fan from New Glove. We got Patriots from Devil. Shamar says Giants. Owen Rooney says Ravens. Let's see. Patriots fan. We got Cowboys from Pennsylvania. Derek says Falcons. Seahawks from Super Yoshi. We got Packers from True Neville Lacken. Alex is saying the Bears. Bear down. Go check out my Larry Ogunjobi breakdown as well. Let's see. Jets Nation, baby. We got Chiefs in there. Harrison Graham fan from Delaware. Appreciate that, John. That's some love right there. 1 second here. The content daddies are here. Chase Sr. going to be on board with us here in just a moment as we do a little switcheroo here. Packers from True News. We got Titans fan in the chat as well. Let's get it popping. Let's get it going. Ready to go. We'll bring in Chase Sr. here now. Chase, the AGT squad here on a Monday. Free agency getting going. What's going on?
They call us the content daddies for a reason. We're just here to relieve Mitch and Tom and produce content and do our thing with 3,000 people watching live. Day one NFL free agency. Been somewhat busy, but a lot of big names haven't really gone anywhere yet. Hassan Reddick to Philadelphia, though. That's what we're about to break down. That's a huge move.
Yeah, and we will break that one down momentarily. You say we're the content daddies, which is just a factual statement. We've each already done 3 videos before we hopped on here. So right. It's been a busy day so far, but more moves to come as we break down everything happening in NFL free agency. But what we're going to do next, Hassan Reddick, the latest big name to sign to Philadelphia. We'll break down that signing and then get caught up on everything else happening in NFL free agency. The Philadelphia Eagles have made a big move, and Harrison Graham and Chase Sr. are here to break it down for you guys. Welcome into Chat Sports. For you Eagles fans, Hassan Reddick, the big signing of the day. He lands in Philadelphia, 3 years, $45 million, and quite frankly, Chase, as I'll let you get your reaction in here, $15 million a year for him. That's pretty good value for Philadelphia for how he's produced the past 2 years.
Yeah, $15 million average annual value for one of the premier pass rushers on the NFL free agency market is a great deal, and I like this for a couple of reasons, Harrison. One, Philadelphia desperately needed an edge rusher. Brandon Graham coming off a serious injury. I don't think they're going to bring back Derek Barnett, who's been a first-round bust out of Tennessee. They prioritized Josh Sweat last year and kind of gave him the bag. Hassan Reddick can really play, and I love his versatility. He can drop back in coverage, he can get after the passer, and he has Philadelphia ties. Grew up in Camden, was a diamond-in-the-rough prospect, didn't get any offers to go to any elite colleges. Matt Rule, while the coach at Temple University, found Hassan Reddick, brought him to North Philly, and it took him a little while to find his footing. But then the back half of his Temple career, where I actually scouted him because I went to Temple University, grew up in Westchester, started to thrive and flourish. Then he gets drafted when the NFL draft is in Philadelphia in 2017 and didn't live up to the expectations of being the 13th overall pick, but I think it was because the Arizona Cardinals didn't use him well. 2 years ago, they did, and the last 2 years, the final one in Arizona, last year with Carolina, he was excellent. 20 combined sacks the last 2 years. This is a great signing for Philadelphia.
Chase likes the move. I like the move. How do you guys like it? Grade it from 1 to 100. 1 being, this is the worst move ever. 100 being, you think it's absolutely fantastic. I'd give this a solid 85 to 90, Chase. You get a premier pass rusher at a pretty fair rate, quite frankly. I think it's a good move for Philadelphia. Now, more on Hassan Reddick here. You mentioned the 20 sacks the past 2 seasons. You kind of look at where Philadelphia's shortcomings were a year ago. Didn't generate a lot of pass rush. Fletcher Cox rumors have been circulating. It's unclear what his future is going to be. Like you said, you add a premier pass rusher here. Now, it'd be curious to see where Harry Roseman and this organization goes from here.
Yeah, you get a premier pass rusher, but immediately you improve your depth because now you have Hassan Reddick coming off the edge. You have Josh Sweat on the second year of that contract extension. And let's hope that Brandon Graham ends up coming off that really serious injury that he suffered in week 1 against the Atlanta Falcons. That, in turn, gives you a lot of depth. And, look, the reason why I like Reddick, if you need him to play a little linebacker, he's athletic enough to do so he can drop into coverage. But, really, he's at his best when he's aggressive. And while Jonathan Gannon, defensive coordinator for Philly, wasn't aggressive with his blitz packages earlier in the year, a big reason for the Eagles' turnaround is that he started to become more aggressive as a defensive coordinator. So we'll see what happens on the Fletcher Cox front. Let's say they bring him back because they have to eat a lot of salary if they do trade him away. They just free up money in the years to come. But Hassan Reddick, Fletcher Cox, Brandon Graham, Josh Sweat, Javon Hargrave, who had a terrific year last year. You're really bulking up that front line for Philadelphia.
Yeah, and I mean, look, in today's NFL, Chase, you protect your quarterback, you get after the other. I mean, that's how you win. That's the formula. You look at the teams in the playoffs, the ones that kept advancing are teams that got consistent pressure. Cincinnati got really far because of their defensive line. Why did they lose the Super Bowl? They couldn't protect Joe Burrow. I mean, that's really what it comes down to. So if you're Philadelphia, you took some strides last year offensively with Jalen Hurts getting that full season as a starter. Now it's back to rebuilding that defense. I like this move, and quite frankly, I thought Reddick might be in the $20 million per year range.
Me too.
Chase. To get him at 15 on day 1 of free agency, if his market was a little slow early, I could have seen this move 4 or 5 days from now. But to get him at this average annual value out of the chute, I'm a little surprised.
A literal hometown discount.
And in a good way for Philadelphia, I am surprised. Are the Eagles contenders in 2022? Type 1 for yes, type 2 for no. We know that teams don't repeat in the NFC East since the 03-04 season, Chase. So are they? Are they contenders?
I think they can compete for the division because you're never sold that the Dallas Cowboys are not going to choke year in and year out. Washington still doesn't have a quarterback that scares me because Carson Wentz is really just going downhill the last couple of years. New York Giants, a lot of questions there with a new regime, brand new head coach, brand new general manager. So I think the Eagles can win the NFC East.
Let us know. 1 for yes or 2 for no. Now, Philadelphia Eagles now is closing in at 26,000 subscribers. It's kind of in our, I guess, second tier of team channel tiers. Is that fair to say? Eagles fans, you got to rise up. You got to get to that tier 1 status.
Bird gang, fly, Eagles, fly.
Help us get there. Subscribe to the channel. More Eagles news, rumors throughout 2022 free agency, and, of course, on until the NFL draft as well. I think we can get to 26,000 today, less than 200 subs. Link is below, youtube.com/Eagles Now. If you're watching on our Eagles channel, all you got to do is hit that subscribe button. Okay, so kind of an overview of Philadelphia, Chase, after signing Haason Reddick. That was the biggest need for Philadelphia that we had, so you helped scratch that off. Where do you go from here? You adding more defense? You getting Jalen Hurts a receiver? You're in charge. What are you doing if you're Howie Roseman?
Yeah, I think you want to get Jalen Hurts another receiver outside of Devontae Smith. Smith showed all of the intangibles, all of the attributes of being a future wide receiver for a really good offense, and I think you continue to build around Jalen Hurts because it looks as though more and more likely he's going to come back and be the starter for Philly in 2022. You have Miles Sanders, who's going into a critical year given his rookie contract. Devontae Smith, Dallas Goedert, all of these players are in the mix. Jalen Reagor, sorry, Harrison, you went to TCU. He's been a complete fraud, a no-show, and a stiff so far. So I think you need that number 2 weapon outside of Devontae to really maximize the abilities of Jalen Hurts. And we just got done talking about whether or not Philadelphia can win the division here in 2022. A lot of that is going to come down to how well Hurts plays, and he will play better if he has a bona fide number 2 option. So I look there. They never prioritize linebacker, but I wouldn't hate if they go the linebacker route. I thought going in, early part of free agency, they were going to try to get a good number 2 cornerback behind Darius Slay. We'll see what happens at that safety spot as well.
Yeah, just a couple thoughts on my end at receiver. I mean, you think of the names that are already off the board. Christian Kirk is gone. Probably the best ones available, Allen Robinson, DJ Chark, Juju Smith-Schuster. Those are kind of the big 3 at this point. Then you kind of get into that next tier. You've got the Byron Pringles of the world and some other guys as well. So maybe Philadelphia with one of those first-round picks ends up going receiver instead, and maybe they fill some of these other needs in free agency because there's a lot of quality number 2 corners out there on the open market. Levi Wallace, Charvarius Ward, Patrick Peterson. There's guys you can go get. So maybe receiver comes in the draft. But I do like Philadelphia getting an elite pass rusher in free agency. You need an impact player right now at that position, Chase, and Haason Reddick is just that. This is a good deal for Philadelphia.
No, I totally agree. And the Eagles have a great opportunity at hand. They have some momentum that they were able to build up during the 2021 season, started the year off slow with the first-year head coach, Nick Sirianni, and a very young and inexperienced coaching staff. And everybody wants to say, Philadelphia, they got that final spot in the NFC playoffs. They didn't deserve to be in the playoffs. Look, anytime you finish the year the way that the Eagles did, having won, 6 of their last 7 games, it's the NFL. It's a league of parity. Like, any team can win on any given Sunday, and the fact that Philly took care of business was really impressive. So let's see how that momentum carries into this year. Signing Haason Reddick is a big start to that, and he's still young. He's still young and has some
20s.
prime years left. At that price tag of $15 million per year, $30 million guaranteed, it's probably my favorite move of free agency so far today.
Yeah, it's definitely up there. So Reddick to Philadelphia. If you're watching on our main Chat Sports channel, we're live all day long today, tomorrow, throughout the week. Myself, Chase Sr., Mitchell Renz, and Tom Downey. We will have you guys covered. And for you Eagles fans watching on Eagles Now, go subscribe and join us on Chat Sports. I promise you we are still live, at least if you're watching this in a timely manner. Subscribe for more coverage throughout NFL free agency. All right, get some shout-outs here. Scale the Reddick move 1 to 100, 1 being it's terrible, 100 being it's awesome. Let us know on this front. Grade the move of Haason Reddick to Philadelphia. And like I said, Chase, I'd give it about a 90. I think when you factor in the contract, I thought he'd be a guy that someone would overpay for. I think he got underpaid, which is pretty surprising at the end of the day.
Here's the thing, too. Howie Roseman is just a cap genius. So while he's had some draft failures in recent years, and really ever since he became general manager, what's he good at? He's good at contracts. He's good at getting players on solid deals. I love what he did a couple of years ago with Javon Hargrave. he really does prioritize those players who are somewhat buy lowish with the high upgrade, and that's what this deal is.
Yeah, and by the way, Hassan Reddick just tweeted, "I'm coming home" in all caps, #fly Eagles fly. So I think there's something to what you said. I think he did take a bit of a discount to go back up to Philadelphia where he played his college ball at Temple. So
Yep.
I think that's pretty interesting. Justin says 75. Steven says 96. The number one gamer says 95. Dustin says 1. Now he says 94. 83.243. I love it. 93.7 because of familiarity. Cardinals will win first. I'm not sure what that's in reference to. Maybe because he used to play for the Cardinals. Steven says 96 as we get your thoughts on Hassan Reddick. If you're having a blast, if you're having a good time, like this video. Chase, we're 70 likes away from 2,000. You want to take a shot at 2,000 likes?
Yes. I want to crack my beer as well. I'm not cracking it until we get there.
I already cracked mine. Roulette spin if we get to 2,000 likes. That's the threshold. We got the roulette wheel. For those of you just joining us, basically it's a roulette wheel with a bunch of different challenges that Chase or I or someone else in the Chat Sports Studios would have to do. So like the video. We're 35 likes away from 2K, and let's get after it. Let's get it going because Chase and I are fired up to be here on day one of NFL free agency. We hope you guys are as well. All right, Raider Nation with the super chat. Only one nation, Raider Nation. Hey, they always show out in silver and black, Chase. There's no doubt about that.
Silver and black. How would you even describe that fan base, Harrison?
Unique.
Passionate.
Passionate to a fault at times.
Degenerate?
You said it, not me.
Jokes. It's a joke here at Chat Sports.
Very
Yes.
passionate.
Yes.
Very passionate, very unique, and I'd say for the most part in a good way.
Yes.
Jameer CP, and we're 1 like away from 2,000 according to my feed. Should the Eagles target wide receiver? If so, who? We kind of broke that down, Chase. Is there a name left in free agency you'd like to see Philadelphia sign at receiver, or would you wait for the draft?
Might wait until the draft. In
Got
terms
those
of
3
the
first-round
receiving
picks?
options, like originally, I would have loved Mike Williams before he re-upped with Los
Yeah.
Angeles, going back to the Chargers to give Justin Herbert another weapon. So
Shark-
I think with those 3 first-round picks, you might go receiver there.
Chark is intriguing to me for Philadelphia
bit,
because
yeah.
he's got a big frame, and I think that helps Jalen Hurts, who at times has accuracy issues. A guy who has a bigger catch radius, I think a guy like that would help. So those are a couple names to keep in mind. We'll see where a guy like Juju ends up. We crossed 2,000 likes.
Bang,
so I'm gonna
bang.
spin the roulette wheel here. And,
Crack my beer.
Chase is going to crack his beer. Let's
Nobody's
see
getting
what we're doing
slapped here, right?
No slapping. I've banned the slap here. All right, let's see. We got balance on one leg for 45 seconds. That's easy.
Easy.
That's easy.
Jack's got the clock.
We got the clock ready to go. 45 seconds. We each got a balance on one leg. Okay. There we go. All right, we're each on one leg. You can't tell, but we are. Believe me on that front. $620 in super chats, by the way. So appreciate that.
Really strengthens your groin and your core, Harrison.
Hey, how's this after hoops the other day?
Played hoops yesterday. Haven't played in a little while.
A little sore?
Didn't stop me and Jeremy from giving people buckets and winning a lot of games. Today, though, I am extremely sore.
I'm also being told we crossed 600 in super chats, which means we're playing the shot clock game. Here's the explainer. Every $10 super chat that comes in for the next 60 seconds equals a shot of the player's choice. So we've hit $600, which is another way to play this game. So what does this mean? We take a shot? Okay, I see. All right, so if someone sends in a $10 super chat, we have to take a shot. If 10 people send in a $10 super chat, we'd have to take 10 shots. So, hey, clock's ticking. Just started 60 seconds. So stay tuned on that. Every $10 super chat equals a shot for Chase and I. So there you go.
$50, I'll shotgun. That's my motto.
Oh, there you go. You got a little bonus action there as well. Let's see. I'm trying to see if any new moves have come in. Terrence Brooks to the Texans, 1 year, $2 million. Just a re-signing there. Let's go to Welke as we await for you folks to potentially send in super chats. Harrison is number one on Bears news. Wide receiver, DK, or CB, sorry, excuse me. Wide receiver. I expect DJ Chark to be a guy they look into. I think there was some interest in Christian Kirk, but I think the Jags probably paid him a lot. Cornerback, CB2 types, Charvarius Ward. 10 seconds, by the way, for $10 super chats. Levi Wallace is another name I'd be interested in. Patrick Peterson, some CB2 types. I think all those guys would help fill that void. Jameer CP, 3 teams that should target the – what does that mean? Target the Honey Badger.
Honey Badger.
There you
nice,
go.
Nice.
No, we got a $10 one, and we'll count it. It was just after the buzzer, but YouTube can be delayed sometimes. So 1 shot each. Oh, 2 shots.
There we go.
Okay. Can I get a fresh
Bang, bang.
shot? Can
I get a fresh shot
couple
glass?
shot glasses?
Yeah. Sorry, Tom.
All right, so yeah, we'll come back to that question. Fireball, then take them shots.
Was
from
my
Marcus,
audio good for the Reddick?
Landon, Marcus. Yeah,
I
it
was just a little silent. All right.
All right, let's go back to that other super chat, Jack. I want to answer that question.
Thanks, bro.
3 teams for Honey Badger. I think the Saints are a team to monitor there, and
The Chiefs, of course.
the Chiefs to bring him back here.
The
if you wanna
Raiders?
Pour yourself some warm Fireball. The Raiders, maybe. I've seen a couple other teams in the mix for him. How about a team like? What about Cincinnati? They've got some cap room. What if you put him next to Jesse Bates? Be interesting. Be kind of fun. Indianapolis. Cheers.
Indy.
Shot number 1. Are we
Cheers
doing
to
2
the
each
crew.
or 2 total?
Got to rip back to back.
Yeah, pour me up. We're not built like that. Cheers. Appreciate it, Marcus.
Cheers, crew.
Can we get some Fireball in the fridge? Warm Fireball ain't it. I'll tell you that right now. I've been known to say that once or twice. Wyatt Owen, Jordan Love for Jarvis Landry. Well, Jarvis Landry's a free agent, so
Free
any
agent
team can
now.
sign him.
Yeah.
As far as Jordan Love, I don't know what the Packers do there, Chase. I don't think his trade value's much. If you can't get better than a 4th, I'd say, probably just keep him as a backup.
Look, at this point, I think you eat the fact that you made the wrong decision. They saw some decline in Aaron Rodgers' play, so they decided to try to get his future replacement. Then Aaron Rodgers gets ticked off and ends up winning the MVP in back-to-back years. So how about that for a response? Oh, you draft my future replacement? I'm going to win the most valuable player back-to-back years.
We got details for Christian Kirk. 4 years, $68 million. 17 a year for Christian Kirk. That's a joke. I like the Jags trying to help out Trevor Lawrence here, Chase, with Kirk and some of the other deals. $17 million a year, though.
It's way too much.
That's like low-end number 1 wide receiver money. He ain't a wide receiver 1. He's kind of like an average wide receiver 2.
Yeah, so, here's the thing. We always overreact to these deals. You made a good point a little bit ago. That's what happens in free agency 1.
It does.
The salary cap's going to continue to rise, so
Yeah.
some of these deals aren't going to be as bad as they originally look. But then I moved to this point. Christian Kirk is a gadget player, and I'm not paying $17 million per year for a gadget player. Now, I understand what Jacksonville's trying to do, and frankly, I kind of like what they're doing. They got that defensive tackle from the Falcons. They got Brandon Scherff at guard.
Yep. Protect
They
Lawrence.
fulfilled a big need there. They got Christian Kirk, another possession wide receiver and a home run threat who can also stretch the field vertically in Christian Kirk. But outside of him being a vertical field stretcher,
He's never had
bubble
a 1,000
screen
yard,
guy,
never had
ends
a 1,000
around.
Never had a 1,000-yard season.
Yeah, that's a little bit too much. Now, he was 18 yards away from a 1,000-yard season this past year. How does he elevate with Trevor Lawrence, and are they banking on the upside there? Maybe, because he is still young.
I mean, to me, $17 million a year you should be a 1,000-yard guy.
Yeah.
It's an overpay, but to your point, I mean, that's what happens in free agency. In 2 years, it won't look that bad. But man, that's a lot for Christian Kirk. There's no doubt about that. Let's kind of recap some of the moves that have happened today. Chase, kind of go through the tracker. You and I haven't been able to react to these on air much.
Yeah.
Emmanuel Ogbah, Joe Noteboom, Alex Kappa, Jeff Swaim. Anything stand out to you on these? I would say first Ogbah. That's a good payday for him.
Yep.
I think some teams would have been interested, so Miami paid up. And then for Noteboom, that's your long-term Andrew Whitworth replacement.
He is, and he actually played pretty well
Yep.
at tackle last year for Los Angeles. Emmanuel Ogbah, anytime you can prioritize pass rush, I think outside of quarterback and offensive line, like defensive end and edge rusher, a guy who can get after the passer is the most important position in the pecking order on an NFL roster. So I like that, and I don't think that price tag is extraordinarily high. Alex Kappa is a really underrated deal, 4-year, $40 million.
Burrow.
He really set the foundation for a guy like Laika Tomlinson to get $13+ million per year. Joe Burrow needs help along that offensive line. He's been beaten and battered throughout his first 2 years in the NFL. Alex Kappa will help protect him.
Yeah, Jeff Swain, kind of a blocking tight end there. Next grouping of players here, Chase Edmonds, and that's not insignificant, over $6 million per year for him. And he probably, is your lead back in Mike McDaniel's new system out there in Miami.
And Mike McDaniel's system is going to lead to a lot of running backs being successful, in my opinion, because he comes from the Kyle Shanahan coaching tree. And any running back that Shanahan's been able to coach and have in his offense, they've gone on to have career years. I'm not saying Chase Edmonds is going to have a career year. I do think, though, that he's really going to help out Jalen Waddle in the pass game and open up some opportunities for him. James Conner last year was one of the best bargain deals across the entire NFL as outside of quarterbacks. He led the NFL in touchdowns. It was about time that he got paid. Mitchell Trubisky. This takes out Jimmy Garoppolo going to a team like Pittsburgh, and they're going to go with the upside of Trubisky and hope that he can be better than a player like Garoppolo. I think it's a big gamble.
I can't wait to see what this contract is. 2-year deal. We know that. What's the annual? Is it $10 million? Is it less?
Yeah.
Is it more? I think it's going to be at least 10 per year, at least on the first year. Maybe the second year is like a partial guarantee to see how he plays. But I don't think 2 years, 20, 2 years, $25 million is out of the realm of possibility there, so we'll keep an eye on that. Larry Ogunjobi, I broke this down on Chicago Bears now, 3 years, $40 million, 26 guaranteed. The Bears basically had no defensive tackles. Switching to this scheme, they cut Eddie Goldman. I thought he was the best defensive tackle on the open market. That probably ensures that Akeem Hicks is going to be signing elsewhere. I think that's a really good move for Chicago. Get to this next grouping. Seattle brings back a couple of guys. Quandre Diggs, Chase, 3 years, $40 million. Al Woods, 2 years, $9 million. We'll get to Scherff and Karras in a second, but, man, that's a big deal for Diggs coming off a pretty significant injury.
Yeah, that heel injury, which cost him time toward the end of the year.
Dislocated it.
Seattle is not a stranger to overpaying for defensive backs. They did so with Jamal Adams, and I think they did so once again with Quandre Diggs, although corners become a very important position. You said that we're going to talk about Brandon Scherff. Let's talk about it right now. One of the best guards in the sport.
Yeah.
He was right up there with Laken Tomlinson as the best guard on the free agency market. Have to prioritize providing protection for Trevor Lawrence, and he's going to be able to do that.
Last year, for reference, Joe Thuney, I'd say a similar caliber player to Scherff, got 5 years, $80 million, 18 per year. I would say something similar probably for Scherff in the annual value. He's a little bit older, so maybe it's more like a 3-year deal. But I expect him to get paid. And then Cincinnati brings in a versatile offensive lineman in Ted Karras, 3 years, $18 million. Bengals clearly trying to beef up that offensive line as well. Oh, man, I'm going to try here. Cedric Ogbuye is signing with the Houston Texans. He comes over from Seattle. Tell us a little, producer Sam, give us a note here on this guy. 1 year, $1.4 million. He is signing with Houston.
$180,000 signing bonus, it looks like. $1.12 million in base salary, up to $100,000 in per-game active roster bonuses.
So, there you go. 1 year, $1.4 million. That's the latest signing to come through. More on the tracker. Tracy Walker to Detroit, 3 years, $25 million, 17 guaranteed. Giants signed kind of an end-of-the-roster receiver in Robert Foster. Jags, like we say, they've been very, very active as well. That's the wrong logo on this next grouping, guys, if you guys want to fix that one. What stands out here, Eddie, other than Jacksonville spending a lot of money?
I don't hate that Jacksonville is being aggressive. You know, you have a new regime with Trent Baalke and Doug Peterson. They're going to try to do their best to really develop Trevor Lawrence. Last year was a disaster under Urban Meyer, and I don't hate them being aggressive. I think in professional sports nowadays, the best way to operate is to be aggressive.
Yep.
Because we know that in the NFL, especially, Harrison, the year-to-year jump can happen very, very quickly. I mean, how often do we see teams that were bad the year prior ended up making the playoffs the following year. It happens routinely year in, year out.
Yep. Laken Tomlinson was one of the bigger ones. He got 3 years and about $40 million with the Jets. Sidney Jones back to Seattle. Jamarco Jones, Ben Jones to the Titans. Jones are re-signing there on the offensive line. One of the all-time great special teams players, Matthew Slater. He's going to go back to New England on a 1-year deal. Jets bring back Braxton Berrios. Yes, Dallas making moves. They bring back their long snapper, Jake McQuaid. And then C.J. Board to the Giants as well. Then some of the recent ones, Chase. Christian Kirk, 4 years, $68 million. We talked about that one. Roger Saffold, Hassan Reddick. And then how about B.J. Hill, 3 years, $30 million? I thought he was instrumental in the playoffs for Cincinnati.
I thought so too. He was really, really good. And I think it's important for Cincinnati to bring some of these players back, as well as Kappa, to really build that team, to try to load up, to try to make another run at a Super Bowl run. Look, you have Joe Burrow, you're going to be a contender year in, year out. That's at least how highly I think of Joe Burrow. I think he's fantastic.
Yeah, I figured they'd bring back one of Ogunjobi or B.J. Hill. They opted to bring back B.J. Hill. So there you go on that front. Terrence Brooks, this signing coming through just a few moments ago. 1 year, $2 million with the Houston Texans as those contract details come in. And then Cedric, how do you pronounce this one, Sam? You're my pronunciation guy. Abuehi, he goes to Houston as well. 1 year, $1.4 million. So there we go. Conflicting reports. 4 years, $84 million for Christian Kirk. That's what Adam Schefter is saying. So the prior report was 4 years, $68 million, $21 million per year for Kirk, Chase. And I know you overpay in free agency, but if it's true that they gave him that much, that's too much.
Wow.
That's like
$21 million
that's
per
premier
year?
number one. Think about it this way. Mike Williams got 20 per year, and we thought that was a slight overpay by the Chargers. He is clearly better than Christian Kirk. That's not even a question. Wow.
Jeez.
What are your thoughts on that?
It's way too expensive. Again, like we just talked about Christian Kirk. He's a nice player. 77 catches last year, 982 yards. I like his big playability. He can certainly take the top off of the defense. Outside of that, though, his route tree is somewhat limited. I kind of look at him as a gadget wide receiver who has high-end speed. You use him on bubble screens and some jet sweeps, but $21 million per year for Christian Kirk, there's a reason why bad organizations stay bad. As soon as I was done complimenting Jacksonville, then we find out the actual contractual details.
That's legit number one receiver money, like top 10 NFL receiver money. Like if I'm DJ Chark, I'm saying, okay, I should get that if Christian Kirk got that. What do you guys think? Is he worth $21 million per year? Type Y for yes, type N for no. I mean, my goodness. Ravens fan says no. Someone says he's a number 2 receiver at 21 per. Yeah. Now Schefter's saying worth up to $84 million. But still, I mean, that's still like a lot that he could get up to $21 million per year. Goodness gracious. Big Chungus says no. Braden says no. Shamar says no. Matty Ice says no. Hell no, coming in. Tiffany says no. I'm not seeing a single yes for $21 million per year when it comes to Christian Kirk. So, I don't know, man. That's, by the way, Christian Kirk, here's another note. 4 games in his career with 100 yards or more, Chase. That's it. 4 games in 4 seasons of over 100 yards or more. That's a lot of money for a guy who's been very inconsistent. Okay, let's get to the Super Chat menu because Chase and I, we want to drink. So this is how we do it. $5, we'll take a sip of beer. $10, we'll talk about your favorite team. $15, we'll spin the roulette wheel, which will force Chase or I or someone else to do a challenge. $25, we're taking shots. And for $100, someone at Chat Sports will do a boot chug. Do we have the boot in here? It's a huge boot that's 3 beers worth.
I think it's drying out there from when Petey drank it.
Someone has to chug a boot. $100 Super Chat. If you want to see someone chug a boot, maybe one of our newer employees at Chat Sports will do just that. Here's a $5, which means cheers to you guys.
Cheers.
Alejandro, I think my Broncos, Chiefs, Chargers, Bills, Bengals, Titans, and Patriots in the playoffs this year. 4, 5, 6. Those are the 7 AFC teams. I could buy that. I think those 7 teams could be the teams. Any issues with that, Chase?
Yeah, I don't hate it.
I mean, basically, you just swap in the Chargers for the Raiders. That's the same grouping from last year. Oh, Broncos in for someone else, for the Steelers.
No
Those
Ravens.
Yeah,
That'd be kind of notable. Chugs, can you get me one of those warm Bud Lights? Got a shotty.
All right, here we go. Watermelon sugar high. What QB is worth tanking for in next year's draft? Bryce Young's going to be awesome.
Not even close.
Potentially C.J. Stroud. I want to see how he plays this year.
Bryce
but
Young, no doubt.
Right now, it's Bryce Young. We'll see on other potential quarterbacks. Zaxter. Oh, what does that equate to, by the way? Swedish, $20 of Swedish
keys
currency?
on you, Sam?
Okay, $2. We did get a $10 from someone. Zaxter, appreciate the $2. Kyle McClellan. We got a $10. So this is what does $10 do? I forget. Oh, we'll talk about your favorite team. It's obviously it's an overpay, but when the Jags did nothing last year, we saw what happened. Cap can be easily manipulated. Don't overreact. Look, I understand what you're saying, but like $16 million would be an overpay. Here we got an updated contract for Christian Kirk. 4 years, $72 million, can max out at 84. So the base is $18 million per year. I would still qualify that as an overpay. I guess you look at it this way, Chase. If he gets the $84 million, that probably means he balled out. So I guess it's not that big of a deal.
Some incentives, yeah.
But still,
incentive-laden.
18 a year is still it's a lot, man. But hey, if he contributes and the Jags start winning, then no one's going to care at the end of the day. Are you going to shotgun? Is that what we're doing
I am.
here?
We got the $650.
Okay, here we go. I'll chug while you shotgun.
All right.
Here we go. Chant chug in the chat, and producer Jack will chant
we
chug
live,
as well.
NFL draft coverage.
3,
or NFL free agency
2,
coverage.
1.
Chug, 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 chug.
There you go. The AGT squad ain't scared. Coming your way here on a Monday. Grade the shotgun. A, B, C, D, or F. Did we get a timer on that one? That was pretty fast.
That's pretty fast.
3.5 seconds.
Grade the gun.
Yeah, are you like that guy at the combine who was just a second off every time? Might be an exaggeration.
Yeah, almost though.
It was pretty bad. Oh, a little.
Tom Downey burner account. D. That's disrespectful. I want to see you do the same thing, Tom Downey burner
Yeah,
account.
send in a video. Yeah.
At Chase_senior.
By the way,
tweet me the vid.
By the way, shout out ESPN for just now breaking down free agency live on their network. We've been live for 4.5 hours. Good work, ESPN. That's why you tune in here.
Shefty would
Sports.
never shotgun a beer.
Nah, we ain't scared. You know who is? Shefty. A, B, C, D, or F. A lot of A's and B's coming in for the most part. Champ's house. James says B. F from Vinny. All right, Vinny.
That's just a hater.
Follow Chase on Twitter at
Chase_senior. Yeah.
Send in a shotgun, and we'll compare and contrast. Okay?
I'll retweet it too.
That's how we'll do. Yeah, we'll even
Yeah.
get it on screen.
We
Send
can get it
in
on screen.
At Chase_senior.
Anybody who sends me a shotgun at Chase_senior will get it on the show.
All right, this is in the $10 category from Jordan. Or is this 15 actually? I think this is 15.
$10 in Canadian
$10?
currency.
So we'll talk about the Seahawks.
Or 14 in Canadian currency and 10 in American.
We can
currency.
recap what the Seahawks have done, right? Do we have those team listicles? Is that a thing? The Seahawks have made some moves. They bring back Quandre Diggs, Al Woods. I'm forgetting a couple others that they've brought back. Sidney Jones as well. I think the Diggs move is an overpay, Chase, to be frank. But
40 mil.
they like him. He's been a good player the last few years. If he fully recovers, it's not too bad. But if he gets $40 million, 13, 14 a year, like, is Tyrann Mathieu going to get 15, 16?
Yeah.
I mean, Matthew's better than Diggs, and
Yeah.
they're about the same age. So, Marcus Williams, what's he going to get? I mean, there's better safeties out there than Diggs, who's kind of a safety nickel hybrid. So you bring him back. Obviously, quarterback's the thing to watch. Are they going to roll with Drew Lock? Are they going to get in the Deshaun Watson sweepstakes? I think that's the next domino for Seattle.
Yeah, no, I agree. Like, you got to obviously figure out what the quarterback situation is going to be. Do they try to make a trade for Baker Mayfield? Do they move forward with Drew Lock? Do they settle for a middle-tier starter like Jameis Winston, Teddy Bridgewater, or Marcus Mariota? Do they try to make a trade for Deshaun Watson? They've been rumored to be in, according to
Got some draft capital.
Daniel Jeremiah. He said he'd spoken to some people around the league, and the consensus feeling back on Friday was that the Seahawks were the leaders in the clubhouse for Deshaun Watson.
Yeah.
Got to get the quarterback situation figured out. Everything else follows.
You know, I'd be really tempted to tank for a year and draft Bryce Young if I was Seattle. Like, if you can't get Watson, I would just play Drew Lock, see what happens. Maybe you get a little trade value for him. You can move him and then draft someone next year. But, yeah, if you can get Watson, that's certainly a move worth considering if you're Seattle. But so far they've just brought back a couple of players. All right, shout out your favorite team. Let us know who you're repping in the comments. And do you have the live chat pulled up, Chase?
Yes.
If you want to give some shout-outs here.
I'll give some
once they come
shout-outs
in,
to the homies.
Shout out your favorite team.
Let's see here. Going very, very quickly. We just got a super chat that came in from William Short. We'll pop that up here. I'm seeing Raiders from Ferrari, Giants, Eagles, Raider Nation, Cowboys, Jacksonville, Giants, Titans, Houston, Steelers, Niners, baby. Represent. Duval.
That chug's gotten to you.
Cowboys, Jets, Saints, Ravens, Houston. All about those beer burps, baby. Bears, Cowgirls, Niners, Vikings for the first time. Bears.
Do you have a lot of beer burps?
San Francisco.
Saturday night.
Bills Mafia. No beer burps because I was drinking whiskey
Straight
and tequila.
liquor.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good stuff.
Seahawks, bear down. Titans up. Okay. Everybody's representing right now except the Rams. That's a fraudulent fan base.
Yeah, those aren't real fans. William Short, chug that beer like Stone Cold Steve Austin, LOL. I don't know if you're saying that's what we did or what we need to.
I think that's what he's saying as a response to what we do.
Well, hey, I mean, that's how we roll at
Yes,
the
sir.
end of the day. How many new subs today, by the way? We've been tracking about 700 new subs today.
We're about to get to 900K as a company.
The content daddies will get that to 1,000 easily. That's all I know. This is a time to subscribe to Chat Sports. We got over 3,000 people watching live. Mitch and Tom are on for about 3.5 hours. Chase and I have been on for about the last 45 minutes, and we'll roll with you guys throughout the afternoon. The link is below, youtube.com/chatsportstv. We're less than 500 subs away from 283,000 subscribe. This is just day one of free agency. We got tomorrow, we got Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I think we're going to go live every single day this week. And then, hey, I can't wait for our draft content to really get going too.
Yeah, me
Once
too.
free agency slows down,
That's really fun.
Get the draft coverage going. Subscribe. This is the time. NFL news, rumors, free agency draft, other content as well. We are the sports digital leader when it comes to the NFL. All right, Noah72. What is Denver doing right now? Go get somebody. That's a fair question. They've been linked to Chandler Jones, our guy Matthew Peterson, who covers the Broncos here at Chat Sports. He's been all over Denver in terms of what they've been up to. I know Chandler Jones has been a player that they're linked to. Von Miller as well, Chase. Could they bring him back after trading for Russell Wilson? I expect Denver to make a splash or two to kind of help round out this roster and really make a run this next season.
Yeah, look, it's been an absolutely nutty NFL free agency period. Like, what do you mean, what is Denver doing right now? Go get somebody. You just got Russell Wilson. Like, what? You made the biggest splash of the offseason. It was the most shocking move in recent NFL memory. What do you mean?
Also, I love my feed, like 30 minutes into free agency. Where are the Bears? Where's Ryan Poles?
Yeah.
We were 30 minutes into it. We're still less than 4 hours into the legal tampering period. There's plenty of moves to come here in free agency. We got another $10 super chat here, Chase, from Andrew. Cowboys, McQuaid is the steal of free agency. That's spin zone action right there, Andrew. Tom Downey, he's fist pumping for Catboy out there. And listen, Chase, we could talk about the Cowboys here for a moment. You trade Amari Cooper for nothing, basically. A couple of draft picks and a draft swap. You re-sign Michael Gallup, which, if he's healthy, I think it's a good move, but I still think Cooper's a better player. I expect Dallas to retain Cedric Wilson. We'll see on Randy Gregory. I think they'd like to bring him back as well. But to be honest, be objective, Cowboys fans. Are you a better team than you were when you ended last season? On paper, the answer is no. You lost your best receiver. You might have overpaid for Gallup, who's coming off a major injury. Like, so far, you're not a better team, Chase, if you're Dallas.
I agree. I still think there are just so many like mental questions with Dallas. They have to overcome those mental hurdles and knock those cobwebs down in order for me to buy anything that the Cowboys are doing. And Dak Prescott immediately became a better quarterback with Amari Cooper.
Yeah,
so now
the numbers
without
show
him, what's going to happen? Yes, theoretically, CD Lamb can be a number 1 wide receiver. He has all of the skills and attributes to be that guy. The speed, the physicality, the size. He is a special talent. The hands concern me, and we have seen countless times once a number 2 is elevated to that number 1 role and all of the focus and attention is shifted by the opposing defense toward them, they're not the same guy. So big questions for Dallas, and it's been odd because usually they're aggressive, but with Stephen Jones, haven't been as aggressive spending.
So I'll tell you what, Tom Downey, he's been frustrated, but he's still busting his ass to bring you guys videos every single day on the Cowboys Report. Go support him. Subscribe to our Cowboys channel, youtube.com/CowboysTV. We're less than 400 subscribers away from 125,000. Go support him. Go support our Cowboys Report YouTube channel, and let's get this thing growing. By the way, side note, Chase, Tyreek Hill, who is due for a contract extension, has 1 year remaining on his deal, making about $18 million per year on his last deal, sent out the eyes emoji in response to the Christian Kirk contract. If Christian Kirk is getting a base of $18 million per year, what is Tyreek Hill worth?
Well,
25 plus?
So there's Tyreek Hill. There's Devontae Adams. There's a player upcoming like Deebo Samuel. Are we talking $25, $30 million per year for those players?
Now, clearly the Jags overpaid because you have to overpay if you're the Jags to get players to come, but still, I mean, in a way, Kirk may have really set this wide receiver market on fire with how much he got. So it's going to be fascinating to see how that plays out.
So what? DeAndre Hopkins is the highest grossing wide receiver.
He's kind of an outlier.
Average annual value. That's $27 million.
Next closest, I believe, is 23.
So is it crazy to say that Adams could demand 30? That Deebo Samuel, who plays 2 positions as a wide receiver, and running back, could ask for something between 25 and 30?
If I'm Tyreek Hill, I want at least 25.
Yeah.
I mean,
because you take Tyreek Hill away from the Chiefs, you take Deebo away from the Niners.
It's hard. You can't replace that.
You can't replace
Not
that
with one
production.
guy. No way. William Butler, now that Brady is back, what's next for Tampa? Well, they brought back Ryan Jensen. That's a good move. Chase, what they need to do is get guards.
Yes, badly.
Who's the guy? I forget the guy who retired. He's not coming back.
Ali Marpet. Right?
Marpet retired, and then Kappa signed with Cincinnati. So
Yes.
you have no guards.
No.
I think you got to get at least one guard in free agency, maybe draft another.
Yeah.
I would expect that. Maybe you bring back a guy like Ndamukong Suh as a cheap 1-year deal, kind of like you did last year. See which guys you can bring back.
Love Trishan Wirfs.
That are hit.
Donovan Smith struggled last year.
Yeah.
So there are questions along the offensive line for a quarterback who's going to be 45 years old.
How about do you try and convince a Jarvis Landry to take a little less to come to Tampa? Oh, Gronk too. I bet he plays another year now.
Yeah.
Probably. I mean,
I guess.
might as well.
You can never
He's
shut
still
that
good.
chatter down. You'll still have Godwin and Evans.
Yep.
Godwin coming off the torn ACL, a little bit of a concern there. But
I'd bring back Gronk, go sign a guard, maybe a cheap receiver as well. Daniel Guerrero, should Chiefs fans be worried of the AFC West? I think worried's a strong word because until someone takes this division, it still runs through Arrowhead. But what I will say is this division's a bloodbath now. The best division in the NFL has gone from the NFC West to the AFC West following the Russell Wilson trade. So yeah, all 4 teams can be competitive. I think Raider fans should be worried about being in the AFC West because Vegas is a decent team, but they're on paper the worst team in the division. I don't even think it's that close, to be frank. So I think Raider fans should be worried. I think Chiefs fans should recognize that, hey, like, you're really going to have to earn this division from here on out. But, I still think it runs through Kansas City until proven otherwise.
the AFC West this upcoming year is going to be a lot like the NFC West was this past year, where I think you're going to have 3 playoff teams. And that 4th team in the division could realistically be fighting for a playoff spot. Now, in the NFC West, it was Seattle this past year, and if it wasn't for Russell Wilson's injury, they probably would have been in the mix, but you had the Cardinals, Rams, and Niners all make it. I think you could see something similar with the AFC West this year.
I mean, you've got 3 of the top 8 quarterbacks in the AFC West with Patrick Mahomes, Russell Wilson, and Justin Herbert. 3 top 10 guys for sure.
Yeah.
It's going to be tough, man. It's going to be a fun division, though. $700 in Super Chats. We've crossed that threshold, so I'm going to spin the roulette wheel. Another free spin for you guys. How much does it cost to pay for a roulette spin if folks want to do that? Because there's other ways to get roulette spins. $15. Take a pool. You want to finish off that fireball? Is that a pool? I'd say that qualifies as a pool.
All right.
Say a pool is like 2 shots worth, probably. I could take the other one. Is that like the same thing? If we each take a heavy shot, that's a pool?
Yeah, I'll fill all the way up here.
And then I'll top it off.
Actually,
That might finish it off.
I think I'm just going to finish
There you
it
go.
off.
He's going to pull
All
it
right.
for you guys. We could use some fresh fireball, though.
Done.
We killed that bottle. So Chase is going to do that. And then we'll keep it rocking here. Chat Sports. Zaxter with the $5 super chat. Appreciate that.
That was
If
a
you
large
guys,
shot.
the owner of a new team and building a new NFL team, who are you choosing between Gallup and Kirk, not considering the cost? If money's not involved, that's a tough one. If money is involved, it's Gallup because he got way less money. Chase, I still maintain I think a healthy Michael Gallup is a better player than Christian Kirk. I think he's a more complete receiver.
Yeah.
I would probably go in that direction. And the fact that he's making way less money, too, even just sweetens that.
No, shout out to Brett. Brett literally asked us this question in the office a little while ago. Who would you rather have, Michael Gallup or Christian Kirk? I think the better all-around wide receiver is Michael Gallup, and now that we see the contract details being made official for Christian Kirk, I'd definitely rather have the player of Michael Gallup and the contract of Michael Gallup, even coming off the torn ACL, which at this point really is becoming a medical miracle where guys are able to come back over the span of a couple of months. Shoot, it's crazy how Cam Akers came back in less than 1 year, 5 months off a torn Achilles.
Yeah.
Legalize HGH. Come on.
Now, Christian Kirk's more of a home run threat, so maybe you guys value that. Who would you pick? Type MG for Michael Gallup.
I value consistency.
Yeah, type CK for Kirk. Now, the injury issues have been more prevalent with Gallup, but if he's healthy, I think he's a more complete player. We'll let you guys weigh in, though. CK or MG, who you rocking with? Let's see. Someone says Derek Carr is not top 10. I never said he was. I said they have there's 3 top 10 quarterbacks in the AFC
I think
West.
that's a debate going on in the chat right now. There's also a lot of chatter. The Derek Carr disrespect. We just said we think 3 teams can get into the playoffs from the AFC West. The Raiders can be one of those teams. Is Derek Carr a top 10 quarterback? No. Does he play like it sometimes? Yes. I'd say he's about middle tier, above guys like Ryan Tannehill and Jimmy Garoppolo, but not a top 10 guy.
Say he's like French top 15, probably like 14 or 15.
Yes.
And that's
Has to be a top 15
That's still
guy.
really good. Like, it's just, some of these dudes are just different.
You're
man.
top 15 in the world at what you do. That's pretty good.
That's saying something. Rashard Lee, MG. Lil Nate says MG. I'd say it's like 70-30 Gallup. There's some Christian Kirk truthers in there. Someone says Mike Williams or Kirk. Oh, Mike Williams. Mike Williams better than Gallup, in my opinion. So there you go. Brandon with the super chat. Being good on paper has not worked for Dallas. I mean, look, they won 12 games last year. If they could just get beyond these mental hurdles in the playoffs. That team last year, Chase, I will stand by it, was built to make a run in the postseason. But they start these playoff games too slow.
Yeah.
Can't do it. The O-line certainly wasn't as good last year, but the defense was as good as it's been in probably 10 years.
In a long time.
Dak had a great season. I get, you've got the Zeke contract's a problem, et cetera. But that team, probably was built to make a run to the NFC Championship game, and they lost in the first round.
Yep.
I mean,
At home.
Yeah.
Can't happen.
It's not good.
In the most Cowboys fashion, too.
Yep.
Slow start, turnovers, sluggish play.
And
bad coaching.
And dramatic finish not in their favor.
Yes. On brand.
Kelly Chisholm, same old Colts, $30 million in cap space and nothing. I mean, that's kind of, the Colts don't overpay, Chase. They don't. They believe in the draft. Mitchell Renz is looking at me. I don't know what he's trying to figure out, but what did I say? I said $70 million. I said $70 million in cap space and nothing. What do you think the Colts should do, Chase?
Colts need a quarterback. And are they going to settle for Marcus Mariota to be the bridge to a guy like Desmond Ridder? That was something that Tom Downey was talking about before he hopped off air and we came on. If I'm the Colts, I'd rather go after a guy like Jimmy Garoppolo. I think he could be the better option because I think he helps a win-now team win right now
I would get
with a team that's built very, very nicely to compete in the AFC. Great offensive line led by Quentin Nelson. Very good defense led by Darius Leonard. I think Michael Pittman is a rising star. You have a really good run game with Jonathan Taylor, who I think is the best back in football. I think he's better than Derrick Henry because he does more things than Derrick Henry. Marcus Mariota in that offense, it does nothing for me. It doesn't move the needle. Jimmy Garoppolo in that offense, I have more confidence in him. Plus, the Colts are looking for a better leader. That's what Garoppolo is as compared to Wentz.
Trade for Garoppolo, sign a receiver, and let's ride. That's what I would do if I was the Colts. Kamikaze says, what do you think the Falcons should do? Well, they re-signed Jake Matthews. They, of course, restructured Matt Ryan to clear some cap space. Sounds like there's mutual interest in bringing back Cordero Patterson, who was a key player for them a year ago. I think that would be a guy I'd like to keep if I was Atlanta. Obviously, you're not going to have Calvin Ridley this year unless he appeals that suspension and it gets down from a full season. So maybe you go get another receiver. Russell Gage is a free agent. You could add pieces on defense. So Atlanta could go in a lot of different ways moving forward. So we'll see what happens there. Like the video if you're enjoying today's broadcast. We got about 3,000 people watching live here on NFL Free Agency Day 1. And we will continue to break down everything that continues to fly in here. So like this video. We're less than 400 likes away from 2,500. 3,000 of you guys are watching. So if literally everybody liked the video, then we will be able to get to 2,500. So help us get there. And is that another threshold to do free stuff?
About 60 people away.
There we go. There we go. Like the video to get to 2,500. Popular Nobody. He asks, what other moves do you guys see the Eagles making? Chase?
First of all, if you're just joining us, we broke down the Hassan Reddick deal. It's actually up on Philadelphia Eagles now. Go check it out. Harrison and I talked about the signing. One of, if not my favorite signings of the day so far, $15 million average annual value for Hassan Reddick at a premier position when he's had 20 sacks the last 2 years is great. I think I would look for a number 2 corner opposite of Darius Slay. I think that's a big need. A number 2 wide receiver outside of Devontae Smith. Do you do that in free agency with a guy like DJ Chark, or do you fill that need with one of your 3 first-round picks? They never prioritize putting money into linebacker, but I think linebacker is an underrated position in football now because you can change games from that position. Maybe a safety, depending on what happens with Roddy McLeod moving forward. I would look at all those areas.
What's the market for a Marcus Williams, a Tyrann Mathieu?
Yeah. Matthew, I think, is too expensive after Reddick, but something like that type of positional importance.
Tier 2 safety. What about like a Malik Hooker from Dallas who played pretty well last year?
Yeah.
As kind of a part-time starter, that could be an option as well. Now, the Green Bay Packers are bringing back one of their key free agents, Devondre Campbell, who played well last year for Green Bay. He returns to the Packers. I like this for the Packers. 5 years, $50 million. Honestly, Chase, $10 million per year for what he provided last year, which was 146 tackles, couple of sacks, couple forced fumbles, pretty decent in coverage as well. Pretty good value. 10 per year is not bad for him.
Not bad. And talking about the Philadelphia Eagles from that last Super Chat, there were some rumors that they were interested in Devondre Campbell. So he actually goes back to Green Bay, and over the last couple of years, he's really started to find his footing after getting off to somewhat of a rough start in his NFL career. But this past year, he was great. And look, I can't really emphasize this enough. As the salary cap continues to grow, signing these types of deals for impact players who really help you, $10 million per year for a player like this who gave you 146 tackles a year ago is excellent, excellent value. I'm just wondering, Packers have been somewhat active. What's going to happen with Devontae Adams? He does not want to play under the franchise tag.
Well, what the 5-year deal allows you to do with Campbell is you can backload it. So his cap hit this year could be $2 million, $3 million if they want it to. So that should not impact their ability to extend Adams to a long-term deal as he is currently under the franchise tag. Grade the move. Campbell back to Green Bay, scale of 1 to 100. I'll give this like an 85. This is a good deal. I thought he had a career year last year, clearly fit in with what they're trying to do schematically. and really broke out in Green Bay. I think it's a good signing. Let's see what you guys are saying. A couple super chats coming in. -1 from Shamur. 95.5 from Vincent. 80 from Supreme. Nathan says 95. Ryan says 90. Let's see. Timber says 100. Nomad says 78. Tiffany says 80. So I think we're all kind of in a similar range there. We got a super chat from Landon Chase. Kyle Van Noy to Dallas would be cool with Micah. I think for the right price, he'd be a nice kind of second off-ball linebacker
On the
type,
cheap, yeah.
Chase, $3-4 million on a 1 or 2 year deal. I think that'd be pretty interesting. Maybe he's your Leighton Vander Esch replacement if he gets a little bit out of your price range.
I agree, and I think that Van Noy can still play.
Yep.
He got the bag from the Miami Dolphins a couple of years ago. That tenure didn't last long. Goes back to New England, and he was let go by the Patriots. I think he has good football left in him, and what he can make up for with his lack of burst and athleticism, very heady and smart player.
Yeah, I completely agree with all of that. Christian with the super chat, are the Dolphins going to do anything? Do you see them going after
Ogbah.
Deshaun now? I don't think they will. They already brought back Emmanuel Ogbah. I saw a report that they could be in the mix for J.C. Jackson. Now, it sounds like the Chargers are the favorites there. But could you imagine pairing him with Byron Jones or with Xavier Howard and Byron Jones? What would that mean? If they signed J.C. Jackson, that probably means you're trading one of your other corners, right? Like, you're going to put one of them in the slot?
Yeah, you would think so. That a trade would be on
I
the
think
way.
they'd probably trade Howard in that
Yeah.
scenario. And they'd get a lot for him. They'd get at least a first, I would think. So that could be a potential move. As far as Deshaun goes, Chase, they'd kind of look like hypocrites with all the back and forth, and then Stephen Ross saying we're out of the Deshaun sweepstakes, and then a month later they go after him. But
They're my dark horse team.
if they
For
end up
Deshaun
with
Watson.
him after everything,
Miami.
that would be something else.
Because if you're Deshaun, you have no trade clause.
Yeah.
So that's why the
can kinda
Seahawks
choose.
never made sense to me. The defense has been bad the last several years. You have a defensive-minded head coach in Pete
the
Carroll.
receivers are good.
The receivers are good, and Noah Fant. I like him as a player. So you have Fant. If you're Watson, you have DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett. But the defense isn't good, and you're led by a defensive head coach who Russell Wilson was not happy with
he
in
wanted away
terms
from
of the offensive emphasis, right?
Yep.
Miami Dolphins, on the other hand, though, have some really good weapons. Mike Gesicki, Jalen Waddle. You bring in Chase Edmonds, have a decent offensive line, but most importantly, offensive-minded and creative head coach in Mike McDaniel, who I really like.
Goldie Juan Kadobi, do you say a running back better than Derrick Henry?
I did say that.
Those be fighting words. Chase did say that.
Better all-around back.
I'll still take Henry, but it's close.
Better all-around back.
Taylor's
I said
closing
Jonathan
in.
Taylor, better all-around back than Derrick Henry.
It's close. I'll take Henry, but it's very close.
Derrick Henry ain't the pass catcher that Jonathan Taylor is.
No. Ryan Hook with the $2 super chat. Do you see the Bills going for an edge rusher? There's been some chatter, Chase, that they could bring back Jerry Hughes, a veteran who's been there for a while. Maybe you go that route. I don't see them paying big for an edge rusher. Like, I don't think they're going to get in the Chandler Jones sweepstakes. But you can never have enough pass rushers, and I think we saw that in the playoffs when Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen went nuts against one another because their O-lines held up.
Yeah. And you know what? The thing with Buffalo is, too, edge rusher, important. Our boy Marshall Green's been talking about Evan Ingram as a slot wide receiver and tight end for Buffalo. I'm intrigued by that.
I saw a rumor
They need to figure out the ground game. I know it got better toward the end of the year, but they need to figure out that ground game to give Josh Allen just a little bit more help.
Will Dissly, another bag. 3 years, $24 million to Seattle. Chase, I got to tell you, I liked Dissly a few years ago when he was kind of on track to having a nice 700-800 yard season. He got injured in that 2019 season. $8 million per year for a guy who's never had more than 262 yards in a year. Since that injury, he has not been the same guy.
Yeah, who is going to be a backup to Noah Fant?
$8 million per year for a tight end too.
Yeah.
That's I don't know, man.
Yeah, never more. As you talked about, limited production. Never
I-
more than 262 yards.
That's yikes. We're gonna break this one down further here on Seahawks Today. momentarily, but my goodness. And we can hit some of the other hits or signings too. But, man, I mean, in 4 years, Chase, 9 total touchdowns. How many catches? 76 total grabs. I mean, his stats in 4 years are what like a really good tight end number does in one season. And they just gave him $8 million a year. So that's quite the deal. So there you go. Will Dissly back to Seattle. We'll break this one down, plus some of what else Seattle has been doing here on day one of NFL free agency. We ready to go, guys? All right, here we go. He's Chase Sr. I'm Harrison Graham. Day one of NFL free agency is rolling along. The Seattle Seahawks continue to be active, so we'll get you guys caught up on some of the latest moves for Seattle. The latest one being, Chase, Will Dissly. 3 years, $24 million, $8 million per year. Instant reaction here?
Yeah, a little bit of an overpay, and I think it was a little bit of an overpay for Diggs as well. If you're a Seattle fan, a member of the 12s, you're looking at the Seahawks right now. They traded away a franchise icon and the most recognizable face that Seattle's ever had in Russell Wilson. But on the other side of that, at least the Seattle front office is still competitive. They're still aggressive. They're wheeling and dealing, trying to stay competitive and make moves to win right now. As for Will Dissly, he's obviously going to be the backup tight end to Noah Fant. I'm high on Fant, and I like the fact that he was included in that package for Russell Wilson. I think he's tapped into some of his potential, but I think his potential really is enormous. But $8 million per year for Will Dissly is a little bit of a questionable move for me. It's a lot of money for a guy who has had limited production as a pass catcher. He's never surpassed 262 yards year by year with Seattle. He's gone 156, 262, 251, 231. Really looked at as a tight end who's instrumental in the ground game. Now, could Pete Carroll be looking at Will Dissly and say, okay, Noah Fant can be our slot tight end, because that's become more and more popular now for tight ends to go in that slot position. Will Dissly can still be on the field and pose a threat while on the field with Fant as a pass catcher and a run blocker. Maybe there's something behind that.
Potentially. I mean, a couple of years ago, Dissly was starting to break out. He gets injured. Hasn't really done a ton since. I mean, you guys see the production there. Yeah, he's a decent blocker, but I don't know, $8 million a year for a tight end too. That is probably a better blocker than a receiver. That kind of feels like a lot. What do you guys think? Grade the move, scale it from 1 to 100. Will Dissly back, 3 years, $24 million. I mean, 55. I don't like it. I think it's, teams overpaying for agency. That's how it goes. But this is their own free agent. If this is what his market was, I'd say, see ya. Have fun elsewhere. For
him, he's like, hey, $8 million per year, and I don't even know who my quarterback's going to be. Let me sign that contract.
I'll stay in Seattle. Jeez, scale it from 1 to 100. Another re-signing for the Seattle Seahawks, Sidney Jones. I like this value better, Chase. 1 year, $3.6 million. He's flashed at times. He was a big prospect coming out of college. Bounced around a little bit, but there's still some potential there. I think this value is a lot better than Will Dissly's.
Look, when he went to Washington, he was looked at as probably the number one cornerback in the draft that year. Ends up popping his Achilles in a really disastrous moment for him during his pro day. Philadelphia Eagles still take a chance on him. They take him in the second round, and he just couldn't deal with the pressure cooker of Philadelphia. And I don't think the defensive scheme really lended itself to him being able to be successful as a football player. He gets let go by Philly. He goes to Jacksonville and ends up being pretty productive as a cornerback. And then that's where the Seahawks came in, able to pick him up basically off the scrap heap from Jacksonville, and was okay last year. Look, he's a player still who's young. He's overcome the injury issues with that torn Achilles. He's had some level of production. 1 year, $3.5 million prove-it deal. I don't hate it for Seattle.
Compete for a starting job, maybe. At least be a backup. Not bad at all.
Slot, maybe.
Yeah, for sure. Al Woods, he re-signs kind of one of their top run stoppers on that defensive line. 2 years, $9 million, about half of that guaranteed. I just mentioned it. Good run stopper, Chase, rotational type of guy. That can be that one-tech guy, a big frame, 6'4", 310. He's been there for a couple of years. Kind of like the Jones deal. Good value. He'll rotate in and out, especially on rundowns.
Yeah, no, and Pete Carroll is a defensive-minded head coach, and he's always taken a priority in building that defense, especially on the defensive line. Al Woods factors into that conversation. He was good this past year. He wasn't great, but you're not paying him great money. Another good value signing for the Seattle Seahawks. We'll get to Diggs here momentarily, but Al Woods as well as Sidney Jones, I liked those additions and bringing those guys back to really round out the roster without having to pay too much money.
Some familiar names, re-signing with Seattle. This is why you subscribe to us here at Seahawks Today, youtube.com/SeahawksTV. Whether it's myself, whether it's Tom Downey, whoever in the Chat Sports office, we'll be bringing you the latest Seahawks news and rumors, especially throughout free agency. We're closing in on 25,000 subscribers. Help us get there. Show out 12th man. Let's get to 25K as soon as possible. All right, the one that stands out the most with Seattle, we broke this down earlier. Tom and Mitch did. Now our turn to break it down, Chase. 3 years, $40 million. You know, if he fully recovers and plays at the level he's been playing at, he loves playing in Seattle. He tweeted as much earlier today. Then I guess it's not terrible, but coming off the big injury, it's a big commitment for a guy with a major lower leg injury here, Chase.
It is. And look, you're in the secondary right now, and you're paying $40 million to Quandre Diggs. Of course, it always comes down in the NFL to guaranteed money, and he's going to get a large chunk of that through the guaranteed money avenue. But you're paying big money to Quandre Diggs, and you sign Jamal Adams, who really is a box safety, to that $70 million deal, and you're paying him $17.5 per year. It's a lot of money to two players, and for Jamal Adams, he's a box safety at this point. Now, can you find ways to utilize him and his athleticism and his unique ability to really play in the box and get after the quarterback and be that box safety who can track down running backs? Yes, you can. And I think they're going to continue to really build that scheme around Jamal Adams and allow him to really flourish and have success in that scheme as a limited player. But the point here being, Harrison, a lot of money to these two players in that back end.
Yeah, I mean, when your two highest paid defensive players now that Bobby Wagner is gone are two safeties, position that isn't valued a ton in today's NFL, you know, it's certainly a decision. Now, a player leaving Seattle, Jamarco Jones, signing a 2-year contract, $5.75 million with Tennessee, kind of a rotation offensive line type swing guy there. He leaves for Tennessee, so Seattle loses some of their offensive line depth. I would imagine they bring in someone similar to help fill that void.
You would think, and again, it's really important for Seattle, of course. It's the big looming question for this organization to figure out quarterback. And if you figure out quarterback, and when you figure out quarterback, you have to provide some protection up front. And a big reason why Russell Wilson was frustrated the last couple of years, Harrison, obviously the lack of creativity with offensive play calling, but he was hit a lot.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Cedric Ogbah, he also leaves. He's heading to Houston. 1 year, $1.4 million, so Seattle loses a couple of their depth players to other teams. Nothing major on that front as they've brought back a couple of their key guys, including Quandre Diggs. So now, Chase, Seattle's been pretty active here on day one of free agency. Obviously, the big question remains, who's going to be this team's quarterback? Is it going to be Drew Lock? Do they try to hop into the Deshaun Watson sweepstakes? Do they punt for a year? I don't know. It doesn't seem like they are with some of the money they're shelving out to some of these guys. Seems like they're still going to try to win this year, but certainly, a team to watch out for over the next, couple of days here.
Yeah, no question. And from an organizational philosophy standpoint, it's a huge blow to lose a player like Russell Wilson. But again, if you're a Seahawks fan, you still have an organization that's invested. And one of the big questions I had was, Pete Carroll's in his 70s now, right? Is he going to be cool with the rebuild? And are the Seahawks going to undergo a rebuild? And what's that front office going to do? Well, it looks as though Pete Carroll, who does have a lot of say in Seattle in the Pacific Northwest, isn't cool, isn't getting down with the rebuild. Now, in order for a full rebuild not to take place and for this upcoming year to not be a disaster, you have to find out who your quarterback is going to be. If you move forward with Drew Lock, that doesn't make any sense to me. If you make a big splash for a Deshaun Watson type, then all of these moves make a lot more sense.
Yeah, no doubt. Grade the move so far, A, B, C, D, or F. Or Chase kind of inferenced it. Type I for incomplete. If you get a legit quarterback, cool. If not, it's why are you paying Will Dissly $24 million? So let us know, A, B, C, D, or F, or type I for incomplete. And also, subscribe to our main Chat Sports YouTube channel. If you're watching this on our Seahawks channel, we are live. Breaking down every single move that comes down the pipeline in free agency. Links below, youtube.com/chatsportstv. Do not miss our live free agency coverage. Here's the deal coming in. One of the top tight ends left on the market, Chase. Mo Alley Cox, 3-year deal to remain with the Indianapolis Colts. I like that move. Obviously, Indy has to decide who their quarterback is. I thought he had a pretty decent year for the Colts back in 2021.
No, he really did, and he gets to go back to a place where he wanted to go. He had said that recently. He has familiarity, and this is a pretty incredible story for Mo Alley Cox. I mean, he hadn't played organized football since the freshman year of high school because he was a basketball player, and went to Middleburg Academy, went to VCU. That's where he played college basketball, and he was one of those freak athletes who really wasn't going to have a long and successful career playing basketball. Instead, NFL scouts, NFL evaluators, and front office members looked at him and they're like, yo, this guy's 6'5", 267, he can jump, has soft hands, really good athleticism. Let's see what he can do as a tight end. And he's ended up having a pretty successful NFL career, 24 catches last year, 316 yards with 4 touchdowns. I think depending on who the quarterback is, those numbers can only continue to grow because the athletic profile is certainly there.
Yeah, I like him as a red zone guy. We'll see who's slinging it in Indianapolis this year. What has been the best free agent signing so far? Give your thoughts down below in the comments. I think the best value and impact deal is Hassan Reddick to Philadelphia.
I agree.
I think 3 years, $45 million is a borderline steal for
him.
Little
hometown discount for him.
Yeah, I think he took a little less to go back to Philadelphia where he played his college ball at Temple. I like that signing a lot. I'd probably pick that one. There's certainly been some other ones that stand out. I like Jacksonville getting Brandon Scherff. I don't love them overpaying for Christian Kirk. I like Larry Ogunjobi to Chicago. I like the Jets getting Laken Tomlinson, Chase. I think that's a good move as they need to protect Zach Wilson. So some good moves out there. What do you guys think? Roger Saffold to Buffalo. That's another good one. I see that in the comments.
Ready for a juicy rumor?
Ooh, let's hear it.
Russell Wilson isn't officially a Bronco yet, but he's doing his best to improve the roster by recruiting Bobby Wagner to play with him in Denver. Obviously, they were the same member of that draft class back in 2012.
Yeah, fast-track that, Petey. Fast-track that. Yeah, he just gave me a wink. He's fast-tracking it.
He already retweeted it.
Yeah, let's get that puppy humming. All right, subscribe to Chat Sports. Nonstop coverage all off-season long. We're in free agency mode right now, but our NFL draft coverage will continue. Other news, rumors, trade buzz. Obviously, we're on Deshaun Watson watch as well. YouTube.com/ChatSportsTV. We are the place for you. How many new subs today, producer Sam? What are we rocking with?
Off the top of my head, we started the day, and this isn't an updated number I'm going to push, but it's pretty close.
So
we started the day around 281,700. So we're getting close to about 1,000 new subscribers today.
Nice.
Yeah, I think we get to 283 by the end of the day. What do you guys say? We're less than 500 away. We're 462 away to be exact. 282,538 subscribers. So help us get there, get to 283K. Then, of course, 290,000 is just around the corner. So this is the place to subscribe. Other stuff you can expect on Chat Sports. We do some NBA coverage during college football season. We have college football coverage as well. We're not one stiff ponies, Chase. We're very
not you and I.
We're well versed. At least some of us are. So subscribe to the channel. Oh man, a Bears target off the board. Brian Allen. This is good. A pretty good deal for the Rams. 3 years, $24 million, 8 per year. I would have done that if I was Chicago. He re-signs with the Rams. He'll be their center for the next 3 years.
Wow. Yeah, that's a big move. And you really wanted, as the host of Chicago Bears
wanted the Bears to
for
sign
them
him.
to fill a big need for them at the center spot by bringing in Brian Allen. Look, we talk about some of these deals being too much, like Will Dissly, $8 million per year. You get a really good center for $8 million per year?
You get a tight end, too.
For $8 million per year, and Brian Allen get a
contract.
starting center who's very good for $8 million per year.
That's what's so fascinating about free agency, man. Like, same division, too. Like, man, that's good value for the Rams. They shore up. They bring him in. They bring back Joe Noteboom to shore up that offensive tackle spot with Whitworth likely retiring. I like this a lot. Gave up 5 sacks in 16 games, but a really good center. Not an A-level center, Chase, but a quality starter, B-level guy, getting $8 million per year. I think it's a good move by the Rams as they look to make that run towards repeating as an NFL champions here in 2022.
It's great. And look, the offensive line, it's going to take a hit with the retirement of Andrew Whitworth. At least it seems as though that's going to be the case, right? And they were able to fulfill that role earlier. And now you add to the offensive line by bringing in Brian Allen. And here's the thing. We talk about the dollar figure per year, $8 million per year. Brian Allen is also still 26 years old.
Yeah, I mean,
so you get him at 26 years old. He's a premier player.
Yeah, if he's still good, you sign him again at 29. I mean, you got some time.
And you know what the Rams have done really well is they have obviously mortgaged a lot of their draft picks, at least first and second round picks, and they've been aggressive in chasing OBJ, Jalen Ramsey, Von Miller. The list goes on and on and on. You know what they've done well, though, Harrison? They've hit on some of the middle round picks like Brian Allen, who you get a good level of production from, and then you sign up for $8 million per year. Good organizations continue to be good because they operate in that fashion.
It helps when you're in a championship window and certain guys are willing to take discounts, and I think this was probably a discount. I think Allen could have gotten $10 million per year elsewhere, so kudos to him to stay in L.A. Now, here's the deal. We've crossed 2,250 likes here on Chat Sports. Appreciate that, Petey. So it's shot clock time. If you're just joining us, here's our shot clock game. Every $10 super chat that comes in the next 60 seconds will require Chase and I to take a shot. So if we get two $10 super chats, that's 2 shots. If we get 4 $10 super chats, that's 4 shots. So we're going to get the stopwatch out. Producer Jack is going to wind us down 60 seconds here. And then every $10 super chat we get over the next minute, Chase and I will have to take a shot for. So 3, 2, 1, we're starting. Clock starts now. 60 seconds, every $10 super chat will force us to take a shot. And that's a discount because we can show the super chat menu. Normally a shot costs you $25. So you're getting it for $15 off for the next minute. Also, in the meantime, $10 super chats can double dip. We'll talk about your team and take a shot for the next minute. We just got one. We got about 45 seconds to go. So let's cash in. Where's our boy Mike Dibble? If Dibs was
Dibs, I saw him earlier.
If Dibs was still with us with you and I on, we'd be cashing out.
Yeah, we also have to get to $1,000 in soup soon.
Dibs knows what's up.
About $250 away.
Yeah, we're less than $265 away from.
I knew you were going to exactly correct me.
$264, you know.
I just wanted to make it closer. I like the boots.
We just got hold on. Yeah, that's $20.
What type of currency? I've never even seen that before.
I've never seen.
India.
Is that Indian currency?
Yeah, he said Browns fan from India.
All right, how much time we got left, Jack? Okay, we're already past. So that's 20. So 3 shots. So 4 shots. Okay, two each then. 2 each. Here,
Landon Baptista also with the $10 super chat.
All right.
And another one from Nomad. See, the thing is,
3 each.
Some people are a little bit delayed, so we got to let these come in.
Yeah. We'll round them up. Hey, come on. Shot glass.
Yes.
Let's go. Hey, let's go. 3 each.
Oh, no, I wasn't scared. I just wanted to see that money continue to come in. Yeah. Don't worry about it.
It's like seeing the confetti.
Don't worry about a thing. Oh, totally.
Cheers. Dude, Bears today, it's popping.
Yeah.
It's popping.
Hey.
Cheers. Here's 1. 2 more to go.
Let's ride.
Hey, I'm
Yep.
ready to pour. Let's go. Another one came in. We'll talk about his team though. We'll do that. Cheers.
How many do we have to take?
3 each. 1 more. So pour yourself, and then I'll take it back for my 3rd one. Oh, we just got a 20. Here we go. Here we go. Cheers. That's good stuff. If we're not stumbling,
good thing I ran this morning.
Oh man! All right, let's run.
$8 away from 800 in soups, and we'll do another shot clock.
Yeah, that's another shot clock. PS sellers appreciate it. $10 for the Lions. Hey, honestly, the Lions should sign Allen Robinson. He's from Detroit. Bring him home.
SM said Chase can't hold his liquor. Watch me. We get to $800.
Do you know
I'll shotgun another beer.
I don't think they know who they're talking to with us.
They just don't know.
I mean, this is just, it's criminal.
Yeah.
Rahul Ganesh with that $400 in Indian currency equates to about 20 American dollars. Browns fan from India after trading Cooper. Does this mean they are more likely to go defensive line in the first round?
It happens. It comes down to what happens with Clowney.
He's
yeah. And that's the domino.
And Josina Anderson reported earlier today that he's going to take his time.
Yep.
So we'll keep an eye on Clowney. I think if you bring him back, then you're more flexible. If you don't, then you need pass rush help for sure. So good question from Ganesh there. Landon Baptista, talk about Dallas and take that shot. We already took the shot. Well, you brought back a long snapper in McQuaid. Michael Gallup's been re-signed. Cooper's gone. Any other thoughts on Dallas, Chase? Does that kind of cover it?
Yeah. I know a lot of Cowboys fans are saying Bobby Wagner, Bobby Wagner, Bobby Wagner. I don't think they had the money to bring in Bobby Wagner. So I don't think that
even if
is
they
going to
did,
be a move.
They're cheap. So.
Do they bring back Leighton Vander Esch? I mean, I know LVE was better last year, but
down the stretch he played well.
He did, but I'd move on.
If the price is right, I would consider bringing him back. But I'm not overpaying for Vander Esch. Nomad, how about bring back Anthony Hitchens for cheap? Used to play in Dallas. Chiefs cut him. What do you think about the Bengals offseason so far? I like it, Chase. Sure, you lose Larry Ogunjobi, but you bring back B.J. Hill, and you sign a couple of offensive linemen, which is obviously a major focus for Cincinnati. So I like what the Bengals have done. Agreed?
I do. The main priority for Cincinnati going into this offseason, don't let Joe Burrow become Andrew Luck.
Yes, seriously.
Get him some offensive line help.
And they've done
That's
that.
what they've done.
Keith Williams III, he wants us to talk about the Jags. They've been active. I would say some good moves, some questionable moves. Obviously, the one that's going to stand out to people, Chase, Christian Kirk, getting that 4 year, $72 million, can be up to $84 million, $18 million per year for him. And then also, who are some of the other ones? Brandon Scherff's the other one that stands
Scherff,
out.
yeah.
Yeah, a couple other minor moves, but those are the ones that stand out. Look, this offseason's all about building around Trevor Lawrence.
I was going to say, and the theme with the young quarterbacks, right?
Yep.
Last year and this year for Justin Herbert, surround them with as many pieces as possible. Take advantage of them being on their rookie contracts.
Yep.
Joe Burrow, same deal. Trevor Lawrence now, same situation.
Yep. Zach Wilson getting a key lineman in Tomlinson, so some teams have started to do that. Here's the most recent one. The best remaining O-lineman for the Dolphins. So $20. What do we do for 20? I guess we spin the wheel because it's over 15. Talk about the Dolphins, Chase, while I spin the wheel for offensive line.
First of all, yes, need to upgrade the offensive line. That was a unit last year that really struggled, and Mike McDaniel, unless they sneakily go after Deshaun Watson, seems to be pretty pumped up about building around Tua Tagovailoa. I think Mike McDaniel's a future stud. I think the level of creativity he helped bring to Kyle Shanahan's offense was fantastic. Your offense sometimes is only as good and usually is only as good as your offensive line. So Scherff's off the board.
Would you pay Teron Armstead?
Cap is off the board.
Injury prone.
Teron Armstead maybe. Laken Tomlinson's off the board. So those are really the top offensive linemen.
James Daniels,
who are on
maybe
the
the best
board.
guard left.
Yeah. Armstead, if you think you can win now, but that's like a win now move.
I would like Bradley Bozeman at center, the Ravens center. He's still
He is
out there.
good, yeah.
I think that would be a guy I'd go get. By the way, this is brutal. Take a hot sauce shot. So,
it's right here.
I think
Actually,
he brought
brought
out
it
here.
in. Yeah.
If you use one of those plastic ones, those are doubles. We're not doing a full plastic.
Oh.
Are we each doing that, or do I have to do
I'll do it with you.
do it each? All right. Real quick, we'll hit this. I like this for Arizona.
I like this
Colt
too.
McCoy, great QB room guy, and he proved last year, Chase. Didn't he go 2-1 as a starter?
Yeah, he beat
in
the
3
Niners.
games? Beat the Niners
Yeah.
once. 2 years, $7.5 million. He's got playing experience. I think he's a good guy to mentor Kyler Murray, who has some temperament issues at times. I like Colt McCoy. I think he's a quality backup that you don't have to pay much for. So
I agree.
I like that quite a bit.
Flint Givens said that I had
All right,
bad
Louisiana
takes,
hot
and with the
sauce.
drinks, he hopes they don't get worse. Let me know if this is a bad take or not, but I think paying and sometimes overpaying for backup quarterbacks is a really good move. Your starter goes down. You put in a guy like Colt McCoy, whose career record was bad up until last year when filling in as a starter. But he showed last year he can be serviceable filling in for Kyler Murray. And let's be real about Kyler, right? He's gotten injured the last 2 years. After the tread was on those tires, he really wore down. So to prioritize Colt McCoy, I think it's a good signing for Arizona.
I'm going to do this solo, Chase. So
Okay.
Prayers up
Yeah.
to me.
I said I would do one.
You want to
with
take
him.
one?
Yeah.
All right, Chase will take one with me. He ain't scared.
Nah, I ain't
Can't be
bitch.
scared here.
Nope.
But yeah, just some final thoughts there. The nice part about too, $3.75 million per year for Colt McCoy. That's not an overpay.
For instance, like
that's a good deal.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying in general,
Yeah.
like the Eagles have always been a team that's paid big money
Sure.
to backup quarterbacks, and they've had so many backups play well.
Yeah.
For instance,
You
like the
gotta have a
Niners
good
signed
backup.
Nate Sudfeld to like $2 million guaranteed. So now you got $6.5 guaranteed for Colt McCoy, who's much more established. I like it.
Good mentor type for Kyler.
Yeah.
I think it's
Kyler, your body language sucks. Improve it. Oh, I got you, Colt.
Yeah, exactly. So that's good stuff there. So, little hot
There you
sauce
go.
shot, dude. It smells.
I already know what it's gonna
reeks.
smell like.
It
Yes.
reeks. It's brutal.
This is gonna
It
be
is.
rough.
It's gonna be tough, but we'll get after it here in just a moment. What are you guys saying in the chat? Someone says James Daniel to Carolina. I'm not seeing that actually come through. Maybe he's just saying he wants that to happen. Woody is spamming. Putting time out, Woody. Take a breath, and then we'll welcome you back, Woody.
Justin Reed really wants him to go to the Eagles.
All right, I got the water ready to chase. This is
Yeah.
gonna be it's gonna be a tough one. Super
sauce.
chat. We'll get to that in a minute.
Hot
All right.
sauce.
Cheers, buddy.
Shot. Cheers. Good luck.
Oh man.
That's good hot sauce.
It wasn't terrible.
Whew.
It's got some after kick.
After kick is what always sets in.
That smell is strong. Can you
I'm sweating already.
Can you take these
Yeah.
just because of the smell? Oh my god. That was
Yeah,
tough.
I'm sweating right now.
Oh, no.
Already. Oh,
there
Sammy.
goes there's some shrapnel. Super chat from JD.
Shrapnel or sizzle?
Both. Here we go. Saints, Watson trade and lose star players plus first-round picks or stick with Jameis and draft a receiver. If you're comfortable with what Watson's legal status is, obviously criminally, he has been cleared. The civil cases are still out there. But if you're comfortable with his legal status, then you should go get him. Jameis is not the long-term guy. Now, could you make the playoffs with Jameis next year? Probably. They probably would have made it this year had he stayed
He
healthy.
actually wasn't playing terrible before the ACL.
No, but, I mean, if you can get Watson, if you're comfortable with
Look, Downey
his
and
status.
Mitch earlier were saying he's a top, 10 quarterback. I'd make the argument he's 3 behind Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes.
I'm in between. I'm not as high as you are. I think he's top 7-ish.
Okay.
Especially after a year off. But he's elite.
He's so elite.
We're talking about, minor differences here.
Yes.
He's fantastic when he's playing.
By the way, Mike Giardi, been a busy day for J.C. Jackson and his camp. Number of teams in contact. I can report per source. Chargers have made a formal offer.
Chargers have made an offer. There it is. Now
Boom! Look at that.
If you can't hear us,
Jackie
you can
W.
read it now. So there you go. All right, Ryan Hook with a super chat. Buffalo trade for Christian McCaffrey. I don't think they can absorb that contract. Nor should they, really, to be honest. Now, he'd be fun as hell in that offense, Chase.
He would
McCaffrey
be.
catching
Oh my
passes from
gosh.
Josh Allen, those
Yeah.
little option routes out of the backfield.
See, I liked the original deal for Christian McCaffrey. My team building philosophy, never paid too much money for running backs, never overpay, never draft them in the first round, right? But CMC I thought was different. First of all, 2018, 2019, his level of production as a wide
Off the
receiver and
charts.
running back, off the charts. We're talking some of the best of all time. Since then, though, because of that usage rate, to use an NBA term, he's been injured the last 2 years.
Yep.
But, man, if he's healthy, slot receiver with excellent footwork, really good running back with excellent vision. He can dance, but he can also hit the hole really quickly. Him alongside Josh Allen, that'd be fireworks right
That'd
there.
be a fun backfield. Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, with some of those option concepts they run too, that'd be fun. All right, shout out your favorite team. Let us know who you're repping here. We've hit a bit of a standstill, and here's the deal: we're gonna count down from 10. Chase, close your eyes. I'll count you down from 10.
Okay.
And when he opens his eyes, whatever team he sees first in the live chat, that's the team we're going to talk about.
Got
So spam your team in the chat. I'll count them down. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Open them, Chase. Who we talking about? Patriots. Producer Jack's
Jack's
squad.
favorite squad.
Let's talk about New England. Well, we know this, Chase. They're going to let J.C. Jackson go. That's inevitable. They brought back a longtime specialist, Matthew Slater, who, quite frankly, might have a Hall of Fame case as one of the greatest special team players of all time. They bring him back. You'll need a corner after losing Jackson. Where are you going if you're New England? They've been a little inactive. I thought Allen Robinson to New England made a lot of sense.
See, we've been talking about them getting a number one wide receiver
they should
for so long.
Go get Allen Robinson.
Go get Allen Robinson. And I kind of like the receiving core. Nelson Aguilar, Kendrick Bourne had a really good year.
They just need number one.
So if you slot them into the second and third slots, both coming off pretty solid seasons, and you bring in a guy like Allen Robinson, who Harrison, I think he's the best contested catch wide receiver outside of DeAndre Hopkins.
He's one of them.
That really makes the Patriots interesting and gives Mac Jones another viable weapon.
I think it opens up those tight ends they paid for last offseason too. At times, I think Hunter Henry and Jonnu Smith were underwhelming last year, but defenses didn't respect their receivers enough. You get Allen Robinson, it can open up the seam for guys like Henry and Smith. I think that makes a lot of sense. I know the Patriots don't pay necessarily a lot in free agency. I would go get Allen Robinson. Go give him, $18, $20 million per year on a 3-year deal. How about 3 years, $60 million? Give him the Mike Williams deal, and let's go. I mean, I think that's what they should do, and I think that would help quite a bit as well. We'll play this game again. Now, this time, Chase, I'm going to close my eyes, and you're going to count me down. So shout out your favorite team, and when I open my eyes, whichever team I see first, that's who we'll talk about. So you ready?
Yes, sir.
All right, count me down.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Take a peek.
Giants.
Go ahead.
All right. Executive producer / New York Giants now host Marshall Green put out a video earlier. They signed Robert Foster, who's kind of a depth receiver. That's nothing much there. I think the keynote here, Chase, is they didn't sign Mitchell Trubisky, and a lot of people thought they would. So I think that's a signal that they're going to let Daniel Jones be the starter this year, which probably is a right move. If Brian Dable can get a lot out of him, then cool, maybe you have your guy. If not, you draft the guy next year, right? I think that's what you do there. I would continue to bolster this offensive line. I mentioned Bradley Bozeman, the center from the Ravens. I think he would be a good fit with the Giants as a starting center option, so keep an eye on that. Otherwise, James Bradbury, watch Chase. His contract for this year comes fully guaranteed, or at least mostly guaranteed, on March 18th, I believe, on that front. So we'll see if they trade or cut him to clear out a bunch of cap space. But I think offensive line and probably like a quality backup quarterback, like go get Tyrod Taylor or Marcus Mariota or someone like that to be Daniel Jones' backup. And if Jones gets hurt or just is a disaster this year, then you got a guy who can come in there and play and be way better than Mike Glennon, because that was an absolute disaster a year ago. So some thoughts on the Giants there. You have anything to add on that front?
Well, I know that Marshall is elated that they didn't end up signing Mitchell Trubisky. So,
well, he wants to see them play it out this year with Daniel Jones.
So would I.
And then you just draft the guy next year if it doesn't work.
Yeah, that's what I want to see as well. I want to see what Daniel Jones can do. He's been a turnover machine, but he's also shown some ability, in my opinion. And I want to see what he can do with Brian Dable. Dable's body of work with Josh Allen has been incredible. Josh Allen at Wyoming was like a 50-55 completion percentage type of guy. 2 years ago, he was around 70, and this past year dipped a little bit. But one of the premier passers in the NFL, thanks in part to the development from Brian Dable. So I want to see what Jones can do with Dable.
One final note on Christian Kirk's contracts: the $12 million in incentives, it's $3 million per year. So I guess based on certain thresholds, if those are met, it can go from 18 to 21 million in each of the next 4 years. So 18 million base can get up to 21 million per year. That coming from Albert Breer. Now, the bosses here at Chat Sports, as we got about 2,600 people watching live, have told us we have to go to sub-only chat. So here's the deal. Subscribe right now. Hit that sub button. Share that link with a friend, youtube.com/chatsportstv. And we're going to turn on subscriber-only chat. So we're only going to be able to see your comments if you're subscribed. So if you're commenting right now and they're not coming through, it's because you haven't subscribed. So type me if you have. We'll get some shout-outs here. We'll continue our coverage, maybe recycle back through some of the deals of the day so far, get you caught up on that front. Type me in the chat. You want to give some shout-outs here, Chase?
Do some shout-outs to the
live
homies.
chat? There you go.
No doubt about it. I'm seeing DJ, Robert Bruce, the OG, Thomas Scott, Taco, Greg, L2. What's good, brother? DJ, W. Repulse, Gabe Ballin, Lil Mar, Manuel, Diego, Truth, Austin, Jay Steele, TD, Richard Lee, another OG, Elijah, DC, Mr. Austin. Appreciate all of you for making today's show a part of your day.
Yeah, appreciate you guys for tuning in. Let's got to go rapid fire here, Chase. Maybe
Sup, Chase? Sup?
maybe spend some more time on some of the bigger deals. Emmanuel Ogbah back to Miami, $32 million guaranteed. He gets $65 million. Joe Noteboom, probably the long-term replacement for Andrew Whitworth. We'll see if he doesn't retire, but looks like he probably will. Alex Kappa, Chase, they protect Joe Burrow with him going to Cincinnati. Jeff Swaim back to Tennessee as well. Next grouping here. I like the Chase Edmonds to Miami deal, quite frankly, better than James Conner back to Arizona. I know Conner had a bunch of touchdowns, but that was a lot of short yardage stuff. I think Edmonds in Miami's scheme with Mike McDaniel is pretty interesting.
I agree. I think that he's really going to help out Jalen Waddle in the pass game as well, because Chase Edmonds can go out in the slot, can run out on wheel routes too. He has really good pass-catching ability. James Conner last year, Harrison, best value deal in NFL free agency. 1-year deal worth minimal money. Now he gets paid $13.5 million guaranteed for a guy who beat cancer, has overcome some odds. That's great. One of the biggest storylines today is Mitchell Trubisky to the Pittsburgh Steelers. They elect to not go after a player like Garoppolo and instead go after Trubisky, who has more physical upside, but is still more unproven as a passer.
Yeah, I think I'm curious to see what this contract ends up being. I think people have gotten re-intrigued by him because I think there's a narrative out there that Matt Nagy is a complete and utter fraud and that he held Trubisky back somewhat. There might be some truth to that. I do think that watching Trubisky play for 3.5 years in Chicago, he has limitations. Let me just get that out there. He doesn't see the field super well after his first or second read. But if you build around his strengths, get him on the move because he's mobile, run him a little bit, bootleg, stuff like that, I think he can be successful. So I'm curious to see how that plays out. Speaking of the Bears, Larry Ogunjobi, one of the bigger contracts of the day, 3 years, $40.5 million, 26.5 almost guaranteed, helps fit that defensive tackle spot that needed filling because the Bears are likely letting Akeem Hicks walk, and they released Eddie Goldman. Next grouping here, the Seahawks bring a couple of guys back, Quandre Diggs and Al Woods. Curious to see, Chase, what that Brandon Scherff contract ends up looking like. I think he could get 18 to 20 million a year.
18 to 20 mil is a lot.
Joe Tooney got 5 years for 80 last year from the Chiefs. I think Scherff is a similar caliber player.
Yeah, and look, like he's 30 years old, but offensive linemen do age pretty well. A lot of these guys, I mean, Andrew Whitworth, Jason Peters, Trent Williams, like they're playing elite football in their middle to late 30s. So Scherff at 30 has some great football left.
Yeah, I mean, I could see 3 years, $55 million, somewhere in that range. That wouldn't surprise me. Ted Karras, kind of a depth, versatile offensive lineman. He goes to Cincinnati. Nothing really stands out here on these contracts. Chase, anything pop out at your eye on this one? Jacksonville's been busy, obviously.
Jacksonville's been busy. That's really the big takeaway that I've had from day one of NFL free agency. We can talk about the individual deals that we like the most, but in terms of team philosophy, look, I think the Jaguars being aggressive is good. Shad Khan is willing to spend. And they're coming off a disastrous stint with Urban Meyer, which went up in flames. Doug Peterson, I love that hiring because I think he's going to be a stabilizer of sorts for that organization. They're trying to win, and they're trying to get back on track, which we haven't seen much of the last 2 decades.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Laken Tomlinson, he goes to the Jets, leaving the San Francisco 49ers, 3 years, $40 million.
Great move for Zach Wilson.
Yeah, agreed. Sidney Jones in Seattle, 1 year, $3.5 million. Jamarco Jones and Ben Jones to Tennessee. Longtime special teams player Matthew Slater. He's going to play another year for the Patriots. This is a sneaky good deal, Chase, that we haven't talked about much. Braxton Berrios, 2 years, $12 million. You know, not a flashy name, but pretty cheap deal for a pretty good slot receiver.
Yeah, Jeremy Chuggs, producer extraordinaire here, said, hey, $6 million per year for an all-pro returner.
Yes.
But good ability, and he flashed at times as a wide receiver this year,
decent
too.
slot guy. I would expect the Jets let Jamison Crowder go, and Berrios is that full-time slot there. Jake McQuaid back to Dallas, their long snapper. C.J. Board to the Giants. This one really stands out, Chase. Christian Kirk, 4 years, $72 million. Can get up to 4 years, $84 million. Christian Kirk, hey, kudos to him and his agent. He got the bag from Jacksonville.
He really did, and there are conflicting reports about how much money. It's up to, I think at this point, $21 million per year.
Yes.
And every wide receiver who is making more than $20 million per year is expected to give you a lot of 100-yard games.
Yeah.
Christian Kirk hasn't had, any of them, right?
4 in his career.
4 in his
in
career.
4 seasons.
So he's a gadget guy. He's a vertical threat. He's smaller, though. He's not number one wide receiver type, and he's getting paid number one wide receiver money.
Decent number 2, and they paid him like a number 1, so we'll see how that plays out. You and I both love the Hassan Reddick deal, $15 million per year. I like the B.J. Hill deal. Back to Cincinnati for 3 years and $30 million. I also like Devondre Campbell back to Green Bay, Chase. 5 years, $50 million. $10 million per year is not bad for him. That's basically what Anthony Hitchens got from the Chiefs a handful of years ago, and I think Campbell's better than Hitchens. And you factor in inflation with the salary cap from 2015 to now. I think it's a good deal for Green Bay.
A lot of talk about inflation nowadays, especially with the salary cap in the NFL.
Yes.
But Devondre Campbell, 1-year deal last year. Great bang for the buck for the Green Bay Packers. Ended up making an all-pro. That's why he earns the big payday of $50 million.
Well, that's a good bargain. Not sure about Will Dissly. He gets 3 years, $24 million to be a tight end, 2 in Seattle. Mo Alley Cox, I like this value better than Dissly for Indianapolis. 3 years, $18 million. One of my favorite signings is the Rams keeping Brian Allen. That's a big win. I thought they were going to have to replace him. They keep him 3 years, $24 million. I think that's a really good deal.
I agree. Are we saying another Cardinals deal, Jack?
Yeah, okay. Michael Dogby, we'll get to that in a second.
Dogby, another former Temple Owl. Brian Allen, $8 million per year. You look at a team like the Seahawks. They're paying $8 million per year to a tight end 2. Brian Allen is still in his mid-20s. He's an upper echelon center, and that's $8 million per year. Great move by the Rams. They got him in the 4th round a couple of years ago, and now they got him on a really good price. I mean, Jason Kelsey's making $14 million per as the highest paid center in the league. Brian Allen's very good. $8 million average annual value is great.
Colt McCoy, the Cardinals keep their backup quarterback, $6.5 million guaranteed there, 2-year deal. And then Dennis Gardeck with the Cardinals, 3 years and $12 million. And they just signed Michael Dogby to a 1-year deal, probably around league minimum if I had to guess there, Chase.
I'm thinking that. He's really just okay. The fact that he doesn't have a photo in the database just goes to show he's been somewhat of a journeyman of sorts, Harrison.
He misses photo day.
He does have some fantastic size, though.
Yeah, no doubt about that.
There we go. Dogby.
We had to go,
Temple Owls.
We had to go deep into the dark
for
web.
Temple U. I went there.
6'3", 284. What's his? Is he kind of a versatile D lineman?
Yeah, just versatile defensive lineman who's a really good athlete. Obviously has huge size at 6'4", 284. Honestly, he looks bigger than that because he's built and is just a good rotational defensive lineman.
All right, so there you go. That's our free agency tracker so far. Plenty of moves to come today and throughout the week as well. What's been the best move so far? Chase and I have consistently said Hassan Reddick. I'll throw Brian Allen in there too, Chase.
I think he's up there, yeah.
I think that's 1A, 1B, Reddick and Brian Allen. I think those are the 2 best contracts so far.
I agree. Brian Allen, Hassan Reddick. I'm trying to think of like another good value deal. People are saying the Ogunjobi is an overpay. I think it's a pretty solid deal.
I mean, B.J. Hill at 10
Honestly,
a year, Ogunjobi at 13. Ogunjobi is a little bit better, I'd say.
Laken Tomlinson for 13 mil is actually a pretty good deal. He's played like 80 straight games since getting traded from the Lions to the Niners for a 5th-round pick.
Ogunjobi is 27, man.
Yeah.
He had 7 sacks as an interior guy. Like, I think he's really good. I mean, sure, like, would I have rather had him at $10 million per year? Yeah, but I mean, you're paying for a premier player, so I think 13 a year for him is perfectly fine. I wouldn't say it's a discount, but I think it's a pretty good deal for Chicago. Okay, let's get to a super chat here from Ricky Collier, and then we just crossed $800 in super chat, so we got to do something. Shot clock time coming up. Ricky says, Colts fan here. This, what does that say? Oh, thank you guys for the latest news. What are the Colts' move at quarterback? Is this year lost? I would trade for Jimmy Garoppolo if I was Indianapolis. I think you could get him for a second, maybe even a 3rd-round pick. I would trade for him, and then I'd let this year play out. And if he's not the guy, then I would draft the quarterback next year. That's what I would do if I was the Colts.
1-year deal.
Is this the last year of his contract?
Yeah, last year of his contract.
Yeah.
Now $26 million cap hit. But I just think when he has complementary pieces around him, we've seen he can win you games. He's won about 70% of his starts.
Frank Reich's a good play caller.
Yes.
I mean, I think
Michael Pittman, Jonathan Taylor, Quentin Nelson, Darius Leonard. Like that roster, if you bring in Marcus Mariota, they're going to be like, really?
Yes,
that's what we're doing.
And also, Michael Pittman works the seam pretty well. That's where Garoppolo's at his best, throwing up the seam.
Does not throw outside of the numbers a lot.
Yeah, over the middle though, he's
great.
He's pretty good.
Yeah.
So I think that would fit. So let's play the shot clock game since we've crossed over $800. For those just joining us, these are the rules. Every $10 super chat that comes in for the next 60 seconds equals a shot of the player's choice. So basically, if y'all send in 3 $10 super chats, that's 3 shots in total. 6 $10 super chats, that's 6 shots in total. Clock is about to start, so in 3, 2, 1, here we go. 60 seconds. Every $10 super chat is a shot. And Chase, what a deal. That's $15 off our normal super chat menu price.
Yeah, great deal. And we're only giving you good deals here at Chat Sports. I mean, you count on us for NFL news and rumors, college football news and rumors, NBA news and rumors, but also top tier, top quality entertainment.
Informational.
Consistency.
Not scared. Live 4 hours earlier than ESPN. That's what we're all about. We've been live for almost 6 hours at this point. We'll probably be live for a couple more hours at least. What do we got, 30 seconds left? 15 seconds left. No $10 super chats have come in yet. But, by the way, $100 super chat, someone can chug the boot. That's 3 beers someone has to chug. So, hey, you've got that on menu as well. Let's ask this question, Chase, and we'll see if any $10 come in after the buzzer here. We'll give a little bit of a what do you call it, a courtesy period there. Is Mitchell Trubisky a starting quarterback? Type Y for yes, type in for no. Chase, is he a starter?
I don't think he is. What quantifies and qualifies as a starting quarterback, right? Somebody who is a prototypical drop-back passer, who can beat you as a passer, who can go through their progressions, who can dissect a defense, who can go through their reads. All of those things that I just talked about is where Mitchell Trubisky has struggled. Now, does he have a good arm? Yes. Does he have even like an upper echelon arm? I think you might be able to make that argument. Doesn't have good touch on his throws, although he can zip it in there, and is a very good athlete and a very good runner. But look, the inexperience thing, it all started at North Carolina with 1 season of starting experience, and I think you've seen that in terms of him being a polished quarterback. He's not.
Here's how I would answer this question. Is a lot of Y's coming in, but that's from a couple of accounts. Here's what I would say. Oh, Tom in shambles. Tom in shambles. Cedric Wilson to Miami. Why did they not keep Cooper? That's whatever.
Still sucks for you.
3-year deal. Cedric Wilson to Miami. Let me get final thoughts on that Trubisky thought. We'll get contract details shortly. What's interesting, Chase, is, or the way I would answer that question, is he a top 32 NFL quarterback, Trubisky? I would say yes. But I don't think there's 32 starting caliber quarterbacks either. I would say there's 20 to 25.
This is true.
So is he
Those
one
last
of the
seven are
is he
usually
one of
bad.
the 32 best? I would say so.
Yeah.
But he's in that 25 to 32 range.
Right.
So it's like, okay, sure, like he can start based on that because 32 guys have to start. But I would say there's about 20 guys in the league that are worthy of being a team starter for multiple years at a time. And I don't think Trubisky is one of those. So we'll see what happens. We'll also see what the contract details are. Should we wait on the details to come in maybe? Give it a few minutes. Cedric Wilson to Miami, 3-year deal. We'll try and wait and see here, Chase, on the contract. But Tom says this was just undoubtedly he was not going to go back to Dallas. But I would still.
I thought Amari was paving open the opportunity for Wilson to go back to
So
Dallas.
Tom is saying that money or cutting Amari went to Dalton Schultz
Imagine
and
that.
Michael Gallup, which.
Imagine that being a good
Okay, but you can't bring back Ced Wilson either. Now, maybe he got $8-10 million per year here. Okay, cool. But I just – the Cowboys don't know how to handle the cap. I mean, that's what this comes down to. To lose 2 of your top 4 receivers for basically nothing. You'll get some kind of a comp pick for Wilson, probably like a 4th, and then you're going to get – you got a 5th and a 6th round pick for Amari Cooper. Who cares? I saw a tweet the other day of Dallas's last 10 5th round picks. None of them are in the NFL, basically.
Wow.
So, I mean, it's one of those deals. I like Cedric Wilson. I thought he flashed at times last year. Curious to see how much money he got here. But he heads over to Miami. And from Miami's side of this, Chase, from Mike McDaniel, Wilson kind of a speedy guy. I like this fit for the Dolphins. I think he can be an explosive guy in Miami.
I agree. I really like it and excited to break this one down because I thought last year he really burst onto the scene as
He
a very
stepped up
good
with
wide
Gallup
receiver.
hurt. Yeah.
And look, as a number 1 guy, don't like him.
No.
When Amari Cooper was out of the lineup, it was CeeDee Lamb and Cedric Wilson who really had to basically be the focal points of that offense through the pass game. I don't like him in that role, but as a number 2 or 3, I think he's really good.
I think he's a good 3. I don't know if he's proven enough to be a consistent 2, but I think it was like a 3 as your slot guy. I like this quite a bit. So we're going to break this down. If contract details come in, we'll update that as well. But Cedric Wilson signing a 3-year deal with the Miami Dolphins. NFL free agency day 1 rolls along. You got Harrison Graham and Chase Sr. with you live on Chat Sports, and also breaking down this Dolphins news here on our Dolphins YouTube channel. Be sure to hit that subscribe button. Chase, Cedric Wilson from the Cowboys, he's signing with Miami. 3-year deal. As we film this, contract details have not yet come in. If they do, we will update that for you guys either in the comments of this video or before the end of this cut. What are your instant takeaways? Speedy guy who stepped up with Michael Gallup injured for a lot of last year. I like this deal quite a bit.
Yeah, he's a speedy wide receiver who I think figures in nicely to the Dolphins' plans as a number 2 or 3 wide receiver, and I think he's perfectly suited for that role. You have Jalen Waddle emerging as your number 1 wide receiver, and after that, you bring back Mike Gesicki on the franchise tag, Cedric Wilson. You also signed Chase Edmonds today. So what is Mike McDaniel and this offensive staff doing? They're loading up the offensive side of the football with some really nice complementary weapons for Tua Tagovailoa, and now, just like last year, it becomes a make-or-break year for Tua to see what he can do. And for Cedric Wilson, great year last year. I thought he really flashed. I think he's a very solid football player. 45 catches, 602 yards, has big play ability, 6 touchdowns, long of 73. He can take the top off of the defense, but also do work on the underneath routes.
Yeah, and we've got the contract details, so we'll circle back to that right now.
My guess was going to be 7.
That's
so,
yeah. I mean,
yeah.
3 years, 22.8, 12 and a half, 12 and 3/4 guaranteed.
That's a good payday for him.
Yeah, good payday for him. But I don't think it's some major overpay either. This is a speedy guy who can be your slot receiver for the next 3 years. I like what Miami's doing, Chase, because they're bringing in playmakers that are affordable. Sure, they're not going to terrify opposing defenses, but you're adding more and more weapons and guys that Tua can get the ball to in open space. I like this deal. What do you guys think? Grade the move. Cedric Wilson to the Dolphins for just under 3 years and $23 million. Scale it from 1 to 100. 100 being you love it, 1 being you hate it. I'd give this like an 80. I think it's good. It's a solid B move. I think for where Miami is right now and how they're building this thing, I think Cedric Wilson makes a lot of sense.
And for a player of his caliber, he's getting paid that contract that we just broke down, $7-8 million per year. We'll see what the average annual value ends up being. But the point here being, Harrison, when you're paying a player that caliber, that amount of money, it's a really good deal. And for Mike McDaniel, I think why I'm high on him is he was really credited last year with coming up with plays to put the ball in the hands of Deebo Samuel. And outside of quarterbacks, I thought he could have been the most valuable offensive player last year. He got creative, and he prioritized putting the football in the hands of our best players. And I think that's what he's going to do in Miami. He's going to get Gesicki involved. He's going to get Jalen Waddle involved. And now you have a nice little gadget guy who actually has some pretty decent size, too, at 6'2", 195.
Yep.
With that vertical speed, but also, as I talked about, the underneath routes, you find a way to just get him involved in the offense, and it's yet another threat to the opposing defense. And considering the contract that you're giving him, I think this is a loss for Dallas, and I think it's a win from Miami from a coaching standpoint. They're going to find ways to really maximize his ability.
Something he did pretty well last year for Dallas was work the seam, kind of that, those skinny posts, kind of those crossing routes. I think that Wilson's going to bring that to the table for Miami. Dolphins starting to make moves. This is the time to subscribe to Miami Dolphins today. Link is down below, youtube.com/Dolphins News. If you're watching on our Dolphins channel, hit that red subscribe button. We're closing in on 22,000 subscribers. Exciting times around Miami right now with the new coaching staff, bringing in some new players as well, like Cedric Wilson. Subscribe. We will continue to have you guys covered throughout NFL free agency. Chase, we'll kind of circle back to some of the other moves from earlier today. The big one right off the bat, it was right before free agency opened for the legal tampering period. Miami agreed to bring back Emmanuel Ogbah, 4 years, $65 million, about half of which is guaranteed.
And I like it. You got to prioritize pass rushers, especially in today's pass-happy NFL. And I actually think this is a pretty solid value signing as well. We've seen Miami really be aggressive in free agency the last couple of years. Stephen Ross, hey, I know he's dealing with some other things right now. He's invested. He's trying to win. Splash signings, splash head coach hiring, that really wasn't the normal route. Like, that was kind of outside of the box thinking, and I like that. And for Ogbah, 9 sacks last year, 41 tackles. He's still young. He can play. And then Chase Edmonds, 2 years, 12.5. Really, it almost comes down to a 1 year, $6 million deal. He is a good dual threat back. You don't want him being your every down back, but as a pass catching back who can run out on wheel routes and screens, I like it. He can line up in the slot as well. And I think he's going to help Jalen Waddle a little bit get up and down vertically more in this offense.
Yeah. I like what Miami's doing. One thing they're not doing is overpaying. I think they're getting some good
fiscally responsible contracts.
Signings. Yeah, now they're not, getting A-level guys, but they're getting kind of these second, third-tier guys that have got good experience the last couple of years, guys like Edmonds, guys like Wilson. Maybe slightly overpaid for Ogbah, but $16 million a year for a guy who has 19 sacks in the last 2 years. I mean, that's kind of what you pay for. I mean, that's just kind of how it goes in the NFL. So I like where Miami sits, and I'm curious to see what they do moving forward here. Grade the move so far. A, B, C, D, or F. Grade how Miami has spent their free agency period thus far. I'd give it a solid B+. Chase, thoughts?
I'm about there, yeah, and somewhere in that B range. B, maybe straight up instead of B+.
All right, there you go. A, B, C, D, or F.
Offensive line, they need something there.
Yeah, and let's talk about what's next now. Offensive line, need to make moves. I would like to bring in Bradley Bozeman to Miami, be that starting center, a stabilizer on that offensive line. You could use a backer. There's guys out there like Anthony Walker, Anthony Hitchens, that are available to sign. Leighton Vander Esch if they want to go that route. Really across the entire offensive line, though, Chase, they could certainly fill that out.
Yeah, and I don't know if they're going to go the route of Terron Armstead of New Orleans. A little bit of a checkered injury past there, and the age is somewhat of a concern. Plus, he's going to get a lot of money. He has not signed anywhere yet as of 3:45 p.m. Central on Monday, day one of NFL free agency. But in order for the offense to work, Mike McDaniel has his fingerprints, or at least had his fingerprints last year on the running game for San Francisco. I think he can add an element to the pass game as well offensively. You need to be able to protect. You need to be able to run block. So I think we're going to shift from these signings to maybe Miami prioritizing up front along that offensive line, because if you can't pass protect and you can't pave open some of those running lanes, doesn't matter what the play calls are, they're going to get blown up really quickly if you don't have protection.
My final thoughts on what Miami has done so far, beyond the offensive line, they still need to make moves there, is they're giving Tua pieces without overpaying to do so. And I like that for two reasons. One, he needs to perform at a higher level this year. And if he doesn't, then you go get someone else, and you haven't overpaid this offseason to bring in a guy like that for this quarterback. So it's a big year for Tua. It's a big year for the Miami Dolphins, and it's a big year for the Miami Dolphins. And I'll just verbally mention this, and we'll get a couple of graphics up here for the back end of this cut. Teddy Bridgewater is going to sign a one-year deal to be the backup quarterback in Miami behind Tua Tagovailoa, Chase.
Wow.
I actually like this quite a bit because, A, it gives you security behind Tua. This is a guy who has started the past 2 years, and I'm actually a little surprised. I think Teddy probably saw this. I'm probably not going to start anywhere unless Indianapolis comes calling. And two, if Tua struggles, you can go to a guy who's played at a pretty decent level the past couple of years. I like this move. We'll see what the contract details are beyond it being a one-year deal.
Yeah, let's break it down from like a philosophical, organizational philosophy standpoint, right? Good English there by me. But Mike McDaniel on the private jet to Miami FaceTime with Tua and said, "I can't wait to work with you, man." And he said, I prioritize bringing the best out of quarterbacks. And really, he's done that throughout his coaching career with Jimmy Garoppolo, with Robert Griffin III, and with Matt Ryan in Atlanta. Like Mike McDaniel, while he gets a lot of credit for a lot of the run game aspects with San Francisco last year, he's also done a decent job of helping to develop quarterbacks. Now, he wants to work with Tua. But let's be real. The first 2 years of Tua's career, he's been spotty, he's been up and down, he's been sporadic, and he hasn't lived up to those expectations.
Yep.
And the Miami Dolphins realistically probably wish and hope that they would have taken Justin Herbert. So they might move forward with Tua, Harrison. But in case it doesn't work out, they know that on a one-year deal for a guy who's from the area and Teddy Bridgewater, they can go to him if Tua gets hurt because he has injury issues, checkered past there, and if Tua doesn't play up to snuff, they go with Teddy Bridgewater, who started a lot of games with Minnesota, with Denver. Teddy's probably signing the short-term contract because he signed that big deal a couple years ago with Carolina. He's cool in terms of cash, and he realizes that by going to Miami, offensive play caller, creative offensive mind, and the future of Tua is somewhat in question. He could see himself playing a little bit.
He's also from Miami.
Yeah,
so you've got
that's what I said, yeah.
You've got that connection as well. And quite frankly, the pieces Miami have actually kind of fits Teddy Bridgewater. A lot of underneath throws to guys like Jalen Waddle, Cedric Wilson, Mike Gesicki. We know Bridgewater isn't a vertical thrower. I think he stylistically fits this team as a backup quarterback. And Tom Pelissero is reporting it that he will be the backup to Tua. So I think Miami's committed there. But, hey, you start like 2-4 and Tua's struggling, you got a guy you can turn to in Teddy Bridgewater. So which free agent addition was Miami's best on day one? And maybe there's more to come. Bridgewater's the most interesting, Chase. I don't know if he's the best, but certainly the most interesting. If you had to pick one guy, you going with bringing back Ogbah?
I'd probably go that route. One more thought on Tua. What do you need at the quarterback spot? Insurance. At the worst case scenario, you need some quarterback assurance. And that's what Teddy Bridgewater gives you is quarterback insurance.
And that'll be obviously a signal that Jacoby Brissett will sign elsewhere.
Yeah.
I think we thought that would be the case anyway. But here you go. Moves coming in left and right on free agency day. That's why you subscribe to Chat Sports. More NFL coverage throughout free agency. But we also cover the NBA and college football as well. Subscribe now, youtube.com/chatsportstv. And if you're watching this on our Miami Dolphins channel, Chase and I are probably still live breaking things down. All right, best free agent signing from Miami. Elijah says Chase Edmonds. Potentially, if he plays like a starting caliber running back, then I could agree with that. So Teddy Wasn't going to get a starting gig elsewhere, Chase. So where does that leave us in terms of teams that need a quarterback? New Orleans and Indianapolis, is that about it?
Seattle.
Carolina and
Carolina.
Seattle. Those are the 4.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to say Jimmy G starts for one of those. I'm going to say Watson starts for one of those. Who are the other 2? Sam Darnold if they don't get Watson, I guess.
Man.
Maybe a draft, maybe Malik
Jameis
Willis.
Winston.
Jameis New Orleans, and
A
then maybe
rookie.
Malik Willis.
Yeah.
Kenny Pickett, something like that. QB market's starting to kind of play itself out here with Trubisky signing in Pittsburgh as well. All right, here's our Super Chat menu if you guys feel inclined to donate to the show. When you guys donate, we appreciate it, so we're always down to do stuff for you guys. $5 will give you, we'll kind of, dap you up, a little beers, cheers. $10, we'll talk about your favorite team. For $15, we'll spin the roulette wheel, which means Chase or I or someone else will have to do a fun challenge. $25, we'll take a shot. And then for $100, someone's going to have to chug the beer boot, and that's 3 beers worth of chugging. So, that's always very entertaining. It's viral with the Super Chat. 49ers sign a cornerback and draft Christian Watson. Thoughts?
I don't know if Christian Watson's going to be available at pick 61. That's where the 49ers are slotted currently in the second round of the NFL draft. If they trade Jimmy G for a second or third round pick, I could see them going DB and safety in the second round. Maybe Watson if that second round pick that they get, if they trade away Jimmy Garoppolo, which more and more is getting very, very interesting, then I could see them going Christian Watson, a vertical threat who has great size at 6'5", and obviously the former teammate of Trey Lance at North Dakota State. So it's viral. Yeah, cornerback is going to be something that they prioritize throughout the NFL draft. Is it going to be in the second round? I tend to believe so. Also, make sure you subscribe to the 49ers Report if you haven't already done so.
Percent chance Jimmy Garoppolo doesn't get traded. 10%?
If he doesn't get traded, it's organizational malpractice.
So give me a number. 5%? I still think he gets dealt.
I still think he gets dealt.
It's still early.
There's some chatter about him coming back in 2022. Bury me 6 feet under if that's the case.
Oh, there we go. The big one drops. Shout out your favorite team in the meantime. J.C. Jackson going to sign with the Chargers.
Wow.
Big deal for me and Rappaport.
Chargers going
Jack
all
in
in,
shambles.
man. Mike Williams, big money. J.C. Jackson, Dolphins.
They're paying.
Chargers, excuse me. Dolphins have been big players, though, today.
I like it, man. Swing big if you're L.A. If you're in the AFC West right now, Chase, it's kind of a battle of dominoes. The Chiefs have been the team to beat. So Denver goes to get Russell Wilson. The Chargers bring back Mike Williams, pay J.C. Jackson. What do the Raiders do? Do the Chiefs counter by signing another receiver? I think that these teams are competing with one another because on paper this division has become the best in football all of a sudden.
Yeah. The Chargers are swinging big, and what are they doing? They're trying to maximize Justin Herbert's rookie contract. Like, they signed big money, free agent Mike Williams, and now they go J.C. Jackson. Could Bobby Wagner be next? There's been some reports about the Chargers being interested in him as well.
I would like that a lot.
Wow, J.C. Jackson to the Chargers, that's huge, and I can't wait to see what the figures are. Jalen Ramsey, $20 million per year on his current contract.
Range.
I bet it's in that range. Wouldn't surprise me if it's more.
Yeah. I mean, look, they gave $20 million per year for Mike Williams, so they're not scared to spend money. That's for sure. I mean, you talk about Jackson here a little bit, Chase. 8 interceptions last year, 23 pass breakups. I mean, he had a career year for New England. He's been really good the last couple of seasons. And, producer Jack was hoping the Patriots would bring him back. They are not. And now the Chargers are benefiting as they are going to pay J.C. Jackson. So other teams that were in the mix, the Raiders, so they're still empty-handed on day one of free agency so far as the biggest, probably, I mean, fair to say, biggest free agent on the board is off now. J.C. Jackson, is there a bigger one?
I think he's the top free agent. Von Miller is up there in terms of name, but
Jackson's
he's
the
a little
best
bit
guy,
older.
though.
I think
Yeah.
J.C. Jackson, number one corner at a position of importance, and he's a stud.
You think about it in that division, too. I mean, you got to slow down receivers like Tyreek Hill, Travis Kelce playing tight end for the Chiefs. You got to slow down Jerry Jeudy, Cortland Sutton, these guys in this division, and J.C. Jackson's going to help you give a chance to do that. So I like this for the Chargers. We'll see what the contract ends up being. But I think it's a good move. Grade the move for us from 1 to 100. We'll see what the contract is, Chase, but I'm gonna give this an A. I'm gonna give it a 90-something because I think it's a guy that is an instant impact, all-pro type of player. Producer Jack, our Patriots fan here at Chat Sports, he needs to vent, Chase. So we're gonna bring him on here in a moment once we get him mic'd up and everything. But
Cool.
You have a grade for us, Chase? 1 to
J.C.
100?
Jackson, 1 to 100. This is a great signing. I think. Look, there's been a history with Bill Belichick letting corners walk, and oftentimes those corners don't have success elsewhere. I think J.C. Jackson is going to have success with Los Angeles and Brandon Staley, defensive mind.
Yeah, no doubt. All right, Jack, talk to us. Vent as I check some analytics out in the YouTube Studio app.
It's a bad day.
Shambles?
I'm so
You
mad.
knew this was happening. They didn't sign him to the
I know,
franchise
but
tag.
You're just
I know,
hoping-
I know.
You're hoping it wasn't what you knew what it was?
It's never real until it actually happens.
That's fair.
So 5-year, $82.5 million.
Not even 20 a year.
Wow.
It's like 18 a year.
Bill, what are
That's
you
a great
doing?
deal for the Chargers.
Bill, what are you doing?
That's a 95 grade, man. That's a great deal for the Chargers. 5 years, 82 and a half. That's about, quick math here, that's about $18.4 million. That's pretty good, man. Pretty good. I mean, he could have become the highest paid guy potentially.
I hate it here.
And he didn't jump Ramsey. Now I think Ramsey's better than him, but Chase, you get him just over $18 million a year with only $40 guaranteed, by the way. Less than half of the. This is basically a 2-year deal and probably an opt-out after year 3.
Yeah, I love it for the Chargers.
That's team friendly for the Chargers.
And
man.
look, for J.C. Jackson, I think he was undrafted. His development the last few years has been exceptional, and for him to cash in $82.5 million coming off a year in which he was an All-Pro and had 8 picks, good job for him cashing in.
Oh man, that's a good deal. Here's a better question: who's going to win the AFC West? Denver, Chargers, Raiders, Chiefs. 16.5 per year. Yeah, was I doing bad math there? Oh, you know what? I was doing bad math. It's even a. Oh, you know what? I was thinking in terms of different years. So that's even a better deal, Chase. 16 and a
even better.
16.7 million per year about.
Even better.
Now that I'm recalibrating, wow. Jack is in shambles. Who's going to win the division? I'll get some shout-outs here. Chase says KC. LAC from King. Robert says Denver. Wow. That's a really good deal.
$16.5 million per year for J.C. Jackson.
Yeah, seriously. That's a great deal. Denver in here. LAC from Zach. Bolt Up from Zelda. Kansas City for a 7th consecutive season from Brian. Chargers from Alex. Not a big deal, but Mike Gesicki's officially signed his franchise tender. So there you go. That means he's not getting his grievance to be tagged as a receiver, by the way.
Yeah, as a wide receiver.
Which would have paid him more money. Denver from James, so pretty mixed overall on that front. LAC from Bowden. Denver from Y. Pretty split in the chat. Pretty much every team being repped except for the Raiders. A couple of Raiders in there. All right, new contract coming in. Ben Braden going to sign with the Denver Broncos. To be determined, what is this, backup offensive lineman production team for Ben Braden. Depth piece, nothing crazy to see here. No J.C. Jackson to the Chargers, that's for sure. Producer Jack is in
Looks
shambles.
like $40 million guaranteed.
Less than half, man.
JC.
They can opt out probably after year 2 if they want to. It's like a cheaper Amari Cooper.
We've been telling Jack for 2 weeks Jackson wasn't coming back, and he's still in shambles.
But it's worse when it's that contract.
Yeah.
Patriots should have paid that. All right, here's the deal. We're almost at 2,500 likes. Every 250 likes, we take a drink. We're 65 likes away. So like the video if you want us to spin the roulette wheel for
$189 away from $1,000 in supers.
We got to get there.
I'll shotgun a beer for $50.
There you go. Like the video.
Shotgun
get those
for
super
50.
chats flowing.
That's right. I'll do it in less than 4 seconds, guaranteed.
Guaranteed. You heard the man.
Yep.
I will pull out the stopwatch and show you guys on the screen. 8 likes away from 2,500. So $50 super, he'll shotgun. 5 more likes, I'll spin the roulette wheel. So let's ride. There we go. I'm spinning the wheel. All right, here we go. What are we doing now? Hopefully not hot sauce shots. Wrap for 30 seconds. Ugh. Oh, we already did that one, I'm being told. I'll grab the one next to it. Take a shot. All right.
All right.
Say less.
Pour me up.
All right, I'll be your bartender. Hand me that shot glass.
Bartender, pour me a shot.
Bartender. You have more thoughts on the Jackson move? Here.
Look, you know,
kind of a heavy shot there.
The Niners were reportedly in contact with some of the top cornerback free agents. I don't think that I would have paid $16 million per year for a corner because the Niners, and I'm talking as the host of the Niners Report, because the 49ers have a very good defensive line that can get after the quarterback, and it doesn't really matter what happens in the back end if the opposing quarterback doesn't have time to throw the football. For the Chargers, I really like it. Justin Herbert is special. Justin Herbert is an animal. He's a unique talent. And I think you've underperformed the last 2 years with Herbert playing really well. And I think J.C. Jackson's going to help maximize the squad.
All right, producer Sam hopping on now.
Quick note for you guys that I just caught on Twitter since you were talking J.C. Jackson. The 5-year, $82.5 million deal with $40 million guaranteed is the same exact deal that Byron Jones took when he left Dallas for Miami a few years ago.
Wow.
And I'm pretty sure J.C. Jackson is better now than Byron Jones was then.
Well, something he definitely does better is take the ball away. Byron Jones does not get a lot of interceptions.
Yeah.
Jackson had
His
8.
Instincts are exceptional.
Jackson had 8 last year. Now, Jones gives
$40
up,
million the first 2 years for him.
So they
That's what I'm saying.
So they front loaded the guaranteed money.
So he'll be right behind Jalen Ramsey.
That means
who's a little bit more than 20.
That means after 2023, if the Chargers can get out of that contract, that they can if they want to.
Yeah.
So there you go. Shout out your city. Let us know where you're watching from. We got Waco, Texas. That sucks. Kidding, kind of. Doug says Seattle, Buffalo, Chicago. We got Green Bay, Denver, Miami.
Derwin James and
Dallas.
J.C. Jackson in the same secondary.
Whew. Iowa from Colin. Jolie from San Diego. Producer Jack may need to take a lap, Chase. It's
Yeah.
it's
He
a tough scene.
He might need to walk this one off.
Yeah, he might need to walk this one up. Phoenix City, Alabama, London, England, Prague, New Orleans, Austin, Texas, Arlington, El Paso. A lot of Texas folks in here today. South Bend, Indiana, Riverside, Ontario, International coming in as well. San Diego, Atlanta. Continue to shout out your city. By the way, Chase, the Rams have re-signed another lineman, Coleman Shelton, a backup, returns to L.A. So Rams prioritizing that offensive line here on day one of free agency. They've re-signed 3 of them now.
Yeah, that's important. I think when you build along the lines, you set yourself up for success because if you can always get after the passer and you can protect the passer, you're in a good spot. And that's what the Rams are doing. Some of these contracts, like the Brian Allen one, I really, really liked.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Let's run back through the tracker a little bit. We'll go a little rapid fire here. Emmanuel Ogbah re-signed with Miami. That kind of kicked off the day. Joe Noteboom back to the Rams. Alex Kappa, 4 years, $40 million to go to Cincinnati. I like that to help protect Joe Burrow. Jeff Swaim back with the Titans on a 1-year deal. Chase Edmonds, 2 years, $12.6 million. About 6 of that is guaranteed. James Conner, 3 years, $21 million, 13.5 guaranteed. Mitchell Trubisky, we're still waiting for that contract to be unveiled, but a 2-year deal with Pittsburgh. Fascinated to see what the contract details of that are. Any guesses?
$10 million per year?
2 years, 20, 2 years, 25?
And for Pittsburgh, like, let's say that you get the most out of Mitchell Trubisky, and he ends up being a serviceable starter for 2 years. From a financial perspective, it's not bad. Get a starter for $10 million per, and I can see why, in turn, if that's the case, they didn't pursue Jimmy Garoppolo, who has $26 million cap hit this year.
Larry Ogunjobi, the Bears loan signing, 3 years, $40.5 million, $26.35 guaranteed. A couple of Seattle re-signings, Quandre Diggs-Al Woods, Brandon Scherff to Jacksonville. I like that move. We'll see what the contract is. Ted Karras, who's going to be the starting center, I believe, for the Bengals, 3 years, $18 million. I don't know what's going on with the live audience here. Let's see. They talking shit? They talking shit? Probably my spillage on my shirt. Spilled Fireball. What do you want me to do?
What'd you spill?
It's all when I poured the when I poured the shot, I poured it a little too fast, if you will. Okay. So it is what it is, and I think the world is gonna be okay, guys. Okay, next grouping here. Is it Foye Alokun? Is that how we pronounce that? Foley Fatukasi as well. They both get big contracts with Jacksonville. Chase, I know you were interested with the Lake and Tomlinson deal because you were hoping San Francisco would bring him back. I like that for the Jets quite a bit.
I like it a lot. I think Lake and Tomlinson's a really good guard. He graded really well in run grades as well as pass protection grades. I thought he was the best offensive guard on the open market. He got paid like at $13 million per year for San Francisco to retain him. I think they were hoping that maybe he'd be in the neighborhood of $10 million per year. It escalated that, and good for Laken Tomlinson. He gets $27 million guaranteed, little more than $13 million per year for him. And going to the Jets, he gets to link back up with Robert Saleh and protect for Zach Wilson.
Ben Jones back to Tennessee to be their center. Matthew Slater, he gets 1 year, $2.5 million, just over with the Patriots. Hey, Jack, that makes up for not bringing back J.C. Jackson, I think. Braxton Berrios, 2 years, $12 million, back with the Jets. Jake McQuaid, he's back on a minimum deal with Dallas as their long snapper. C.J. Board of the Giants. Christian Kirk, obviously, Chase, making headway. 4 years, $72 million, up to $84 million. Pretty interesting there. You and I both love the Hassan Reddick deal, though.
Yeah, for a couple of reasons, right? He has 23.5 sacks, more than 20 sacks the last 2 years. Positional versatility, pass rusher, drops back in coverage. He's still young, 27 years old, and he gets to come back to the Philadelphia area and fulfill a big need for Philadelphia as an edge rusher. We'll see how Brandon Graham comes off that devastating Achilles injury. You have Josh Sweat. I don't think they re-signed Derek Barnett, so bringing in a pass rusher was important for them.
B.J. Hill back to Cincinnati. I like that one as well. A couple of minor signings by the Texans. Devondre Campbell back to Green Bay, 5 years, $50 million. Will Dissly staying with Seattle, 3 years, $24 million. Mo Alley Cox staying with the Colts as well. Brian Allen, Chase, one of those linemen they bring back, 3 years, $24 million. Colt McCoy back to Arizona as their backup quarterback. A couple of other minor signings by Arizona. Cedric Wilson and Teddy Bridgewater to the Dolphins also. So both of those are pretty interesting.
Bridgewater is basically quarterback insurance in case Tua gets hurt. He's been off injured the first 2 years, and in case he doesn't play well, he's been up and down his first 2 years in the National Football League. So Teddy Bridgewater probably sees an opportunity to be a backup, at least originally, but if something goes wrong with Tua, he can be a starter for a team that has some really nice weapons.
Ben Braden signing with the Broncos as a depth offensive lineman. Coleman Shelton, same deal with the Rams. He's back. Probably a 1 year deal, but we'll see officially once those details come in. So that's kind of where we sit here. I don't know, 5 hours plus since the tampering window opened. We've been live over 6 hours. It's been a hell of a day here at Chat Sports. What's the worst free agent signing so far? We've talked about a lot of the good ones.
Will Dissly, $8 million per year for a backup tight end? I would never.
Yeah, that's brutal. Yeah. I would say Will Dissly. Christian Kirk's up there, but at least he's going to be productive. I mean, Will Dissly might make $8 million a year, and he may not have 800 yards over the next 3 seasons. That's a tough one. I would say Dissly, and then I'd probably go Kirk next, but at least he's going to be a productive player.
Yeah, I think Kirk is going to make.
He'll make plays.
He's going to make plays for Miami and
Jacksonville.
in Florida with Jacksonville. I just look $21 million per year for him. It's a lot of money.
It's a lot.
For a guy who
18 per year.
isn't
guaranteed.
a number one wide receiver. He's more of a gadget guy and vertical threat.
It's brutal. It's absolutely brutal. What are the folks saying? Disley in the chat. Kirk. Saying a lot of Disleys and Kirks. Let's see. Steelers with Mitch. Well, I want to see the contract first before I make that determination. Now, if it's like $15-16 million a year, like, yeah, that's a lot of money. There's no doubt. Brady coming back, worst signing so far. How? That keeps them in their Super Bowl window.
Yeah.
There you go. All right, we're closing in on 283,000 subscribers. We're also closing in on 1,000 new subscribers today, so appreciate all the fans here at Chat Sports. Got about 2,600 people watching live, so you guys are awesome. YouTube.com/ChatSportsTV if you want more NFL free agency coverage. We're not going anywhere. Chase, myself, Mitchell Renz, Tom Downey will be live throughout NFL free agency all week long and breaking down the latest news and rumors around the NFL. We got a super chat from Alex. Bengals draft after the additions. Best player available, corner or O-line?
I think O-line again.
Yeah, probably one more lineman.
Yeah. I don't hate best player available philosophy.
Yeah, you can never go wrong there. I mean, get a good player, right?
Yeah.
Like, and let them fit somewhere. So I think you could go BPA, you could go corner, you could go O-line.
Oh, wow. Carlton Davis back to Tampa Bay.
Oh, wow. That's a nice piece. Back to Tampa. Yeah, Tom Brady.
Yeah, that's
that
Tom
deal
Brady
done.
influence right there.
Yep, that's probably the only reason Jensen came back.
Yep.
He probably could have gotten more money elsewhere. Philip, cheers, $5 super chat.
Cheers, brother.
Let's hear about the Ravens. Well, radio silence. They have done nothing today. Bradley Bozeman's a free agent of theirs. Sounds like he's probably going to end up elsewhere. We'll see. I think
Antonio Brown?
Oh, gosh. That would be way later in the offseason,
No,
I would
I know, I'm
guess,
kidding.
if they even did that. But that would be interesting. They could use another receiver. Sammy Watkins, also a free agent for them. I'm guessing they won't bring him back. So, yeah, it's been quiet. Bears Prod, will that be the only Bears signing? Well, no, they'll sign more players. Could it be the only one on day one? Yeah, potentially. Ryan Poles talked about attacking the second and third waves of free agency. You know, obviously Larry Ogunjobi is a tier one free agent, first wave free agent. They paid him 3 years, $40.5 million. So we'll see. I still think they want to help bolster that offensive line and that receiver position. So we'll keep an eye on that as well. Here are the details, Chase. Carlton Davis, he gets $15 million a year. This is basically the James Bradbury deal that he got with the Giants a couple years ago. 3 years, $45 million. I mean, there was chatter he could get upwards of 20, but I think with J.C. Jackson, Chase, getting 16.5, he wasn't going to top him, so he comes in at 15. I think a pretty good deal for both sides.
I agree. Carlton Davis is really good. He wasn't quite in that J.C. Jackson tier, but frankly, if I was building a team, I might have gone after him instead just because it would have been a little bit less, and it averages out to just a little bit less than J.C. Jackson.
Yeah.
Now, Jackson's going to get $20 million per year the first two. This averages out to 15. I think it's a really solid deal. I think Carlton Davis is a really good player. Tampa Bay Bucs fans, I know there aren't many of them. You can thank Tom Brady coming back to the Bucs for Carlton Davis returning and
Ryan
them
Jensen
being able
too.
to retain their other free agents like Ryan Jensen as well.
Yep.
If Tom Brady doesn't come back, I'm not sure these players return. With him
Yeah.
coming back, they realize, hey, the Super Bowl window is still open. We're going to run it back in Tampa Bay.
Yeah, obviously Tampa needs to take a look at guard on offense to fill a couple of gaps that they have there now. We'll see if Gronk returns, but Carlton Davis, the latest guy to return to Tampa, 11 pass breakups a year ago, had an interception as well. Only played in 10 games, was a little banged up. Him getting banged up was part of the reason why they brought in Richard Sherman, but Davis back for 3 years and $45 million. Grade this move, scale of 1 to 100. I think it's good. I think it's a solid B type of grade. I think it's good. Somewhere in the 85 grade range. Okay. I'll go 85 here.
Good.
On that. Give me a grade. Give me a grade. Give me a grade, dude. This is just brutal.
Our free agency coverage has been good.
85 for me. What are you giving it?
90.
90. Oh, goodness.
Marsh just gave me the body jerk.
This is just tough. All right, Sterling Shepard with the super chat. Is this the same Sterling Shepard? It doesn't look like. Oh, his little brother.
Man.
Okay,
That's
appreciate the
good stuff.
$1.
I always enjoy a good laugh.
All right, Dinesh coming in here. A good laugh, huh? Thoughts on what the Vikings to do? All right, hey, producer Jack is in charge of our Vikings channel. Just mic up. What do you want him to do? They already gave Kirk Cousins a 1-year extension. Best agent
Jackie
ever.
Shams.
What do you want Minnesota to do?
Oh, God, I don't even remember.
It's been a long day.
He's locked in.
He lost J.C. Jackson.
Yeah,
So
let him recover.
I mean-
thoughts and prayers with Jack Lotterat.
I mean, originally it was, the whole thing with Kirk, but they did the
Yeah, he's back, so they're not going to
they
get
did the
Watson.
extension. I mean,
They could use corners.
Yeah.
They could use a corner. Charvarius Ward.
that'd
be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, they need corner help.
ESPN linked them a couple of weeks ago. Ward and the Vikings.
Yeah.
So
Corner help, a lot of defensive help because they have a lot of.
there's been
defensive
chatter
free
around
agents.
Danielle Hunter. Chase. Do they trade him?
Yeah, free up some money.
Yep, could be an option. But yeah, they could use some help on that defense. I mean, committing to Cousins, which, like it or not, I mean, their offense is in pretty good shape. They've got Cousins, they've got Dalvin Cook, they've got 2 good receivers, Thielen and Justin Jefferson. So you're good on offense, maybe a tight end, but I think that defense makes a lot of sense for Minnesota, especially that cornerback spot, and potentially edge, depending on what happens with Danielle Hunter if they want to clear some cap space. All right, name a free agent you want your favorite team to sign. So whatever your team is, shout out a player you want to bring in, who you want to sign for your favorite squad, and let us know. Who do you want your favorite team to sign, as there's still a lot of good players out there. So stay tuned, as there's still plenty of deals to come over the next couple of days and a couple of hours even here on day one. Who are some names that are still out there, Chase, that you're waiting to see dominoes fall?
Stephon Gilmore.
Yeah, Von Miller, Chandler Jones.
Chandler Jones. What's interesting is J.C. Jackson, $16.5 million per year. That's what it averages out to. Carlton Davis at 15. Where does that leave Stephon Gilmore? Is it 15, 14, 13,
If he gets
12?
that, it's no more than a 2-year deal, I'm guessing.
I would think, right?
I mean, would you give him 2 years, 30?
Because Carlton Davis, what also is standing out? And I know that NFL deals aren't as long as NBA deals, but a lot of these deals are shorter term.
A lot of 3-year deals.
A lot of 3-year deals. Like, these players are really trying to cash in now and get another contract in the future.
That's why, like, Devondre Campbell, 5 years, 50 for the Packers. I like that deal for Green Bay, because by the time it's year 3, 4, or 5, $10 million a year for him is not that much.
If he continues this production,
yeah. For sure. But yeah, Gilmore, I think he could get in that $14-15 million per year, Chase, but I bet it's no more than 2 years.
Yeah.
Like, still good. 2 picks in 8 games last year. So he's a guy. Chandler Jones is another name that we're monitoring. He's been linked to a lot of teams, a lot of veteran teams. He had a weird season last year, Chase. He had 5 sacks in week 1, which was like, oh my God, he's going to break the sack record. Then he still had a good year, 10.5 total, but only 5.5 the rest of the way. What's his market like? Does he get more than Hassan Reddick of 15 a year?
I don't think so, because he's
older. He's 32.
5 years older. He's going to be 32 this year if he's not 32 already. Hassan Reddick's 27 right now. And Reddick's also had more production in the last 2 years. Chandler Jones 2 years ago in 2020. His season was cut short because of injury. This past year, he was good, 10.5 sacks, but he's older.
I thought Jones and Von Miller could get like the J.J. Watt deal from last year, where it's like 2 years and $31 million.
Yeah.
Where it's like short term but good average annual value as well. Jeremy Fowler reporting, by the way, that Darius Williams.
I like him. He's a good player.
Connected to the Jags. They remain in play. I would like that for Jacksonville. They've been willing to spend.
Jacksonville spending. And you know who's happy about this? Doug Peterson. He worked with a very aggressive front office executive in Howie Roseman, and I think Roseman was a big part of why Peterson wanted out of Philadelphia and why he got let go. They just weren't getting along. But a big reason why the Eagles won the Super Bowl in 2017, they were aggressive, and they remain aggressive as an organization. That's what Jacksonville is doing right now. And for Dougie P., he doesn't want to undergo a couple of years of rebuilding, probably wants to win right away. He's also looking at Trevor Lawrence's rookie contract and the window to win and maximize that. Him being on that rookie contract is right now. So they're aggressive, and if they land Darius Williams, he's one of those top-flight corners. Like J.C. Jackson's here, right? The next tier is Carlton Davis, Darius Williams, Stephon Gilmore. Williams is very good. UAB.
Josina Anderson said,
Alabama.
Josina Anderson. Jesus, that's tough. $30 million guaranteed for Carlton Davis, so 2/3 of the contract, which that's kind of on par. You get 3 years, 45. $30 million is guaranteed. This isn't new news, but I guess from a transaction wire standpoint, Eddie Goldman officially cut by the Bears. That happened on Friday, but as far as like the cap implication side of it, he has officially been cut, and that is done. The Hassan Reddick deal is officially official. We can
Josina saying Davis, Carlton Davis, $30 million.
Are you in the same room as me?
Did you? I thought
I
you
said that
Eddie
right before
I thought
Eddie
you said Eddie Goldman. Okay,
I said it right before.
I'm catching up on all this stuff here.
You're good. You're good. It's hard to multitask sometimes.
Yeah,
hey, I'm spilling
good,
Fireball on my shirt. It's all good. Okay, we got another super chat here from Lit Da Rich. Love the name. Who should the Ravens be targeting outside of offensive line? I think another receiver, Chase. Could you poach Juju from the Ravens or from the Steelers, bring him to Baltimore? Could you flip him?
Maybe. I think the Philadelphia Eagles are in play for Juju. We talk about getting a number 2 who's viable next to Devontae Smith.
I think every team in the NFL has been linked to Juju.
Yeah, seriously.
Literally.
Well, they realized, like, okay, he's not a number 1. When he's a number 2, he played alongside Antonio Brown. He was great. When he had to be the number 1, he wasn't as good.
Yep.
But if he can be a number 2 option, he can be very, very successful.
Yeah, a lot of teams in the mix there. So I would say some receivers.
Harrison, Carlton Davis, $30 million guaranteed.
Yeah. By the way, Hogan Vaughn with the $1 super chat. Hey, ask a question next time, man. Ask a question. Jamie, and we appreciate the super chat. $5. So cheers. Bottoms up.
I need another beer, actually.
I'm about to need. I need another one too.
Yeah, give me a couple of those warm.
I'll take
buds.
a Coors. Warm.
Yeah, I want a shotgun one.
Oh.
one warm, one cold, Sam.
One cold
Please.
for me. Other than signing Teron Armstead.
We know it's cold for you.
Yeah, it's got to be icy. Other than signing Teron Armstead, what other moves can the Dolphins do to improve the line? Other than trading up for Linderbaum is a possibility.
That's actually a good move, trading up for Linderbaum.
I would like that. Bozeman's still out there.
Yeah.
He's a starting caliber center.
He really is.
I think, could you get the Brian Allen deal for him? 3 years, $24 million?
And look, Miami's been really aggressive so far. Who's to say that they're not going to continue to be aggressive and go after a guy like Bozeman?
Yeah, I think that's possible.
Yeah.
Dinesh, another 5-piece as I wrap up this beer just about. No free agency question, just for fun. Take a shot and try saying my last name right after, please.
Thanks, bro.
Here's the deal. Shots cost $25, but I'll tell you what. No, I'm good. I'm good here. What's something we can come up with? Because this sounds like a good idea. I'll tell you what.
Dinesh?
If we get to 2,750 likes in the next 30 seconds, 150 likes in the next 30 seconds, I'll do this. I'll take a shot, and I will try to say your last name after I take that shot. 30 seconds, so here's the deal. Let's go to the next super chat. We'll come back to this one if we get to enough likes. So like the video, and I will attempt that. Jose540, as a Chiefs fan, I'm annoyed. Our rivals are getting better and making big moves while we haven't done a single thing in terms of acquiring some names. Jose, it's okay. It's day one. It's early. I understand the frustration, but it's early. Look, the Chiefs have some, cap restraints. They got to figure out what they're doing with Frank Clark, Chase, which I know is a name you've talked about on the 49ers report. Do the Chiefs cut him? Do they find a trade partner? Do they restructure?
Yeah.
Once you make that move, then you can make some other ones.
Kind of like just sets the foundation there.
Well, it just helps with the cap. And you
$26.5 million cap hit next year. It's a lot.
He's not playing.
For 4.5 sacks of production
I
last
can
year?
guarantee you he will not play at that cap hit. They will either cut, trade him, or restructure. There's zero chance he plays at that. The other move is extending Tyreek Hill, which can lower his cap hit for this year. I expect that move to happen. So those are a couple things. Once those happen, some other deals can happen as well. By the way, Mike Gesicki's franchise tag tender, $10.9 million, which I think we knew, but that is official. Okay, did we get to 2750? We did not, so we're not playing that game. So there you go. Let's drown out the bots in the chat. They're back. Shout out your favorite team. You want to play the game here where I count down from 10?
Yeah.
And Chase, we'll talk about a team. We're blocking the bots as well.
We're also $150 away from 1,000 in supers.
Come on.
$50 super. I said I'm shotgunning a beer.
And
I have a beer right here that I'm willing to shotgun for a $50 super chat to get us closer.
And if we get a $100 super chat, someone has to chug the boot, which is 3 beers worth.
Wow.
So, hey.
It's right here.
Someone could send in 100. Someone else could send in a 50.
Matthew
then we're at
Peterson
1,000.
spilled half of this on his shirt earlier. I want to see that happen again.
Shout out your favorite team. All right, I'm going to count down from 10, and then Chase is going to, with the first team he sees, he's going to talk about them. So 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
Bears.
The Bears.
Lucky you.
All right.
Paris and Graham.
And you can give your thoughts too here. I'm curious what you think. So they signed Larry Ogunjobi, 3 years, $40.5 million. Defensive tackle was a big need on defense, so that helped fills that out. Obviously, Eddie Goldman's been cut. I don't think Akeem Hicks is coming back. We'll see on Bilal Nichols, but probably not. Obviously, wide receiver and offensive line as a whole. I know Tom and Mitch listed offensive guard here, but really all 3 positions you can upgrade at tackle, guard, and center. You could add an edge rusher with Khalil Mack at gone, but I expect Travis Gibson to start. You've got cap space if you're Chicago. I think there's a number of directions. I think receiver and O-line are the next positions I'm looking at. Could use a number 2 corner as well, opposite of Jalen Johnson.
I just want to see this team build around Justin Fields, and I want to see them cater to his skill set. That's really what I want to see. Now, do I think it makes sense to bring back Allen Robinson? I don't think so. I think he's going to demand a lot of money on the open market. Interested to see because we really haven't seen a wide receiver set the market yet, Harrison, in terms of that tier that Allen Robinson is in.
Oh, Christian Kirk's in that tier, apparently.
I wouldn't say he is a guy who should have set the market.
No.
So I want to see them build around Justin Fields. And
I
they
would
have
love
a good running back in David
love-
Montgomery. They have a good tight end in Cole Kmet. I want to see more from him. Shore up that offensive line.
Yep.
Get a number 1 wide receiver.
I would love DJ Chark.
Do you bring back Jakeem Grant? What's his
I would like
value
to bring
on
him
the
back.
open market? I think he's a nice little player. So
Yeah, I would like to bring in a guy like DJ Chark, probably draft another receiver. They've been linked to Marquez Valdez-Scantling. Their offensive coordinator, Luke Getsy, comes over for Green Bay, so there's a connection there. He could be like your number 3 receiver as a deep threat. I think he would fit Fields' skill set pretty well. I think those are a couple of names to keep in mind. Here's the deal, Bears fans. We are almost at 44,000 subscribers. We're 320 away. Help a brother out. Let's get there ASAP. YouTube.com/BearsNow. That is the link to go. By the way, I also broke down the signing of Larry Ogunjobi just a couple of hours ago when that news dropped. So if you want further details and opinions and analysis from myself, go check it out, youtube.com/BearsNow. It'll be the top video in the video tab once you subscribe, and you can get my analysis for free at Bears Now, youtube.com/BearsNow.
have a Deshaun Watson update here.
Ooh.
It's coming from John McClain, one of the best NFL reporters who covers the Houston Texans. Quote, Deshaun Watson has rejected everybody but Carolina and New Orleans.
Who else would that include? Seattle?
Philadelphia
potentially. What's interesting about Carolina, Chase, is when this started over a year ago, before Watson got caught up with legal issues, Carolina was pushing for him, and Watson didn't want to go there. So this would indicate that has changed in the last 12 months, that he would go to Carolina, which that would be a huge win for Matt Rule, Chase, because he's coaching for his career in the NFL. this year. Well, you help buy yourself some time. You get someone of Deshaun Watson's caliber to help you win some games. Now, there's still some thought that Deshaun Watson could be suspended still. So how does that factor in to all of this? Who knows? But if you're comfortable as an organization with his legal status, which from a criminal standpoint, he is cleared. Civil cases, we'll see how those play out. But from a criminal standpoint, he's been cleared. I think Carolina, it makes sense that they're all in, Chase, because they're desperate. They're a desperate franchise with a desperate head coach that needs a quarterback bad, because Sam Darnold was not the answer after trading for him last year.
No, and look, Matt Rule, I believe in him as a football coach. Like, I got to hang out with him at Temple. I think the world of him. I think as a culture builder, as a guy who can extract talent out of athletes, as a guy who knows and loves the game of football, he has all that. What's been the problem the last 2 years? They made a trade for Sam Darnold. It didn't work out. They signed Teddy Bridgewater, and it didn't work out. And the offense has been bad in turn. You land Deshaun Watson, and immediately the Carolina Panthers, who have cleared a bunch of cap space, become a factor in the NFC. The same can be said for the New Orleans Saints. I think we're talking about, in my opinion, a top 3 quarterback. For others, a top 5, top 7, top 10 guy. Deshaun Watson's the real deal.
We got another signing coming in. Pittsburgh bringing back one of their own, Chukwuma Okorafor. Okay, there we go. Close enough.
Is that harder than the Super Chats nickname? It might be.
I'd have to circle back. We still haven't reached the amount of likes. But, yeah, oh my goodness, Sam just almost broke his back trying to weave some of our production equipment. But he's back in Pittsburgh as they bring back one of their depth pieces. Adam McElwain here. No, we haven't. Moves for my Saints if we
Tyrann Mathieu?
move from Watson. Yeah, Tyrann Mathieu is a name to watch.
Cap troubles, obviously.
Jameis, obviously.
Yes.
If they don't go all in for Watson, I don't expect the Saints to be crazy active, because they don't have – sure, like, the cap is fake, all that. We always say that. But eventually you have to, basically have a makeup year. Kind of like Philly did this past year. At some point, you have to say, okay, our cap is just bad this year. We're just going to play with what we got, and then you got more space next year.
Yeah.
The Saints could go that route. They could say, okay, we'll try and fix our cap this one season. We'll bring back Jameis for cheap. We'll try to scrape together a 500-type season, and then next year you take some bigger swings. So I think if they don't get Deshaun Watson, which, by the way, was he one of the 2 teams McLean mentioned?
Yes, Saints and
Panthers. So. Yep. Look, they're going to stay active on the Watson hunt. If they don't get him, then I would expect Jameis to be back on a 1-year deal and maybe draft a quarterback.
Yeah,
so,
I think that's going to be in play.
Those are all possibilities there. Okay, what's your favorite kind of pie? This is probably not the best take. I'm not a big pie guy, though. Oh, is it?
314.
3.14 is my favorite pie. So there you go.
What else is today?
Happy birthday to producer Jack's
Chris
mom,
Lauderay.
HBD in the chat. If she's watching, which I know she does quite a bit, wish her a happy birthday, guys.
Happy birthday
Be classy. HBD.
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, Miss Lauderay. Happy birthday to you.
Clip it.
And many more.
And many more.
It's a good birthday.
It's a good birthday.
Okay, I hope you're enjoying some pie, Mrs. Lauderay. So there you go. I hope you enjoyed our singing there. Favorite kind of pie? Lemon pie. We've got, someone says, talk about the Chiefs. Not much to talk about there. Humble pie. I am a Lions fan. Ooh, that's rough. That's rough. But you got to be loyal. You got to be loyal. Okay, yeah, these bots are, the sniper's been out. All right. Sheep with the super. Chase, we're less than $150 from 1,000, by the way. So
we got to get there.
Got to get there. Do you think
$1,000? Then I'll do a shotgun. If we get a $50, I'll do a shotgun. $100? Somebody does the boot. 3 beers in this piece.
Yes.
You heard?
There you go. Hey, guys, we're trying to block the bots. Just there's more than one. Bobby Wagner to the Rams here, Chase. Thoughts from Sheep?
Yeah, so he's from the LA area. That's why there have been rumors behind Bobby Wagner.
Top dollar for him,
no. And some of the top linebackers today have gone for anywhere in the range of $10 to $15 million. So Bobby Wagner set to be 32 in June, I believe. what's he going to get paid? What's he going to demand?
Does he want to cash out one more time?
Does he want to stay in the NFC West to get revenge on the Seahawks, the organization that he spent a decade with? And he said, look, they didn't even tell me that I was being released.
Brutal.
I just found out on social media. Bad business practice, by the way.
Yep.
Can't do that to an all-time great and a future Canton-bound Hall of Famer. But if he wants to win a title, you go to the Rams. He wants to team up, allegedly, with Fred Warner, San Francisco. Does he go to the Cardinals? Like, Ian Rappaport had reported that all 3 teams in the NFC West outside of Seattle had reached out to him.
Interesting.
I think another team out there that could be interesting, the Chargers, also in Los Angeles.
They've been willing to spend.
Yeah.
No doubt about that. Hogan Vaughn, can you wake the Falcons up? Let me call who's their GM these days? It's not Dimitrov. I could call Ryan Pace. I still have his number in my contacts, and he's working in their front office. I don't know what to tell you, man. Atlanta's in a weird spot. As long as Matt Ryan's on the books, their salary cap is tough. I know they restructured him, but there's been interest in Cordero Patterson, bringing him back. Maybe you go that route. Jake Matthews got extended, but otherwise it's been pretty quiet. All Pro Sports Talk, can I get a shout out? Love the content. Shout out to you. Appreciate the super chat. Cheers up, my friend.
Cheers. Got to crack another beer.
All super chats get a shout out, so absolutely you can get a shout out. All right, we need some more deals to come in, man. What's going on here? Here we go. Aaron Wilson with the Deshaun update. He's going to meet with the Saints and Panthers on Monday night. Should we do a cut for Maine? Watson latest? I feel like it could do decent. If you guys want to talk about that, I think it could. Yeah, well, if we're in kind of a dead period, I don't know. Like John McClain said, Chase, he's rejected everybody except for the Saints and Panthers, and now he's going to meet with them because the Texans have allowed him to meet with those 2 teams or with any team, and so he'll meet with them on Friday or tonight. So we could learn something maybe tonight,
maybe tomorrow?
if not tomorrow.
Yeah.
Maybe he'll meet with both, and then he'll just pick which team he wants to go to if the offers are similar, because he has a no trade clause.
No trade clause, and he's eyeing 2 teams in the same division. So if there wasn't already a rivalry, which there is between the Panthers and the Saints, going to be even more of a rivalry between the Panthers and the Saints, because I guess these are the 2 teams in the Deshaun Watson sweepstakes.
Yeah.
My money goes toward Carolina.
I think the Saints are built to win now more than Carolina, because if Michael Thomas is back healthy, if Alvin Kamara's suspension isn't too bad, the Saints' defense has been premier the last few years.
Yeah.
So, we'll circle back to Watson here in a little bit. We got a couple super chats to get to. The greatness of the Raiders. Say what?
Did we just get a big soup?
20 piece. Yep.
All right.
20 piece.
That's right.
Good job, guys. Hey, appreciate that. We appreciate all the love. So there you go. Austin Mejia, what do you think Chris Ballard and Jim Irsay are doing? Let's get to push this one across. Yep. Push this piece. Well, this is kind of what they do, Chase. The Colts aren't super active in free agency.
No, but they were active last week trading away Carson Wentz. But now they have the big question mark at the quarterback position.
I would trade for Garoppolo.
I don't think they're going to do that, though. I think they might go like Marcus Mariota, and then you're the 49ers, and you're like, wait, did we play our cards poorly?
So let me ask you this. Let's say the Colts don't trade for Jimmy G. Let's say Watson ends up in Carolina or New Orleans. Let's say Carolina.
Okay.
Let's say the Saints, because I don't think the Saints will trade for Garoppolo.
Saints and Colts.
They're not going to trade for $26 million.
Seahawks as well. It's 3 squads.
So you're not trading Garoppolo to the Seahawks.
No.
I don't think the Saints will trade for his contract. I mean,
do you cut him to save cap space so that you can sign free
agents? Do you go to him and say, hey, if you take a pay cut, you can compete with Trey Lance next year? Like, what do you do at that point? You're running out of teams.
Sends a bad message.
If Watson goes to one of those teams and the other one doesn't want Garoppolo and the Colts don't either, I think the Colts are the wild card. If they don't want the Garoppolo, you're stuck.
Yeah.
I mean, you may have to just cut him.
Yeah.
Which
they might have to. Because, look, he's a hindrance right now to them.
And you really have to a Wednesday, because that's when you can start signing players.
He's occupying so much of the salary cap.
Yeah.
So if you have him on the roster, you're not able to build out the rest of the team because of his salary cap number.
Man. Jimmy G thing is getting really interesting all of a sudden. Here's a 20-piece, so we got to spin the roulette wheel. Go Saints. Y'all have the best sports channel on YouTube. Appreciate that. Appreciate the love from all you guys. Here we go. Let's see what this roulette spin gets us. As we are $120 away now, Chase, from 1,000.
Have to get to 1,000.
Chubby Bunny. What is that?
Oh.
Where's Jeremy?
I think you have to load
Jeremy,
up your
what's
mouth
a
with marshmallows.
Jeremy, what's a Chubby Bunny?
Jeremy. Chubby Bunny.
Chubby Bunny. What is that? What is that? That is brutal.
Yikes.
This ought to be fun.
If you want to see us do more weird things,
apparently this
chat us.
this game is you have to eat marshmallows and talk until you can't fit any more marshmallows in your mouth.
So you just have to say Chubby Bunny until you can't anymore.
We're being told only one of us, so I guess it's you, Chase. So you keep putting marshmallows in and keep talking until
Chubby
you
Bunny.
can't. Chubby Bunny. Good. Okay, let's see. More details on J.C. Jackson. $25 million in 25 million signing bonus, $40 million in fully
Chubby
guaranteed.
Bunny.
So there you go. Hey, we got Evan Ingram news. Evan Ingram, 1 year, $9 million. That could get up to $10 million with Jacksonville. That's kind of a bag for Evan Ingram.
So he didn't get 40 mil.
No 40 mil, but 10 million, 9 million, 10 million. Wow. Evan Ingram. How we doing? How many marshmallows, by the way?
5.
He's counting them.
Chubby Bunny.
Chubby Bunny. Type LOL in the chat. So Evan Ingram, 1 year, $9 million.
I'm not chewing. I'm pushing it from the side.
Say Chubby Bunny.
Chubby Bunny.
Thoughts on Evan Ingram, Marshmallow Man?
Not 40 million.
Not 40 million, he says, as I translate. We're getting to the point where I think the game's almost over. One more? You got one more in you? All right, I think we're done. Oh, no. Can we get a trash can? Yeah, let's get a trash can. Oh, goodness. 1 year, $9 million, up to $10 million with incentives for Evan Ingram. Oh, goodness. You need a paper towel, probably?
That's funny.
That's good stuff. That's a good producer, executive producer Jeremy Chuggs coming up with that game. As Evan Ingram gets 1 year and $9 million to Jacksonville. He leaves the Giants. We'll get some analysis from Chubby Bunny over there here in a moment. But in the meantime, Ingram, a seam stretcher, really athletic, has flashed at times, but he's been very inconsistent with the Giants. But the Jags adding another piece for Trevor Lawrence in free agency. So they've been pretty darn active so far. You good?
Yeah, Evan Ingram is anything but a Chubby Bunny. Very good athlete who, didn't live up to the expectations of being that high-round pick coming out of Ole Miss, but athletically, he can make a lot of things happen. I think you calling him a hash and seam stretcher certainly fits the bill. This is a guy who has a ton of ability and is really intriguing as an athletic prospect. 6'3", 240 can run. His hands are way too inconsistent. And can you make the argument that the lack of elite quarterback play has impacted him with the New York Giants? For sure. But going to Jacksonville, he's signing this short-term contract, worth decent money, by the way. He's going to try to prove that he deserves a long-term deal. He has not proven that up to this point.
Got a couple super chats we'll catch up on, but first, want to shout out Rumble. We are now publishing a lot of our content over there. Unfiltered access to myself, Chase, Tom Downey, Mitchell Renz. It's another video platform like YouTube where you can publish content, more of our NFL news and rumors videos, plus some exclusive content that you can only find on Rumble. Go check us out and go check out their platform in general. A lot of content creators doing great work over there. Rumble.com/NFL Daily. That is rumble.com/NFL Daily. Where you can find more access. We're also live on Rumble, too. I don't know how many people we got watching live on Rumble, but if you want more NFL videos, go give us a follow at rumble.com/NFL Daily. Couple super chats to hit. Luis, Patriots have me pissed off right now. Well, producer Jack agrees after losing J.C. Jackson. So, hey, you just gotta flush it and move on, I guess. Brandon Parsons with the $5 super chat. Bottoms up here.
Yeah, they've been live for hours.
Because super
fun.
chats.
Yeah.
Brandon asks, Herbert, Allen, or Burrow, who will have the best 2022 season? I will rank those Allen. I'm actually going to go Allen, Herbert, then Burrow, even though Burrow just made the Super Bowl.
Who will have the best
in
2022 season?
Allen 1, Herbert 2, Burrow 3 for me.
Man, that's a really good question, Brandon. Herbert has the pieces around him to do really well.
I
so
still
does
like
Josh Allen. He's the most freaky thrower of them all.
Herbert's
And
got
then Burrow's coming off a Super Bowl
Yeah.
campaign. So let's go, Brandon. Good question.
Charles Thurman. Rumble will like that one. Trade Jimmy G for a stick of butter and a milk goat. I mean, why when you can get a second-round pick maybe?
Yeah.
But, I mean, kind of what we outlined a few moments ago, Chase. I mean, you're running out of teams for Garoppolo. Like the Steelers, they're off the board.
Yeah.
One of the Saints or Panthers are going to be off the board, whichever one Watson chooses if he goes to one of those. I don't think you're trading him to Seattle. I mean, the Colts, are they going to trade for him?
Yeah.
I don't know.
So Josina Anderson also said that while Deshaun Watson is set to meet with the Saints and the Panthers,
Could add more teams.
he also plans on meeting with other teams tomorrow. So let's say
He's rejected the
he's
Seahawks.
reportedly rejected the Seahawks,
will not
which
meet
is
with them.
what I said the other day on Twitter, and Seahawks fans were in my DM saying I'm crazy and that I don't know anything. I knew something. So one of the two of Saints and Panthers, so let's say that's one team,
Yep.
the Colts and the Seahawks. Those are the quarterback-needy teams.
But I don't think Garoppolo would get traded to the Seahawks.
No, I don't think so either.
So you're down to
that's
maybe
two.
one team.
And then you lose your leverage in turn.
Yeah. I mean, look, if it comes down to trade him for a fourth or cutting him, I mean, I'll still trade him for a fourth.
Yeah.
It's not great value, but. All right, Chris Lauderay, that's producer Jack's mom. HBD, she says, thank you to myself and Chase for the birthday shout-out. Made my day. Great show. You guys are the best. Not bad singers, too. Appreciate that. We work on the pipes quite a bit here with how much we talk.
Yes.
So, we can sing a little bit as well. Chris, appreciate it. Your son is doing fantastic work. Plenty to be proud of. So happy birthday to you. Also, that's a roulette spin, Chase. That got us over $900. So that's
go.
another threshold. So Chris Lauderay getting a lot of bang for her buck with that super chat. Here's a roulette spin. Let's see what we have to do. Beer bong. Who's beer bonging? Who wants to do a beer bong? No one out there? There's 5 people out there. No one wants to do one?
Yeah, well, Marsh can't drink beer.
Yeah. Nose goes. Jeffrey Cooperstein, get the beer bong ready.
Trace will say yes. He's in the back corner.
Get Trace.
Get Trace. He's always good for a beer bong. There he is.
If not, I'll do one. I don't care.
There you go. What
I'll
I
do.
am to shotguns, Traces to beer bongs.
Hey, I love doing beer bongs too. Hey, what's 900, Jack? Is that another super chat threshold? Do we get anything for that? In the meantime, we'll see what Trey Tuzyme said. We'll get this super chat on screen. What should the Patriots do next? So I got to spin the roulette wheel again for crossing $900 in super chats. So here we go. We're running out of challenges. Let's see. Take a sip of beer, say less. Cheers. This finishes this beer. Take a sip, Chase. That's what
Yep.
our last spin got.
Cheers.
Trey's going to hop on.
Beer bong Trizzy.
Hey, big update for the Cowboys. We have contract details for Jake McQuaid. $1.2 million or $2.05 million. No, that's the Lions guy. $1.27 million for McQuaid. $152,000 signing bonus. Salary of $1.12 million. Plenty of work for Stephen Jones, the veteran minimum there. Cat boy
Trace
back
is
at
getting
it.
the beer bong prepped.
Yeah, Trace getting that beer. You can see the edge of the beer bong.
There he
Well,
is.
Little tease.
There he goes.
Hey, there he is.
Harvard of Arkansas. I'll do a shotgun once we get to $1,000 in supers.
I'll chug a beer at 1,000. Or I'll do. How about this? I'll do a beer bong at 1,000. Chase will do a shotgun at 1,000. We're $85 away.
I'm gonna need
up
to
to you
clip
guys. That. This is what we do for Super Chat. We have fun. All right.
Dang.
Chant chug in the comments.
Chug. Chug.
Trace
chug,
is chugging.
Chug.
Chug. Chug. Chug. Chug.
That's pretty fast. All foam left. All good.
Good work. Good work by Trizzy Trace. It's almost
the
like
Triz man.
It's almost like he went to Arkansas.
Yes, he did.
A lot of practice there.
They call him Trizzy Bongs.
Trey with a question. What should the Patriots do next?
Or Trey Bongs, because it only took you 3 seconds.
They should replace Stephon Gilmore. Or actually, no. Sign Allen Robinson. That's what the Patriots should do next.
Yeah, I like that.
I would sign A-Rob.
Or a vertical threat. I'd like a vertical
Who is
threat.
that? I mean, Marquez
Deshaun
Valdez-Scantling? Oh, gosh.
Marquez Valdez-Scantling?
I mean,
yeah.
if you sign him, cool, but, like, that's not like your we fixed receiver guy. That's like an additional guy.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like A-Rob and MVS, now I could get on board with that. JLR Bo 3, what do you think the Steelers should do now? Well, I wish I could see the contract for Trubisky, but do you bring back another weapon on offense? You've got Chase Claypool. You've got Deontay Johnson. I like Freiermuth Chase, the young tight end. I thought he played pretty well last year. Obviously, you've got Najee Harris at running back. They could beef up that O-line a little bit.
Yeah.
Pittsburgh could. That's where I would look. Try to add a piece or two to that offensive line. I think those are a couple of areas to keep in mind there as well. By the way, Will Dissly, $9.3 million signing bonus. Good God. Like, just giving him the bag. Here's our Super Chat menu. We just told you we're $86 away from 1,000. Chase will shotgun a beer if we get to 1,000. I will do a beer bong if we get to 1,000. Here are other things that we will do along the way of us getting to 1,000. $5 Super Chats equal a beer's cheers. $10, we'll talk about your favorite team. $15, we'll spin the roulette wheel. $25, we'll take a shot. Each of us will. And then for $100, someone will do Das Boot. That's 3 beers in a boot that we have to chug. So, hey, someone could send in a $100 Super Chat. That would get us over 1,000. And I'll do a beer bong and someone else would do the boot. Seems like a pretty good deal to me.
Go.
That's our Super Chat menu as well. Minor move here. Texans are cutting former starting offensive tackle Marcus Cannon. So he's a free agent option for other teams to sign
Mitch
now.
is taking the boot.
As Texans
to the face.
move on from Cannon. Former TCU great. Was on the Rose Bowl team.
Oh, dude, it was hilarious. I ended up like laughing and spitting out the marshmallows.
So yeah, producer Jeremy Chuggs wanted to know how what was
Chubby
it called?
Bunny.
Chubby Bunny went. It was pretty fantastic. Pretty fantastic. 2,300 people still watching live. Are we on sub only, or did we turn that off a while ago? Okay. Oh, here's a super chat. We'll get to that one here. Oh yeah. What should the Cowboys do? Chase?
What should the Cowboys do?
Oh, there's a 10-piece.
Undo all of the moves that they didn't make.
They should have kept
Eli.
Cooper. $10 super chat from Eli. We're now $74 away from 1,000. Chiefs predictions for free agency to counter other AFC teams. I think they'll sign a receiver. If I had to guess, I'll say Juju. They've been linked to him going back to last offseason. I think they'd like to get a proven number 2 receiver, and I think Juju fits the bill of that. So him or Jarvis Landry too, Chase. We can't forget about him after getting cut by Cleveland. I think he's another name at the receiver position for teams to watch out for.
Yeah, and for the Chiefs, like, you really don't have too many needs, right?
No.
I mean,
You got your pass rush
offensively.
Your pass rush needs to improve.
How about this? Figure out the Frank Clark situation.
Yep.
If you're going to pay him, I mean, you can't pay him $26 million with that cap hit.
I still think he gets cut, man.
That's prohibitive. So if you cut him, hey, there's still a possibility he could come back, right?
They just restructure, yeah.
Restructure,
Which Albert Breer reported earlier today that could be in the works.
Yeah.
So those are all a possibility. $10, by the way, is a talking about your team, which we just did that. So we're closing in on 283,000 subscribers. We're 252 away. Help us get there by hitting that big red button. I know that not all 2,300 of you watching live have subscribed. And hey, what do you always say, Chase? If you ain't
If
subscribed,
you ain't subscribed, homies, you ain't alive.
So hit that big red button. More NFL free agency coverage to come for a little bit more today, and then tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday, throughout the rest of the week as well. Okay, more updates with Deshaun Watson. Houston has declined Indianapolis' attempt to speak with Deshaun Watson. Houston comfortable trading Watson, just not in the AFC South. So obviously, you've got the Watson no trade clause side of this.
That's
but
good
obviously,
for Jimmy G.
Yes, but obviously, Houston is not they don't have to trade Watson. They will, but they're not going to trade him within the division, which is a good move, right?
You don't want to trade Deshaun Watson
And face
to a
him for the
team
next
that you'll
12
see
years.
twice a year for the next decade, right? He would haunt you in your nightmares.
Yeah.
And he'd be like, Lovey Smith, I'm your daddy. You know, like you don't want that to happen.
Yeah, Santa would be in trouble down there. Big Dog Wolf, $10 super chat. Hey, can we get a Raiders update? How many supers over there? Bucs prediction with the O-line issues. What about a move toward Barkley for a running back fix?
Too much money.
They've already spent a lot of money, like
Yeah.
bringing some key guys back. I don't see it, man. I don't think
637 for Raiders.
I don't think Saquon.
Good.
I don't
Lord.
think Saquon is going to net or going to end up in Tampa. I do think he could get traded, but I don't think it'll be to the Buccaneers. So we'll keep an eye on that one. By the way, Texans save $5.2 million against the cap by cutting offensive lineman Marcus Cannon.
64 from 1,000.
Yeah, we're $64 away.
With the $10 piece that just came in.
Oh, we just got another one?
Oh,
Is
maybe
that
that
old?
mine just delayed. Okay, never mind.
Yeah. Best free agent signing so far.
Oh, we got a 5 though.
I like Hassan Reddick as the best signing so far. I'll put him at 1, and then I will put Brian Allen at 2. I think those are 2 really good players that got pretty team-friendly deals. We'll come back to this, though. Pandemonium bad. Based on free agents that have been signed so far, which NFL draft position group has been the most affected? This is a really good question.
Good stuff.
Next level question. I like this one.
Yeah.
Which, cheers. We owe you guys a sip for that one.
We got some good peeps, man. Cheers.
Gosh. Kind of like with Watson being in the fold, I mean, quarterback, it's possible that none of this quarterback draft class starts as a rookie, which in today's NFL day of age, that's unheard of. 4 guys started as rookies last year. 5 if you count Davis Mills.
Let me take this approach. Collegiate wide receivers are looking at what Christian Kirk got paid, and they're like, yo, I'm going to play wide receiver.
Yeah.
You know who else is saying that? Running backs.
Yes.
Running backs at high school, college are like, hey,
I mean, why do you think
coach, why don't you put me out wide? Slot, out wide.
Why do you think
I want to play wide out.
Why do you think Jalen Hurd switched positions? Didn't really work out, but why do you think he tried?
Yeah.
Like, that's exactly right. I think other spots, potentially offensive line. There's been a lot of O-line moves today. Maybe that impacts the O-line draft class a little bit. I don't think receivers that impacted. I think a lot of receivers are going to go in the first round still. So I don't expect that to be super effective. But that's a good question, Pandemonium. Really good question. Best signing so far, I'm still going to stick with Hassan Reddick, but I like the Brian Allen move. I like the Larry Ogunjobi move for Chicago, but there's been a lot of good moves. There's been some not so good ones as well. Let us know what you guys think the best free agent signing is. Keep loading those up as we get to this next super chat as well. Ooh, here's a good question, Chase. If Seattle doesn't sign Rashad Penny, go after Tariq Cohen.
Injury issues, man.
Dude,
it's so unfortunate.
He can't pass a physical.
Can't
right now.
pass a physical.
That's why the Bears
and
cut
it
him.
sucks because, like,
He's dynamic.
He got that nice little contract because he was dynamic as a returner, as a pass catcher, as a running back. Had some Darren Sproles vibes. Shout out to K-State and Brett. Like, it's unfortunate what's happened to him because when he was right, when he was healthy, he was a very, very good player and a useful player in today's NFL.
Very versatile.
And the last couple of years that he's missed, the NFL has gone more so in the direction of players like that.
Yeah, I mean, he really got unlucky. I mean, he got lucky in the sense where he signed the contract before he got hurt, literally got hurt the next game, but really unfortunate that he has not been able to stay healthy. Look, Doug, if his medical is clear later on in the offseason, I expect the team to sign him and take a chance because when he's healthy, he's a dynamic player, but the reality is he hasn't almost played in 2 years now. So, you know, I think if he gets cleared medically, a team will sign him. but it's possible he's not the same again. I think his medicals are bad, man. Like, he tore his ACL, and he hasn't almost played in 2 years. Something else happened there. I don't know what, but there was another setback during that recovery. There's no doubt in my mind. Let's see. Here's a good question. Will Dallas trade Lyle Collins? Just one I'm seeing in the chat, Chase. You think they'll trade him? There's been some buzz.
See, like, you know what never makes sense to me? When teams come out or reports come out, insert team is going to cut insert player unless they can trade him.
Yeah.
That immediately damages their value,
Yep.
and they have no value as a trade candidate.
Yep.
So oftentimes you're just going to have to cut them.
Yeah.
So
Or
I don't
take
understand.
nothing like the Amari Cooper trade.
Exactly. Like late round picks for Amari Cooper. What the hell are we doing?
That's a joke.
You know.
It's an absolute joke.
Bet.
What cut are we doing? And then loop it. All right, cool. All right.
Got to get to 1,000.
Subscribe. Yeah, man.
55 away.
We got to get to
55 away from 1,000.
We got to get to $1,000 in super chats.
Let's go.
We've been told that we're going to recap all the moves, and we might send that to Loop. But if we get to 1,000, we'll
I'm
do
shotgunning beers.
He's shotgunning.
Harrison is
I'm beer bonging.
beer bonging. If we get to
$55.
1,000,
help
let's
us get
go.
there. Also, subscribe. We're 226 subscribers away from 283,000 subs. Help us get there. We're trying to get to 290,000 before the NFL draft. That is our goal. Hit that subscribe button, youtube.com/chatsportstv. More NFL news and rumors to come throughout NFL free agency. Jose, we see that super chat. We will get to it later on. So stay tuned for that. Any super chats that come through during this free agency recap tracker, we will hit those
55
before
more.
a loop in.
That's right.
$52 away from 1,000. Help us get there. And right now, we're going to break down every move that has happened in NFL free agency. You're watching NFL Daily by Chat Sports. I am Harrison Graham alongside Chase Sr. Day one of free agency has been pretty busy, and now we're going to recap every single move that has happened during this legal tampering period, a.k.a. when all the deals start to come through here on Monday. But before that, we're going to get you caught up on the latest on Deshaun Watson. What does his potential future look like? Aaron Wilson, on the heels of a John McClain report, reports this. Deshaun Watson going to meet with on Monday night, the Saints and the Panthers, who are considered the two front runners right now for a blockbuster trade. This from Josina Anderson as well. I'm told Deshaun Watson is set to meet with the Saints and Panthers on Monday evening. I'm also told Watson is currently planning to meet with more teams tomorrow at this time, per league source. Aaron Wilson with these details as well. And a third note here, he has apparently rejected the Seahawks. So right now the focus is the Saints and the Carolina Panthers. And then a final note, the Indianapolis Colts were interested, but being in the same division, the Colts have declined to allow the Colts to meet with Watson. For good reason, Chase. They don't want to trade him within the division. So right now, New Orleans, Carolina appear to be the front runners, potentially more meetings tomorrow. What are your takeaways? What are your thoughts on how the Watson thing sits right now?
Yeah, a couple of things. Personally, I view Deshaun Watson as the third best quarterback when he's on the field behind Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen. That might be lofty praise, but I look at what he did 2 years ago and what he's done throughout his NFL career. He's a special player. Very good arm strength, very good athlete. When he needs to rely on his legs, which he doesn't always need to rely on his mobility, he's able to pick up first downs and really be an elite dual threat quarterback. But as a passer, he's exceptional. On a bad Texans team 2 years ago, threw for almost 5,000 yards and has been terrific throughout his NFL career. He's also a bona fide winner, making it to 2 national championships and winning one with Clemson. As for his destinations, a lot of people are like, why would you reject the Seattle Seahawks when you have Noah Fant, DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett? Well, you know, for a couple of reasons. One, defensive-minded head coach in Pete Carroll, who's older, and the defense has been porous the last few years.
Yep.
The division in the NFC West is also an absolute gauntlet. Defending Super Bowl champions in the Los Angeles Rams, a Final Four team in San Francisco, and the upstart Arizona Cardinals, who are led by Kyler Murray. You go to the NFC South, really all you have to worry about is Tom Brady and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So the division in the NFC South is a lot easier. Plus, in New Orleans, you have a couple of really good weapons. Michael Thomas, Tre'Quan Smith, Marquez Callaway, Alvin Kamara. On the Panthers, you could have DJ Moore, Christian McCaffrey, as well as Robbie Anderson. Like, those are legitimate weapons that Watson could go to in an easier division. The sweepstakes, they're crazy right now because teams across the NFL realize this guy is a special talent, and I'm fascinated to see how it plays out.
So, yeah, just quick reminder, he will meet with the Saints and the Panthers tonight, potentially more teams tomorrow on Tuesday, so stay tuned. Who will trade for Watson? Will it be one of those two teams? Will someone else get into the mix? Let us know in the comments. I will predict right now that he's going to go to the Saints. I think you're in the Carolina camp right now.
More so Carolina for me.
So we'll see what happens.
A little bit more financial flexibility.
Get your predictions in. Who will trade for Deshaun Watson? Now, after the Deshaun Watson details right there for you guys, let's get you caught up on all of the moves that have happened during day one of free agency in terms of contracts. Here we go. We'll get things kicked off. We'll kind of go, rapid fire and focus on some certain guys here. Emmanuel Ogbah, 4 years, $65 to stay with Miami. Joe Noteboom, 3 years, $40 million. Looks like the replacement for Andrew Whitworth long term. Alex Kappa to help protect Joe Burrow. Jeff Swaim on a cheap one-year deal. What stands out here, Chase?
Miami Dolphins being very aggressive, as evidenced by all the moves that we're about to break down. And then some of the young teams in the NFL prioritizing, protecting, and building around their young quarterbacks. In this case, it's Alex Kappa going to Cincinnati to protect Joe Burrow. They needed to bulk up that offensive line.
You mentioned Miami being aggressive. They go out and get Chase Edmonds as well, 2 years, $12.6 million. I think he's an interesting player at running back in Mike McDaniel's offense.
I think he frees up some stuff vertically for Jalen Waddle, for James Conner. Best value deal last year outside of quarterbacks, led the NFL in touchdowns. Pittsburgh is moving forward with Mitchell Trubisky. I want to see what the contract details are. They go this route instead of Jimmy Garoppolo. Mitchell Trubisky is going to be a lot cheaper. And then Larry Ogunjobi, one of the best interior defensive linemen on the free agency class.
Arguably the best defensive tackle that was available. He's your Akeem Hicks replacement in that 4-3 scheme as a 3 technique, 7 sacks a year ago. I think it's a good move to fit in Matt Eberflus's defense. Seattle brings a couple of guys back, a few others as well, which we'll outline. Quandre Diggs, one of the bigger contracts of the day, Chase, 3 years and $40 million.
It's a lot, and it's a lot of money for a guy who's coming off a pretty serious injury. Al Woods also going back to Seattle. Going back to my original point, Brandon Scherff going to Jacksonville, Miami, Jacksonville, 2 teams in Florida that are being aggressive, and for Jacksonville, really trying to protect Trevor Lawrence and take advantage of him being on that rookie contract.
Ted Karras looks like he's going to be the starting center in Cincinnati.
That's big, too.
He gets 3 years and $18 million. What has the best signing been on day one of NFL free agency? Let us know what you guys think. We'll give our thoughts. I've got a name to keep an eye on in just a moment, so stay tuned for that. But if you have a strong opinion, give us your best signing on day one of NFL free agency. Couple of deals here as well. Trace Walker, 3 years, $25 million to Detroit. They've largely been quiet. The Giants have been as well. They have signed Robert Foster, who's kind of a depth wide receiver. A couple more deals for Jacksonville also, Chase.
Yeah, Jacksonville, look, Doug Peterson, Trent Baalke. They're trying to rebuild the culture. They're trying to get back to winning ways in Jacksonville. This is a franchise that's coming off the disastrous Urban Meyer tenure, and with Doug Peterson, Super Bowl winning head coach. With Trent Baalke, a lot of success with Jim Harbaugh in San Francisco. They understand what it takes to compete for playoff spots and be a competitive franchise. Their spending spree, that's what they're backing it up with.
Next up is Laken Tomlinson. I like this move to the Jets. They poach him from San Francisco. Sidney Jones, 1 year, $3.6 million, a couple of signings in Tennessee, but Tomlinson gets paid for his consistency over the last handful of years, Chase. Good protector for Zach Wilson.
The 49ers traded a 5th-round pick for Laken Tomlinson, and since that point, he started all 80 games for the 49ers franchise, not including starting every postseason game. $13 million per year. They just couldn't afford him. Then you look at value deals. I think Sidney Jones staying with Seattle, pretty good value deal here.
Make sure to follow us on Rumble. It's another video content creator app that we have partnered up with. Unfiltered access to us, uncensored, more NFL news, rumors, free agency. We've been live on Rumble today as well for day one of free agency. That will continue. All of our content will be published there, plus some occasional exclusive content. So if you want to maximize your viewing of us here at Chat Sports, be sure to follow us, rumble.com/NFL Daily, and go check out some of their other content creators as well. They are growing very, very quickly. Some more signings to keep in mind here. Matthew Slater, a longtime specialist. He's back with the Patriots. on a 1-year deal. Braxton Berrios gets 2 years and $12 million for the Jets. The Cowboys have brought back their long snapper, and that is it, Chase.
Braxton Berrios, an all-pro returner who can play in the slot. You can use him as a gadget guy. $6 million per year for him. That's pretty solid. And Matthew Slater, he's had one of the more intriguing and fascinating and wild careers of anybody in NFL history.
Purely a specialist, but he's the best at what he does,
Yes,
and that's
sir.
why he keeps playing.
No doubt.
Keep it coming here. Christian Kirk, one of the ones that caught headlines, Chase. 4 years, $72 million, can get up to $84 million in incentives.
And if that's the case, that's $21 million per year for a guy who only has 4 100-yard receiving games throughout his career. I like him. He's a good gadget guy. He's got speed. He's a burner. He can take the top off of the defense. I think his route tree is limited, and I think he also is somewhat of a gadget guy, and he's not a number 1 wide receiver, but Jacksonville is paying him as such. Also, in terms of value, Hassan Reddick.
Yeah.
23-plus sacks the last 2 years, has really found his niche as a pass rusher, but a guy who has versatility, can drop back in coverage. $15 million per year for him. It's the opposite of Christian Kirk. I think it's a great value deal for Philadelphia, and it fills a need.
I think B.J. Hill's good value, too. 3 years, $30 million. I thought he was really good on that defensive line for the Bengals, especially in the playoffs. Remember, in the Super Bowl, the Rams could not run the football, and B.J. Hill was a big reason why. Some more minor deals. Terrence Brooks, Cedric Ogbah, there in Houston on 1-year deals. Devontae Campbell, a sneaky big deal for Green Bay to bring him back. 5 years and $50 million. We knew that they would lose some of their guys, Chase, with Aaron Rodgers coming back, but they're able to keep a key guy on defense.
Yeah, and look, he signed a 1-year deal last year after getting off to a tumultuous start in his NFL career. Is named an All-Pro, $10 million per. That's pretty solid for him. Will Dissly getting $8 million per year as a tight end, too?
Whew.
I don't understand that one.
That's an overpay, no doubt. Did your favorite team make a move? I think most teams have, but the Chiefs, for example, have not. Cowboys have not. We don't count.
49ers haven't done jack shit.
Type Y for yes. Type in for no. It's been busy for some and quiet for others. Some more deals to break down. Mo Alley Cox, who's had quite the journey as a college basketball player. He cashes in 3 years, $18 million with Indianapolis as a tight end. Brian Allen, Chase, one of my favorite signings. I thought the Bears would be in play here. He returns to the Rams, 3 years and $24 million.
Look, you compare this with the exact same deal that Will Dissly got.
Oh,
Brian Allen is a
criminal.
starting center who's in his mid-20s. That's an exceptional value for the Los Angeles Rams.
Yep.
Tight end 2 at the same price tag for Seattle. That's why I don't understand it. Brian Allen is a very good player.
Same division, too.
Yeah.
I do like this. Speaking of the NFC West, Colt McCoy, I think he's a valuable backup. 2 years, $7.5 million. Not that much money to shelf out to back up Kyler Murray. Cardinals also signed Dennis Gardeck, Michael Dogby as well. Cedric Wilson gets a nice little payday, just over $7 million to the Miami Dolphins. 3 years, $22.8 to go to Miami. Teddy Bridgewater, we'll see what the contract looks like, but he's going to back up Tua, Chase, some insurance there.
Yep.
And then, of course, the big one, J.C. Jackson, 5 years and $82.5 million.
Probably the best available NFL free agent is no longer available. The Los Angeles Chargers continue to take big swings, and I think they're hitting home runs with a lot of these signings.
Yep.
Loved Mike Williams going back to the Chargers. Like J.C. Jackson, not just as a player, a guy who has the most career interceptions over the last 4 years, 8 last year and an All-Pro. Also think he's a good scheme fit. Him and Derwin James in the same secondary, it's pretty damn good.
Pretty damn good. Help us get to 283,000 subs by the end of the day. It's 5:15 Central Time as we film this at this exact moment. So we got about 6.5, 7 hours to get there. 221 subscribers away. We'll be live for day 2 of free agency, day 3, day 4, day 5. We'll break down all of the moves, so subscribe. We are your home for NFL free agency. Some more contracts to break down. A lot of these details yet to be official in terms of the years and money. Ben Braden to the Broncos. Coleman Shelton as the Rams bring back another offensive lineman. Carlton Davis, Chase, another big one, 3 years, $45 million. I think it's a pretty good deal for Tampa.
Yeah, so basically on a per-year basis, J.C. Jackson gets about 16.5. Carlton Davis is about 15. Yeah. Guaranteed money a little bit different because J.C. gets $20 million the first 2 years of that deal. Davis is great. I don't think he goes back to Tampa Bay unless Tom Brady comes back. That's the impact of TB12.
Another notable move that came down more recently, later in the day, Evan Ingram, 1 year, $9 million to the Jags. It can get up to $10 million with incentives. Jacksonville's taking some swings here with guys like Christian Kirk, Evan Ingram. Are they overpaying for guys? Yes. But are they helping Trevor Lawrence out? Yes.
Yeah.
So maybe it's a win-win.
Yeah, and what's the original point that I had made? It's these teams trying to take advantage of young quarterbacks on their rookie contracts and trying to build up their confidence to maximize their abilities. And Evan Ingram has ability. Hasn't lived up to being a first-round pick, but he can certainly play. Big prove-it year for him for the rest of his NFL career.
The Bills settle for Tim Settle, 2-year deal, contract details
Had to do it, didn't you?
Emerge. Hey, it's just
It's just in your blood, brother.
Yeah, it's just in my blood. That's what I do. So there you go. That's where we sit here at about 5:15 Central Time on day one of free agency. More deals to come as more deals are announced. What has the worst signing been on day one of free agency? I'm gonna go Will Dissly. Do you agree?
Christian Kirk.
Ooh, man.
I like the player. It's just too much money. I'm sorry.
Much.
But good for you, Kirk, for getting the bag.
Shout out to you and your agent. Good work. Get some shout outs and then hey, Chase.
It's been a long day.
Chase, we're $50 away from 1,000. We're being told
How about this?
We're being told we're gonna go to Loop soon. Can we
How
get
about
to
this?
$1,000?
Yeah, if we get a $50 super chat, I will shotgun back-to-back beers.
Ooh.
Because it gets us to 1,000 and the $50 ruling.
All right. Hey.
It just takes a 50 piece.
Just takes a $50
I'll do
super
two
chat.
in a row for the homies.
2 shotguns. I'll beer bong as well, and I'll chug the remainder of my other beer.
That's right.
So we're basically chugging 4 beers for you
We
guys.
cannot step off air live until we get to $1,000.
Yeah, don't
super
embarrass
chats.
us. I mean, that's just.
We might get fired.
Yeah,
I mean, we've been told that we might get canned.
People are talking.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a possibility. So help us get there.
Either
Let's
way,
get to 1,000. There's our
beer
super
bong, and a shotgun.
There's our super chat menu. I don't think that's that big of a deal, guys, to include. Taven Bryan, 1 year, $5 million deal, up to 5 with the Browns for a defensive tackle, rotational type of guy. Former first-round pick with the Jags, who's been kind of a bust, gets a deal with Jacksonville. So, we got a 50-piece.
Let's go.
We got a 50-piece.
I need another beer.
All right, let's run through. Round it up.
I need another.
Round it up.
Yeah.
All right.
Give me another one of those warm buddies.
Hey, here's the super chat, by the way,
Who's the
from
real
William.
OG?
He says, bet.
Let's ride.
Oh, that's good stuff. That's good stuff. We round up here. We round up. Producer Jack says we're 12 cents shy of 1,000. We're rounded up.
Did we get it with Jose 540?
No, that was an old super chat. We'll answer this one from Jose. I need a beer. I'm doing a beer bong, by the way. That was my deal. I'll take a shot too. We got the fire. We're good. What did that super chat say, Jack? Unbelievable. Hey, I'm just trying to answer questions. Best wide receiver for Kansas City, Juju or Jarvis Landry? I like both.
Uh-oh.
Either one's fine. I think whoever's cheaper is the route I would go on that front. Severe thunderstorm warning. Oh, my yard's gonna be looking great tomorrow. Hey, at least I got my window fixed. At least we got my window fixed. Hey, is that for me? All right. I need a beer for it. I need a beer for
There
it.
we
Trace.
go. K-piece.
Hey, can I get a beer, warm beer for the chug?
No more warm beers.
Under the cabinet?
No, I put them both.
Oh. Give me a cold one. I don't care.
Harry loves his cold beers and drinks.
Here, we'll use this one. I'm not a fraud. All right. So here's what we're going to do. Chase and I are going to do our chugs, and then the squad's going to come on for a shot. We got the office ready to go. So we're going to chug here. Trace is going to help me with this beer bong, and then we'll take you taking a shot with the boys, Chase?
I got to do double shotguns.
Well, after that.
So I think 2 shotguns qualifies.
I'm doing both, so here we go.
I'll take a shot too. Fuck it.
It's day one. It's day one. We're starting with the bang here. Make sure it's closed, unlike no more spill. Hey, the shirt's looking good now. No splash zone. Hey, we're ready to go.
We know Petey's shirt is hydrated, that's for sure.
Yeah. He also jumped in the pool. All right, Trace, get in here so I can Oh shit, it's coming. You ready? That's going to be clipped. All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1. That was cold.
We live.
Oh, man. Woo! Can't be scared, though. Can't be scared. All right, shot squad. Woo! Hey, we just crossed 1,000 officially. Shout out to All right, shot for the boys. We got over. Hey, Shefty and the boys would never. Woj even less. Josie, yeah. That ain't Josie Jewel either. Oh, that's good stuff. Heard that burp from West Virginia. There's another shotgun from Chase. Let's hit these last couple super chats, and then we'll send this piece on loop. Juju to the Cowboys. Maybe, as we got balloons flying around. Possibly, Jay Elam. Thoughts on that, Chase, if you've recovered? Juju to the Cowboys?
I actually kind of like the fit as a slot receiver.
Big slot.
You're out of Amari. You don't have Cedric Wilson. Why not go after Juju?
Gallup and Lamb on the outside,
Yeah.
Juju in the slot. It'd be a decent little recovery. Okay, I don't know what this one. Jesus. James with the $2 super chat. This was to get us over 1,000, I believe. Eli.
I wanted to shake y'all up.
Eli
so bad.
with the $1. That's good stuff. So here we go. Are we looping
that's
this?
good stuff.
What are we doing? Oh, we still have supers. Holy shit.
Couple more
Any idea
supers.
on what the Patriots may do? Get a receiver, and now you need a corner. So maybe offensive line.
Yeah, you've been saying Allen Robinson all day.
A-Rob to the Bears. To the Patriots. That's what I would do. And then TK, appreciate the $1. Guys, y'all have been phenomenal. Audience has been huge today.
Clap it up for the homies.
Over 1,000 in super chats. Round of applause here. Good stuff. And we will send. Here's what we're gonna do on loop here. We're gonna recap every signing that has happened so far on day one of NFL free agency. Also, if any major deals come down the pipe, someone will hop back on and we'll break it all down for you. Subscribe. Don't miss any of it. Chase is laughing at an instant replay to my reaction. Are we good here? We good? For Chase, the production team, hey, if nothing else, we're entertaining as fuck.
Man.
We'll see you guys soon.
See
Stay
ya.
tuned.
Deuces.
More deals to come.
Peace.
You're watching NFL Daily by Chat Sports. I am Harrison Graham alongside Chase Sr. Day one of free agency has been pretty busy, and now we're going to recap every single move that has happened during this legal tampering period, a.k.a. when all the deals start to come through here on Monday. But before that, we're going to get you caught up on the latest on Deshaun Watson. What does his potential future look like? Aaron Wilson, on the heels of a John McClain report, reports this. Deshaun Watson going to meet with, on Monday night, the Saints and the Panthers, who are considered the two front runners right now for a blockbuster trade. This from Josina Anderson as well. I'm told Deshaun Watson is set to meet with the Saints and Panthers on Monday evening. I'm also told Watson is currently planning to meet with more teams tomorrow at this time, per league source. Aaron Wilson with these details as well. And a third note here, he has apparently rejected the Seahawks. So right now the focus is the Saints and the Carolina Panthers. And then a final note, the Indianapolis Colts were interested, but being in the same division, the Colts have declined to allow the Colts to meet with Watson. For good reason, Chase. They don't want to trade him within the division. So right now, New Orleans, Carolina appear to be the front runners, potentially more meetings tomorrow. What are your takeaways? What are your thoughts on how the Watson thing sits right now?
Yeah, a couple of things. Personally, I view Deshaun Watson as the third best quarterback when he's on the field behind Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen. That might be lofty praise, but I look at what he did 2 years ago and what he's done throughout his NFL career. He's a special player. Very good arm strength, very good athlete. When he needs to rely on his legs, which he doesn't always need to rely on his mobility, he's able to pick up first downs and really be an elite dual threat quarterback. But as a passer, he's exceptional. On a bad Texans team 2 years ago, threw for almost 5,000 yards and has been terrific throughout his NFL career. He's also a bona fide winner, making it to 2 national championships and winning one with Clemson. As for his destinations, a lot of people are like, why would you reject the Seattle Seahawks when you have Noah Fant, DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett? Well, for a couple of reasons. One, defensive-minded head coach in Pete Carroll, who's older, and the defense has been porous the last few years.
Yep.
The division in the NFC West is also an absolute gauntlet. Defending Super Bowl champions in the Los Angeles Rams, a Final Four team in San Francisco, and the upstart Arizona Cardinals, who are led by Kyler Murray. You go to the NFC South, really all you have to worry about is Tom Brady and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So the division in the NFC South is a lot easier. Plus, in New Orleans, you have a couple of really good weapons. Michael Thomas, Traquan Smith, Marquez Callaway, Alvin Kamara. On the Panthers, you could have DJ Moore, Christian McCaffrey, as well as Robbie Anderson. Like, those are legitimate weapons that Watson could go to in an easier division. The sweepstakes, they're crazy right now because teams across the NFL realize this guy is a special, special talent, and I'm fascinated to see how it plays out.
So, yeah, just quick reminder, he will meet with the Saints and the Panthers tonight, potentially more teams tomorrow on Tuesday, so stay tuned. Who will trade for Watson? Will it be one of those 2 teams? Will someone else get into the mix? Let us know in the comments. I will predict right now that he's going to go to the Saints. I think you're in the Carolina camp right now.
More so Carolina for me.
So we'll see what happens.
A little bit more financial flexibility.
Get your predictions in. Who will trade for Deshaun Watson? Now, after the Deshaun Watson details right there for you guys, let's get you caught up on all of the moves that have happened during day 1 of free agency in terms of contracts. Here we go. We'll get things kicked off. We'll kind of go rapid fire and focus on some certain guys here. Emmanuel Ogbah, 4 years, $65 to stay with Miami. Joe Noteboom, 3 years, $40 million. Looks like the replacement for Andrew Whitworth long term. Alex Kappa to help protect Joe Burrow. Jeff Swaim on a cheap 1-year deal. What stands out here, Chase?
Miami Dolphins being very aggressive, as evidenced by all the moves that we're about to break down. And then some of the young teams in the NFL prioritizing, protecting, and building around their young quarterbacks. In this case, it's Alex Kappa going to Cincinnati to protect Joe Burrow. They needed to bulk up that offensive line.
You mentioned Miami being aggressive. They go out and get Chase Edmonds as well, 2 years, $12.6 million. I think he's an interesting player at running back in Mike McDaniel's offense.
I think he frees up some stuff vertically for Jalen Waddle, for James Conner. Best value deal last year outside of quarterbacks, led the NFL in touchdowns. Pittsburgh is moving forward with Mitchell Trubisky. I want to see what the contract details are. They go this route instead of Jimmy Garoppolo. Mitchell Trubisky is going to be a lot cheaper. And then Larry Ogunjobi, one of the best interior defensive linemen on the free agency class.
Arguably the best offensive tackle that was available. He's your Akeem Hicks replacement in that 4-3 scheme as a 3 technique, 7 sacks a year ago. I think it's a good move to fit in Matt Eberflus's defense. Seattle brings a couple of guys back, a few others as well, which we'll outline. Quandre Diggs, one of the bigger contracts of the day, Chase, 3 years and $40 million.
It's a lot, and it's a lot of money for a guy who's coming off a pretty serious injury. Al Woods also going back to Seattle. Going back to my original point, Brandon Scherff going to Jacksonville, Miami, Jacksonville. 2 teams in Florida that are being aggressive, and for Jacksonville, really trying to protect Trevor Lawrence and take advantage of him being on that rookie contract.
Ted Karras looks like he's going to be the starting center in Cincinnati.
That's big, too.
He gets 3 years and $18 million. What has the best signing been on day 1 of NFL free agency? Let us know what you guys think. We'll give our thoughts. I've got a name to keep an eye on in just a moment, so stay tuned for that. But if you have a strong opinion, give us your best signing on day 1 of NFL free agency. Couple of deals here as well. Trace Walker, 3 years, $25 million to Detroit. They've largely been quiet. The Giants have been as well. They have signed Robert Foster, who's kind of a depth wide receiver. A couple more deals for Jacksonville also, Chase.
Yeah, Jacksonville, look, Doug Peterson, Trent Baalke. They're trying to rebuild the culture. They're trying to get back to winning ways in Jacksonville. This is a franchise that's coming off the disastrous Urban Meyer tenure, and with Doug Peterson, Super Bowl winning head coach. With Trent Baalke, a lot of success with Jim Harbaugh in San Francisco. They understand what it takes to compete for playoff spots and be a competitive franchise. Their spending spree, that's what they're backing it up with.
Next up is Laken Tomlinson. I like this move to the Jets. They poach him from San Francisco. Sidney Jones, 1 year, $3.6 million, a couple of signings in Tennessee. But Tomlinson gets paid for his consistency over the last handful of years, Chase. Good protector for Zach Wilson.
The 49ers traded a 5th-round pick for Laken Tomlinson, and since that point, he started all 80 games for the 49ers franchise, not including starting every postseason game. $13 million per year. They just couldn't afford him. Then you look at value deals. I think Sidney Jones staying with Seattle, pretty good value deal here.
Make sure to follow us on Rumble. It's another video content creator app that we have partnered up with. Unfiltered access to us, uncensored, more NFL news, rumors, free agency. We've been live on Rumble today as well for day one of free agency. That will continue. All of our content will be published there, plus some occasional exclusive content. So if you want to maximize your viewing of us here at Chat Sports, be sure to follow us, rumble.com/NFL Daily, and go check out some of their other content creators as well. They are growing very, very quickly. Some more signings to keep in mind here. Matthew Slater, a longtime specialist. He's back with the Patriots on a 1-year deal. Braxton Berrios gets 2 years and $12 million for the Jets. The Cowboys have brought back their long snapper, and that is it, Chase.
Braxton Berrios, an all-pro returner who can play in the slot. You can use him as a gadget guy. $6 million per year for him. That's pretty solid. And Matthew Slater, he's had one of the more intriguing and fascinating and wild careers of anybody in NFL history.
Purely a specialist, but he's the best at what he does,
Yes,
and that's
sir.
why he keeps playing.
No doubt.
Keep it coming here. Christian Kirk, one of the ones that caught headlines, Chase. 4 years, $72 million, can get up to $84 million in incentives.
And if that's the case, that's $21 million per year for a guy who only has 4 100-yard receiving games throughout his career. I like him. He's a good gadget guy. He's got speed. He's a burner. He can take the top off of the defense. I think his route tree is limited, and I think he also is somewhat of a gadget guy, and he's not a number 1 wide receiver, but Jacksonville is paying him as such. Also, in terms of value, Hassan Reddick. 23-plus sacks the last 2 years, has really found his niche as a pass rusher, but a guy who has versatility, can drop back in coverage. $15 million per year for him. It's the opposite of Christian Kirk. I think it's a great value deal for Philadelphia, and it fills a need.
I think B.J. Hill's good value, too. 3 years, $30 million. I thought he was really good on that defensive line for the Bengals, especially in the playoffs. Remember, in the Super Bowl, the Rams could not run the football, and B.J. Hill is a big reason why. Some more minor deals. Terrence Brooks, Cedric Oboye there in Houston on 1-year deals. Devontae Campbell, a sneaky big deal for Green Bay to bring him back. 5 years and $50 million. We knew that they would lose some of their guys, Chase, with Aaron Rodgers coming back, but they're able to keep a key guy on defense.
Yeah, and look, he signed a 1-year deal last year after getting off to a tumultuous start in his NFL career. Is named an All-Pro, $10 million per. That's pretty solid for him. Will Dissly getting $8 million per year as a tight end, too? Whew. I don't understand that one.
That's an overpay, no doubt. Did your favorite team make a move? I think most teams have, but the Chiefs, for example, have not. Cowboys have not. We don't count.
49ers haven't done jack shit.
Type Y for yes. Type in for no. It's been busy for some and quiet for others. Some more deals to break down. Mo Alley Cox, who's had quite the journey as a college basketball player. He cashes in 3 years, $18 million with Indianapolis as a tight end. Brian Allen, Chase, one of my favorite signings. I thought the Bears would be in play here. He returns to the Rams, 3 years and $24 million.
Look, you compare this with the exact same deal that Will Dissly got. Brian Allen is a starting center who's in his mid-20s. That's an exceptional value for the Los Angeles Rams. Tight end, too, at the same price tag for Seattle. That's why I don't understand it. Brian Allen is a very good player.
Same division, too. I do like this. Speaking of the NFC West, Colt McCoy, I think he's a valuable backup. 2 years, $7.5 million. Not that much money to shelf out to back up Kyler Murray. Cardinals also signed Dennis Gardeck, Michael Dogby as well. Cedric Wilson gets a nice little payday, just over $7 million to the Miami Dolphins. 3 years, $22.8 to go to Miami. Teddy Bridgewater, we'll see what the contract looks like, but he's going to back up Tua, Chase, some insurance there. And then, of course, the big one, J.C. Jackson, 5 years and $82.5 million.
Probably the best available NFL free agent is no longer available. The Los Angeles Chargers continue to take big swings, and I think they're hitting home runs with a lot of these signings. Loved Mike Williams going back to the Chargers, like J.C. Jackson, not just as a player, a guy who has the most career interceptions over the last 4 years, 8 last year and an All-Pro. Also think he's a good scheme fit. Him and Derwin James in the same secondary, it's pretty damn good.
Pretty damn good. Help us get to 283,000 subs by the end of the day. It's 5:15 Central Time as we film this at this exact moment. So we got about 6.5, 7 hours to get there. 221 subscribers away. We'll be live for day 2 of free agency, day 3, day 4, day 5. We'll break down all of the moves, so subscribe. We are your home for NFL free agency. Some more contracts to break down. A lot of these details yet to be official in terms of the years and money. Ben Braden to the Broncos. Coleman Shelton as the Rams bring back another offensive lineman. Carlton Davis Chase, another big one, 3 years, $45 million. I think it's a pretty good deal for Tampa.
Yeah, so basically on a per-year basis, J.C. Jackson gets about 16.5. Carlton Davis is about 15. Yeah. Guaranteed money a little bit different because J.C. gets $20 million the first 2 years of that deal. Davis is great. I don't think he goes back to Tampa Bay unless Tom Brady comes back. That's the impact of TB12.
Another notable move that came down more recently, later in the day, Evan Ingram, 1 year, $9 million to the Jags. It can get up to $10 million with incentives. Jacksonville's taking some swings here with guys like Christian Kirk, Evan Ingram. Are they overpaying for guys? Yes, but are they helping Trevor Lawrence out? Yes.
Yeah.
So maybe it's a win-win.
Yeah, and what's the original point that I had made? It's these teams trying to take advantage of young quarterbacks on their rookie contracts and trying to build up their confidence to maximize their abilities. And Evan Ingram has ability. Hasn't lived up to being a first-round pick, but he can certainly play. Big prove-it year for him for the rest of his NFL career.
The Bills settle for Tim Settle, 2-year deal, contract details.
Had to do it, didn't you?
Emerge. Hey, it's just it was.
It's just in your blood, brother.
Yeah, it's just in my blood. That's what I do. So there you go. That's where we sit here at about 5:15 Central Time on day 1 of free agency. More deals to come as more deals are announced. What has the worst signing been on day 1 of free agency? I'm gonna go Will Dissly. Do you agree?
Christian Kirk.
Oof, man.
I like the player. It's just too much money. I'm sorry.
Much.
But good for you, Kirk, for getting the bag.
Shout out to you and your agent. Good work. Get some shout-outs and then, hey, Chase.
It's been a long day.
Chase, we're $50 away from 1,000. We're being told.
How about this?
We're being told we're going to go to Loop soon. Can we get to $1,000?
Yeah, if we get a $50 super chat, I will shotgun back-to-back beers.
Ooh.
Because it gets us to 1,000 and the $50 ruling.
All right. Hey.
It just takes a 50 piece.
Takes a $50 super chat.
2 in a row for the homies.
2 shotguns. I'll beer bong as well, and I'll chug the remainder of my other beer.
That's right.
So we're basically chugging 4 beers for you guys.
We cannot step off air live until we get to $1,000.
Yeah, don't embarrass us. I mean, that's just.
We might get fired. I mean, we've been told that we might get canned.
People are talking. I mean, it's a possibility. So help us get there.
Either way,
get to 1,000. There's our
beer bong and a shotgun.
There's our super chat menu. I don't think that's that big of a deal, guys, to include. Taven Bryan, 1 year, $5 million deal, up to 5 with the Browns for a defensive tackle, rotational type of guy. Former first-round pick with the Jags, who's been kind of a bust, gets a deal with Jacksonville. So, we got a 50-piece.
Let's go.
We got a 50-piece.
I need another beer.
All right, let's run through. Round it up.
I need another.
Round it up.
Yeah.
All right.
Give me another one of those warm buddies.
Hey, here's the super chat, by the way.
He's the
from
real
William.
OG.
He says, bet.
Let's ride.
Oh, that's good stuff. That's good stuff. We round up here. We round up. Producer Jack says we're 12 cents shy of 1,000. We're rounded up.
Did we get it with Jose 540?
No, that was an old super chat. We'll answer this one from Jose. I need a beer. I'm doing a beer bong, by the way. That was my deal. I'll take a shot too. We got the fire. We're good. What did that super chat say, Jack? Unbelievable. Hey, I'm just trying to answer questions. Best wide receiver for Kansas City, Juju or Jarvis Landry? I like both. Either one's fine. I think whoever's cheaper is the route I would go on that front. Severe thunderstorm warning. Oh, my yard's gonna be looking great tomorrow. Hey, at least I got my window fixed. At least we got my window fixed. Hey, is that for me? All right. I need a beer for it. I need a beer for
There
it.
we
Trace.
go. K-piece.
Hey, can I get a beer, warm beer for the chug?
No more warm beers.
Under the cabinet?
No, I put them both.
Oh. Give me a cold one. I don't care.
Harry loves his cold beers and drinks.
Here, we'll use this one. I'm not a fraud. All right. So here's what we're going to do. Chase and I are going to do our chugs, and then the squad's going to come on for a shot. We got the office ready to go. So we're going to chug here. Trace is going to help me with this beer bong, and then we'll take you taking a shot with the boys, Chase?
Well, I got to do double shotguns.
Well, after that.
So
well,
I think 2 shotguns qualifies.
I'm doing both, so here we go.
I'll take a shot too. Fuck it.
It's day one. It's day one. We're starting with the bang here. Make sure it's closed, unlike no more spill. Hey, the shirt's looking good now. No splash zone. Hey, we're ready to go.
We know Petey's shirt is hydrated, that's for sure.
Yeah. He also jumped in the pool. All right, Trace, get in here so I can Oh shit, it's coming. You ready? That's going to be clipped. All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1. That was cold.
We live.
Oh, man. Woo! Can't be scared, though. Can't be scared. All right, shot squad. Woo! Hey, we just crossed 1,000 officially. Shout out to All right, shot for the boys. We got over. Hey, Shefty and the boys would never. Woj even less. Josie, yeah. That ain't Josie Jewel either. Oh, that's good stuff. Heard that burp from West Virginia. There's another shotgun from Chase. Let's hit these last couple super chats, and then we'll send this piece on loop. Juju to the Cowboys. Maybe, as we got balloons flying around. Possibly, Jalen. Thoughts on that, Chase, if you've recovered? Juju to the Cowboys?
I actually kind of like the fit as a slot receiver.
Big slot.
You're out of Amari. You don't have Cedric Wilson. Why not go after Juju?
Gallup and Lamb on the outside,
Yeah.
Juju in the slot. It'd be a decent little recovery. Okay, I don't know what this one. Jesus. James with the $2 super chat. This was to get us over 1,000, I believe. Eli.
I wanted to shake y'all up.
Eli
so bad.
with the $1. That's good stuff. So here we go. Are we looping
that's
this?
good stuff.
What are we doing? Oh, we still have supers. Holy shit.
Couple more
Any
supers.
idea on what the Patriots may do? Get a receiver, and now you need a corner. So maybe offensive line.
Yeah, you've been saying Allen Robinson all day.
A-Rob to the Bears. To the Patriots. That's what I would do. And then TK, appreciate the $1. Guys, y'all have been phenomenal. Audience has been huge today.
Clap it up for the homies.
Over 1,000 in super chats. Round of applause here. Good stuff. And we will send. Here's what we're gonna do on loop here. We're gonna recap every signing that has happened so far on day one of NFL free agency. Also, if any major deals come down the pipe, someone will hop back on and we'll break it all down for you. Subscribe. Don't miss any of it. Chase is laughing at an instant replay to my reaction. Are we good here? We good? For Chase, the production team, hey, if nothing else, we're entertaining as fuck.
Man.
We'll see you guys soon. Stay tuned.
Deuces.
More deals to come.
Peace.
You're watching NFL Daily by Chat Sports. I am Harrison Graham alongside Chase Sr. Day one of free agency has been pretty busy, and now we're going to recap every single move that has happened during this legal tampering period, a.k.a. when all the deals start to come through here on Monday. But before that, we're going to get you caught up on the latest on Deshaun Watson. What does his potential future look like? Aaron Wilson, on the heels of a John McClain report, reports this. Deshaun Watson going to meet with on Monday night, the Saints and the Panthers, who are considered the two front runners right now for a blockbuster trade. This from Josina Anderson as well. I'm told Deshaun Watson is set to meet with the Saints and Panthers on Monday evening. I'm also told Watson is currently planning to meet with more teams tomorrow at this time, per league source. Aaron Wilson with these details as well. And a third note here, he has apparently rejected the Seahawks. So right now the focus is the Saints and the Carolina Panthers. And then a final note, the Indianapolis Colts were interested, but being in the same division, the Colts have declined to allow the Colts to meet with Watson. For good reason, Chase. They don't want to trade him within the division. So right now, New Orleans, Carolina appear to be the front runners, potentially more meetings tomorrow. What are your takeaways? What are your thoughts on how the Watson thing sits right now?
Yeah, a couple of things. Personally, I view Deshaun Watson as the third best quarterback when he's on the field behind Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen. That might be lofty praise, but I look at what he did 2 years ago and what he's done throughout his NFL career. He's a special player. Very good arm strength, very good athlete. When he needs to rely on his legs, which he doesn't always need to rely on his mobility, he's able to pick up first downs and really be an elite dual threat quarterback. But as a passer, he's exceptional. On a bad Texans team 2 years ago, threw for almost 5,000 yards and has been terrific throughout his NFL career. He's also a bona fide winner, making it to 2 national championships and winning one with Clemson. As for his destinations, a lot of people are like, why would you reject the Seattle Seahawks when you have Noah Fant, DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett? Well, for a couple of reasons. One, defensive-minded head coach in Pete Carroll, who's older, and the defense has been porous the last few years.
Yep.
The division in the NFC West is also an absolute gauntlet. Defending Super Bowl champions in the Los Angeles Rams, a Final Four team in San Francisco, and the upstart Arizona Cardinals, who are led by Kyler Murray. You go to the NFC South, really all you have to worry about is Tom Brady and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So the division in the NFC South is a lot easier. Plus, in New Orleans, you have a couple of really good weapons. Michael Thomas, Traquan Smith, Marquez Callaway, Alvin Kamara. On the Panthers, you could have DJ Moore, Christian McCaffrey, as well as Robbie Anderson. Like, those are legitimate weapons that Watson could go to in an easier division. The sweepstakes, they're crazy right now because teams across the NFL realize this guy is a special, special talent, and I'm fascinated to see how it plays out.
So, yeah, just quick reminder, he will meet with the Saints and the Panthers tonight, potentially more teams tomorrow on Tuesday, so stay tuned. Who will trade for Watson? Will it be one of those two teams? Will someone else get into the mix? Let us know in the comments. I will predict right now that he's going to go to the Saints. I think you're in the Carolina camp right now.
More so Carolina for me.
So we'll see what happens.
A little bit more financial flexibility.
Get your predictions in. Who will trade for Deshaun Watson? Now, after the Deshaun Watson details right there for you guys, let's get you caught up on all of the moves that have happened during day one of free agency in terms of contracts. Here we go. We'll get things kicked off. We'll kind of go rapid fire and focus on some certain guys here. Emmanuel Ogbah, 4 years, $65 to stay with Miami. Joe Noteboom, 3 years, $40 million. Looks like the replacement for Andrew Whitworth long term. Alex Kappa to help protect Joe Burrow. Jeff Swaim on a cheap one-year deal. What stands out here, Chase?
Miami Dolphins being very aggressive, as evidenced by all the moves that we're about to break down. And then some of the young teams in the NFL prioritizing, protecting, and building around their young quarterbacks. In this case, it's Alex Kappa going to Cincinnati to protect Joe Burrow. They needed to bulk up that offensive line.
You mentioned Miami being aggressive. They go out and get Chase Edmonds as well, 2 years, $12.6 million. I think he's an interesting player at running back in Mike McDaniel's offense.
I think he frees up some stuff vertically for Jalen Waddle, for James Conner. Best value deal last year outside of quarterbacks, led the NFL in touchdowns. Pittsburgh is moving forward with Mitchell Trubisky. I want to see what the contract details are. They go this route instead of Jimmy Garoppolo. Mitchell Trubisky is going to be a lot cheaper. And then Larry Ogunjobi, one of the best interior defensive linemen on the free agency class.
Arguably the best defensive tackle that was available. He's your Akeem Hicks replacement in that 4-3 scheme as a 3 technique, 7 sacks a year ago. I think it's a good move to fit in Matt Eberflus's defense. Seattle brings a couple of guys back, a few others as well, which we'll outline. Quandre Diggs, one of the bigger contracts of the day, Chase, 3 years and $40 million.
It's a lot, and it's a lot of money for a guy who's coming off a pretty serious injury. Al Woods also going back to Seattle. Going back to my original point, Brandon Scherff going to Jacksonville, Miami, Jacksonville. two teams in Florida that are being aggressive, and for Jacksonville, really trying to protect Trevor Lawrence and take advantage of him being on that rookie contract.
Ted Karras looks like he's going to be the starting center in Cincinnati.
That's big, too.
He gets 3 years and $18 million. What has the best signing been on day one of NFL free agency? Let us know what you guys think. We'll give our thoughts. I've got a name to keep an eye on in just a moment, so stay tuned for that. But if you have a strong opinion, give us your best signing on day one of NFL free agency. Couple of deals here as well. Trace Walker, 3 years, $25 million to Detroit. They've largely been quiet. The Giants have been as well. They have signed Robert Foster, who's kind of a depth wide receiver. A couple more deals for Jacksonville also, Chase.
Yeah, Jacksonville, look, Doug Peterson, Trent Baalke. They're trying to rebuild the culture. They're trying to get back to winning ways in Jacksonville. This is a franchise that's coming off the disastrous Urban Meyer tenure, and with Doug Peterson, Super Bowl winning head coach. With Trent Baalke, a lot of success with Jim Harbaugh in San Francisco. They understand what it takes to compete for playoff spots and be a competitive franchise. Their spending spree, that's what they're backing it up with.
Next up is Laken Tomlinson. I like this move to the Jets. They poach him from San Francisco. Sidney Jones, 1 year, $3.6 million, a couple of signings in Tennessee. But Tomlinson gets paid for his consistency over the last handful of years, Chase. Good protector for Zach Wilson.
The 49ers traded a 5th-round pick for Laken Tomlinson, and since that point, he started all 80 games for the 49ers franchise, not including starting every postseason game. $13 million per year. They just couldn't afford him. Then you look at value deals. I think Sidney Jones staying with Seattle, pretty good value deal here.
Make sure to follow us on Rumble. It's another video content creator app that we have partnered up with. Unfiltered access to us, uncensored, more NFL news, rumors, free agency. We've been live on Rumble today as well for day one of free agency. That will continue. All of our content will be published there, plus some occasional exclusive content. So if you want to maximize your viewing of us here at Chat Sports, be sure to follow us, rumble.com/NFL Daily, and go check out some of their other content creators as well. They are growing very, very quickly. Some more signings to keep in mind here. Matthew Slater, a longtime specialist. He's back with the Patriots on a 1-year deal. Braxton Berrios gets 2 years and $12 million for the Jets. The Cowboys have brought back their long snapper, and that is it, Chase.
Braxton Berrios, an all-pro returner who can play in the slot. You can use him as a gadget guy. $6 million per year for him. That's pretty solid. And Matthew Slater, he's had one of the more intriguing and fascinating and wild careers of anybody in NFL history.
Purely a specialist, but he's the best at what he does,
Yes,
and that's
sir.
why he keeps playing.
No doubt.
Keep it coming here. Christian Kirk, one of the ones that caught headlines, Chase. 4 years, $72 million, can get up to $84 million in incentives.
And if that's the case, that's $21 million per year for a guy who only has 4 100-yard receiving games throughout his career. I like him. He's a good gadget guy. He's got speed. He's a burner. He can take the top off of the defense. I think his route tree is limited, and I think he also is somewhat of a gadget guy, and he's not a number 1 wide receiver, but Jacksonville is paying him as such. Also, in terms of value, Hassan Reddick. 23-plus sacks the last 2 years, has really found his niche as a pass rusher, but a guy who has versatility, can drop back in coverage. $15 million per year for him. It's the opposite of Christian Kirk. I think it's a great value deal for Philadelphia, and it fills a need.
I think B.J. Hill's good value, too. 3 years, $30 million. I thought he was really good on that defensive line for the Bengals, especially in the playoffs. Remember, in the Super Bowl, the Rams could not run the football, and B.J. Hill is a big reason why. Some more minor deals. Terrence Brooks, Cedric Oboye, there in Houston on 1-year deals. Devontae Campbell, a sneaky big deal for Green Bay to bring him back. 5 years and $50 million. We knew that they would lose some of their guys, Chase, with Aaron Rodgers coming back, but they're able to keep a key guy on defense.
Yeah, and look, he signed a 1-year deal last year after getting off to a tumultuous start in his NFL career. Is named an All-Pro, $10 million per. That's pretty solid for him. Will Dissly getting $8 million per year as a tight end, too?
Whew.
I don't understand that one.
That's an overpay, no doubt. Did your favorite team make a move? I think most teams have, but the Chiefs, for example, have not. Cowboys have not. We don't count.
49ers haven't done jack shit.
Type Y for yes. Type in for no. It's been busy for some and quiet for others. Some more deals to break down. Mo Alley Cox, who's had quite the journey as a college basketball player. He cashes in 3 years, $18 million with Indianapolis as a tight end. Brian Allen, Chase, one of my favorite signings. I thought the Bears would be in play here. He returns to the Rams, 3 years and $24 million.
Look, you compare this with the exact same deal that Will Dissly got. Brian Allen is a starting center who's in his mid-20s. That's an exceptional value for the Los Angeles Rams.
Yep.
Tight end 2 at the same price tag for Seattle. That's why I don't understand it. Brian Allen is a very good player.
Same division, too.
Yeah.
I do like this. Speaking of the NFC West, Colt McCoy, I think he's a valuable backup. 2 years, $7.5 million. Not that much money to shelf out to back up Kyler Murray. Cardinals also signed Dennis Gardeck, Michael Dogby as well. Cedric Wilson gets a nice little payday, just over $7 million to the Miami Dolphins. 3 years, $22.8 to go to Miami. Teddy Bridgewater, we'll see what the contract looks like, but he's going to back up Tua Chase, some insurance there.
Yep.
And then, of course, the big one, J.C. Jackson, 5 years and $82.5 million.
Probably the best available NFL free agent is no longer available. The Los Angeles Chargers continue to take big swings, and I think they're hitting home runs with a lot of these signings.
Yep.
Loved Mike Williams going back to the Chargers. Like J.C. Jackson, not just as a player, a guy who has the most career interceptions over the last 4 years, 8 last year and an All-Pro. Also think he's a good scheme fit. Him and Derwin James in the same secondary, it's pretty damn good.
Pretty damn good. Help us get to 283,000 subs by the end of the day. It's 5:15 Central Time as we film this at this exact moment. So we got about 6.5, 7 hours to get there. 221 subscribers away. We'll be live for day 2 of free agency, day 3, day 4, day 5. We'll break down all of the moves, so subscribe. We are your home for NFL free agency. Some more contracts to break down. A lot of these details yet to be official in terms of the years and money. Ben Braden to the Broncos. Coleman Shelton as the Rams bring back another offensive lineman. Carlton Davis Chase, another big one, 3 years, $45 million. I think it's a pretty good deal for Tampa.
Yeah, so basically on a per-year basis, J.C. Jackson gets about 16.5. Carlton Davis is about 15. Yeah. Guaranteed money a little bit different because J.C. gets $20 million the first 2 years of that deal. Davis is great. I don't think he goes back to Tampa Bay unless Tom Brady comes back. That's the impact of TB12.
Another notable move that came down more recently, later in the day, Evan Ingram, 1 year, $9 million to the Jags. It can get up to $10 million with incentives. Jacksonville's taking some swings here with guys like Christian Kirk, Evan Ingram. Are they overpaying for guys? Yes, but are they helping Trevor Lawrence out? Yes.
Yeah.
So maybe it's a win-win.
Yeah, and what's the original point that I had made? It's these teams trying to take advantage of young quarterbacks on their rookie contracts and trying to build up their confidence to maximize their abilities. And Evan Ingram has ability. Hasn't lived up to being a first-round pick, but he can certainly play. Big prove-it year for him for the rest of his NFL career.
The Bills settle for Tim Settle, 2-year deal, contract details.
Had to do it, didn't you?
Emerge. Hey, it's just it was.
It's just in your blood, brother.
Yeah, it's just in my blood. That's what I do. So there you go. That's where we sit here at about 5:15 Central Time on day 1 of free agency. More deals to come as more deals are announced. What has the worst signing been on day 1 of free agency? I'm gonna go Will Dissly. Do you agree?
Christian Kirk.
Oof, man.
I like the player. It's just too much money. I'm sorry.
Much.
But good for you, Kirk, for getting the bag.
Shout out to you and your agent. Good work. Get some shout-outs and then, hey, Chase.
It's been a long day.
Chase, we're $50 away from 1,000. We're being
How
told.
about this?
We're being told we're gonna go to Loop soon. Can we
How
get
about
to $1,000?
Yeah, if we get a $50 super chat, I will shotgun back-to-back beers.
Ooh.
Because it gets us to 1,000 and the $50 ruling.
All right. Hey.
It just takes a 50 piece.
Just takes a $50
I'll do
super
2
chat.
in a row for the homies.
2 shotguns. I'll beer bong as well, and I'll chug the remainder of my other beer.
That's right.
So we're basically chugging 4 beers for you
We
guys.
cannot step off air live until we get to $1,000.
Yeah, don't
super
embarrass
chats.
us. I mean, that's just.
We might get fired. I mean, we've been told that we might get canned.
People are talking.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a possibility. So help us get there.
Either
Let's
way,
get to 1,000. There's our
beer
super
bong, and a shotgun.
There's our super chat menu. I don't think that's that big of a deal, guys, to include. Taven Bryan, 1 year, $5 million deal, up to 5 with the Browns for a defensive tackle, rotational type of guy. Former first-round pick with the Jags, who's been kind of a bust, gets a deal with Jacksonville. So, we got a 50-piece.
Let's go.
We got a 50-piece.
I need another beer.
All right, let's run through. Round it up.
I need another.
Round it up.
Yeah.
All right.
Give me another one of those warm buddies.
Hey, here's the super chat, by the way.
He's the
from
real
William.
OG.
He says, bet.
Let's ride.
Oh, that's good stuff. That's good stuff. We round up here. We round up. Producer Jack says we're 12 cents shy of 1,000. We're rounded up.
Did we get it with Jose 540?
No, that was an old super chat. We'll answer this one from Jose. I need a beer. I'm doing a beer bong, by the way. That was my deal. I'll take a shot too. We got the fire. We're good. What did that super chat say, Jack? Unbelievable. Hey, I'm just trying to answer questions. Best wide receiver for Kansas City, Juju or Jarvis Landry? I like both.
Uh-oh.
Either one's fine. I think whoever's cheaper is the route I would go on that front. Severe thunderstorm warning. Oh, my yard's gonna be looking great tomorrow. Hey, at least I got my window fixed. At least we got my window fixed. Hey, is that for me? All right. I need a beer for it. I need a beer for
Here
it.
we go.
Trace.
K-piece.
Hey, can I get a beer, warm beer for the chug?
No more warm beers.
Under the cabinet?
No, I put them both.
Oh. Give me a cold one. I don't care.
Harry loves his cold beers and drinks.
Here, we'll use this one. I'm not a fraud. All right. So here's what we're going to do. Chase and I are going to do our chugs, and then the squad's going to come on for a shot. We got the office ready to go. So we're going to chug here. Trace is going to help me with this beer bong, and then we'll take you taking a shot with the boys, Chase?
I got to do double shotguns.
Well, after that.
So I think 2 shotguns qualifies.
I'm doing both, so here we go.
I'll take a shot too. Fuck it.
It's day one. It's day one. We're starting with the bang here. Make sure it's closed, unlike no more spill. Hey, the shirt's looking good now. No splash zone. Hey, we're ready to go.
We know Petey's shirt is hydrated, that's for sure.
Yeah. He also jumped in the pool. All right, Trace, get in here so I can Oh shit, it's coming. You ready? That's going to be clipped. All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1. That was cold.
We live.
Oh, man. Woo! Can't be scared, though. Can't be scared. All right, shot squad. Woo! Hey, we just crossed 1,000 officially. Shout out to All right, shot for the boys. We got over. Hey, Shefty and the boys would never. Woj even less. Josie, yeah. That ain't Josie Jewell either. Oh, that's good stuff. Heard that burp from West Virginia. There's another shotgun from Chase. Let's hit these last couple super chats, and then we'll send this piece on loop. Juju to the Cowboys. Maybe, as we got balloons flying around. Possibly, Jalen. Thoughts on that, Chase, if you've recovered? Juju to the Cowboys?
I actually kind of like the fit as a slot receiver.
Big slot.
You're out of Amari. You don't have Cedric Wilson. Why not go after Juju?
Gallup and Lamb on the outside,
Yeah.
Juju in the slot. It'd be a decent little recovery. Okay, I don't know what this one. Jesus. James with the $2 super chat. This was to get us over 1,000, I believe. Eli.
I wanted to shake y'all up.
Eli
so bad.
with the $1. That's good stuff. So here we go. Are we looping
that's
this?
good stuff.
What are we doing? Oh, we still have supers. Holy shit.
Couple more
Any
supers.
idea on what the Patriots may do? Get a receiver, and now you need a corner. So maybe offensive line.
Yeah, you've been saying Allen Robinson all day.
A-Rob to the Bears. To the Patriots. That's what I would do. And then TK, appreciate the $1. Guys, y'all have been phenomenal. Audience has been huge today.
Clap it up for the homies.
Over 1,000 in super chats. Round of applause here. Good stuff. And we will send. Here's what we're gonna do on loop here. We're going to recap
What's he
every
showing?
signing that has happened so far on day one of NFL free agency. Also, if any major deals come down the pipe, someone will hop back on and we'll break it all down for you. Subscribe. Don't miss any of it. Chase is laughing at an instant replay to my reaction. Are we good here? We good? For Chase, the production team, hey, if nothing else, we're entertaining as fuck.
Man.
We'll see you guys soon. Stay
ya.
tuned.
Deuces.
More deals to come.
Peace.
You're watching NFL Daily by Chat Sports. I am Harrison Graham alongside Chase Sr. Day one of free agency has been pretty busy, and now we're going to recap every single move that has happened during this legal tampering period, a.k.a. when all the deals start to come through here on Monday. But before that, we're going to get you caught up on the latest on Deshaun Watson. What does his potential future look like? Aaron Wilson, on the heels of a John McClain report, reports this. Deshaun Watson going to meet with, on Monday night, the Saints and the Panthers, who are considered the two front runners right now for a blockbuster trade. This from Josina Anderson as well. I'm told Deshaun Watson is set to meet with the Saints and Panthers on Monday evening. I'm also told Watson is currently planning to meet with more teams tomorrow at this time, per league source. Aaron Wilson with these details as well. And a third note here, he has apparently rejected the Seahawks. So right now the focus is the Saints and the Carolina Panthers. And then a final note, the Indianapolis Colts were interested, but being in the same division, the Colts have declined to allow the Colts to meet with Watson. For good reason, Chase. They don't want to trade him within the division. So right now, New Orleans, Carolina appear to be the front runners, potentially more meetings tomorrow. What are your takeaways? What are your thoughts on how the Watson thing sits right now?
Yeah, a couple of things. Personally, I view Deshaun Watson as the third best quarterback when he's on the field behind Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen. That might be lofty praise, but I look at what he did 2 years ago and what he's done throughout his NFL career. He's a special player. Very good arm strength, very good athlete. When he needs to rely on his legs, which he doesn't always need to rely on his mobility, he's able to pick up first downs and really be an elite dual threat quarterback. But as a passer, he's exceptional. On a bad Texans team 2 years ago, threw for almost 5,000 yards and has been terrific throughout his NFL career. He's also a bona fide winner, making it to 2 national championships and winning one with Clemson. As for his destinations, a lot of people are like, why would you reject the Seattle Seahawks when you have Noah Fant, DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett? Well, for a couple of reasons. One, defensive-minded head coach in Pete Carroll, who's older, and the defense has been porous the last few years.
Yep.
The division in the NFC West is also an absolute gauntlet. Defending Super Bowl champions in the Los Angeles Rams, a Final Four team in San Francisco, and the upstart Arizona Cardinals, who are led by Kyler Murray. You go to the NFC South, really all you have to worry about is Tom Brady and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So the division in the NFC South is a lot easier. Plus, in New Orleans, you have a couple of really good weapons. Michael Thomas, Traquan Smith, Marquez Callaway, Alvin Kamara. On the Panthers, you could have DJ Moore, Christian McCaffrey, as well as Robbie Anderson. Like, those are legitimate weapons that Watson could go to in an easier division. The sweepstakes, they're crazy right now because teams across the NFL realize this guy is a special, special talent, and I'm fascinated to see how it plays out.
So, yeah, just quick reminder, he will meet with the Saints and the Panthers tonight, potentially more teams tomorrow on Tuesday, so stay tuned. Who will trade for Watson? Will it be one of those two teams? Will someone else get into the mix? Let us know in the comments. I will predict right now that he's going to go to the Saints. I think you're in the Carolina camp right now.
More so Carolina for me.
So we'll see what happens.
A little bit more financial flexibility.
Get your predictions in. Who will trade for Deshaun Watson? Now, after the Deshaun Watson details right there for you guys, let's get you caught up on all of the moves that have happened during day one of free agency in terms of contracts. Here we go. We'll get things kicked off. We'll kind of go rapid fire and focus on some certain guys here. Emmanuel Ogbah, 4 years, $65 to stay with Miami. Joe Noteboom, 3 years, $40 million. Looks like the replacement for Andrew Whitworth long term. Alex Kappa to help protect Joe Burrow. Jeff Swaim on a cheap 1-year deal. What stands out here, Chase?
Miami Dolphins being very aggressive, as evidenced by all the moves that we're about to break down. And then some of the young teams in the NFL prioritizing, protecting, and building around their young quarterbacks. In this case, it's Alex Kappa going to Cincinnati to protect Joe Burrow. They needed to bulk up that offensive line.
You mentioned Miami being aggressive. aggressive. They go out and get Chase Edmonds as well, 2 years, $12.6 million. I think he's an interesting player at running back in Mike McDaniel's offense.
I think he frees up some stuff vertically for Jalen Waddle, for James Conner. Best value deal last year outside of quarterbacks, led the NFL in touchdowns. Pittsburgh is moving forward with Mitchell Trubisky. I want to see what the contract details are. They go this route instead of Jimmy Garoppolo. Mitchell Trubisky is going to be a lot cheaper. And then Larry Ogunjobi, one of the best interior defensive linemen on the free agency class.
Arguably the best defensive tackle that was available. He's your Akeem Hicks replacement in that 4-3 scheme as a 3 technique, 7 sacks a year ago. I think it's a good move to fit in Matt Eberflus's defense. Seattle brings a couple of guys back, a few others as well, which we'll outline. Quandre Diggs, one of the bigger contracts of the day, Chase, 3 years and $40 million.
It's a lot, and it's a lot of money for a guy who's coming off a pretty serious injury. Al Woods also going back to Seattle. Going back to my original point, Brandon Scherff going to Jacksonville, Miami, Jacksonville, 2 teams in Florida that are being aggressive, and for Jacksonville, really trying to protect Trevor Lawrence and take advantage of him being on that rookie contract.
Ted Karras looks like he's going to be the starting center in Cincinnati.
That's big, too.
He gets 3 years and $18 million. What has the best signing been on day one of NFL free agency? Let us know what you guys think. We'll give our thoughts. I've got a name to keep an eye on in just a moment, so stay tuned for that. But if you have a strong opinion, give us your best signing on day one of NFL free agency. Couple of deals here as well. Trace Walker, 3 years, $25 million to Detroit. They've largely been quiet. The Giants have been as well. They have signed Robert Foster, who's kind of a depth wide receiver. A couple more deals for Jacksonville also, Chase.
Yeah, Jacksonville, look, Doug Peterson, Trent Baalke. They're trying to rebuild the culture. They're trying to get back to winning ways in Jacksonville. This is a franchise that's coming off the disastrous Urban Meyer tenure, and with Doug Peterson, Super Bowl winning head coach. With Trent Baalke, a lot of success with Jim Harbaugh in San Francisco. They understand what it takes to compete for playoff spots and be a competitive franchise. Their spending spree, that's what they're backing it up with.
Next up is Laken Tomlinson. I like this move to the Jets. They poach him from San Francisco. Sidney Jones, 1 year, $3.6 million, a couple of signings in Tennessee. But Tomlinson gets paid for his consistency over the last handful of years, Chase. Good protector for Zach Wilson.
The 49ers traded a 5th-round pick for Laken Tomlinson, and since that point, he started all 80 games for the 49ers franchise, not including starting every postseason game. $13 million per year. They just couldn't afford him. Then you look at value deals. I think Sidney Jones staying with Seattle, pretty good value deal here.
Make sure to follow us on Rumble. It's another video content creator app that we have partnered up with. Unfiltered access to us, uncensored, more NFL news, rumors, free agency. We've been live on Rumble today as well for day one of free agency. That will continue. All of our content will be published there, plus some occasional exclusive content. So if you want to maximize your viewing of us here at Chat Sports, be sure to follow us, rumble.com/NFL Daily, and go check out some of their other content creators as well. They are growing very, very quickly. Some more signings to keep in mind here. Matthew Slater, a longtime specialist. He's back with the Patriots on a 1-year deal. Braxton Berrios gets 2 years and $12 million for the Jets. The Cowboys have brought back their long snapper, and that is it, Chase.
Braxton Berrios, an all-pro returner who can play in the slot. You can use him as a gadget guy. $6 million per year for him. That's pretty solid. And Matthew Slater, he's had one of the more intriguing and fascinating and wild careers of anybody in NFL history.
Purely a specialist, but he's the best at what he does,
Yes,
and that's
sir.
why he keeps playing.
No doubt.
Keep it coming here. Christian Kirk, one of the ones that caught headlines, Chase. 4 years, $72 million, can get up to $84 million in incentives.
And if that's the case, that's $21 million per year for a guy who only has 4 100-yard receiving games throughout his career. I like him. He's a good gadget guy. He's got speed. He's a burner. He can take the top off of the defense. I think his route tree is limited, and I think he also is somewhat of a gadget guy, and he's not a number 1 wide receiver, but Jacksonville is paying him as such. Also, in terms of value, Hassan Reddick. 23-plus sacks the last 2 years, has really found his niche as a pass rusher, but a guy who has versatility, can drop back in coverage. $15 million per year for him. It's the opposite of Christian Kirk. I think it's a great value deal for Philadelphia, and it fills a need.
I think B.J. Hill's good value, too. 3 years, $30 million. I thought he was really good on that defensive line for the Bengals, especially in the playoffs. Remember, in the Super Bowl, the Rams could not run the football, and B.J. Hill is a big reason why. Some more minor deals. Terrence Brooks, Cedric Oboye, there in Houston on 1-year deals. Devontae Campbell, a sneaky big deal for Green Bay to bring him back. 5 years and $50 million. We knew that they would lose some of their guys, Chase, with Aaron Rodgers coming back, but they're able to keep a key guy on defense.
Yeah, and look, he signed a one-year deal last year after getting off to a tumultuous start in his NFL career. Is named an All-Pro, $10 million per. That's pretty solid for him. Will Dissly getting $8 million per year as a tight end too?
Whew.
I don't understand that one.
That's an overpay, no doubt. Did your favorite team make a move? I think most teams have, but the Chiefs, for example, have not. Cowboys have not. We don't count.
49ers haven't done jack shit.
Type Y for yes. Type in for no. It's been busy for some and quiet for others. Some more deals to break down. Mo Alley Cox, who's had quite the journey as a college basketball player. He cashes in 3 years, $18 million with Indianapolis as a tight end. Brian Allen, Chase, one of my favorite signings. I thought the Bears would be in play here. He returns to the Rams, 3 years and $24 million.
Look, you compare this with the exact same deal that Will Dissly got. Brian Allen is a starting center who's in his mid-20s. That's an exceptional value for the Los Angeles Rams.
Yep.
Tight end 2 at the same price tag for Seattle. That's why I don't understand it. Brian Allen is a very good player.
Same division, too.
Yeah.
I do like this. Speaking of the NFC West, Colt McCoy, I think he's a valuable backup. 2 years, $7.5 million. Not that much money to shelf out to back up Kyler Murray. Cardinals also signed Dennis Gardeck, Michael Dogby as well. Cedric Wilson gets a nice little payday, just over $7 million to the Miami Dolphins. 3 years, $22.8 to go to Miami. Teddy Bridgewater, we'll see what the contract looks like, but he's going to back up Tua, Chase, some insurance there.
Yep.
And then, of course, the big one, J.C. Jackson, 5 years and $82.5 million.
Probably the best available NFL free agent is no longer available. The Los Angeles Chargers continue to take big swings, and I think they're hitting home runs with a lot of these signings.
Yep.
Loved Mike Williams going back to the Chargers. Like J.C. Jackson, not just as a player, a guy who has the most career interceptions over the last 4 years, 8 last year and an All-Pro. Also think he's a good scheme fit. Him and Derwin James in the same secondary, it's pretty damn good.
Pretty damn good. Help us get to 283,000 subs by the end of the day. It's 5:15 Central Time as we film this at this exact moment. So we got about 6.5, 7 hours to get there. 221 subscribers away. We'll be live for day 2 of free agency, day 3, day 4, day 5. We'll break down all of the moves, so subscribe. We are your home for NFL free agency. Some more contracts to break down. A lot of these details yet to be official in terms of the years and money. Ben Braden to the Broncos. Coleman Shelton as the Rams bring back another offensive lineman. Carlton Davis, Chase, another big one, 3 years, $45 million. I think it's a pretty good deal for Tampa.
Yeah, so basically on a per-year basis, J.C. Jackson gets about $16.5. Carlton Davis is about $15. Yeah. Guaranteed money a little bit different because J.C. gets $20 million the first 2 years of that deal. Davis is great. I don't think he goes back to Tampa Bay unless Tom Brady comes back. That's the impact of TB12.
Another notable move that came down more recently, later in the day, Evan Ingram, 1 year, $9 million to the Jags. That can get up to $10 million with incentives. Jacksonville's taking some swings here with guys like Christian Kirk, Evan Ingram. Are they overpaying for guys? Yes, but are they helping Trevor Lawrence out? Yes.
Yeah.
So maybe it's a win-win.
Yeah, and what's the original point that I had made? It's these teams trying to take advantage of young quarterbacks on their rookie contracts and trying to build up their confidence to maximize their abilities. And Evan Ingram has ability. Hasn't lived up to being a first-round pick, but he can certainly play. Big prove-it year for him for the rest of his NFL career.
The Bills settle for Tim Settle, 2-year deal, contract details.
Had to do it, didn't you?
Emerge. Hey, it's just it was.
It's just in your blood, brother.
Yeah, it's just in my blood. That's what I do. So there you go. That's where we sit here at about 5:15 Central Time on day 1 of free agency. More deals to come as more deals are announced. What has the worst signing been on day 1 of free agency? I'm gonna go Will Dissly. Do you agree?
Christian Kirk.
Ooh, man.
I like the player. It's just too much money. I'm sorry.
Much.
But good for you, Kirk, for getting the bag.
Shout out to you and your agent. Good work. Get some shout-outs and then, hey, Chase.
It's been a long day.
Chase, we're $50 away from 1,000. We're being told.
How about this?
We're being told we're going to go to Loop soon. Can we get to $1,000?
Yeah, if we get a $50 super chat, I will shotgun back-to-back beers.
Ooh.
Because it gets us to 1,000 and the $50 ruling.
All right. Hey.
It just takes a 50 piece.
Just takes a $50
I'll do
super
two
chat.
in a row for the homies.
2 shotguns. I'll beer bong as well, and I'll chug the remainder of my other beer.
That's right.
So we're
Come
basically
on now.
chugging 4 beers for you
We
guys.
cannot step off air live until we get to $1,000.
Yeah,
in
don't
Super
embarrass
Chats.
us. I mean, that's just.
We might
Can't-
get fired. I mean, we've been told that we might get canned.
People are talking. I
Yeah.
mean, it's a possibility. So help us get there.
Either
Let's
way,
get to 1,000. There's our
beer
super
bong, and a shotgun.
There's our super chat menu. I don't think that's that big of a deal, guys, to include. Taven Bryan, 1 year, $5 million deal, up to 5 with the Browns for a defensive tackle, rotational type of guy. Former first-round pick with the Jags, who's been kind of a bust, gets a deal with Jacksonville. So, we got a 50-piece.
Let's go.
We got a 50-piece.
I need another beer.
All right, let's run through. Round it up.
I need another.
Round it up.
Yeah.
All right.
Give me another one of those warm buddies.
Hey, here's the super chat, by the way,
Who's the
from
real
William.
OG?
He says, bet.
Let's ride.
Oh, that's good stuff. That's good stuff. We round up here. We round up. Producer Jack says we're 12 cents shy of 1,000. We're rounded up.
Did we get it with Jose 540?
No, that was an old super chat. We'll answer this one from Jose. I need a beer. I'm doing a beer bong, by the way. That was my deal. I'll take a shot too. We got the fire. We're good. What did that super chat say, Jack? Unbelievable. Hey, I'm just trying to answer questions. Best wide receiver for Kansas City, Juju or Jarvis Landry? I like both.
Uh-oh.
Either one's fine. I think whoever's cheaper is the route I would go on that front. Severe thunderstorm warning. Oh, my yard's gonna be looking great tomorrow. Hey, at least I got my window fixed. At least we got my window fixed. Hey, is that for me? All right. I need a beer for it. I need a beer for
There
it.
we go.
Trace.
K-piece.
Hey, can I get a beer, warm beer for the chug?
No more warm beers.
Under the cabinet?
No, I put them both.
Oh, give me a cold one. I don't care.
Harry loves his cold beers and drinks.
Here, we'll use this one. I'm not a fraud. All right. So here's what we're going to do. Chase and I are going to do our chugs, and then the squad's going to come on for a shot. We got the office ready to go. So we're going to chug here. Trace is going to help me with this beer bong, and then we'll take you taking a shot with the boys, Chase?
Well, I got to do double shotguns.
Well, after that.
So
well,
I think 2 shotguns qualifies.
I'm doing both, so here we go.
I'll take a shot too. Fuck it.
It's day one. It's day one. We're starting with the bang here. Make sure it's closed, unlike no more spill. Hey, the shirt's looking good now. No splash zone. Hey, we're ready to go.
We know Petey's shirt is hydrated, that's for sure.
Yeah. He also jumped in the pool. All right, Trace, get in here so I can Oh shit, it's coming. You ready? That's going to be clipped. All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1. That was cold.
We live.
Oh, man. Woo! Can't be scared, though. Can't be scared. All right, shot squad. Woo! Hey, we just crossed 1,000 officially. Shout out to All right, shot for the boys. We got over. Hey, Shefty and the boys would never. Woj even less. Josie, yeah. That ain't Josie Jewell either. Oh, that's good stuff. Heard that burp from West Virginia. There's another shotgun from Chase. Let's hit these last couple super chats, and then we'll send this piece on loop. Juju to the Cowboys. Maybe, as we got balloons flying around. Possibly, Jay Elam. Thoughts on that, Chase, if you've recovered? Juju to the Cowboys?
I actually kind of like the fit as a slot receiver.
Big slot.
You're out of Amari. You don't have Cedric Wilson. Why not go after Juju?
Gallup and Lamb on the outside,
Yeah.
Juju in the slot. It'd be a decent little recovery. Okay, I don't know what this one. Jesus. James with the $2 super chat. This was to get us over 1,000, I believe. Eli.
I wanted to shake y'all up.
Eli
so bad.
with the $1. That's good stuff. So here we go. Are we looping
that's
this?
good stuff.
What are we doing? Oh, we still have supers. Holy shit.
Couple more
Any
supers.
idea on what the Patriots may do? Get a receiver, and now you need a corner. So maybe offensive line.
Yeah, you've been saying Allen Robinson all day.
A-Rob to the Bears. To the Patriots. That's what I would do. And then TK, appreciate the $1. Guys, y'all have been phenomenal. Audience has been huge today.
Clap it up for the homies.
Over 1,000 in super chats. Round of applause here. Good stuff. And we will send. Here's what we're gonna do on loop here. We're gonna recap
What's he
every
showing?
signing that has happened so far on day one of NFL free agency. Also, if any major deals come down the pipe, someone will hop back on and we'll break it all down for you. Subscribe. Don't miss any of it. Chase is laughing at an instant replay to my reaction. Are we good here? We good? For Chase, the production team, hey, if nothing else, we're entertaining as fuck.
Man.
We'll see you guys soon.
See
Stay
ya.
tuned.
Deuces.
More deals to come.
Peace.
You're watching NFL Daily by Chat Sports. I am Harrison Graham alongside Chase Sr. Day one of free agency has been pretty busy, and now we're going to recap every single move that has happened during this legal tampering period, a.k.a. when all the deals start to come through here on Monday. But before that, we're going to get you caught up on the latest on Deshaun Watson. What does his potential future look like? Aaron Wilson, on the heels of a John McClain report, reports this. Deshaun Watson going to meet with, on Monday night, the Saints and the Panthers, who are considered the two front runners right now for a blockbuster trade. This from Josina Anderson as well. I'm told Deshaun Watson is set to meet with the Saints and Panthers on Monday evening. I'm also told Watson is currently planning to meet with more teams tomorrow at this time, per league source. Aaron Wilson with these details as well. And a third note here, he has apparently rejected the Seahawks. So right now the focus is the Saints and the Carolina Panthers. And then a final note, the Indianapolis Colts were interested, but being in the same division, the Colts have declined to allow the Colts to meet with Watson. For good reason, Chase. They don't want to trade him within the division. So right now, New Orleans, Carolina appear to be the front runners, potentially more meetings tomorrow. What are your takeaways? What are your thoughts on how the Watson thing sits right now?
Yeah, a couple of things. Personally, I view Deshaun Watson as the third best quarterback when he's on the field behind Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen. That might be lofty praise, but I look at what he did 2 years ago and what he's done throughout his NFL career. He's a special player. Very good arm strength, very good athlete. When he needs to rely on his legs, which he doesn't always need to rely on his mobility, he's able to pick up first downs and really be an elite dual threat quarterback. But as a passer, he's exceptional. On a bad Texans team 2 years ago, threw for almost 5,000 yards and has been terrific throughout his NFL career. He's also a bona fide winner, making it to 2 national championships and winning one with Clemson. As for his destinations, a lot of people are like, why would you reject the Seattle Seahawks when you have Noah Fant, DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett? Well, for a couple of reasons. One, defensive-minded head coach in Pete Carroll, who's older, and the defense has been porous the last few years.
Yep.
The division in the NFC West is also an absolute gauntlet. Defending Super Bowl champions in the Los Angeles Rams, a Final Four team in San Francisco, and the upstart Arizona Cardinals, who are led by Kyler Murray. You go to the NFC South, really all you have to worry about is Tom Brady and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So the division in the NFC South is a lot easier. Plus, in New Orleans, you have a couple of really good weapons. Michael Thomas, Traquan Smith, Marquez Callaway, Alvin Kamara. On the Panthers, you could have DJ Moore, Christian McCaffrey, as well as Robbie Anderson. Like, those are legitimate weapons that Watson could go to in an easier division. The sweepstakes, they're crazy right now because teams across the NFL realize this guy is a special, special talent, and I'm fascinated to see how it plays out.
So, yeah, just quick reminder, he will meet with the Saints and the Panthers tonight, potentially more teams tomorrow on Tuesday, so stay tuned. Who will trade for Watson? Will it be one of those two teams? Will someone else get into the mix? Let us know in the comments I will predict right now that he's going to go to the Saints. I think you're in the Carolina camp right
More
now.
so Carolina for me.
So
yeah.
we'll see what happens.
A little bit more financial flexibility.
Get your predictions in. Who will trade for Deshaun Watson? Now, after the Deshaun Watson details right there for you guys, let's get you caught up on all of the moves that have happened during day one of free agency in terms of contracts. Here we go. We'll get things kicked off. We'll kind of go, rapid fire and focus on some certain guys here. Emmanuel Ogbah, 4 years, $65 to stay with Miami. Joe Noteboom, 3 years, $40 million. Looks like the replacement for Andrew Whitworth long term. Alex Kappa to help protect Joe Burrow. Jeff Swaim on a cheap 1-year deal. What stands out here, Chase?
Miami Dolphins being very aggressive, as evidenced by all the moves that we're about to break down. And then some of the young teams in the NFL prioritizing, protecting, and building around their young quarterbacks. In this case, it's Alex Kappa going to Cincinnati to protect Joe Burrow. They needed to bulk up that offensive line.
You mentioned Miami being aggressive. They go out and get Chase Edmonds as well, 2 years, $12.6 million. I think he's an interesting player at running back in Mike McDaniel's offense.
I think he frees up some stuff vertically for Jalen Waddle, for James Conner. Best value deal last year outside of quarterbacks, led the NFL in touchdowns. Pittsburgh is moving forward with Mitchell Trubisky. I want to see what the contract details are. They go this route instead of Jimmy Garoppolo. Mitchell Trubisky is going to be a lot cheaper. And then Larry Ogunjobi, one of the best interior defensive linemen on the free agency class.
Arguably the best offensive tackle that was available. He's your Akeem Hicks replacement in that 4-3 scheme as a 3 technique, 7 sacks a year ago. I think it's a good move to fit in Matt Eberflus's defense. Seattle brings a couple of guys back, a few others as well, which we'll outline. Quandre Diggs, one of the bigger contracts of the day, Chase, 3 years and $40 million.
It's a lot, and it's a lot of money for a guy who's coming off a pretty serious injury. Al Woods also going back to Seattle. Going back to my original point, Brandon Scherff going to Jacksonville, Miami, Jacksonville. 2 teams in Florida that are being aggressive, and for Jacksonville, really trying to protect Trevor Lawrence and take advantage of him being on that rookie contract.
Ted Karras looks like he's going to be the starting center in Cincinnati.
That's big, too.
He gets 3 years and $18 million. What has the best signing been on day one of NFL free agency? Let us know what you guys think. We'll give our thoughts. I've got a name to keep an eye on in just a moment, so stay tuned for that. But if you have a strong opinion, give us your best signing on day one of NFL free agency. Couple of deals here as well. Trace Walker, 3 years, $25 million to Detroit. They've largely been quiet. The Giants have been as well. They have signed Robert Foster, who's kind of a depth wide receiver. A couple more deals for Jacksonville also, Chase.
Yeah, Jacksonville, look, Doug Peterson, Trent Baalke. They're trying to rebuild the culture. They're trying to get back to winning ways in Jacksonville. This is a franchise that's coming off the disastrous Urban Meyer tenure, and with Doug Peterson, Super Bowl winning head coach. With Trent Baalke, a lot of success with Jim Harbaugh in San Francisco. They understand what it takes to compete for playoff spots and be a competitive franchise. Their spending spree, that's what they're backing it up with.
Next up is Laken Tomlinson. I like this move to the Jets. They poach him from San Francisco. Sidney Jones, 1 year, $3.6 million, a couple of signings in Tennessee, but Tomlinson gets paid for his consistency over the last handful of years, Chase. Good protector for Zach Wilson.
The 49ers traded a 5th-round pick for Laken Tomlinson, and since that point, he started all 80 games for the 49ers franchise, not including starting every postseason game. $13 million per year. They just couldn't afford him. Then you look at value deals. I think Sidney Jones staying with Seattle, pretty good value deal here.
Make sure to follow us on Rumble. It's another video content creator app that we have partnered up with. Unfiltered access to us, uncensored, more NFL news, rumors, free agency. We've been live on Rumble today as well for day one of free agency. That will continue. All of our content will be published there, plus some occasional exclusive content. So if you want to maximize your viewing of us here at Chat Sports, be sure to follow us, rumble.com/NFL Daily, and go check out some of their other content creators as well. They are growing very, very quickly. Some more signings to keep in mind here. Matthew Slater, a longtime specialist. He's back with the Patriots on a 1-year deal. Braxton Berrios gets 2 years and $12 million for the Jets. The Cowboys have brought back their long snapper, and that is it, Chase.
Braxton Berrios, an all-pro returner who can play in the slot. You can use him as a gadget guy. $6 million per year for him. That's pretty solid. And Matthew Slater, he's had one of the more intriguing and fascinating and wild careers of anybody in NFL history.
Purely a specialist, but he's the best at what he does,
Yes,
and that's
sir.
why he keeps playing.
No doubt.
Keep it coming here. Christian Kirk, one of the ones that caught headlines, Chase. 4 years, $72 million, can get up to $84 million in incentives.
And if that's the case, that's $21 million per year for a guy who only has 4 100-yard receiving games throughout his career. I like him. He's a good gadget guy. He's got speed. He's a burner. He can take the top off of the defense. I think his route tree is limited, and I think he also is somewhat of a gadget guy, and he's not a number 1 wide receiver, but Jacksonville is paying him as such. Also, in terms of value, Hassan Reddick. 23-plus sacks the last 2 years, has really found his niche as a pass rusher, but a guy who has versatility, can drop back in coverage. $15 million per year for him. It's the opposite of Christian Kirk. I think it's a great value deal for Philadelphia, and it fills a need.
I think B.J. Hill's good value, too. 3 years, $30 million. I thought he was really good on that defensive line for the Bengals, especially in the playoffs. Remember, in the Super Bowl, the Rams could not run the football, and B.J. Hill is a big reason why. Some more minor deals, Terrence Brooks, Cedric Ogbah there in Houston on 1-year deals. Devontae Campbell, a sneaky big deal for Green Bay to bring him back, 5 years and $50 million. We knew that they would lose some of their guys, Chase, with Aaron Rodgers coming back, but they're able to keep a key guy on defense.
Yeah, and look, he signed a 1-year deal last year after getting off to a tumultuous start in his NFL career. Is named an All-Pro, $10 million per. That's pretty solid for him. Will Dissly getting $8 million per year as a tight end, too? Whew. I don't understand that one.
That's an overpay, no doubt. Did your favorite team make a move? I think most teams have, but the Chiefs, for example, have not. Cowboys have not. We don't count.
49ers haven't done jack shit.
Type Y for yes. Type in for no. It's been busy for some and quiet for others. Some more deals to break down. Mo Alley Cox, who's had quite the journey as a college basketball player. He cashes in 3 years, $18 million with Indianapolis as a tight end. Brian Allen Chase, one of my favorite signings. I thought the Bears would be in play here. He returns to the Rams, 3 years and $24 million.
Look, you compare this with the exact same deal that Will Dissly got. Brian Allen is a starting center who's in his mid-20s. That's an exceptional value for the Los Angeles Rams. Tight end, too, at the same price tag for Seattle. That's why I don't understand it. Brian Allen is a very good player.
Same division, too. I do like this. Speaking of the NFC West, Colt McCoy, I think he's a valuable backup. 2 years, $7.5 million. Not that much money to shelf out to back up Kyler Murray. Cardinals also signed Dennis Gardeck, Michael Dogby as well. Cedric Wilson gets a nice little payday, just over $7 million to the Miami Dolphins. 3 years, $22.8 to go to Miami. Teddy Bridgewater, we'll see what the contract looks like, but he's going to back up Tua Chase, some insurance there. And then, of course, the big one, J.C. Jackson, 5 years and $82.5 million.
Probably the best available NFL free agent is no longer available. The Los Angeles Chargers continue to take big swings, and I think they're hitting home runs with a lot of these signings. Loved Mike Williams going back to the Chargers, like J.C. Jackson, not just as a player, a guy who has the most career interceptions over the last 4 years, 8 last year and an All-Pro. Also think he's a good scheme fit. Him and Derwin James in the same secondary, it's pretty damn good.
Pretty damn good. Help us get to 283,000 subs by the end of the day. It's 5:15 Central Time as we film this at this exact moment. So we got about 6.5, 7 hours to get there. 221 subscribers away. We'll be live for day 2 of free agency, day 3, day 4, day 5. We'll break down all of the moves, so subscribe. We are your home for NFL free agency. Some more contracts to break down. A lot of these details yet to be official in terms of the years and money. Ben Braden to the Broncos. Coleman Shelton as the Rams bring back another offensive lineman. Carlton Davis Chase, another big one, 3 years, $45 million. I think it's a pretty good deal for Tampa.
Yeah, so basically on a per-year basis, J.C. Jackson gets about $16.5. Carlton Davis is about $15. Guaranteed money a little bit different because J.C. gets $20 million the first 2 years of that deal. Davis is great. I don't think he goes back to Tampa Bay unless Tom Brady comes back. That's the impact of TB12.
Another notable move that came down more recently, later in the day, Evan Ingram, 1 year, $9 million to the Jags. It can get up to $10 million with incentives. Jacksonville's taking some swings here with guys like Christian Kirk, Evan Ingram. Are they overpaying for guys? Yes, but are they helping Trevor Lawrence out? Yes.
Yeah.
So maybe it's a win-win.
Yeah, and what's the original point that I had made? It's these teams trying to take advantage of young quarterbacks on their rookie contracts and trying to build up their confidence, to maximize their abilities. And Evan Ingram has ability. Hasn't lived up to being a first-round pick, but he can certainly play. Big prove-it year for him for the rest of his NFL career.
The Bills settle for Tim Settle, 2-year deal, contract details
Had to do it, didn't you?
emerge. Hey, it's just, you know,
it's just in your blood, brother.
Yeah, it's just in my blood, you know. That's what I do. So there you go. That's where we sit here at about 5:15 Central Time on day one of free agency. More deals to come as more deals are announced. What has the worst signing been on day one of free agency? I'm going to go Will Dissly. Do you agree?
Christian Kirk.
Oof, man.
I like the player. It's just too much money. I'm sorry. But good for you, Kirk, for getting the bag.
Shout out to you and your agent. Good work.